You guys know what that is? Yeah. It's a little like bread roll that they get because they don't have like fucking fresh baked bread here in fucking Texas.
They don't have it.
Like delis that I'm used to. I'm used to paninis and shit like that.
Where are you from?
New York.
Okay.
Yeah.
You live here now, or are you just visiting?
No, I live here. I've been living here the last year.
Hey, Vinny, can I make a note? You're way more passionate about your chicken salad sandwiches than you are your comedy. Like, you're really into these chicken salad sandwiches.
There was no part of the comedy where he gave like a little comedy. But he wanted to make sure you guys knew that he wasn't just fucking soul shaker.
I move around when I have more time, but like the minute I have to shorten up some of most of my jokes, like, I don't know. I can try to like do one or two.
It's okay, Big Vinny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
3 years.
3 years. So 2 of it in New York, 1 of it here.
Phoenix, Arizona is where I started. Right after the pandemic.
Okay. What made you
Traded around a lot.
What made you move to Phoenix?
So me and my brother-in-law travel like around and we picked Phoenix. That's where we ended up. Like, found a good job. And I figured I'd never be in a place to start cutting. I don't want to start here.
Since you're a connoisseur, who has better bread, Phoenix or Austin?
Definitely. That's hard. They both suck, but
I love the idea of not being able to get bread. Like, there's got to be an Italian bakery somewhere.
There's a ton of great cigars you should eat.
Yeah, tons. Jojo Bomba.
Yeah.
Jojo Bomba. What's your take on brioche bread?
it's okay.
It's hard to bite through it. It feels like the ink squirts out too squishy. Ciabatta.
I fuck with ciabatta. Ciabatta's not bad. A nice toasted ciabatta.
To welcome to another episode of Fat Tony, everyone. What are your thoughts on pumpernickel?
Too much fucking shit going on there.
Okay.
That guy's talking bread. That's gonna get America.
I love it. Okay, so Big Vinny, let's talk about what's been going on in your life. What is that? The fat people talking about bread sound? Let's hear that one more time. I love the horn section.
Roasting with a trombone. This is out of control. I think we just got baked. Yeah.
Big Vinny, give us a fun fact about your life that would surprise us about you. Something special that makes you you.
I collect sports cards. That's like what I've been living off of, selling that. Like, sports cards and Pokemon cards, singles. I don't set up in fucking the store with a 10 fucking scalp like those scumbags.
That's your job?
Oh, yeah.
That's how you make money.
So I was working at Cheers for like 7 months as a cigar guy, but then after that, I started selling cards. Yeah, living off that.
So what you do is you steal Pokemon cards from the kids in the West. And then you resell those.
So I've had a single mom, like, I was hooking up with a single mom.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, the joke I just said, I didn't know about this single mom story. I don't want to be an accomplice in whatever. All right, go on.
So she was having trouble paying the rent one month, and so she turned her son's Pokemon cards.
No.
He had to say goodbye to his Charizard GX.
Are you serious? How much does a Charizard go for?
It depends which one. There's so many. His collection was probably $1,500. Yeah.
See, I felt terrible. So
He took that $1,500 and he started a child trafficking ring. Crazy business plan.
my God, 1,500 for a Charizard.
No, it was like probably a binder full of like 30 cards.
God, so did the kid have any Pokemon cards left by the time you were done pounding out this single mom?
Yeah, I left some Christmas gifts.
What kind of Christmas gifts exactly? Let me guess, half a rotisserie chicken.
Filled with Pokemon cards.
A little brother that he won't pay for. Plus those automatically rated rookies pick up on you. Meanwhile, the mom's sitting like, he's so cool. My son, they just sit down to his Pokemon cards. Oh, you got that one? that's what that belly button was.
Oh yeah, you don't want this one. This is worth nothing. So how much money do you think you've made slinging cards? If you had to guess, ballpark.
Well, just enough to like pay my rent. So it's probably like $20,000 the last 6 months.
So you're out there selling the cards, but how are you getting them? How do you know when you find a deal?
So like I buy collections, I'm trading it out of it. Like obviously you gotta pay like half of what the cards are worth and stuff. Like even less for
You're like a Coinstar machine for cards.
Can I ask you a really serious question? If someone gave you, say, like $500,000 and said invest in some cards, what would you do with it?
Oh, I can make that into like how long are you talking about our time?
Probably a foot and a half Italian sub. Full rotisserie chicken. This time with the grapes, because when you got that kind of cash, you don't care about the sugar.
Have you seen Jake Paul talk about his card that he wears around his neck? He talks about the investment versus annuities and real estate, and it's fucking crazy.
It's a scammer.
He's a scammer. Yeah, say that once again for the internet.
Logan Paul, he's no good.
Well, looks like I'm gonna have to fight in a boxing ring in a few months. All right, Big Bitty. You were the first bucket pull of the night. Here's a little joke book for you. There you go. Gotta start somewhere, Big Bitty, everybody. Here we go. Your second bucket pull of the night, ladies. Oh, it's the lovely Heidi, everyone. Oh my goodness gracious, the crowd goes wild. Hello, everyone. I'm proud to say that this episode is sponsored by Prize Picks. The game is almost here, so cash in during America's biggest sporting event with Prize Picks, where it always feels good to be right. That also means it's your last chance to get into the football action before next season. Close the season out right. Prize Picks by getting $50 and instantly in lineups when you play your first $5.
Tony, Prize Picks is the best. It makes my sports watching experience even better. My best friend didn't even know what a first down was. That stupid girl. Now she's talking to me every Sunday about who she's picking for her lineup. It's so exciting and gets us all amped while watching the game.
That's amazing, Red Bam. You can find your community on Prize Picks with the new social feeds feature. You can share Prize Picks with your friends, copy lineups you like, or use them as inspiration for your own picks. Plus, Prize Picks now has early payouts. If your player gets off to a hot start, you now have the option to cash out those winnings before the game even finishes. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code Tony to get $50 in lineups. After you play your first $5 lineup, that's code Tony to get $50 in lineups. After you play your first $5 lineup, guys. Prize Picks. It's good to be right. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. Trust me. You know, when I started this podcast, I wasn't even sure what I was doing. What if no one listens? What if I make a fool out of myself? What if no one buys my products? Now I know that I was repeatedly naming myself and launching my podcast despite all the fears and hesitation. It also helps when you have a partner like Shopify and right on your shiny belt.
Tony, I love Shopify. It's the best business tool out there. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands that are just getting started.
That's right. It's the best thing that you could possibly be part of. Get started with your own design studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify helps you build beautiful online stores that match your brand style. Plus, pick a word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns where your customers are scrolling. It's time to turn those what ifs into. With Shopify today, sign up for your $1 per month trial at Shopify.com/GoTony. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. That's Shopify.com/GoTony. 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 That's right, she can talk. So can we. Go to Shopify.com/GoTony. All right, your next bucket pull goes by the name of Greg Bergman, everybody. Greg Bergman. Here we go.
I'm in a great mood. I'm meeting a beautiful girl. Beautiful girl. I shouldn't say girl. She actually identifies as non-binary. Which I gotta say, fellas, is the best of both worlds. You know, I come home from work, depending on my mood, I can make love to her or beat the shit out of him. You know? How you get away with it? No, officer. She put on the makeup to cover the black eye I gave him, not the other way around. You know? Get away with it. It's amazing. Well, I've signed up 57 times. I don't know if I'll be back. I have to tell Austin I have the biggest penis in Austin. This is a fact. Look up. I do. I have the biggest thing in Austin. I'm not bragging. I bought it. That's allow me to explain. About 10 years ago, or Lincoln would say half a score, I got a penis implant. Made a movie about a big like me. And there's only one caveat. They can only make it bigger, not longer. You know, and I'm a little disproportionate. I gotta be honest. You're supposed to go twice. I went 3 times. Third time, not a charm. I'm hung like a hockey puck. It's ready. Cover cans of tuna stacked on top of one another, but not that cheap bumblebee shit. I'm talking about that albacore, about that solid white meat. That's what I got. True.
All right, Greg Bergman. Greg, I missed the big dick thing. Can you explain? I was trying to. I was doing 3 things. But I missed it.
I have one. Big dick.
Yeah, that was it. You really just have a big dick. I was like, I must have missed a bunch of.
Well, they were
Juice thing.
Yes, I have a penis implant.
You really do?
Yeah, I do. It's fun. Fun stuff. Yeah.
You really do.
No, I do.
Okay, so let's talk. Let's start there.
I can't imagine starting anywhere else.
You see what I'm seeing right now holding on your right? That's your dick. That is a fucking wad.
Touch it.
Those are jeans.
Touch it. It's not gay if it's an implant.
No, that's just the plastic stuff.
Does it stay like that?
No, so yeah, it hangs low. It hangs more because it has plastic in it. So
Are you okay?
That's fucking real.
yeah.
I just heard you tell a ghost story at a campfire, and I got my tent and saw shadows.
Dreams really do come
That
true.
is a solid cock, and it's limp. That's the one you want. Is the one that black guys have in the shower? That's it.
This is incredible. We've been doing this show 13 years, and I have 784 questions remaining. My first question is, why is Bert kind of hard? Now this song goes, you have to touch Bert's, and then it goes all the way down until Redman in his pants. All right, so great. I don't even know where to begin. When did you get this penis implant?
I made a movie about it. Called Big Like Me. It's on Tubi now. The director's cut's now too. And
We can watch.
yeah.
It's the perfect network to
Yeah. Well, there was this other movie called Unknown Hero that got this South by Southwest 2 months before we were done with editing. It fucked me. It's conceptually similar, so it fucked me the festival. So that guy now has cancer. I couldn't come back. Oh my god. That little thing, he didn't go all the way. I went all the way. I got it. And
One just suggestion from a professional comedian to you. You gotta close with the dick, okay? You can't open with it because I can't stop looking at your dick. It's so prominent. It is like...
I thought Bert was going to say, when you come out on stage to start your set, you just pull it out and then do your whole set with your dick hanging out the entire
I could be like Star.
Or maybe you're pants you here's my idea. I have an idea. You come out with your dick out, it has a shirt on, and then you pull the shirt off and the crowd goes wild.
This is why you're who you are.
Okay, so let's start with the question that anybody wants to know. Exactly how big was your dick pre-implant?
Okay, so I'm talking about they can only make it thicker.
That's
So
not true. They have right now. Let's not argue. I know it's not deep research on this. The expert.
they can make it
Untrue. Many of you idiot. Shut up. Okay, shut up.
They can make it longer, but only really when it's flaccid. Nobody cares about that. So really, the thickness will match. It was a normal thing. Everything was normal, or else it wouldn't be compelling. If it was a tiny dick, it's not funny. If it's a big dick, one's bigger. Normal dick, normal legs, normal girth, maybe a little small, no, but normal. In a statistical average.
Fucking numbers. I'm a doctor.
Okay. Well, the average cock, the girth is 5 inches circumference. That's where I was. So right in the statistical mean. But I blew my shit up. I went 3 times, not twice. It's supposed to go twice.
Circumference.
I feel
You got the measuring tape out.
I got 8.5 inches circumference now. Like a Shane Diesel, right next to him.
wow.
I'm 8, he's 8.5.
Wow. 8 inches circumference.
But also,
That's like Tony. Like, for you to know reference.
I think I can fit that.
It's unnecessary. No one has to. It's not. You don't have to.
So 8 inches around right now.
Yeah, actually a little bigger when it's soft, depending on humidity and stuff. It's refrigerated.
Bigger when it's soft.
Yeah, a little bigger. It's like almost all the way hard. It's a little bit bigger. It's weird. It's definitely weird.
Do you mind picturing the side by side of Florida and Phoenix? And the size as big as your wrist. That's 8 inches. Do we have a measuring tape? Just for a wrist. That's not as exciting as fucking homo right here. Like, yeah, let's go. Here's what I'm wondering. Can something that big, are you even able to get it into a dude's butt? That was my next question. All right, there's a measuring tape. Let's do birds. I mean, let's see what we got here. Because 8 around seems like a lot. Maybe I'm crazy.
Well, no, it is. You're not.
What is a can?
You're not insane. It's.
Are you serious? Oh, Bert's got it.
There we go.
Uh-oh. Wow.
All teeth, but I got it in.
This guy isn't the king of goddammit.
I'll do whatever you want. That's the bird.
One time people go, how did Bert get his career? We're just going to send that picture. That is unbelievable. It was impressive.
You need to lose the joke about just talk right dick. You have said like everyone has dick jokes, right? We all have dick jokes. It's such a staple of comedy, and you have the best dick jokes ever because you have that thing.
I actually loved the opening joke. Yeah, it was. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
Off and on 15 years, but consistently a year and a half. I was a little bitch. At the Comedy Store a long time ago. I've seen you like 20 years ago. I started. I stopped. I was a little bit of a bitch.
I can tell you have like showbiz. You have like weird like ShamWow guy energy up here. Like you're very comfortable up here.
Not so much. I'm wildly nervous. Actually, been getting into it.
I can tell your dick's big as fuck.
That's what happened when I get nervous. Oh, you don't make me nervous.
Oh my goodness, great. Yeah, he popped out once. One time there was a guy on stage who goes, I came with the ShamWow guy. I'm like, the ShamWow guy's here, let's get him out of here. And then he did. One time he goes, hey, will you drive me somewhere? I go, yeah. He goes, where are we going? He goes, my mom's house. And I drove to his mom's house and he told me about how the reason he punched a prostitute was because the Church of Scientology set him up. That's the same guy we met. Yeah, no doubt about it. So great, Bergman, how old are you?
46.
46. What have you been doing your entire life? Because again, you have these wacky energies. You have like perfect eyebrows.
I did this mascara. I usually get it done, but I put, yeah, you were right.
Yeah, I knew it. I figured it out.
Yeah, you're on top of it.
Are those veneers too?
Yeah. Well,
The hair. Did you get hair?
no, the hair is all.
Nobody believes you.
That's like, no.
When you go 85% fake,
I got thick and teeth. Everything else is real.
fake dick, hair, real.
My eyebrows are colored. They usually get expression in my eyebrows. But yeah, anyway, I made some movies that one day, saw them. I mean, some people did, and I was a financial editor, and I did some stock kind of stuff, and then I went for a few times and went crazy.
Give us your best story that involves drugs and Andy Dick.
Andy did?
Do you have one? Do you have an Andy Dick?
No, I don't have an Andy Dick story.
You think with that dick, you would have an Andy Dick.
I know, I don't have an Andy Dick story.
Absolutely incredible, great. So how did you make most of your money doing the financial stuff?
Yeah, that paid to do a couple of movies, but mostly financial. Everyone invested in like me. Nothing ever worked out, but they're good. Nobody gives a shit. In Italy, they know my dick movie.
So let's go back to the fucking nitty-gritty here. How much was the penis implant? How much
The
did
penis implant is it's $3,500 per injection. You're supposed to get 2 series of injections. I went 3, but they gave me a discount because they made the movie, and that's why I have what is unusually thing. You're supposed to have 2. I went 3 times, and the third time you got more. You don't know how much you're gonna get.
It's like a whole serum. This is how super villains are made. Was there any side effects from the third injection?
No, it's just
Come on, there must have been something. Did it feel weird to pee or something?
no side effects other than I went to New Orleans just right after that.
You got it done in New Orleans?
No, I got done in Mexico. I got
God, you got beans in your burrito.
If there's ever a time to travel in Africa, stories about Mexico.
It's actually been quite good.
Imagine when they finally cut his dick open and get their cocaine. Fucking furious. Oh my god. Oh shit. You wake up, it's gonna be big. We promise. Ended up going with 3 shots. Dick of a mule. Amazing Bergman. Amazing Greg Bergman. What's your love life like? Did you have a girl when you were getting these injections?
I was married when I was injections.
How did that end?
Divorce. Yeah, because of it. Actually, she liked it more than before.
Well, I think another episode of no fucking shit.
But I think the kind of maybe it was the kind of person who went through that made you maybe not pay for cheap love.
Why did she leave you for another man?
No. She left me. It was a little bit too much. Also, I had my dad. My dad schizophrenic used to dine out like in the street. And I do drugs, not anymore.
What kind of drugs?
Just, go.
Give us 3 more reasons why she left.
We grew apart.
Amazing. Apart, naturally. Naturally grew up. No nothing to do with me. I grew up. Like a vag hole. Apart after you fucked up for the first time. Exactly. I'm kind of blown away. Yeah, this is really fascinating.
Isn't it amazing?
I cannot stop looking at this. It is, for those of you listening, wondering why it seems like we're all kind of staring at each other.
It's like Pinocchio during COVID. Wearing a mask and you're like, I still know you're Pinocchio.
Yeah, it does. It looks like he has one of those, like, really good steakhouse baked potatoes. And it's like one of those fully loaded, the sour cream chives bacon, and twice bacon, and wow, ever seen a fupa? It's like a baby fupa. It's like just on a fupa. It's like a fupa, because it's black. Because it's thick. Speaking of which, we have a Kill Tony Big Joke book that just so happens, I'm not kidding, to have fucking King Kong, the giant gorilla on the front. Like better. I like the opening joke. I didn't understand you talking about your big dick, but if you're gonna do stand-up, I agree. You should have jokes about getting a penis implant. You should hit it on the nose. There he goes. Great Bergman, everybody. Wow. What an interview. What an interview. That is the first big dick on the show. It also happens to have a penis implant. Alright, what's the big is everybody good out there? You guys having fun? Never really been brought together all at one time yet. Thanks to my next one. Oh, it's Eliezer goes on. Eliezer. I know I'm saying that wrong.
Hey everybody, so Ozar again. I've been trying to gain lose some weight, so I downloaded this new app that doesn't let me use my phone until I do enough push-ups. So if you see my friends and family, tell them I'm alive.
That's what that's how the
Television. Yeah, my love with technology has been great. I fell on a round scooter about a month ago. I fell on my right hand. I could use it for a while, maybe take some help, like it's all right. I ran to my ex-girlfriend at this bar. She was drunk, I was drunk, so we made out. She was like, I want you to finger me right now. But all I had was one left. The best way I can describe it is the only time that people get I could have sworn the holes are right here.
The phone was for you to say, to me, you know, the material next to this of what is our case, so much in
I've been on this show before, I remember, because your name is hard. He's there again.
It's Jewish. I'm not Jewish though.
Jewish name. I think that joke is. So she was just trying to help. You know what I mean? What's your dad? My dad is What is it mean? It means God's house. His house. How long have you been doing stand-up? I've been doing it 12 years. Where have you been doing it? New Jersey, all over the country. How long were you doing stand-up in New York? About 10 years. You like it? Yeah, we do. How long have you been doing stand-up? About a year and 9 months. I work as a chef and I work as dispensary sergeant. Okay. All right. What kind of chef are you? Meat burgers. His title there was chef. I make burgers. Where are we making burgers? We're getting ABC, but I'm trying to expand. Nice. That's a good thing to say. Yeah, we're all friends with the owner of NADC. It is an unbelievable burger that gets us almost too good. It makes you want to go to sleep afterwards. It's like heroin. It's absolutely incredible. What?
It's going to be also, again, people serve the broken pieces of the
Those cool. He's like the first shooter vibe we've had of the night. Yeah, and to get someone from the crowd with the same vibe shouting out was cool.
Yeah, I said heroin, and that guy said, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Anyway, now we got a Steelers name.
Was this primarily newer stuff? Yeah, it was. I was saying for 12 years. Love to hear like a joke that you know work.
Yeah, you have like one of your favorite jokes that you can just show us how funny you are. Ladies and gentlemen, doing one of his old jokes, big sports for LSR,
I've been going to therapy lately. Had a weird situation. My real father was a criminal, and my stepdad was a little person. So I had no one to look up to. When I was just 5 years old, he was just a little bigger than me. And my mom was like, this is your stepdad. I was like, my stepdad is 7 years old. And he gave me weird confidence because he used to hit me. Yeah, and even when I was little, I was like this bigger kid. It's like a bitch. But what really messed me up is I met him when I was 5. So I just started school that year and I was getting bullied at recess. So I was like, wow, those kids really meant it when they said they were going to fuck my mom.
Wow, look at that. I didn't even think he would have done that in front of the millions of viewers. He's out here balling out of control, trying brand new stuff.
Yeah, it probably ain't game on this.
Yeah.
You're like the guy in the orange just jerking off in the corner going, nah, I'll do it myself. I don't want to come too quick the first time I do this. I'm not blind, man. I'm coming in. Yeah. Is your stepfather really a little guy?
No.
Oh, just lie to me next time.
Yeah.
He's just 5'6".
You're gonna tell the midget.
LSR, tell us something crazy about your life that we could never guess about you.
I grew up Jehovah's Witness. I used to be really fat. I used to be like 300 pounds.
Everybody also
How big is your dick?
That's the big question of the night. How did you lose the weight?
How did I lose the weight? I stopped drinking for like 4 months.
How much were you drinking?
Turns out I wasn't fat. I was just a drunk piece of shit.
Were you drinking all day, all throughout the day?
Pretty much every day.
Were you drinking gravy?
IPAs will do it. IPAs are a whole thing. Amazing.
So Jehovah's Witnesses can't have medicine, right?
Delusion scientists.
Jehovah's Witnesses don't have birthdays.
Yeah. So how do you show up in this world?
Remember, philosophically, they can't have a birthday. They are born.
So did you not celebrate a birthday for a long time?
No, literally, my mom would be like, "It's a special day today," and I'd be like, "What is it?" She's like, "I can't tell you. Check your birth certificate." And yeah.
So you get presents?
I didn't get presents or nothing. No, it's just I got used to it.
You got cake?
So did Tina Turner. What a fearsome fucking thing. It's a special day today, bitch. All right, check your birth.
When's the first time you celebrated your birthday?
I was 17. A bunch of my friends were trying to make me stop being a Jehovah's Witness. They were like, "Hey, we're all gonna be on a bridge somewhere where you can preach to us." And I showed up to the bridge.
It's a great intervention when your friends bring you a 30-pack of beer.
Your family still doing this with it?
Yeah, my mom was really into
My uncle's really cool, man. He's the selfiest figures in the world. Old school.
He was Jewish name and no That's incredible.
yeah, my birthday was pretty weird when I was born.
When is your birthday? Don't carry on.
August 21st, 1990.
August 21st.
Yeah, I was born premature, so my lungs didn't work. So the doctor told my mom that I was probably going to die. And she prayed to God. She said, "My God, my son's in
Never heard of it from all this crazy shit on stage.
That was our you did it as a rough minute, but then you did a good minute. So it's immediate Facebook time. Signing up for Amazon, right off the chest, right off the chest. God did not help me to catch that joke book. There goes Amazon for everybody. Alright, we're having fun here. We're cooking. And here we go. Free word name. Your fourth book of gold tonight is Sharon. Headfully, everybody. Sharon.
Good evening, Kill Tony people. Take two. I am Sharon Ruth Hensley, and I have two helpful hints for the male of our species to better interact with me. One, if you insist on mentioning your penis, Tony, more than once with a short period of time, I will have questions and or comments. I am not responsible for what form those take, and inquiring minds still want to know your circumcision status. Two, if you insist on sending me pictures of said penis, Tony Zadias, be aware in Texas and a handful of other states it is against the law. I find them amusing, so I will allow it. If and only if you follow these guidelines. Well lit, head to toe, nude, fully erect, holding a 16-ounce bottle adjacent for sight this comparison. Thank you.
Jesus fucking Christ. Share. What the fuck was that?
Well, here's the deal, Tony. After the last time, I figured out that I, being a naturally born female, cannot ever possibly say something at all funny. So I should say something that would make my life easier when the onslaught of like your 10,000, male followers.
10,000 male followers. Wow. The big 10,000. Let's check in with Rick Ingram here. The first thing is, we gotta send her a pic of that thick dick from earlier. Yeah, no doubt about it. We gotta get that. We're gonna have to scan it on the printer because it's not gonna be on an iPhone. There was so much insanity throughout that set. It was the implication that I've mentioned to you my penis.
When I was on last time, you did mention your penis twice, so I changed the
What was the context of me
It
mentioning
was just how hard you were or not. One time was not so much, one time was really hard.
What were we talking about at the time?
Which the first time was probably my set, the second time was that I shot somebody.
Anthony, you think you're a little bit out of context here, but I mentioned my penis very weirdly.
No, you did before.
Was it a hee-hee-ha? Did people go ha-ha afterwards, Sharon? Did they make that wacky noise that you don't understand how it would say? So that thing right there, you hear that? That wacky noise?
I went ahead and changed the subject and asked if you were circumcised. And some people were like, they got it. They thought it was hilarious. And then some people were like, that came out of nowhere. And I was like, no, he mentioned his penis. So I'm allowed to ask if he's circumcised.
Okay, Sharon, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Did you guys date? Sharon Ruth. So you have 3 words to your name and not that many punchlines at all. This is incredible. When you were in high school, did you tell people you were like a cat or something like that? Yeah. That's a great question. You chose those energies. I'm not really a cat. My boyfriend's an energy vampire. He's going to be librarian for 300 years. Are you doing comedy other places? Yeah. Where? Like, what are you doing? How often do you try this?
I did comedy in Spain last year. It was pretty cool.
Well, they probably couldn't understand you.
They have a pretty big English-speaking comedy scene, actually.
Wow. Do you like the last guy? Like, do you have like different jokes that are better than whatever you planned to do here tonight that nobody understood?
No, I am technically more of a storytelling comic, and like a minute is kind of hard.
Wow, we'd love to hear a 25-minute banger from Sharon Ruth Hensley, but wow, I think we're gonna have to keep
The main reason I wanted to come on is so last time, so I have a major anxiety disorder, and last time I almost did pass out on stage. Nobody could tell.
we should be so lucky.
This time it's not that much better. I was hoping like the nerves would go down the second time, but it's really hard.
I felt like if you were nervous running through that.
Yeah.
You felt like a hologram.
Well, no, I wanted to get it in a minute. Like I respect the minute timeline. I didn't even know.
I think you're looking at comedy the wrong way. Have it choke and then make it like don't try to cram it into a minute. I think that's where the disconnect was. Is slow it down and find your pacing. It didn't feel rushed. I don't want to be shitty because I've been nervous on stage and torn through material before. But
I'll be shitty. You could have done that. You could have pumped the brakes on that and done it so slow that it took 20 minutes to get through that, and it's still there's not a funny unidentifiable moment.
No, I did it very intentionally. It is funny to certain select people.
Who are these people? Where are they?
can I suggest trying to perform to maybe the Tony audience?
Maybe that.
No, and I wanted to tell your audience from last time. So I am not a person.
Oh God! No one cared like what do you want to tell the Kill Tony audience? I don't know if you think this is going to get any better.
I am not a person who would do well in jail. I do know from experience. So I should not be talking about things on stage until those pesky statute of limitations run out. There's no statute on attempted murder, so I shouldn't have mentioned that last time.
Okay.
Wait, so it's possible we can get her arrested tonight?
Maybe.
Sharon Ruth, you just mentioned it again. You know?
Oh, I know. I'm learning his mistake. Let me lay into it.
There's something very melodic about her voice when she starts to lose it. It's like I feel like one of those Spanish people right now going like, I got it.
And I got your movie. I actually liked it.
All right, Sharon, can you get a little jump on last time? You got a little jump on before, I'm guessing?
No, I didn't like it.
Because of the interview.
Because the audience demanded it.
All right, Sharon, you get nothing this time. There goes Sharon Ruth Hensley, everybody. Good Lord, unbearable. You've upset Tony Phoenix. Very good at joke by great man, everybody. There you go. There she goes, Sharon Ruth Hensley, everybody. With the patented one last crazy glare in the eyes. Little eye contact for everybody. Oh my God.
That's exciting.
Yeah. Sharon, it might be time for Sharon to take a break from signing up. All right. We have a regular that's going to siege the room right now. He is the newest force of nature regular here on Kill Tony. Thanks so much for the great tip. They're slaying everybody.
Guys, I hate the Greyhound. I'm so glad I'm not gonna take the Greyhound no more. One time a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. I'll say it again, a nigga with no arms stole my wallet. And the only reason why I called him is because my wallet was in my hoodie because it was cold out and I felt that nigga big toe scrape across my tummy. And then while I woke, that shit was right there in between his thumb toe, I don't know what you call it, but his thumb toe and his index toe was gripping that motherfucker. And he got strong legs, he got nice legs, because you know how like Daredevil, his eyes don't work, so his ears is stronger, so his arms is his legs. So when I tried to grab that shit, I had to like tug a, I had to tug a war with this nigga, then I started wrestling my wallet away. He talked about, you cheating, because I had to use my arms and my legs to get it away. So when I finally got it, I stood up with my wallet, and he stood up with me, but he was wearing a hoodie too with no arms, his arm was dangling. So when he stood up, he was like, what are you gonna do, snitch? I was like, no nigga, we still got 8 hours on this bus. I can't snitch. How dare you, niggas? Everything is, when I ride the Greyhound, I got my gun on me, and they tell you can't ride with your gun, you won't get in trouble. Go to court. If you tell judge, like, why'd you have your gun? I was like, I was on the Greyhound, and I got all of my teeth. They'll be like, acquitted every single time. Because if I had woken up and that nigga had stole my wallet with my gun, ain't nobody going nowhere until I buy my Transformers Velcro wallet. I got a Velcro wallet because I want people to hear me at least try to for something. Everybody within the 8 to 10 feet, when you hear that shit, like he did the best that he could. That's my time, y'all.
Twice as long as Sharon Ruth Hensley did, 29 more verifiable punchlines. Absolutely incredible that 17 less Texas. Dedrick, that is fucking fantastic.
Great job. I love Greyhound material. Enough of people bring Greyhound to know fucking just how sketchy that is.
It's an apocalypse, like you know when they drop the nukes and they have like a center where everybody meets. That's what the Greyhound is. You don't know what year it is based on what niggas is wearing.
When you get out of prison, they give you a Greyhound ticket. So you said the majority of the people on that bus just got out of prison. Yeah. I fucking took Greyhound from Tallahassee to Tampa all the time. I remember when Biggie's album came out, I had headsets and a tape player, or a CD player. And a dude had just got out of prison. He was like, what are you listening to? I was like, Notorious B.I.G. goes, can I see your headsets? That was it. They were in.
That's why you gotta have a gun, Bert.
Hell yeah.
We all get robbed on a Greyhound. Of emotion.
All those get passed around on Greyhound. It's a fucking experience.
You feel bad that people are mostly vagabonds and drifters, but everyone on the bus, no matter where you are, looks like they're from Albuquerque. Yeah, it is a certain type of bus.
Definitely a table from Albuquerque.
I stand by what I said.
No, they look like that. Don't let them
Get on your bus and go back. Armadillo people. That's right. Dead trick. So you've taken that Greyhound quite a lot?
Not no more, but I did before.
Yeah, we know. Not anymore.
It hurt. It hurt in here. Like, when you get on there and you got more teeth than everybody combined. When I was on the Greyhound, I noticed I was the only one with teeth. Niggas so hard cause I was very on the Greyhound with the best, the killers and the needles.
Hey, owe you money. They just have to use that as a commercial. They just have to know who they are and roll with it. They know. They know.
Atlanta Greyhound, which is the scariest place on earth.
I literally cannot imagine. The entire city of Atlanta scares me. It seems like the Greyhound station will be too much.
And it's right outside of the strip club, so the port is terrifying. And I walked into a lady, I said, when is the bus to Charlotte? Right? I looked at her and she was looking at me and she went, the bus to Charlotte! What did you say? I was like, don't yell at me. I'd rather be on Frontier, nigga. I hate Frontier.
You know, Atlanta Greyhound station is dangerous when Dead Trick is the safest person there. Everyone else looks exactly like John Dees does right now. You wear your ski mask up when you're laughing. You have it all figured out, John, at a comedy show. You're cracking up with his mask on. There you go. There it is.
You know, I ain't got it right.
It doesn't work. The joke doesn't work.
Because we told them that if the power went out, we was going to start losing. We gotta make our kill Tony money somewhere. Like, I don't steal, but I loot. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. The group synergies do. Yeah.
It's a Greyhound in Atlanta right by Magic City.
Yes, it is.
I've been to that Greyhound.
Wow. You know exactly where the Greyhound's at.
And the Greyhounds,
I thought
I know you got money. You should have been to be there.
my father-in-law does it. Magic City has the best wings in town.
Yes, they do.
Shout out to Magic.
Shout out Magic City, LA. Oh my
Now,
god.
he didn't explain what the problem was.
Dedrick, your set was absolutely fucking incredible.
Very good. Very fucking good. Yeah, I tell you, just like, there's such an energy. It's almost like watching good ice skaters. Like when you came up, you kind of owned it. It was like, you know, when you watch ice skating, someone
Not enjoyable at all ever.
Hey, Bert, what's an ice skater?
I know we're not that.
You're the opposite of ice skaters, and then we've all enjoyed it
I'm not a
before.
very good kind of guy from Dusty like that. And however,
So when you watch an ice skating, I don't enjoy that, but it's like when you see someone come out confident, you're like, well, this is going to be, okay, I'm not worried.
personally,
And when you came out, I was like, well, I'm not worried. And then when they kicked to the music and you own the stage, that is the energy of great comedy.
Yeah,
And you have it.
Yeah. Amazing song, ladies and gentlemen. Also, the guy in the cowboy hat was very excited to see you, which is another sign of that guy that you're doing it right.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Thanks so much.
That guy rode the Greyhound here in the and Dolphin. He rode the actual Dolphin. Cowboy. One more time for the great Dedrick Flynn. Seems like a comedy show again. Bleeding Blood Stallone on Sharon Ruth Hensley's Steve Nasty attitude. Last time I was on, you talked about your penis in a comedic way. Your next fucking book goes by the name of Zach Townsend, everybody. Here we go.
How's it going? I'm 35 years old. I used to want kids real bad. I used to want guns real bad too. Now I don't know if I want either one. You know, I kind of see them as the same thing. They're both dangerous. Whenever somebody has one, they're always like, "Do you want to hold it?" And I'm like, "No, no. I know way too many people in jails for touching those things. You know what I mean? No, get my fingerprints off it, yeah." I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because all the worst people I know hold theirs sideways. You know, it's either like, give me your fucking money, or like baby hanging off the hip at Walmart. You know, some white woman in Cookie Monster pajama bottoms, even though the sun is still up. Come on, you guys have been to Houston before. You know what I'm talking about. Cheers, going this one. I feel like guns are a lot like kids too, because whenever I see one out in the street, I'm like, shouldn't you be in school right now? You know, and whenever I'm on Facebook, I see a new article of like a female teacher begging their younger male students. We gotta pay these teachers more money, right? So they can afford to go on dates with people their own age. It's super easy to wine and dine a 15-year-old who just fucking 6'7" while you juggle their balls a little bit. What's happening, you guys?
Amazing. Yeah. How long have you been doing stand-up?
8 years.
Fuck yeah, where at?
I live in Nashville, Tennessee.
We love Nashville.
Thank you.
What got you down to Austin this week?
Man, by Bert Kreischer. Actually, I was opening for him at the Moody Theater on Friday. Yeah.
Amazing. I love it.
I was like, man, you better do fucking good. I think you're fucking hysterical. I think you're so talented.
That's absolutely incredible. I had no idea that you had anybody here and that anybody even signed up. We got fucking lucky there.
Yeah, I was supposed to go home last night. I thought the fucking place is crazy. The weather did too. And
That's the best part of my job. Look at that. That's incredible.
yeah, and then he's on stage.
Amazing. Zach, so have you lived in Nashville your whole life?
No, I'm from Connecticut originally.
Okay.
I started comedy in Tampa. The shop.
Tampa.
Hell yeah.
He's sober right now. He's not drinking because he's getting married.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm also sober like for my career too. But
How long have you been sober for?
since December 29th.
December 29th.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this.
Not that I'm counting or anything, you know.
Let me ask you this because game recognized game. What exactly did you do on December 29th for your going away last hurrah?
Don't tell two lies and the truth. Oh, we gotta guess which one. What happened on December 29th?
Okay.
Two lies and the truth.
I went out to a bar with my friends.
I went out to a bar with my friends, or I got blacked out online and had my coke dealer come over there and accidentally did ketamine.
I'm guessing. I'm guessing all three are the truth here. Take us through it. So you got drunk on wine.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a chill night. Like, my friend just had a baby, and they came over, and then
He came over too.
baby was over too. There was like a picture of me, like, drunk, hanging, and then I was like, oh, they're never.
You're holding the baby inside
I was
of
like, give it to me. It's disgusting to make this joke. You're gonna blow the stomach. That's a little low, Zach. So we'll bring a gun. Yeah, I saw it sideways and shit. It was awful. I'm gonna try this.
Amazing. So then you had a little Pulp Fiction moment. You thought you were doing cocaine, but it turned out to be
Ketamine. Yeah, well, I think one of my buddies told me it was ketamine, and I just was, whatever. Who cares at this point?
How did that make you feel? I don't know much about ketamine, but from what I do know, it seems like being extremely drunk off of only wine would mix very oddly with that.
Yeah, I don't remember much, if I'm being completely honest. Like, how it made, there is like video. I went outside to get cigarettes from my car and busted my ass trying to get back in, and there's like video on the ring camera from my fiance being like, hey, fuck it, you want to see this? And I'm like, nah, I'm good, actually. I don't want to really hook up my hand as I'll fuck down. Can you please grab that video and post it?
Yeah.
I felt drunk into a public lamp and hit my head and knocked myself unconscious, and it got 5 million views.
Amazing. So Zach, you make all your money doing stand-up comedy?
Yeah, I do stand-up and sketch comedy.
I love it. What does the future wife do?
She's a private. I don't know. She's like works for like the government. Yeah,
Perfect.
they're doing a lot of good things. She makes all the decisions in my household. Yeah. She in charge of rent or anything like that? Yeah, you should see our crawl space. It's actually quite packed right now.
Zach, you are so funny. Where can people find your stuff?
On Instagram at Zach Townsend _ and our paid vacation comedy at YouTube. Yeah. We did a sketch. We actually did a sketch about Kill Tony. I don't know if you saw it.
Was it
The video, yeah, that was it. Yeah. I got you guys are all on really. Yeah.
We loved that so much. Literally, like our favorite thing. We sent it to each other and everything. It all looked absolutely hilarious.
Yeah. I think you guys should make the video game too. I mean, I think you guys are leaving some money on the table. Everybody's hitting me up about it. It should be real.
I absolutely agree. We've talked about it before. It could totally be down the line.
How long are you in town for now? I leave tomorrow. Yeah, I got shows this week, so I gotta try to get back. If I can get back home tomorrow, I gotta try to get back home.
Amazing. Well, how about you come back next time you do the Bridgestone Arena in Nashville and do a spot on there?
I would absolutely love to do that. I would love to do that, yeah.
Follow this man at Zach Townsend and repost the video game sketch and tag us in it. We'll repost it. It's so funny.
Thank you guys so much.
One more time for Zach Townsend, everybody. Yeah, great stuff, man. Alright, we're having fun now. Look at this. We're getting on the back half of this episode.
Starting from that monster of a lady.
Oh my god, it's incredible. And you forget Big Vinny. Great Berman's fake hog. Elazar deciding to do a brand new untested minute in front of 5 million people. And Sharon Ruth Hensley, and then the tables turn. Let's see if we can keep the momentum. As the bucket has decided that up next comes Angel Diaz, everybody. Hell
Yo, fuck yeah. Yo, give it up for myself one time. Hell yeah. Fuck, I actually have a real life question. Is anyone in here subletting a room? Fuck me, bro. God damn. Does anyone see themselves living with me at all? Jesus Christ. Alright, well, it's because I have to move out of my apartment, like, pretty bad. Like, alright, This is a text message thread between like me and my landlord. I had to write it down. Alright, this is what I said to them. I said, Mr. Landlord, no, right. I said, this Mr. Landlord man, can you please come tomorrow between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. to fix the AC unit? And this is what he said. He said, you short little Mexican man. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. He said, I am doing a live stream set on the radio. Please tune in online, and I will come around for. You won't believe who the fuck is a DJ. Oh, damn. You know what? Yeah, you give it for me.
Oh, the old gun slap of Angel Diaz.
Fuck yeah.
You open and close the little ass slap.
I love it.
Yeah.
Bringing the right energy.
Fuck yeah.
Swagger and confidence and stage presence, unlike almost anyone that's been up here.
Hell yeah. Yep. I'm a good guy. I don't know. What else the fuck do I say? What else?
Wow, look at you, Angel. How old are you?
I just turned 26 last week. Give it up for 26.
Okay, you don't have to give it up for everything. I'm gonna ask you a lot of questions, Angel.
This is like if Rage Against the Machine was a homeless guy.
I feel like he's gonna make noise for every question I ask. Making it up for working at a vape store. What do you do for work, Angel?
I have no job whatsoever.
No.
Yeah, I have no job.
How do you survive, Angel? Take us through a day in a life.
So, alright, so I've been going out of state to go steal shit.
Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah. Give it up for stealing shit.
Okay, there you go.
Being so vocal on this kind of stick.
Sell it while you're still in the other state. You don't want to cross state lines. Just a little advice.
What did you just say?
Angel, see, do you really make money stealing shit?
Well, not really, but kind of. Well, if I steal anything, like it's for myself, but like if you need bounty, I don't know. Like that's the type of shit I'm stealing. You know, like
paper towels?
Yeah, it's bad.
Can you give us an example of some time that you've stolen something? Like,
Well, allegedly,
you are a natural Angel Diaz. I might bring you back just for interviews.
What I like is you said bounty, which is a way of saying amount of money for something, but he actually meant paper towel.
Exactly. He's definitely going to California.
Yeah, that's right.
what was that? The California? I don't know what this guy is telling me. I'm sorry, I can't hear him too well.
You're okay.
Give California.
Angel, so take us through it. Allegedly.
Alright, so yeah, I'll like maybe 3 things that am I gonna go to jail for this?
No, you are protected. This is a comedy show and everything is a joke.
Yeah, but like,
Nothing leaves this room today.
but like, what if they catch me on camera? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's like, yo, this is you, and like, this is you talking.
I got good news for you, Angel. I got good news for you. Everybody that's ever stolen anything looks exactly like you. So, no way you get in trouble for this. Keep going, Angel. Tell us about the amazing work of the bounty hunter, Angel Diaz.
So I'll just walk in and then I'll walk out with like a whole bunch of bounty, and then I'll sell it to like the first person who needs bounty in their house. You know, like is anyone subletting a room?
Hold on, Angel. Seriously though, have you really stolen bounty paper towels?
Well, it's between bounty and spray paint, and so like I can't. Honestly, I really can't talk about it too much because like right now I have like an open case.
Angel, absolutely stop talking about it.
Well, let's just.
By the way, I would just argue that if you talk to the judge, I think she's going to let you go.
Can I just walk off now?
No.
Like a fucking goalpost.
Yeah, we might keep you here all night.
We're like porn directors and a 18-year-old girl just showed up because I don't know my dad. right.
This is incredible. Angel Diaz. So, what exactly, you can talk about this. What exactly is the open case for right now?
Well, honestly, well, it's for graffiti because I got caught and like, so pretty much it's like this. It's like, well, allegedly they saw me.
I got two catchphrases: a butt slap and allegedly.
I'm gonna do the butt slap on my way out, and it better be funny. I don't know, but so yeah, pretty much they call me like on camera, like the NYPD. They call me on camera pushing like an old graffiti writer, and they were like, "Yo, this is you," and then like, "This is you pushing the old man," and like I couldn't deny. I'm like, "No, I don't know that picture seems a little blurry." So like that's pretty much what I've been up to. Yo, so why you? So what's your name?
Angel Diaz.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Don't warm an orphan. Put him in a jar. Let's keep. It's a bug.
I hired to just make that look more than 4 months ago. We need belly and spray paint. Angel.
I love Rick's idea. Put him in a mason jar and just show him off. It's like a light. If you shake him a little bit, he slaps his butt. Angel Diaz, so you live in a barrel.
Can I have that water? Is there any chance you guys can grab that water?
Oh, yes, please have a delicious water. Angel Diaz, what is your living? Wow. Oh my goodness. See, now with that, you would be gotten wet if we did that. Angel, what is your living situation in Austin, Texas right now? Do you live here now?
I kind of stay with my sister when she just had a baby, so I can't really stay there. Is anyone subletting? I'm gonna stop saying it.
Seriously, you live with your sister?
Yeah.
Where she lives in Austin?
Yeah, no.
How long have you been in Austin?
Wednesday since last Wednesday.
Where did you come from?
New York City.
How did you get there?
I took a plane, bro. Like, what the hell?
Well, now there's been a lot of talk of Greyhound buses, and if anybody that I know from this episode belongs on a Greyhound bus, buddy, it's you. By the way, the judgment he showed towards the other Kill Tony guy for being on the Greyhound bus just now, so fucked up. Tony, who the fuck do you think I am, man? I took a fucking Spirit flight.
Yo, I literally took a Spirit flight.
Do you remember your boarding position by any chance?
Yo, I was D26.
Oh my god, that's pretty much last, right? I can't imagine what the guy behind you looked like. Has anybody seen my pants? The guy behind me stole my wallet with his feet. Sorry.
Yeah. Yo, wait, can I shout my girlfriend out?
Yeah, sure.
Yo, shout out your phone. Okay, I'm sorry. I should have said that.
There you go. She is now under arrest. D-Madness is actually going to bang her right now. Okay, so Angel, where'd you meet your girlfriend at?
So I met her at a party. And yo, it was crazy the way I did meet her though. So I saw her smoke me a whole bunch of cigarettes, and then I was like, so I went to the store. Are you okay?
We're watching a bunch of watch Freebird out now on Netflix. I know, me too.
We're not selling him today. All I'm getting paid for this kid is to be around me all the time.
Everybody loves
I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm serious. I'm gonna stop.
Bird, I can't wait to see the kind of trouble you get in when you purchase him right up for $2,100. Very
Nah, I'm more like 14. More like guys.
He's a tough negotiator, Bert. A master negotiator.
Of this sort, which is so we can put them together. There is a course of this, you can now have to put it. This is a very serious decision.
Angel Diaz will sleep in the gas tank of your tour bus. Hey, oh, just give me a second. I don't even need the money. Just give me a can of spray paint and paper towels. I'll fucking art. I'll fucking deck out your bus for. Okay, Angel. So let's talk about what jobs have you had before? I can't imagine you really holding down anything at all.
So I used to work in a law shop, and then I worked at a does anyone gonna pick that glass up? Like, what is going on?
He's like a fucking goldfish.
The problem is,
I better hope no one's barefoot.
They better not hope, but he better hope.
Those are mama's initial kids. Better hope.
Angel, you are so naturally funny. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been doing it for like 2 years now, and if I had my phone, last time I came to Austin, they were like, never do comedy in Austin, you need your guts, and like, I can't even, I don't want to blow up. Are you serious?
There's something so magical about laughing at someone and not with them. It's different.
His reactions to normal, everyday things are unbelievably funny.
It's like crowd work I've never seen before.
Are you serious? It's crazy. You better hope nobody's barefoot is insane. Like, these are things, I mean, Rick is a crowd work god, but I'm not quite sure I've seen anything. Oh, he's DXing the audience, Rick. I mean, as a crowd work Sith Lord, you must admit.
I'll say this, I don't think most people should be allowed to do crowd work. But I also think we all have to hope that no one is barefoot out there. And if you're in set, I went, yeah, that makes sense. This guy's a master. Crushing water, I mean, this dude is doing it. Yeah, even the way he hydrates is next level.
Hydrates, like he's very thirsty.
I am very thirsty right now. I actually do want to walk off, but
why do you want to walk off, Angel?
I don't know. I just want to go home.
Why? What are you going to do when you get home? What are you looking forward to?
So, actually, I got to watch the second half of Oppenheimer. So, like, I'm excited about that.
Oh, my God. I would pay money to watch Oppenheimer.
I can't even picture it. They just spread the atom, man. For real, man. Nobody was barefoot in there, dude. That's radioactive shit.
In that case, the grocery store is
Can you imagine going home and his sister and the baby sitting there while he watches Oppenheimer?
Can you walk me through what you've seen in Oppenheimer so far?
So I saw the part where they were like, so they were recording a whole bunch of guys, and then they were like, maybe you're the one who can like help us really like build this shit. And they were like, so who are we fighting against? And they were like, the Nazis. And they were like, all right, let's just go fight it.
So, maybe a movie review podcast.
Oh my God.
What's a movie that you finished recently, Angel Diaz?
What's your favorite movie?
Oh, okay. All right. My favorite movie is the Talladega Nights.
World famous Talahaga Nights, everybody. You know it, you love it, everybody is seeing it. With old Larry Bobby.
Write this if you try. You just give up. It is pure.
This is absolutely incredible. Can you give us a little synopsis of Talahaga Nights?
So pretty much it starts off with like a guy that like he's like a race driver guy, and then like fucking towards the end he gets like his bitch took, and then he has to like kind of like stun her like, yo, I just came in number one, and then like the guy is like his best friend that took his bitch. Keep that in mind. So he's like,
Keep that in mind. That's coming back. Keep that in mind. Wow. That's so good. I'm gonna this interview has gone on too long, but I'm gonna ask, what's one more movie that you've seen? Like, what's a serious movie, not a comedy? I want something serious. You ever seen Forrest Gump? How would you explain Forrest Gump?
So in Forrest Gump, I started off. No, I'm kidding. I was trying to be Forrest, but now that was bad. I'm actually gonna walk off. I've seen Forrest Gump. What
do you remember about Forrest Gump?
That he was kind of stupid, and then, but somehow he was there for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, like it was just like, yo, let's just have like this dumb guy as like a fly in the wall. You know, like that's pretty much the movie.
Interesting concept.
He's back.
Do you know how that movie was sold?
How?
The Pitch is a movie about a lucky retard.
Wow.
Swear to God, Pitch had the room, and the guy goes, I'm in.
Yeah. Amazing. That makes sense. Angel Diaz, I hate to do that. I've been doing this so often lately, and it's a real fucking problem. The internet's gonna hate me for this, I think. Redman's furious. He's already groaning over here. But Angel, you are absolutely priceless, and you are indeed the newest golden ticket winner here. There's the butt slap. Come back again. The whole world that needs to see you again. You're about as welcome as it gets in Austin, Texas, by the way, Angel Diaz. Holy shit. Oh my God. He was real deal. For real deal. Or there's going to be shit missing from now on around here.
Right before he walked off, he goes, yo, can I
What up, Pimp? How are you?
He is real trouble.
You're on the train? Okay. Are you going to an Amish? Are you on your way to an Amish orgy?
Yeah, that is one that like I said,
okay, how was it? Did people congratulate you on being one of the funniest people in South Australia?
Yeah. It was also that was a comedian that got on stage and he gave the first person and Ellen Hubbard helped her to that was pretty funny.
All I heard is L. Ron Hubbard. What'd you say?
There was a comedian who got on stage and he gave the person that organizer of the event. He gave the organizer of the person who organized the open mics L. Ron Hubbard to review.
Okay, why did he do that?
Why did he do that?
Why did he do that? Yeah.
Because he has to come back next week and review L. Ron Hubbard part of his set.
Okay, do you think he's gonna do it?
Yeah.
Okay. Did any chicks come up to you and say, "Hey, I can't believe it's one of the top 8 funniest people in all of South Australia"? Did any chicks come up to you and say, "I can't believe it's one of the top 8 funniest people in all of South Australia"?
It was 12 people.
All right. Did any chicks come up to you and say, "I can't believe that it's one of the 12 funniest people in all of South Australia"?
No.
All right. How's Chelsea doing? What do you think she got too big, or she was just embarrassed, or what? All right. Where do you think she was?
Maybe working. I don't know.
Okay. How about the girl who won? Was that girl there? Okay. Who was there? Was your friend J. Michael or whatever?
No,
How about the other Michael? Dude, so was anyone there?
Henry Wilson and Ali was there.
Oh, what did Allie say?
I don't think I talked to Ali.
Okay, why not? Was she intimidated by your humor?
I was very
Okay. Very well. Are you ready to look?
I was talking to one of the newer guys from 22. He's only like performing. He didn't do bad actually. But it's like I just went up to him and was like, yeah, honestly, wasn't as great as the other songs. I literally said that.
Oh, so you just had to kick him in his nuts. You had to kick him in the nuts.
I don't think I'm terrible. I just thought like, look, I feel like he has a kind of personality. He doesn't have anything to like. He just has a fun. He hasn't found the thing to like. He needs to talk about.
Do you think you're gonna move into the next heat or whatever? You were like in the D group. Do you think you're gonna move up to the C group?
I'm gonna move up to showcase. Friday.
Okay. What does that mean?
Showcase is where you perform Friday nights in a bigger crowd, so people have more time to listen Friday night. So people work the weekend, and then there's like a few corporate people who go to those events that are higher up in the industry, like management as well, that are looking for scientific.
Okay. Do you think you could get signed? Yeah.
I could get management right now.
Do you think you're one of the top 5 funniest people in South Australia?
No. I can get management right now if I want to. It's just it's a big thing. It's like $500 a year. Then I can get they take like 15-20%, whatever I charge.
Okay, but do you think you're one of the top 5 funniest people in South Australia right now?
No.
How about a top 10?
No.
How about a top 20?
Maybe.
How about a top 30?
Yeah, I'm
No, I know, but if we took everyone in South Australia, do you think you're in the top 50 funniest people?
as a Canadian or just funny?
Just funny in general. Everybody. Yeah, that's true. All right, but they don't do it professionally. Right, you're still an amateur. So why don't you get representation? Yeah, baby. Why is it the worst time?
I'd like to just on and
And that's in February?
Yeah, that's February.
Okay. Do you think Chelsea's going to compete? Do you think Chelsea's going to compete?
Chelsea has 4 events.
What are her 4 events?
One with Ali, a few other girls. It's just a girl on the track. And then she's got one with the guys that I know. And then she has Chaos Fury, which is not mine. But yeah, she has 4 events.
Is she gonna do that? Go ahead. Go ahead.
You say Chelsea was small.
Yes.
She needs to be more universal. Right now, everything she's saying is like is everything she is do you watch that stuff? If you're outside of Adelaide, you probably won't get what the stuff is saying.
Okay. Is she gonna do Adelaide Fringe?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay, but you couldn't think of the 4th one. You said that she's doing the all-girls one, the one with your friend, the one that's Chaos Theory. Is the 4th one Adelaide Fringe? Okay. Do you think she's gonna go professional soon?
I'm not saying maybe a year.
Who do you think's the next comedian in your group to go pro? Who is it? Ed Pilot? J. Michael? He's not professional yet? He's not like someone who takes more than $1,000 a year for being a comedian.
He probably makes more.
All right, so he's already a professional.
There would be one to go make more than $1,000. Yeah.
Now, if that's the case, the Yossi consistently hold that this is a girl is going to be okay, not a problem. Then you have a problem with our Mishnah. Or it says no, incorrect. No.
She does want it. She's a hustler.
Or maybe Ali works really hard on organizing the events, but then she panics. She panics before she gets on stage.
Do you think who's funnier, Ali or Chelsea?
so you don't have to explain it so much. But what is sourdough bread?
I'm asking you to rank them.
Flour, you put it with water, they allow it to ferment for a long time. Feeding it, and it's
I don't know. Maybe Alan. Maybe Chelsea will work.
Okay. And how about the beat poet?
The sourdough.
She was right.
Actual starter.
Are you shocked that she beat you? Okay, well, you say she's not great, but you're not shocked that she beat you. How could that happen?
It's more criteria like it's on TV, and I was just doing a little thing a little bit more controversial on TV.
Okay. And do you think the beat poet could go pro anytime soon?
There's an audience for it.
All right, give me an example of one of her poems.
Sorry?
Like, do any of her poems rhyme? Do any of her poems rhyme?
Oh, no, she was a bump.
I thought she was a beat poet.
Yeah, she has experience in the class, and she just did stand up. Like, she just did normal stand up.
Oh, okay. So she didn't do poetry.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
All right. Well, aside from talking about being a lesbian, what else did she talk about?
She was fucking dude. Well, she was a lesbian.
Oh, cool. Did you watch Kill Tony last night?
What?
Did you watch Kill Tony last night?
No.
All right. All right. Peace. So, what are we gonna do with you, son?
Pepper to the mix, a little Diablo sauce, if you will. Angel Diaz is the newest winner of I'm getting word. The mothership is out of paper towels. Somehow turned him into PCP in the back. All right, well, my sister's gonna have a fun day when this comes out. Oh God. Hey, also check it out. I have a reason to stay now. I'm gonna leave my bitch in New York and the court. I'm just not gonna show up the court. I got a whole thing going on now. Court's not happening. He's gonna avoid that case in New York City. All right, your next fuck up poll. You guys having fun out there, huh? Your next fuck up poll goes by the name of Andrew Lowe, everybody. Yo, what's going on, y'all? How's it going tonight? Yeah. So I was told recently, y'all, that I look like Hyde from that 70s show. And, I don't know if you keep up with the news or nothing like that, but, just pretty disgusting to be compared to somebody who's a known Scientologist, you know what I mean, guys? Because there's nothing worse than that, right? No, just kidding, we did do a couple rings, but we did do a couple rings, so I just like to think that the guy that compared me to him was like, I haven't seen him on anything in a while, like, I love that 70s show, what's he been? I was like, I don't know, you probably haven't seen him in anything, actually, you're probably gonna fucking see him in jail, you'll see him there, so don't really fuck with that, but you know what I do fuck with, though? I actually have a question, guys, I have a question for the audience. Be honest, does anybody out here use the Coinstar? Has anybody used Coinstar before? Make some noise. Yeah. Broke ass bitches. I'm not talking shit though, because I'm a broke ass bitch. Obviously, I'm a convict, right? But if you haven't used the Coinstar, if you don't know what it is, it's this fun little machine you'll find tucked away in the corner of the Walmart, right? And you just bring over your saved up coins and you just like, Hello, everybody. Were you getting that towards the end there? Those-ish. No, I was good, though. Okay. It's just that Angel Diaz. I got Angel back. Yeah, I did request that Angel perhaps he might be back. What if we had Angel do the same material? See if. Do you have your material written down somewhere by any chance?
Do I have material written down?
Yeah. No, I got. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to have, just like you did with movie reviews, we're going to bring Angel back, and we're going to have him watch your set, and then he's going to give a synopsis of what you talked about. Is there any chance we have Angel back there? Is Angel still here? I think Angel left. We're getting word he's already finished Oppenheimer.
ICE agents have taken him and decided to release him.
ICE agents love Angel Diaz. He might actually be the one that can solve all of America's problems right now. See here? He wasn't able to get them. Okay, we have. He might already be in a fight in the alleyway right now. This is incredible. Andrew, how long have you been doing comedy?
Probably like 3-4 years, I would think.
3 or 4 years.
One thing I liked was you said, I don't know if you guys have seen the news, and then you told a joke about something that happened from 5 years ago on the news. So that might not be the best intro into the high raping.
I mean, it was on the news recently, to be fair.
It was?
Yeah, just that was why somebody brought it up. Okay, I've gotten word, ladies and gentlemen, that they were able to retrieve Angel Diaz. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks so much for the return of Angel Diaz.
There he is, live in the light.
All the people are saying his new favorite comic, one of the all-time great, a superstar. Angel, here's what we're gonna do. I want you to stand back here between Michael Gonzalez and D Madness. I want you to watch Andrew Lowe's set.
Give me some notes.
And then I want you to give, like you did with the movies, I want you to give a synopsis of what he talked about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Andrew Lowe, everybody.
So let's really be honest though, because I didn't hear enough people make some noise. Because I know, has anybody used fucking Coinstar? Make some noise. Thank you to my fellow broke bitches out there. All right. So if you haven't used the Coinstar, like I was saying, it's this fun little machine you find tucked away in the corner of the Walmart, right? You walk up, if you're saved up a box of coins, where the fuck you keep it in, right? You just walk up and you. And that's the thing. It's so fucking loud. It just lets everybody know in the general vicinity that you're not really doing something right now. Right? Right? Because nobody's using the Coinstar as like, oh, I saved up some coins. I'm going to give myself something nice. And no. It's me, high as hell in my Nike slides. Just like this needs to be $70 somehow. Or I'm totally shit out of luck, but it's not. It's like $40 minus 3. Because there's a fee. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There's a fee. I'm down this bad. You're just going to fuck me some more out here? It's like, well, yeah, because you're still going to take it. That's the little points that you are. Thanks, guys. That's my time.
Sentence from Andrew Lowe. Here's the synopsis by Angel Diaz. Angel, step up to that mic. Let's say somebody hadn't seen what Andrew Lowe talked about. How would you describe it to them?
Pretty much this guy is broke as shit.
There he is. You're good, big dog. So I have a question for you, and it may be one of the greatest questions that you've ever been asked. But are you ready to lose? Dude. Yeah, baby.
I have a plan.
Okay, let's hear it.
Why? Because you can have fertilizer coming from the tree.
I'm gonna go down the can show, and then I'm gonna get the name off the show.
Are you gonna try to blow him?
I'm gonna be like, yo, I don't always people that are always capable of talented.
It's permissible.
But it's on.
No, you said you were going to say that Rabbi Rothschild introduced me to you, and you should know that I am forever indebted to them because of their kindness. And Jada Can would say, "Oh, dog, his live streams, they're amazing."
Yeah, he's listening to our last stream right now.
I'm sure he is. I would be. Dude, do you see the other person in here named Spirit Man?
We're running out of time, so maybe we'll get back
Dude.
to this at the end. But there are some fascinating halachical unanswered questions with regards
Do you
to
see the other person in here named Spirit?
I don't think so.
You know, they've been live streaming their life for more than 250 days on YouTube, just like I do.
So, I do think you're a little bit early.
All right, well, I appreciate your opinion. Did you know that they've been doing it 250 days, though?
That's a long time.
It is, dog.
I think I started doing stand-up 250 days ago.
Maybe they were motivated by your stand-up career.
I don't think so.
You never know, though, Zoo. Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, 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 Zoo. Zoo, what are your thoughts on this shot? Zoo, Zoo, did you see my shot?
I know you know everything. You know just as much as I do about Adelaide comedy scene.
Oh, I do too. I think it's amazing. Oh, get it, Zoo. Zoo, that was an amazing shot. Unfortunately for you, it came at the wrong time. I love it too, man.
You know the venue that James can't start.
It was Rhino Room?
Yeah.
Oh, it was Rhino Room. Zoo, what's up with your amazing shots? That's short.
What happens if that baguette, that garment, gets mixed up with other ones, and continue getting mixed up, all that the all goes to be prohibited. One the same whatever it says.
Oh,
I don't reckon 100 years from now that in 100 years from now, the Rhino Room will probably be one of the most historic buildings in Adelaide.
oh, for sure, because that's where you get your start. That's where you got your start, baby. I think the Rhino Room could eventually become one of the most famous comedy clubs in the world.
As you're benefiting from it, it's getting destroyed.
We talk about it more than the Comedy Store. The only place we talk about more is the Comedy Mothership. I think it seats like 200 people. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. What a shot. Dude, that was one of the best shots of my entire career. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, the Rhino Room takes 200 people.
Does it ever sell out? Zoo, what an amazing shot you just had.
But James Can's not performing in Manila.
All right, he's at the Adelaide Civic Center. Nope. Where is he? What's low life? So it's like not as good location.
It's the same building.
Is it owned by the same people?
No, I'm not sure.
Who owns Rhino Room?
A barrel of yayin hetza got mixed up with this other wine. Also, it's made of fish. He came to Amr itself. Called Arba Zuzi. He gave him a value of 4 coins. Shortly, the
When you become a crypto billionaire, are you gonna buy Rhino Room? I agree. I agree. Zoot, do you think you're gonna score in this game?
If I was a billionaire, I'd buy Rhino Room and I'd buy Low Life together, and then I would have Mondays and Friday nights, open mic every Monday, Friday. So open mics every Monday, Friday, and Saturday.
Why not just open mics every night?
Yeah, and then I'd give all the comedians, like all the main comedians, I'm someone host that manages it every night, and I'll give them like a yearly salary so they can quit their job.
Do you want to own a comedy club someday, Zoot?
I told you I want to buy a comedy club and take it over, and no one speaks English, and just bring everyone over there.
Okay. What do they speak there?
Portuguese.
Okay. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
All right.
No,
Why is that, Zoot?
because I don't think the Australian media is being run by Australians.
Oh, it's definitely not.
The tree and the things that you like is you by doing that nullify the other result. With Sarkar, for the sake of the tree, he Asura, the tree still remains Asura and
Zoot, what are your thoughts on my shots?
Rabbi, are you going to watch the Michael Jackson movie this year?
Oh, for sure, dog. I've been excited about it for like an entire year. Are you ready for Jafar?
Yeah. Did you know that the thing I don't like about it though is it's not accurate?
What's not accurate about it, big dog?
You know how did you know that Michael Jackson put on that voice for interviews and his actual voice in real life was a paper? He did that so it can be recognized.
Yeah, he
He
wasn't.
did that for
It wasn't.
It
wasn't.
And so it can come out.
It wasn't way deeper though. No, it wasn't. I know the interview you're talking about, and I've seen him. I mean, it's deeper, but it's not.
No.
That doesn't make a book. That's just a natural process.
Have you heard the video game that he voiced?
What video game did he voice, Zoot?
It's a boxing game. He did a boxing game. And he did his real voice in a boxing game.
Oh, okay. What's the name of the boxing game? Michael Jackson's Knockout?
I can't remember.
Did you ever play it? Of all the games, dude, that I would expect you to play, it would be Michael Jackson's boxing game.
Everyone agrees that the alcohol will serve the broken pieces. Alcohol shivers. Talk about the broken pieces of the broken pieces. The secondary.
It was on my console that no one's heard of.
All right, well, you can't get it on an emulator. Yo, you can't get it.
I think it was on Sega Dreamcast.
Oh, dude, that was a popular console back in the day.
What is the name of the
Harry Potter, Obama, Sonic, Teddy New. They're Sprotos.
Yeah.
How'd you find out? How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Even a simple person, you don't need to have a good one. You have to have a craftsman. Go to put it back. The other myself, in one opinion, says 3 letters, zero. Since a simple person, a DIY guy, can just simply put it back. It's gonna be.
Zoot, you're up.
The other opinion is there was some common potato or judge not the kabato, rather hella there to do lasa. Only the way that it goes, which means the hainu or the normal way. Halab to do lasa. If it's not the normal way, halab lasahi. If it's not to be the normal way, the ain shrifa the bottom does not need to be dispato because again that's not the only reason. As Rashi explains, she elevated she kayama. You're neviat masnisim in those cases. About how the last line of Rashi before the end of the parak, lav hainu works a lipo. Will start get to look at the terror. It's not normal for it to fall off and to fall apart, and therefore because it fell apart in an abnormal way, therefore it's going to be batal. Hadron Allah call Aslamin. Have a wonderful day.
Morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning.
You're done. It's called Ready to Rumble Boxing. Oh, I know that game. Yeah, that was a big game, dude. I mean, arguably it didn't. It was pretty popular. It didn't keep up in the console race.
Let's with that, let us move a lot to do today's daf is Memchas 48.
I don't know, dog.
On days.
All right, I'm looking at Ready to Rumble boxing.
First Mishnah on the page. About probably 12 lines down. Shlosh Batim Day. There's 3 different types of homes.
Are you sure that this is his voice?
Yes, our topic is Avodah excellent, right? Although it's not always that way in Shas, but it happens to be in this Mishnah. We're pretty consistent.
Dude, it was on PlayStation as well.
The Mishnah says as follows. There are 3 types of homes.
Word, dog.
When it comes to Avodah Zarah, what does that mean? It says as follows.
Dude, it was a big game. I had this game.
If a home was built from the beginning for Avodah Zarah, in other words, you have a home that literally again was built for Avodah Zarah purposes.
All right, I'm about to listen to it. Just a moment.
Again, that home is Asr Banda. Good. Now, again, remember, as you've seen already, if it was built by Chachum, then what? You can be Mevatel. Can do that. Don't buy it. You can't be Mevatel. Okay.
Michael Jackson was really in the game?
The home was built for.
I don't remember that.
And you added something to the home. You covered Avodas Kochavim. No Tomash Mechadish. Ultimately, if you remove any of the old Avodah Zarah additions, then the home becomes permitted. Category 3. If it was just a regular house, but it tells you that the Akum is idols into the house. So one idol is in the house, ultimately the house is also wide. Because the house is considered to be serving Avodah Zarah, right? It's attending to Avodah Zarah. Once the avodah zarah is removed, ultimately again the house becomes permitted. So therefore, three categories. Category one, you build the house for the sake of avodah zarah, the house is awesome. Category two, you build the house for regular mundane purposes, but then you add on something for avodah zarah. You plaster it.
That's pretty wild, dude.
Remove the plaster, remove the decorations, remove the additions. House is mutter. Case number three, regular house. You just
that
avodah zarah into it.
that
When
voice.
the avodah zarah is there, house is unfit for use. Once the avodah zarah ultimately is removed, house is mutter. Says the Gemara, Amar Rav, Rav says if one bows down to a house, ultimately it's asr. This is very interesting. Right, so again, in this case over here, it sounds like you have a regular house.
Yeah, it's wild.
Down to his
All right, dude, are you almost at your orgy?
No, I'm in the city. Yeah.
See, saying that was detached.
Oh, okay.
And then
What time's the orgy?
It's detached state status.
There is no orgy.
Oh, okay. What time's the gang?
The materials were originally detached. Now you attach them to the ground, right? And you worship.
There is ground to that.
Are you excited for the Olympics?
Anything that's attached to the ground can't become usher. So you see from the fact that Rav says that you can bow down to a house and make it usher indicates to us that as long as
do you know who's competing from Australia?
Attached, even if you now attached it, it is mutter. I'm sorry.
There are 53 people. 53 people from Australia who are going to compete. Did you know that?
Well, we learned halakha. The only way that it's usher is if you originally.
Do you know who Jakara Anthony is?
It sounds like again the only way a home becomes usher is only if from the beginning, from its inception, that it was worshipped.
Zoot. Do you know who Scotty James is? He's a snowboarder.
Whether you went ahead and built it for the sake of
he's going for the gold in the half pipe.
Or
do you know what Channel 9 is?
You didn't build it for the sake of avodah zarah. Either way, halakha l'maisa, that house becomes
Zoot. Do you know what Channel 9 is?
In that case, there are
Channel 9.
Right? Because category one
it's
was
not the biggest TV station in Australia.
Category two,
do you know what 9 now is?
Category three, house avodah zarah inside of it. Now there's a fourth category.
Yeah.
What's the fourth category?
Do you know what Stan Sport is?
It was built for mundane purposes, and then you bow down to it.
Okay.
Why isn't that?
Do you know that the opening ceremonies will air on Saturday, February 7th?
Let's remember again, why we do this, right? What's the point of the Mishnah like this?
Because I love you and I love everything about what you are. And so I do my best to follow it as closely as possible. Did you know that?
Since when it comes to bittul, I remember
Do you know who the biggest favorite host in Australia
has the ability to do this essentially by damaging
I do.
even in some small way. Right? If it damages it, ultimately again.
You're talking just on any Australian television, right? Probably Rove McManus.
From the decommissioning perspective, the process is the same.
What do you know about Rove McManus?
Those two, building it and Ishtaka bowing down to it, together.
No, what do you want to know about him? I'll tell you all about him.
There are three different types of stones, right?
Yeah, you want me to tell you all about him? All right, well, you should know first and foremost, he was born John Henry Michael McManus, and his birthday is... All right, well then, you can just learn about him later. He's from Perth. And he acquired the nickname Rove as a child from his sister. Did you know that? He acquired the nickname Rove from his sister.
If you remove the paint or the plaster from the stone becomes permitted for use.
Well, did you know that his wife's pretty hot?
What happens again?
His best one was
and you didn't do any additions to the stone, but you just put avodah zarah.
Do you know how she died?
Then what I was saying? When the Avodah Zarah is situated on top of it, the stone is also. If the Avodah Zarah is removed from
Metastatic breast cancer on November 11th, 2006. Do you remember it?
Next, says the Gemara. Rabbi Ami, Baruch see it. The Gemara says when you talk about this idea of plastering.
Do you know who Tasman Walton is?
It has to be. The Gemara suggesting over here. Rabbi Ami suggesting. It has to be.
Are you a big supporter of Fremantle Football Club?
Not just that you applied some type of
You don't have a big Canadian
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. Did you know though? Do you know what Fremantle Television is?
Says, but we're comparing the case of the case of the house.
It's a big deal, isn't it?
And when it comes to a home, we talk about plastering or painting.
No, dog. They're like a production company. They've produced a bunch of stuff in the United States. They've produced a bunch of stuff in the United States. All right, so you,
in a house case, or in a dealing with a case where already
I'll tell you in a second.
Previously plastered or painted. And now what are you doing?
Oh, it's like
the house itself. Anything that's done
Mutual Animal Kingdom in the United States.
No, rather than I'm making statements, ultimately making it in terms of
yeah, I've seen that.
What? The Afagav decided the Kais the Gufashal.
Did you know that is
this is very interesting.
No one knows that.
I have a stone.
If you want one animal then maybe that's based in Australia, which is just the TV series that's usually based on
you'll be like, the stone is good to go. And plus, you do not
no way.
have to do, you do not have to do anything with the actual body.
You think that it's better than the TV
body
show?
Of the stone itself in order to be mevatel the avodah zarah identity. Why
Okay.
is that?
Did you do that? Did you know that? I don't know what the TV show is.
Because you might have thought that once you paint
Animal Kingdom,
Oh, okay. So yeah, I know what that is in the United States.
That was originally quarried for avodah zarah purposes. In which case, the stone itself is fundamentally usher, and maybe to be mevatel, you have to manage to do something with the body of the stone
like in the
itself. No. That when you
80s, like
decorated,
it hasn't been big.
Remove that exterior or decoration.
Okay, so then we're talking about different shows. The Animal Kingdom TV series is an American crime drama developed by Jonathan Lithgow. It is based on the 2010 Australian film of the same name, which in turn was inspired by the criminal Pettigill family.
House started regular.
But
then what happens? You painted it. You plastered it and saved up all the dollar. So I might have thought that now that I have changed the house in order to store it back.
But there used to be a show called it's called Wild Kingdom. Wild Kingdom was on from 1963 to 1988, and it was revived in 2002. And do you know what Steve Irwin's show is called?
All I need to do is strip away the plaster, strip away the paint. I don't have to do anything to the body of the stone.
All right. Well, what were his shows called?
The object, the entity, or the person is so broken that the change has to be comprehensive.
That's correct.
The house itself has to be changed. The stone itself has to be.
Do you know what? Do you know when he died? It was kind of seen as a joke in the United States. Like, yeah, of course that guy died. He's like always doing crazy shit with animals.
When we know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive, cathartic, like house change or stone change. Meanwhile,
were you aware of that?
It's 20 years.
A little bit, remove a little plastic here, remove a little plastic over here.
Right. You guys really mourn him.
It have the most tremendous effect. Incredible. Top of Manifest 48 English though. Shalosh Hashem is saying, There are three different types of Asherah trees. Here's what's interesting. We're going to see something.
What did he do?
We've always thought, and maybe I'm just projecting, right? We've always thought that an Asherah tree is a particular type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah.
What did he do?
Yeah, what did you feel that he did
Turns out that is
really
not
well?
the case. By the way, there's also no tooth fairy. This is fascinating. Gemara says, and then she right now again we'll see actually subject this discussion about
I'm in
this.
agreement with
Right,
you.
but Lamaisa, and Ashir is not as much a type of
Do you
tree
think they'll ever
as much
release
as
his?
worship for
Do you
Avodah
think they'll
Zarah
ever
is
release the
called
video of him
Asherah
dying?
tree.
Do you think
So
they'll
Asherah
ever
is
release
an-
the video of him
Asherah.
dying?
Even Shinata Shabbat's Kavah is Asura. Anytime that you plant a
Okay,
tree
when are they going
for
to
the
release
sake
it?
of Avodah Zarah, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir.
When they release it,
Right. So
Is that what you think happened?
So I planted the sake of Avodah Zarah. That's called an Asherah. That's called an
Is that
Asherah.
really what you think
That's
happened?
fine. It's not Asura. Gido Upis, that's category 1. Category 2 is you have a regular
Is
tree,
it?
right? The tree was planted for regular mundane tree purposes.
Yeah.
Then what happens? Gido Upislo.
Okay.
And I plant ultimately again. All right.
The natives will use
I
every
trim it.
native will
I
use
prune
that.
it or I trim it.
And if
For
you
the
kill
sake of
children,
Avodah Zarah. So this gives it again. Tree was planted for regular
No one in the
mundane
United States would care.
then
The
what
United
happens?
States
I
has
prune it
already a bunch of
for the
reasons
sake
not to
of
like
Avodah
him.
Zarah. The hichlif, and now again it regrows. No telling Rashi hichlif. So
You guys
ultimately
told me
again,
about it. Like,
then I will say in this case,
Uh,
that which
I don't.
grows is also al avodah zarah, right? Because in this
Do you
case,
know that there's
it was planted for mundane
No.
purposes.
uh,
I put
do
it
you know
down
that I don't know?
for the sake of
Do
avodah
you know that
zarah.
there's a Steve
The
Irwin
new
Day
grows, therefore,
in
all avodah zarah.
Australia
So how
on
do
the
you go ahead
15th of
and
November?
restore the feedback permitted status, take away or cut off the new growths. If you went ahead and
Yeah,
got a regular
and the
tree,
reason why it's
you
on the
place it
15th
on
of
avodah zarah,
November
right? You place it
is
on avodah
because
zarah
the
on
date was chosen
and
because it
Nahla,
takes
and then
place
it
on the
was
birthday
Torres
of one of Irwin's favorite
All the
animals,
avodah zarah is under
a
the tree,
tortoise
which is also
from the
because
Galapagos
it's
Islands.
considered
Did you know that?
serving avodah zarah. But once you go ahead and remove the avodah zarah underneath the tree, and ultimately again, the
Did
tree
you know
becomes
that
once again.
employees at the Australia Zoo wear khaki uniforms in Steve Irwin's memory?
The three categories of trees, the three categories of stones, the three categories of homes, all closely resemble one another.
Do you know that there's a species of air-breathing land snails known as Crikey Steve Irwini, which was named after Irwin in 2009?
In that case, the new growths are the ones that are usher. So I'm going to do and this is assuming, of course, that
He's going to be in Portugal?
the actual body of the tree. The Gemara says,
It's going to be in the back.
Is he?
So it says, here's what's interesting. So the Yanai says, they were talking about over here, Hivrich.
Okay, that'll be pretty big for his career.
Hirkiv means, right? So what does this mean? Rabbi Ami's coming along, Rabbi Yanai's coming along and saying, what's the case? The case is where you're doing something much more substantial with the tree, right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or you're these two processes.
Do you think he's going to do really well?
Rashi points out over here that you take one part of the tree, you put the top into the ground, grows roots over there, then you cut it, and it becomes two independent trees. Even if you graft it or trim it, that makes it avodah zarah.
Are you in love with him?
The Rabbi Yana's statement is rather relevant when it comes to bittul.
Who the fuck is Sophie?
Even if you graft or
Who the fuck is Sophie Monk?
There's two ways to graft. You can go ahead and graft one tree into another, or like I said, if you can imagine,
All
let's say
right.
you have like a sapling, right? So it's bendable. You take the top part of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground, you plant that top. That top then develops the roots.
800 million?
You then cut it like in the middle of, we'll call it the bow.
No,
Now, effectively, you have two trees.
Oh, that's not that much. That's like pretty low for like. Yeah, that's pretty low.
maybe it's as if you've actually planted the
No,
tree
it's
from
not
the
that
beginning
long.
for sake of a
Yeah.
desire.
Well,
And
for like
obviously, as we've
30 to
seen,
60 days.
once you're creating something
Right,
for the sake
but
of
there's a
desire
lot of
from
follow-up
the
with that.
beginning, that takes on a much greater severity. I'm at a thought that
All right.
is the
I mean, they're
ability
pushing him to
plant
be
something from the beginning for
a
desire.
star
This is
in the
not
United
wrong.
States. There's no doubt
That is
about that.
not the case. Okay, incredible. Amr Shmuel says as follows: person
It
comes
is
down to
everywhere
the
you go.
tree. Anything that grows on the tree after the moment that he bowed down.
What
to it
about
is also
Bindi?
desire.
Why
So
isn't
it's not like
Bindi
this
as
is the
big?
case of where the tree was planted for regular purposes. Then the akum came
Because
along
she's
and
married,
died.
she's single.
So anything that grows post
Because she's
bowing
married and
is
not
going to have the
single. Okay.
status of a avodah
And
zarah.
because she's a mom, right?
Master of Elazar, Gido,
Yes.
so it says,
Okay.
the ultimate, again,
Are you someone who feels
that
that Bindi Irwin
Mishnah says if you
be a megastar someday?
and then there were new growths, the new growths were usher. So
Bindi.
you don't pistol in. So it sounds like you have to do a maisa. You have to prune it or trim it for the sake of Elazar, then the new growths are usher. But again, lo gido
Do you
pistol.
think
But if you didn't prune it, you didn't trim it, and
that
you just bowed down to it, it sounds like that would not create
Bindi
a problem.
could be a
Therefore, again,
megastar?
Rabbi Elazar is raising his kasha on Shmuel. So the Gemara says, I'm going to Shmuel.
She already
Shmuel says,
was.
"Amari Rabbanani."
Not in the
Shmuel
United
says,
States.
whose opinion is reflected in Mishnah? That's the opinion of the Rabbanim. This goes
Yeah,
back to
let's
Shabbos.
say they go
Shmuel don't
try
have
to go
Yossi
big
by
in the job.
Shmuel himself
I'll
owns
just take
Rabbi
over
Yossi by
is like
Amar.
everybody
He
does
says,
say
Ilan Shenat
she
Lo
was
Basal
marketed
Ba'al
as
Asar.
deputy
So again,
John
also,
Girl,
he's a fundamental okay.
she was
Rabbi Yossi by
she was big, coach heavy. She was a child star.
For regular
And then
mundane
she,
purposes, if you worship it, it subsequently
she
becomes
went
asr.
on
So
a
that's
high
Shmuel's view, but that is
during
not
like her teenage years. No one really knew about her.
okay. So let's get to
Do you
that.
know that absolutely no one in the United States knows who she is?
So do Rabbi Yosef Yehuda and Rabbanon, do they really argue in the case of Tosefes? So mostly just understand what's happening over here.
What was that?
Our Mishnah said, right? Our Mishnah said.
Well, they know who her brother is.
And then you prune it or you trim it for the sake of avodah zarah. So you're doing a meiser with the tree. Any new growths are usher as avodah zarah.
It's harder
Shmuel
to
comes along
market.
and says,
I think it'd be easier, but okay.
Just
But I understand. She got married, and that kind of fucks things up. Do you know that she had a music career?
Between Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar, it's actually
Sort of.
Yeah,
Bindi.
you can't
Rabbanon's view is mentioned in the Mishnah.
she's
If
married,
you
she
just bow
has
down to a
she
tree that was
has a
planted for
child,
purposes,
and
you
it's
haven't
just
done anything. In other words, I shouldn't say you haven't done anything.
Do you know-
You know, getting
don't
pushed
fundamentally
off.
change the tree. The Rabbi Yosef
Yeah,
holds
that's pushed off.
that even if
Who?
something was planted for mundane purposes, if you bow to it, if you worship it,
Yeah, she
from
is.
that point
Doug,
on,
what about that
oh,
chick I sent you from Australia?
That's my fault. Master Rav,
Which one?
reminds Rabbi Yosef by Yehuda, but
Oh.
how do you know that Rabbi Yosef
Samara Weaving.
with new growth?
Samara Weaving.
Dilma, it's Tosefes a divrei hakol. So maybe everyone agrees that when you bow down to a tree, the new growths are.
What are your thoughts on Samara Weaving?
What's the method? Yes, would be karaoke, and perhaps.
Dude, how don't you know? She's fucking from Adelaide.
Post worship. Rabbi Yosef who the Savri Karnami Asr.
What's that?
Who the holds that when you
Samara
bow down to the tree,
Weaving.
the tree itself becomes Asr. Tichsiv Basharayim Tisrafun Vaish. Because the pasuk says you have to destroy the asheros, and therefore again, once you worship it, by definition, you endow it with avodah zarah. Rabbanan hold no.
Dude, she's arguably
Ultimately, again, the Iker Ilan,
the
primary
second
tree,
hottest
the
Australian chick.
You shall uproot their asheros.
Dude, just look in your fucking messages on Discord. I sent you this like weeks ago.
That you have to burn their asheros. Why do you need to say
SAMARA space WEAVING.
Because it's telling you there's a type of tree where the new growth is but the primary tree remains mutter. What type of tree is that?
It's Samara Weaving.
That's a tree that was initially planted for mundane purposes. Then let's say pruned.
ARA.
Trimmed. The new growths ultimately again become the hitema.
Okay.
And again, the Gemara says maybe.
I mean, can she get it?
Up like this because
Yeah, dude, she's hot as fuck.
Because the proofs that each of them both are potentially interchangeable. First white line. In case Gido Upisulo Man Kataila. If that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah? She said that if you worship a mundane tree, I should say if you prune or trim the mundane tree, that's the author. Who's the author?
Who is your sister?
It would neither be Rabban or Yehuda.
Dude, if Morgan Weaving isn't the hottest chick I've ever seen, I'm gonna be pissed with you.
Without pruning or trimming it, the additional growth should also be usher. And Yehuda, Iker Ilan Nami Yehuda, the primary tree itself would also be usher after worship. Gemara says, how do we answer this up? Ibais Ema. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. Ibais Ema I'm sorry. Ibais Ema Rabbanon. Ibais Ema Rabbi Yosef Yehuda. You're right. His use here could be reflective of either the Rabbanon or Rabbi Yosef Bar Yehuda. How so?
Morgan Weaving. This bitch is pretty hot.
When ultimately again, the Rabbi Yosef Bar Yehuda said that if you worship a tree, even if you don't prune it or trim it, right, but you worship it, the primary tree itself becomes also. When is that? The stomach. What says interesting? Stama means you just worship the tree as a whole without specifying any particular part of the tree that you
So what are your thoughts on the Clippers, the LA Clippers dealing James Harden to the Cavs?
Or, I'm a branch guy, But again, let's say you just stand worship. According to Restream, ultimately, again, that makes the entire tree ultimately also. About Gido Pisulo, Goli Adaike Sefta Nechale. But if you prune or you trim a tree for Avodah purposes, what are you saying? Is that really what I'm worshiping is what? The new growths. Interesting. The Gemara says,
Dude, are you at your orgy yet?
So, the Gemara says, ultimately, again, we need the case ultimately of pruning and trimming. Why?
I know, I want to make sure you heard it. Are you at your orgy yet?
By pruning and trimming, you are doing something with the actual tree itself. Therefore, I might have thought that the actual tree itself becomes aser. Kamash Malon, that is not the case. Kamash Malon, that halacha l'maisa, the ikar tree remains mutter, and ultimately, again, the new growths become aser. Okay, so let's say.
Remember that time I asked you, are you at your orgy yet?
So therefore, again,
and you were just silent?
The three categories are pretty straightforward. Category one is that I plant the tree for the sake of avodah zarah. What is that called? Asherah. Right? Again, remember, suddenly there's not a type of tree Asherah, but rather, again, any tree that is worshipped, right, that is planted for the sake of avodah zarah is called Asherah. That's category one. Category three, I put avodah zarah. Again, I keep saying I say, but again, remember, we're talking about an akum who's doing these things, because remember, I say this every day. If a Jew does it,
how much do you love Brendan Schaub?
In a bad way. So if I say again, Akum puts avodah zarah under the tree, what's the halacha? While the avodah zarah is under the tree itself, the tree is usher, because the tree is considered to be a pendant, right? It's a pendant.
Dude, how much do you love Brendan Schaub?
Tree is totally usher. What about case two? Case two is the one that we spent the entire sugya on. Akum pruned or trimmed the tree for the sake of avodah zarah. So
what do you mean? Why don't you?
The Mishnah says ultimately again that is the new growths. Ultimately, again, are usher outside avodah zarah, but the tree itself remains permitted. And Rabbi said that is how the Rambam passes as well. Now, whether that reflects the Rabbanon, Rabbi Yosef Yehuda, okay, so that's how much focus. But bottom line, just also to clarify, the way we pass it is, if an akum goes there, there's a tree, and the tree was planted for regular mundane purposes, and the akum bows down to it, we pass it like the Rabbanon that tree does not become us.
How do you lose money?
That does not become. Remember again, this circles back.
You're high?
That is naturally occurring cannot be made into avodah zarah unless, of course, there is something.
Okay, how did all of this happen?
That affects the change in the item. That's why, if you prune or you trim the tree, you're doing something to the tree. Okay, But even then, when you do something to the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequently will be avodah zarah, but ultimately the tree itself, the ikar
Dude,
of the
you're
tree,
high?
still remains permitted. Incredible. Mishnah,
No.
Ezu Asherah.
You just said you're high.
I will say now, again, remember, you must ask me a different kind of question. We already established what's an Asherah tree. At least in our pure definition, any tree planted for the sake of avodah zarah is called an Asherah tree. Now the Gemara says, Ezu Asherah. What is an Asherah? Okay, we'll see exactly what the Mishnah's question is. A tree underneath which you find an idol or idolatry, that is called an Asherah tree. We'll explain exactly how the line of this Mishnah stems with the previous.
Dude, are you high?
Mishnah says, any tree that you worship, again, is called an Asherah tree. So there was one time, so we'll say, so again, there is some type of machlokas happening over here. The Tanakama holds an Asherah tree is any tree that has avodah zarah underneath it. The Shimon holds that any Asherah tree is any tree that you worship. So one time it happened in Sidon that there was a tree that they worshipped. And they found like a pile of dirt underneath the tree. Amar Shimon says, "Bad agal." Go and dig up the pile and say, that. But they found an idol buried underneath the tree. Good news. Since there's an idol there, the assumption is that they really were worshiping the idol, not the tree. So therefore, because they're worshiping the idol, therefore the tree itself becomes okay. So says, now let's a little bit of a strange Mishnah. She says the Gemara, Ezu Asherah. What do you mean when the Mishnah says what's an Asherah? We just learned this in the previous Mishnah. Vanan Shalosh Asherah. We literally just learned this in the previous Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? There are 3 different types of Asherah trees. We literally just did this. How is what it needs to say? Shtayim l'divrei hakol v'achas machlokas v'Rab Shimon v'Rabbanan. There are 2 cases of Asherah that everyone agrees with. And then there's one case of Asherah that is machlokas Rab Shimon v'Rabbanan. What's the case? What's the Asherah case that's the machlokas? Kol sheyesh tachteha avodas kochavim. This is very interesting. Any case where you find an idol underneath the tree. That's the machlokas case. Why? Rabbi Shimon Omer, Kol she'ovdin osa. Yes, and Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says if there's an idol underneath the tree, then what? They're worshiping the idol, not the tree. That's the machlokas case. Okay, now we'll say, now by the way, now the rest of the Mishnah actually makes sense because then the Mishnah tells the story. What was the story? There was a tree in Sidon that everybody was worshiping. There was a pile of dirt underneath the tree. Rabbi Shimon says, hey, dig up the pile. They dug it up. They found an idol. Rabbi Shimon says, oh, good news. They were never really worshiping the tree. They're worshiping the idol. Therefore, the tree is permitted. Okay, stop. So the Gemara says, but what's like stam and Asherah? Just like, well, now we're trying to figure out like what would be some Asherah cases that everybody, or really, what's asking is like this: what is the identifying mark of an Asherah? Now, I understand definitionally what an Asherah is, right? An Asherah is any tree that is planted for avodah zarah. But the Gemara seems to be asking over here is: you're walking down the street, you see a tree. What would be some identifying marks, right? Or some identifying simanim that what you're looking at is an Asherah tree. How would you be able to pick that out? So listen to this. Amar Rav, okay, here's a good one. Anytime you see a bunch of idolatrous priests sitting underneath a tree that bears fruit and no one touches the fruit. Good. So if you happen to see that, it's a pretty sure bet that is an avodah zarah. That's an Asherah. Shmuel says, Afilu Amri Hani Tami Lebei Nitzarfi Aser Darebo Shikha V'Shasei B'Yomidam. Even if you hear people say, "Oh, the dates of this tree, we're going to save them for Bei Nitzarfi." That's the name of their temple, right? Because again, it was common for idolaters to make beer. Remember, again, most of the times they drank date beer. to make date beer for their avodah zarah on their yontif. Okay, so again, I will say, see here what's happening over here. First indicator would be seeing the priest sit there and they don't eat fruit. Second indicator that halacha l'maisa, even if they eat the fruit, but they have to utilize the fruit when on their yontif. Amar Ameimar, Amrli Sabi de Puntavisa, Hilchasa Kishmuel. Ultimately, again, and Ameimar said the elders of Puntavisa told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. In other words, I will say. So again, remember the machlokes are between Rav and Shmuel. As Rav says that if it's an Asherah tree, no one touches the fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for quote unquote mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes. But the nice they would still eat the fruit. And again, halacha is Shmuel. So again, if you see a tree and the fruit is only utilized for avodah zarah purposes, that is an asherah. Incredible. Amid Beis, let's go. Call lo yeshe b'tzila. So as I say now, again, if we are dealing over here with an avodah zarah tree, an asherah tree, so the Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. The Mishnah says we're going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious. Right? Because sitting in the shade of an asherah is mamish getting benefit from the asherah. So of course that is going to be usher. That's not what we're talking about over here. Lo yeshev b'tzila, v'im yashav tahar. But if you sat in the shade, ultimately again you're tar. We'll see the meaning of all of this in just a little bit. But yavar tachtel, similarly again, you really should not even walk underneath the asherah tree. V'im avar tamei, and if you did so, you are tamei. Okay, we'll clarify everything in the Gemara. Haisa gozelas es harabim. What happens if the Asherah tree extended into Rosh Hashanah? So literally, again, I will say, can you imagine that this could be a real problem? You have an overgrown Asherah tree, right? Very inconsiderate, idolatrous neighbors, right? So the Asherah tree is growing into the Rosh Hashanah. Now the problem over here is that what? That Allah Chalamaysa, here's what we glean from this Mishnah. That if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an Asherah tree, you are tamei. Now, what type of tumah we'll have to see, but you are tamei. The problem is if that tree extends into Rosh Hashanah, what am I supposed to do? The Gemara says, halacha l'maisa, if it extends into Rosh Hashanah and you walk underneath it, ultimately tar. You are tar. Incredible. So now, obviously, if you look at Rashi says, okay, let's just look at this Rashi, even though we'll make a little bit more sense in the Gemara. The hach tumah d'Rabbanani, ukrad d'maisina b'Gemara aspect d'ma'amah. We're going to see. Apparently, now, when you're going into the branch of avodah zarah, what does it sound like from the Torah perspective? What does it sound like? What type of tumah? Tumas ohel. Now, again, Rashi points out over here. So, what the Mishnah is telling me is, if you walk underneath the branch of an asherah tree, you are tamei al tumas ohel. Now, what type of tumah does avodah zarah convey? Rashi is already telling us this is tumah d'Rabbanan. It's Drabana. Now, what the source even of that rabbinic tumah is, we'll see in just a moment. It's rabbinic tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic tumah, Chazal have the ability to do what? To legislate when the tumah applies and when the tumah doesn't apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, so they have the ability to say, if you're walking under it of your own volition, okay, then you're going to be tamei. But if it's extending into Rosh Hashanah, and therefore, again, that's inappropriate enough. Yeah, but I'm minding my own business. I'm just holding the shram, which I'm allowed to do. Chazal said the tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot to unpack over here. Says the Gemara, let's go through the first. So the first case. The case of the Mishnah was you cannot sit in the shade of avodah zarah. So you have an asherah tree. Let's just go most base level, right? Tree planted for the sake of avodah zarah. Therefore, it is an asherah. So now it has nice big branches. I can't compliment it. It has ugly big branches, right? But that provide a lot of shade. So I can't sit underneath. The Gemara says that's obvious. That is also sitting underneath the shade of the branches is what? What do we call that? Hana. That's benefit. So of course, can't forget about tumah, right? Forget about tumah right now, right? That's obvious. I can't do that. That'll be so. I can't get it enough from a focus on. So what's the shine over there? Where's the pizza? Notice it's very interesting. It's not the shadow of the shadow. And I will say very often, right, if you have a tree, right, so the tree casts a primary shadow, and then there is a secondary shadow. I might have thought, and this is talking about from the height of the tree, you'll see in just a moment. I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit ultimately again is from the primary shadow, but from the secondary shadow, the secondary shadow is like a fainter shadow. there would not be a problem. Ultimately, even in the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to get benefit. The Bitzel Kamasa, Yashav, Tame, sorry, let's do that again. Lo Yeshiv Sila Pshita, that's obvious, not Judah. That is the secondary shadow. Michlal, the Bitzel Kamasa, Yashav, Tame. Is that telling me ultimately again that if I sat in the shadow, right? This is the shadow ultimately again of the height of the tree. That if I sat there in Tameh, which the Gemara said, "Lo, that filo letzel kamasa nami in yashav tar." No, not necessarily. If you sit in the shadow ultimately again of the height, you will be tar. V'hakamashlan da filo letzel tzila lo yeshe. The idea over here is anytime you're sitting in secondary shadow, you're not going to become tameh, right? But lamaisi, you still shouldn't do it. In other words, if I sit underneath the direct canopy of the tree, that is usher and there's tumah. Any secondary shadows are usher. You should not do it. But if you did it, ultimately again, no tumah. Okay. Others go ahead and frame this conversation on the seifa. The yashav tar, ultimately again, and if you sat underneath it, you are tar. Says pshita. That's obvious. I was supposed to say, of course, if I go ahead and I sit underneath secondary shadow, I'm going to be tar. We're talking about over here the shadow that is cast by the height of the tree. So does that mean that for the secondary shadow, ultimately again, you can sit there even lechatchila? Lo, now it's teaching us that if you sat in the shadow of the height of the tree, you're going to be tar. So we'll say bottom line, what's the takeaway? Takeaway is we'll say is like this. Again, we're going to circle back to the previous case. So halacha might say if you sit underneath direct canopy, direct shade of the tree, asr and tameh. Anytime you're sitting in a secondary shadow, never tumah, but it's going to be asr nevertheless in all cases. Incredible. So yavar tachtav in avar tameh. Okay, so we'll say the next case is like this. So now, okay, so here's what we know. When you go underneath the shade of, you go into the canopy, because remember again, it has to be like the tumas ohel case. So when you go under the canopy, ultimately again, there is going to be tumah, rabbinic tumah. So says the Gemara, the lo yavar tachtav avar tameh. Therefore, you should not pass underneath the canopy of avodah zarah, the shade of avodah zarah, and if you did so, ultimately again, you're tameh. Okay, says the Gemara. My time, what's the reason? Efshar, the lekka takrubas avodas kochadim. Money, so say maybe it's like this. Because at the end of the day, Rashi says over here, Efshar the lekka takrubas kochadim. The nimsa even meyer al takrubas v'alon. So let's say maybe it is like this. Anytime you find it on Shera, chances are that what? There is an idol beneath it or buried beneath it. In which case then, the tree, the Shera tree itself, serves as an ohel. I'm under the same roof as me and the Avodah Zarah. So is that what's happening over here? And the Gemara says, if that's the case, money, Rabbi Yehuda was saying, Unayim, with that all that's all so come to coming the oil, was say, how do I know that Avodah Zarah itself conveys Tumah, the oil underneath the same roof, underneath the same roof, as Avodah Zarah, that will be a going to become Tumah. Shneimar, by this simply the dark, or a yoke will seek to release, the Lord in your ship without, or system is dead. So the Gemara says,
and you wanted your video used, we did, because it was you parodying one of the, like, you know, TV programs, and it's like, this guy's funny, he's like, this is and I was like, one day he's going to come on the new guy, and you're what did you figure out, all right, my thing,
as much as involved with this is a big level. is the limit wall. This is not therefore again, in juxtaposition or mutual comparison. So the result of a mace tells us that just like a mace is for us all, therefore, back to the do not go ahead and
I'm the only psychos that play college football at every single level. So let's break down my college journey. After putting up almost 7,000 yards of offense and 81 touchdowns in high school, like finally the same All-American game as Caleb Thibodeau, I'm sitting here like, oh my God, I'm going to have like every single offer in the world, right? But no, that is not what happened to me. I ended up getting 2 half scholarships, one to FCS Sacred Heart and one to Merrimack that was D2. They were just making the jump to D1. And I had 2 preferred walk-on spots at Rutgers and UMass. I graduated in 2019, so I was like, oh, let me just go to a small school and the transfer up wasn't really a thing. So my thought process was, I don't really want to pay every single year at an FCS. Let me go walk on, bet on myself and get a full time. So I thought the best option for me was taking a meeting at UMass. By the way, for more content from someone who actually lived it, be sure to hit that follow button. I'm immediately click the second I get on campus at UMass because I actually get through my back to the school. Didn't think anything of it, thought it would get better. It didn't. I find out with spinal stenosis, and I had to get back surgery. So the dream of betting on
but if you walk underneath it ex post facto, you're still so. When you get to that spot, you're overhanging the shirt, you give me a favor, help me run past. Like, help me run, they were going to pass on this, but help me run on this quickly. You want to make me run, what's the case? People like to get off in the line of the other time, reach the shot. If there's no other path, like if this was the only way through, then what? It's mutter. If it's mutter, why you have to run? You said you got to run, then I'm telling you shot. And again, if it's not a path, so you get it just because you're running, just because you're running through it, doesn't make it mutter. So it's the running. Although the lack of your path, in reality, it was not another path. And therefore, again, therefore, there's totally permitted to walk through this path high. So why did he say to his attendant, let's run through? On one side, the other cluster, ultimately again, because and what is he concerned about? He didn't want people to see him underneath that. So the second the people are not talking that people are not with us, that area is he's concerned that people see contact. Otherwise, it's just a free for all. Everyone just does what they want. And therefore, he said, in order to avoid any type of suspicion like this, I want the license to go ahead and run through the tree. So therefore, again, I want to say, therefore, what he's teaching there is number one, the idea that if this is trying to take up a result of what's going to be lesser, walking underneath the canopy ultimately conveys at the base is a too much grab on it. If it extends into it, so that means you're allowed to walk through it, seeing the flood, there's nothing but a problem. If you're going to pass through, ultimately identify that other a lot of my own culture, even if there's another country, so has to be conscious about one's actions for fun. I will say that last word was very, sometimes in life, like, we have to take compromise tactics. Like, there are times in life where I have to do things that are far from my, like, once you have all your life, get it done as quickly as possible. Don't linger in the less than ideal circumstances. Sometimes we don't have a choice, but do what has to get done and move yourself forward. Side. Wow, what a run. But yeah, great job. So stop over today. By taking all of our sponsors for this morning's scripture thing. Our annual fundraising for yourself. Today should be over to instructions this year. The city entirely in Europe. Yes, the topic is ultimately, if you remove any of the old collaborators or additions, then the whole thing becomes committed. Category 3, get this with self-collaborators for coming more CRAs and more. And of course, the house. But it tells you that we actually brought the idol into the house. So one idol is in the house, ultimately the house is also one. Because the house is considered to be serving of the result. Like it can meet the other. Once the other result is removed, three categories. Category 1, you build the house for the sake of the whole result, the house is up. Category 2, you build the house for regular money, but then you add on something for the whole result. You plaster, decorate. Remove the plaster, remove the decorations, remove the additions. House is in the first, piece number 3, make the house. You just happen to brought this whole result into it. When the whole result is there, house is here and started. Once the whole result is removed, house is God says it went down to the house. Ultimately, it's awesome. There was an and so again, this is here, starts with the regular house, and then after it goes down to his house. Awesome. How long has someone published in the circuit? He told us that was what he's seeing. Here's the thing that was detached, and then attached with the detached state status. Materials were originally attached. Now you attach them to those rails, right? And worship them. Remember, up until now, you always focus on the idea that anything that's attached to the ground can become us. You see, so the fact that God says to bow down to ourselves and make it us serve indicates to us that as long as it was initially detached, even if you now attached, I'm sorry. It is us, right? It's still things like it's detached, and if it can be in the levels up. I was like, bar 9 denotes, right? But ultimately, again,
the joke to tell.
what we
Why
learned,
don't you bring your
halacha
mom?
l'maisa, the only way that it's usher is
It
if you
feels like this should be a
originally
comedy duo.
go ahead and build it for the sake of
About
avodah zarah, which
Yeah.
sounds like again the only way a home
Funny
becomes
lady.
usher is only
Where's
if
she
from
at?
the
Is she in
beginning
Virginia
it's
still?
set that
So
it was
like
worth
you're
it. No, I thought this was
home in Virginia is a very small population.
the way it works is both actually. Whether you went ahead
Tell
and
us about
built
it.
it for the sake of avodah zarah, even if you never actually worshipped it, or you
Are you
bowed
anywhere
to
near
it,
the what's
even
that
though
one
you
family
didn't
called?
build it for the sake of avodah
The
zarah,
famous
either way, halacha l'maisa, that house becomes avodah zarah. We are, if that's the case, I Shlosha Arba. If that's the case, then there are three categories of houses. There are four categories of houses, right? Because category one was you built the home for the sake of avodah zarah. Category two, you decorated for avodah zarah. Category three, you housed avodah zarah inside of it. Now there's a fourth category. What's the fourth category? The fourth category is it was built for mundane purposes,
Spencer,
and then
you're a
you
very
bowed
funny
down
guy.
to it. Why isn't
Congratulations.
that category
Great
included?
times.
Even though
Here's a
in
big joke.
Bittel, one of
There
the
you go.
staff of that
Thank you so much, Spencer.
let's remember again, why are we learning this? Right? So first of all, what's the point of this like this? It's not a highlight. The point of this like this is also to indicate to us what is avodah zarah,
All right,
and therefore we
we're
could
getting
know
word that
how
Angel
to be
Diaz has
mazak
brought
avodah
his
zarah.
notes.
Since when it comes to
How
Bittel,
did you
now
get
remember you
those?
must say, how are you mazak
In the
avodah zarah?
bathroom, you ran
Remember,
into
it's
Angel Diaz in the
aqua
bathroom,
has the
and he
most
gave you his
position
notes.
essentially
All
by
right.
damaging
Well,
it.
it actually
Even
does
in
say,
some
me, can you please,
small way. Right? If you damage
can you
it,
please
ultimately
come
again,
tomorrow
it is
between
mutter.
10 a.m. and maybe 1
So
p.m.
whether
and fix the AC unit?
both for the sake of
And
avodah
he
zarah,
said, I'm
or
doing a live deal.
ultimately
He
for
read
mundane
this.
purposes,
Oh,
but
they're kicking you out.
worship
There you go.
afterwards,
That's how it
either way,
happens.
from the
That's the exact kind of foreigner
the
we need to
process
get
is
out of
the
this
same.
country,
Since
goddammit.
the
The guy's
decommissioning
just
process
drunk
is the
enough to
same,
know
those two Hana,
that
building it, and the
Angel
start of
did
that bowing
this
down
joke.
to it are lumped together in
Not
one
know that
category.
Angel did
Okay,
that joke
incredible.
on stage.
This show us about
But we
it.
should
There
keep
are three
that. Hold
different
on to
types
that.
of
We're going to put
stone.
that in the
Right,
Kill
so
Tony
these are
Museum.
purposes. Category one. Category one. Evan
This is
from the
incredible. His
single
handwriting is
Harigazasura.
very
It's still was
incredibly,
originally
I don't
played.
know if you have a shot at that.
Originally played.
Childlike wonder.
Ultimately, again, to be the pedestal
You
for
would think a
avodah zarah.
graffiti
This
artist
means
has
like the
better
platform
handwriting
for
than
the
that.
avodah zarah is
All right,
situated.
everybody,
So
here's the
that's why the
reality.
stone was
William
started from
Montgomery
the
is
beginning.
sick
Harigazasura,
again, everyone.
that
That's
stone
right.
is
The
also
most
sealed.
fascinated person
Side
in the
note,
show's
which
history
I was
somehow
going to
gets sick once
what
a
happens if
month.
you had a
What are the
stone, stone
odds?
spark, regular,
Ari
whatever,
Matt
nothing, or no
snowed
purpose at
into
all. And then you
Australia,
plaster it, or you
Estonia,
do it
everyone.
for the sake of avodah
I
zarah.
know.
No
Controversy is wild.
If you remove
But
paint
I do
or
have
plaster
one
from the
remaining
stone,
special
the
treat that you
stone then
guys might
becomes
like.
permitted for use.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the greatest Golden Ticket winners in the history of the show. Here to close us out, make some noise for the one and only Martin Phillips, everybody.
And you didn't do any additions to the stone, but you just put avodah zarah on top of the stone. Then what was done? When the avodah zarah is situated on top, the stone is also. And if the avodah zarah is removed from the ultimately the stone is removed. Stone cases very much parallel to house cases. Next, says the Gemara, Amrabi Ami, Bahusha Sir, the kid who was forever. The Gemara says, when you talk about this idea of plastering or painting over the stone, it has to be, Gemara suggesting over here, Amrabi Ami suggesting, it has to be that you did something actually to the physical stone itself. Not just that you applied some type of plaster or paint on top of the stone, but it has to be that you actually did something with the roof, with the body of the stone itself. It says in our eye, the hard to read the body. Says, we're comparing the case of the stone to the case of the house. Ubayis love the group and the start. When it comes to a home, when you talk about plastering or painting, nothing's going into the house itself, right? It's being applied on the exterior of the house. And yet that's problematic. Gemara says, no, by some Ishidini artery. Gemara says, no, even a house where you have like stones or bricks, there's the area in between stones or bricks, into which the plaster or the paint or the decoration is able to get in. Gemara says, well, we lost, the shire, the higher shire. The house case, only at the end of the case, the house is already previously plastered or painted. And now what are you doing? You're adding on an additional layer for the sake of all these other. So nothing is happening to the actual body of the house itself. Anything that's done is exterior work. Hello, Rabbi Ami is digital. It's not. Rather, Rabbi Ami made a statement. Ultimately, again, he's making it into digital. Meaning what? The Afagav, the size, the kind of the Pusha event. Kinato Mashahidish Shapir Dam. So most of this is very interesting. But the honest thing that is as follows. I have a stone. Right? The stone was quarried for no particular reason. Then what happens? I paint it or I plaster it for the sake of Avodah Zarah. We'll say, what's the halacha in that situation? What's the halacha? What do we say? If you remove the paint from the plaster decoration, the stone is good to go. And because you do not have to do anything to the actual body, you have to physically change the body of the stone itself in order to be mevatel, the Avodah Zarah identity. Why is that? Even to see the creed, the people for Evan, the Evan should touch on the level of the falling down. This is circular. Because you might have thought that once you paint or you plaster or you decorate the stone in its entirety, maybe that makes it like the stone that was originally quarried for Avodah Zarah purposes. In which case, the stone itself is fundamentally lesser, and maybe to be mevatel, you have to manage to do something with the body of the stone itself. Much more long, no. But when you paint, plaster, decorate it, all you need to do is what? Remove that exterior paint, plaster, or decoration, and you need not to do anything with the body of the stone, the body of the stone itself, in order to go to be mevatel, you have all this data. This is very interesting. Very interesting. This is tremendous much possible in this as well, which is what's happening over here. The stone is becoming painted. The Avodah Zarah. So now let's see more else. This is a house. Stone. Right, you painted it right. This house started regular. The stone started regular, meaning not Avodah Zarah. Then what happened? You painted it. That's what the sake of Avodah Zarah. So I'm at a thought that now that I have changed the house in order to restore it back to its previous holy setting, I have to make some type of comprehensive cathartic change to the body of the house or the stone itself. Much more learn that sometimes the pathway to meaningful change could be exterior change, could be cosmetic change, could be little things that fundamentally alter identity. All I need to do is strip away the plaster, strip away the paint. I don't have to do anything to the body of the stone or body of the house. In the world of change, sometimes the object, the entity of the person is so broken that the change has to be comprehensive and cathartic. The house itself has to be changed. The stone itself has to be changed. And other times, seemingly relatively easy, minor exterior changes can be made, and it makes all the difference. There was sometimes when we know that we want to change, we get so scared of the comprehensive cathartic, like house change, stone change. Meanwhile, all we need in life is sometimes some peace. A little bit, remove a little plaster over here, remove a little paint over here. Even sometimes the smallest exterior changes in the translation conduct ourselves to have the most tremendous effects. Incredible. Apple manifest, 48 English book. So it's a share saying, there's these effects about share trees, even if they're not true, even if they're all over stuff. Here's what's interesting. We're going to see something fascinating, which is we've always thought, and maybe I'm just projecting, right? We've always thought that an Asherah tree is a particular type of tree. Like there's a species called Asherah. It turns out that is not the case. By the way, there's also no tooth fairy. This is fascinating. This is what it says. Now, again, we'll see actually there's discussion about this. But Mesa, an Asherah is not as much a type of tree as much as a tree that's worshipped for Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. So Shalosh Asherah said, I think these guys are Asherah. Even Shalosh anytime that you plant a tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah, it doesn't matter. It's a redwood, it's a fir. Right? So that's it. So the nice again. So nice. I tried to put sake of Avodah Zarah. That's called an Asherah. That's called an Asherah. So the Gemara says, fine. It's not surah. You don't look at it. That's category 1. Category 2 is you have a regular tree. Right, the tree is planted for regular tree purposes. Then what happens? These are the two sides. I prune it and I cut it. Ultimately, again, this will really mean like trim it. I prune it or I trim it. for the sake of avodah zarah. Because the same person again, tree was planted for regular mundane purposes. Then what happens? I prune it and I trim it for the sake of avodah zarah. The hitler, and now again it regrows. No tell mashal. So ultimately again, then it will say in this case, that which regrows is also outside avodah zarah, right? Because in this case, the tree was planted for mundane purposes. I prune it and I trim it for the sake of avodah zarah. The new growths, therefore, are avodah zarah. So how do you go ahead and restore this tree back to its permitted status? Take away or cut off the new growths. And in fact, that was the problem. If you went ahead and you are a regular tree, but you placed an avodah zarah, right? You placed an avodah zarah underneath the tree and not block, and then it was removed. Already metalis. So apparently, while the avodah zarah is under the tree is also because it's considered to be serving avodah zarah. Once you go ahead and remove the avodah zarah from underneath the tree, and ultimately again the tree becomes permitted once again. Incredible. Incredible. So again, you begin to see that the three categories of trees, the three categories of stones, the three categories of homes, all closely resemble one another. I'm going to get the The Rushi, the category number 2 was where I had a tree that was planted for regular mundane, regular purposes, and then halacha l'maisa, I pruned it or I trimmed it for the sake of avodah zarah. In that case, the new growths are the ones that are usher. So I'm going to Rabbi Yana. The Rushi, and this is assuming, of course, that you prune or you trim the actual body of the tree. The Gemara says, V'ha'anan, you know what this was, man. The Gemara says, here's the interesting. So Nana says, they were talking about over here, Hivrith means engrafted, right? Shirkid means, right? So what does this mean? Rabbi Ami's coming along, Rabbi Yana is coming along and saying, what's the case? The case is where you're doing something much more substantial with the tree, right? Ultimately, again, you're going ahead and you're grafting it, or these two processes. So Hivrith means to graft it. Hirkit means, Rashi points out over here that you take one part of the tree, you put the top into the ground, roll it loose over here, then you cut it, and it becomes two independent trees. That's what's happening. That's not what the Mishnah says. The Mishnah says even if you graft it or trim it, that makes it avodah zarah. I would be even Rabbi Yana the Indian big over it. The Rabbi Yana statement is rather relevant when it comes to big over the avodah zarah. You can Mishnah how so. Most very important. Afagav k'hegel shehegel b'gufo shel ilon. Even if you graft it, or we'll call both of these grafting, if it's too much to graft, you can go ahead and graft one tree into another, or like I said, imagine you have like a sapling, right? So it's bendable. You take the top out of the sapling, you bend it down to the ground, you plant that top. That top then develops roots. Once it develops roots, you then cut it like in the middle of the bow. And now effectively you have two trees. So the Gemara says, what would you have thought? The you might have thought that the grafting trees, maybe it says if you actually planted the tree from the beginning for the sake of avodah zarah. That was obviously, as you've seen, once you're creating something for the sake of avodah zarah from the beginning, that takes on a much greater severity. I might have thought that grafting is the equivalent to planting something from the beginning for avodah zarah. So this is kamash malon, but that is not the case. Okay, incredible. Over Shmuel says as follows. Person bows down to a tree. Anything that grows on the tree after the moment that he bowed down to it is also. This sounds like this is the case of where the tree was planted for regular purposes. Then the apple came along and bowed down to it. So anything that grows post-bowing is going to have the status of a avodah zarah. Okay? Master of avodah zarah, you don't put your avodah zarah. So says ultimately again, so the avodah zarah is the cash, right? It doesn't make any sense. The Mishnah says if you pruned or you trimmed the tree for the sake of avodah zarah, and then there were new growths, the new growths were also. So if you don't put it in, it's not to get to do a mysa. You have to prune it or trim it for the sake of avodah zarah, then the new growths are also. But again, Rogi's open so long. But if you didn't prune it, you didn't trim it, and you just bowed down to it, it sounds like that would not create a problem. So therefore, again, Rabbi Elazar raised his kasha on Shmuel. So the Gemara said, and Shmuel says, Shmuel says, his opinion is reflected in Mishnah. That's the opinion of the Rabbanim. that's the Shabbos stuff. Yossi by the full self-holds, like I the Amar, he says, Elon Shenat Lobasot Abdul Asar. So again, I will say we've seen this, it's a fundamental again. For regular mundane purposes, if you worshipped it, it subsequently becomes asr. So that's Shmuel's view, but that is not the view mentioned in the Mishnah. Okay, so let's get to Rashi. So Rashi is a kasha. You might tell us, Yehuda Rabbanan B'Tosefes Pligi. So do Rabbi Yosef Yehuda and Rabbanan, they really argue in a case of Tosefes. So what's the difference like that one here? Our Mishnah said, right? Our Mishnah said, if you have a regular tree, and then you prune it or you trim it from the same point as well, you need a nice little tree, any new growths are also as a Zara. Rule comes along and says, even if you didn't prune it or trim it, you just bow down to it. Any new growths are also as a Zara. You might now suggest that machlokas between Shmuel and Rabbi Elazar is actually machlokas the Rabbanon and Rabbi Yossi. Rabbanon's view is mentioned in the Mishnah, but if you just bow down to a tree that was planted for mundane purposes, you haven't done anything. In other words, the act, I should say, or obviously it's an act of Zara, but you don't fundamentally change the tree. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even if something is planted for mundane purposes, if you bow to it, if you worship it, from that point of bowing forward, the items in down have a Zara again. That's my focus. Last year, Rashi, you might have Yosef Ayudah, how do you know that Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi are arguing with new growth? Dilma, because that's the Divrei HaKolah. So maybe everyone agrees that when you bow down to a tree, the new growth are certainly us. Everyone will agree to that. What's the matter? Yes, will be cut off the and perhaps they're arguing about the status of the tree itself post-worship. Rabbi Yossi will be celebrating Parnami Osir. Rabbi Yossi will be the whole that when you bow down to the tree itself becomes Osir. It's Sid, Mashrei, it's the food of place. Because the Pasuk said you have to destroy the Asheros, and therefore again, once you worship it, by definition, you endow it with the Zara identity. Rabbanan hold, no, Ikar Ilan Shari. Ultimately, again, the Ikar Ilan, the primary tree, remains permitted. Why? It's safe. Vasharei and Tika Delim. You shall uproot their Asheros. And what's it now? What Rabbanan pointing out over here is, once it says the Asherei have this one, that you have to burn their Asheros, why do you need to say anything else? Why do you have to say the Asher Tiga Deim Yakta? Why do you need that second phrase? Ezu Ilan Shikidu also Rikara Shari, because it's telling you there's a type of tree where the new growth is Asar, but the primary tree remains Muslim. What type of tree is that? The Omer, Ilan Shanatul Basot. What type of tree is that? That's the tree that was initially planted for mundane purposes. Then let's say pruned or trimmed. The new growth ultimately again becomes Muslim. The Hitema. And again, the maybe that's the reason we don't answer it up like this is because Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda Rabbanan, which is going to say that each of them are potentially interchangeable. First one, you don't man if that's the case, then who is the author of our Mishnah? We said that if you worship a mundane tree, I should say if you prune or trim the mundane trees, that the new growths are us. Who's the author? No Rabbanan, no Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda. It would neither be Rabbanan or Yehuda. Rabbanan below Tido Bishon, Namito Sefes Asura. It's going to be Rabbanan, and ultimately again, without pruning or trimming it, the additional growth should also be usher. And Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda, Ikar Ilan Nami Asher. Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda, the primary tree itself would also be usher after worship. Gemara says, how do we answer this up? Ibay Sima Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda, Ibay Sima Rabbanan, Ibay Sima Rabbi Yossi or Yehuda. You're right, these here could be reflective of either Rabbanan or Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda. How so? Ibay Sima Rabbi Yossi by Yehuda, Gitar on his right, root up below Gido, Ukisur, Ilan Aser, when ultimately again there's a real somebody who to say that if you worship a tree, even if you don't prune it or trim it, like what you worship it, that the primary tree itself becomes also. When is that? The stomach. What is Stama means you just worship the tree as a whole without specifying any particular parts of the tree that you are worshiping. So I guess when it comes to tree worship, a person can say like I'm a trunk guy, or I'm a branch guy, But again, let's say you just stam worship, according to the ultimately again, that makes the entire tree ultimately also. About Gido Pisilo, go you expectation because Sefta Nekole. They even know they call it. But if you prune or you trim a tree for a whole other purposes, what are you saying? What are you saying? That really what I'm worshiping is what? The new growth. The new growth. Interesting. The Gemara says, everybody's in a rabbi. Another possibility is a reflexive view of the rabbi. How so? The Gemara says, Gido Pisulo is tree color. Ultimately, again, we need the case, ultimately, of pruning and trimming wise. FedEx, I mean, like even the other late nights of the buffet, it can even not be listed. I'm going to talk like this. Since by pruning and trimming, you are doing something with the actual tree itself. Therefore, I might have thought that the actual tree itself becomes absurd. Kamash Malon, that is not the case. Kamash Malon, that Halacha Lamaisa, the Ikris tree remains mutter, and ultimately again the new growth remains become absurd. Okay, so let's say, Halacha Lamaisa, what do we do with this? And therefore, I'm going to remember 2 out of the 3 categories are pretty straightforward. Category 1 is that I plant the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. What is that called? Asherah. Right? Again, remember, suddenly it's not a type of tree Asherah, but rather again, any tree that is worshipped, right, that is planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called Asherah. That's category 1. Category 3, I put Avodah Zarah. Again, I keep saying Apple, so that I can remember. We're talking about Akum before you see, because remember this every day. If a Jew does it, it changes the math on all of this stuff in a bad way. So I say again, Akum put Avodah Zarah under the tree. What's the halacha? While the Avodah Zarah is under the tree is usher, because the tree is considered being a tendon, right? It's a tendon to Avodah Zarah. But once the Avodah Zarah moves under the tree, she's totally mutter. What about case 2? Case 2 is the one that we spend this entire sugya on. The Akum pruned or trimmed the tree for the sake of Avodah Zarah. So what is that? What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says ultimately again that is the new growth. Ultimately again are usher of Avodah Zarah, but the tree itself remains permitted. And I will say that is how the Rambam asking as well. Now what does that reflect to the Rabbi? Okay, so that's one of my focus. But bottom line is also to clarify the way we pass things. If an Akum goes there, there's a tree, and the tree is planted for regular mundane purposes, and the Akum bows down to it, we pass it like the Rabbanan, that tree does not become usher. That tree is like the mountain that does not become usher. Remember again, this circles back. Anything that is naturally occurring cannot be made to Avodah Zarah unless, of course, there was some type of human intervention that affected change in the item. That's why if you prune or you trim the tree, you're doing something to the tree. Okay. But even then, when you do something to the tree, what happens? That which grows subsequently will be Avodah Zarah, and ultimately the tree itself, the ikar of the tree, still remains permitted. Incredible. Mishnah, is an Asherah. What is an Asherah tree? And I'm also now, again, remember, you must ask me different kinds of questions. We already established what's an Asherah tree. At least in our pure definition, any tree planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah is called an Asherah tree. Now we must say, is an Asherah. What is an Asherah? We'll see exactly what the question is. Any tree underneath which you find an idol or idolatry, that is called an Asherah tree. I'm sure we'll explain exactly how to run in this Mishnah with the previous Mishnah. The Mishnah says, any tree that you worship, ultimately again, is called an Asherah tree. The mice of the tea on the imagery of the there's one time, so we'll say so again, there is some type of macrosis happening. The Tanakama holds an Asherah tree is any tree that has Avodah Zarah underneath it. The Rishonim holds that any Asherah tree is any tree that you worship. The mice of the tea, they'll be going to show you also one time it happened in Sidon that there was a tree that they worshipped. Umatsu Tatsogao. And he found like a pile of dirt underneath the tree. I'm going to show the Shiva says, Bud Quest I got. Go and dig up the pile and say, God loves that. Batku Batsu Batsura. He found an idol buried underneath the tree. I'm going to hand oil it was Sura Hain opening, not to let us say that. Good news. You can see there's an idol there. The assumption is that they didn't even worship in the idol, not the tree. Therefore, because they're worshiping the idol, therefore the tree itself becomes Look, it's not like this. It says the Gemara. Ezu Ashera, what do you mean in Mishnah says what's an Ashera? We just learned this in the previous Mishnah. Avanan, Shalosh Asheros Tia. We literally just learned this in the previous Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? There are three different types of Ashera trees. We literally just did this. How is that what we used to say? Shtayim is different hakor, but Achas Mafroges, the Shun is the There are two cases of Ashera that everyone agrees with. And then there's one case of Ashera that is Mafroges and the Shun is What's the case? What's the Ashera case that's Mafroges? This is very interesting. Any case where you find an idol underneath the tree. That's the Mafroges case. Why? And Shimon Omer, Kosha Ovdin also. Sorry. Kosha says, Simar says, Shimon Omer, Kosha Ovdin also. Kosha says, interesting enough, the Mafroges over here is when you go ahead and you find an idol underneath the tree. Does that make it into a Ashera tree? Tanakama says, Rabbanan say yes, and Rabbi Shimon says no. Rabbi Shimon says if there's an idol underneath the tree, then what? They're worshipping the idol, not the tree. That's the Mafroges. Okay, now listen, by the way, now the rest of the Mishnah actually makes sense because then the Mishnah tells the story. What was the story? It was a tree in Sidon that everybody was worshipping. There was a pile of dirt underneath the tree. Rabbi Shimon says, hey, dig up the pile. They dug it up. They found an idol. She says, oh, good news. They're never really worshipping the tree. They're worshipping the idol. Therefore, the tree is permitted. Okay, so much easily Ashera, stop. So the Gemara says, what's like stam Ashera? Just like, we're trying to figure out, like, what would be some Ashera cases where or really, one asking you like this, what is the identifying mark of an Ashera? Now, I understand definitionally what an Ashera is, like any tree that is found in the Bible, but what he's asking over here is, you're walking down the street, you see a tree, what would be some identifying mark, right? Or some identifying simony, that what you're looking at is an Ashera tree. How would you be able to pick that out? Okay, here's a good one. Anytime you see a bunch of idolatrous priests sitting underneath a tree that bears fruit, and no one touches the fruit. Good. If you happen to see that, I'm pretty sure that is an evolution. That's what I'm saying. Full of Rishon says, Afilu Amri, Hani Amri, Levei, Mitzarfi, also, during the shift of the Shastra Yom done. Even if you hear people saying, oh, the dates of this tree, you're going to save them for Beit Mitzarfi. That's the name of the temple, right? Because again, it was coming for idolaters to make beer. In the right now, most of the times they drink date beer, or they have Zara on their yom. Okay, so again, I will say, see, here was running over here. First indicator would be seeing the priest sit there and eating fruit. Second indicator is that halacha myself. The halacha is even if they eat the fruit, but they don't utilize the fruit when on their yom. Ultimately, again, and Neymar said the elders of the told me that the halacha follows Shmuel. So you remember, the Machlokas are to Rav and Shmuel. God says that if it's an Ashera tree, no one touches the fruit. Shmuel says that's not true. They'll eat the fruit, not for quote-unquote mundane purposes, only for ritualistic purposes, but the life of it is the fruit. And again, halacha is Shmuel. So again, if you see a tree and the fruit is only utilized for Avodah purposes, that is an Ashera. Incredible. Amud Beis. Let's go. No Yeshe B'tzila. So as I say now, again, if you are dealing over here with an Avodah tree, an Ashera tree, then Mishnah says you cannot sit in its shade. Rabbi says we're going to see. This is not talking about the actual shade of the branches. That's obvious. That's obvious, right? Because sitting in the shade of an Ashera is mamish getting benefit from the Ashera. So of course that is going to be awesome. That's not what we're talking about over here. Lo yeshev b'tzila, v'nashav tahar. But if you sat in the shade, ultimately again you're tahar. We'll see the meaning of all this in just a little bit. Well, Yavar Tachtel, seeing again, you really should not even walk underneath the Ashera tree. Then Avar Tameh, and if you did so, you are Tameh. Okay, to clarify everything in the Gemara. What happens if the Ashera tree extended into the Hashanah? So literally, again, about like, you can imagine this to be a real problem. You have an overgrown Ashera tree, right? Very inconsiderate, idolatrous neighbors, right? Right. So the Ashera tree is growing into the Hashanah. But the problem obviously is that what? The Allah Lamaisa, there's already coming from this Mishnah. And if you go ahead and you walk literally underneath the branches of an Ashera tree, you are coming. Now, what type of Torah will have to see? But you are coming. The problem is if that tree extends into the Hashanah, then what am I supposed to do? The Gemara says, Allah Lamaisa, if it extends into the Hashanah and you walk underneath it, ultimately, tar. You are tar. You are tar. Incredible. I will say, so now, obviously, look at Rashi. Rashi says, you know, we'll make it a little bit more sense in Gemara. The half of the Rabbanani, because the Ma'aseh of the Gemara stuck them out. We're going to see. Apparently, now, when you're going to be a branch of Avodah Zarah, what does this sound like? From the Torah perspective, what does it sound like? What does it sound like? What type of Tumah? Tumah's Olah. Now, again, Rashi points out over here, so what the Mishnah is telling me is, if you walk underneath the branch of an Ashera tree, you are coming out to us. Now, what type of tumah does Avodah Zarah convey? Rashi is telling us this is tumah drabba. Now, what's the source of that rabbinic tumah? We'll see this moment. It's rabbinic tumah. Now, obviously, the good news is that since it's rabbinic tumah, what the Chazal have the ability to do what? To legislate when the tumah applies and when the tumah doesn't apply. They have that ability. Because they have that ability, therefore, Allah they have the ability to say, if you're walking under it of your own volition, then you're going to be tamei. But if it's extending to the Shasarabin, and therefore, again, that's an appropriate mafia. I'm minding my own business. I'm just walking the Shasarabin. I'm trying to what I'm allowed to do. Chazal said the tumah doesn't apply in that case. All right, so let's analyze. A lot to unpack for you. Says the Gemara. Well, Yeshe is still a Pshita. Let's go through the first case in the Mishnah. First case in the Mishnah was, you cannot sit in the shade of Avodah Zarah. So you have an Ashera tree. Let's just go. Most case level. Right? Tree was planted for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it is not Ashera. Now, it has nice big branches. It has ugly big branches, right? But that provide a lot of shade. So I can't sit underneath. That's obvious. That was like sitting underneath the shade of the branches is what? What do we call that? I know. It's benefit. The first can't learn. Forget that tumah, right? You're right now, right? That's obvious. I can't do that. That's like charity. This is all nice stuff. I can't get hand off from a focus. So what's the shine over there? But it's a cheetah. I'm not joking about this. Let's sell tzila. It's not the shadow of the shadow. And I will say very often, if you have a tree, right? So the tree casts a primary shadow, and then there's a secondary shadow. I might have thought, and this is not from the height of the tree, I might have thought that the prohibition to benefit ultimately again is from the primary shadow, but from the secondary shadow, the secondary shadow is like a fainted shadow. There would not be a problem. Ultimately, even in the secondary shadow, you're not allowed to get that. The cloud, the itself Hamasa, itself Hamasa, Yashab, Tame, Lo Yeshiv Sila, Pshita, that's not Pshita. That is the secondary shadow. Mechlal, the itself Hamasa, in Yashab, Tame. Is that telling me ultimately again that if I sat in the shadow, right? This is the shadow ultimately again at the height of the tree. That if I sat there in the Tamei, which you said, "Lo, that feeling itself, Nami in Yashasar." No, not necessarily. If you sit in the shadow ultimately again at the height, you will be tired. But that feeling itself, see love, lo yeshiv. The idea over here is when you're sitting in secondary shadow, you're not going to become Tamei, right? But the nice is still shouldn't do it. In other words, if I sit underneath that kind of feel of the tree, that is usher and there's tumah. Any secondary shadows certainly should not do it. But if you did it, ultimately again, no. Okay, you give them asking about Seifa. I'll just go ahead and frame this conversation on the Seifa. In Yashav Tar, ultimately again, and it's sat underneath this word tar. Just that's obvious. I was like, of course, if I go ahead and I sit underneath the secondary shadow underneath tar, we're talking about over here the shadow that is cast by the height of the tree. So does that mean that the secondary shadow ultimately again you consider even a Katsula? Well, now it's teaching us that if you stand in the shadow of the height of the tree, you're going to be tar. So say bottom line what to take away. Takeaway is what says like this. Again, we're going to go back to the previous case. If you sit underneath direct canopy, direct shade of the tree, Usher and Tama. Anytime you're sitting in a secondary shadow, never Tama, but it's going to be Usher nevertheless in all cases. Incredible. Although Yavar Tabin Avar Tame, it's also nice to like this. So now, okay, here's what we know. When you go underneath the shade, you go into the canopy, because remember again, it has to be like the Tumas Ohel case. So when you go under the canopy, ultimately again, of Abba Zara, ultimately again, there is going to be Tuma, rabbinic Tuma. So says the Gemara, therefore, you should not pass beneath the canopy of Abba Zara, the shade of Abba Zara, and if you did so, ultimately again, you're coming. Okay, says the Gemara, my time, what's the reason? EFSHAR, the Lekka Katubas of all the Having money, was it? Maybe so like this. Because at the end of the day, Rashi says over here, EFSHAR, the Lekka Katubas of Having, the Nitsa even mile out of all that's not law. So we'll say, maybe the thing is like this. Anytime you find it on Shayla, chances are that what? There is an idol beneath it or buried beneath it. In which case then, the tree, the Ashera tree itself, served as an ohel until I'm under the same roof as me and Yavol Zara. Is that what's happening over here? So the Gemara says, if that's the case, money, then who's going to say it? So who's going to say it? Who's going to say it over? Minayin, will say, how do I know that Avodah Zarah itself conveys Shema underneath the same roof, from underneath the same roof as Avodah Zarah, that will be going to become Kamishnemar, by Yitzmidu the Baltar, and Yofu Zikri makes they literally worship Baal Ta'ar, and they ate corpses of the dead. So the Gemara says, or offerings to the dead. And more you see from this passage, depending on Avodah Zarah, ultimately again to a mace. Mace, Mitame Ba'ohel, Aftak Rovis, Avodah Zarah, Mitame Ba'ohel. Just as ultimately again, corpse conveys to us oil, so to Avodah Zarah conveys to us oil. So look at this is very important. This is going to be important. So the concept ultimately again, the source. For a corpse conveying from the source for Avodah Zarah conveying from ultimately again is comparison to a corpse. Now remember again, as much as the Gemara is quoting a pasuk, this is a din drabara. This is rabbinic law. This is not biblical. So therefore again, the juxtaposition, or I should say the comparison to Avodah Zarah and mace tells us that just like the mace conveys to us oil, so to Avodah Zarah. Therefore, back to the Mishnah, do not go ahead and walk underneath the canopy of Avodah Zarah, of an Asherah, because again, we assume that there's a tree. At some point, either is Avodah Zarah there, was Avodah Zarah buried there, and therefore you are coming to Rabbanon to myself. Incredible. Thank you, Mark. Aisa goes out as a now, what about the last case? Right, so now what's the last case? If the Asherah tree overextends its borders and goes into the Shusarabim, and the branches get into the Shusarabim, and I walk under it, then what's the halacha? I am tar. I'm not tar. Says the Gemara. Very interesting case. You buy the rules. Avar or over. Right? Lashon of Mishnah is Haisa goes out to Sarabim. If the Asherah tree extends into the Sarabim, but Avar tar, and you go underneath, you pass underneath it, you're tar. The rabbi should not let it stay there, please. Gemara asks, how do you read that word? Is the word avar or over? Well, so let's listen to the word avar and over. Avar means if you went through. That's facto. Over means
What if he
You
goes
can
0
go
3?
through.
What if he
What's
goes
the
0 4 against
what
Titan?
is Mishnah
What
saying?
if?
Is Mishnah
What if
saying
he's like Patrick
Lechatchila,
Mix
I'm allowed to walk underneath that tree
and
because
just
the rabbi's not closing it, or no?
shits the
You
bed?
really should still try to
What if he
avoid
has
walking
Ozark,
underneath
but
it even
Patrick
if
Mix
it's
is
surrounded.
beating the
But
UFC?
if you walk underneath it ex post facto, you're still
He's
tall.
a UFC zone fighter.
We're not
The
going
only organization in town.
Yitzchak ben
Bellator doesn't count.
Elazar,
Bellator doesn't
Mishmei
count.
Omar, over. Same
Because
story.
it's
Yitzchak says,
it's
over.
not.
Lechatchila.
You're not fighting high
Lechatchila.
level
If you're allowed
guys.
to walk underneath that tree,
Now
the
you
rabbis
go,
will
well,
have
Patrick was
chosen
in his
in that
prime. It
case.
doesn't
There
fucking
is no
matter.
tumah there for
He's still
Allah,
not fighting
you are allowed to
the
walk
UFC.
Daka,
He's not fighting the
Lechatchila
biggest
underneath that
organization in
tree.
the world where
But
there's
Yochanan
nerves where
Omar
you're walking
in
through
Tavar,
fucking fire to get to
Yochanan
the
says,
top
no,
15.
halacha l'maisa,
Fuck the top
ideally
5.
avoid it. Ideally avoid it. If you can't avoid it, ultimately you can walk underneath
Most
it.
likely
And also, you
divisions.
might say that arguing.
Outside that,
You know, other like a dieta, very interesting. Okay, so we're not arguing. What is everything depend on? Is there another path? Is there another path? If there's another path, everyone agrees. If there's not another path, ultimately, again, everyone agrees. You can walk through it. You can walk through it. I'm going to chase this. It's not an interesting story. I'm going to chase this Shamay. But Shisha said there's a pending. He bought this Lahasam. So apparently they had this kid. They were walking with Slapping. There wasn't overhanging. There wasn't overhanging that tree.
Who else, dude?
So he said there's a pending. He bought this Lahasam. Ari Time. When you get to that spot with the overhanging that tree, do me a favor. Help me run past. Like help me run over. They were going to pass under this. But help me run under this quickly. He wants to take you dummy. What's the case? Either I could just have to allow the Ari Time. If there's no other path, right? If this was the only way through, then what? It's mutter. If it's mutter, why do you have to run? And again, if there is another path, so look at it just because you're running, like just because you're running through it, doesn't make it mutter. So it's going to be olam deleka kafina. In reality, there was not another path. And therefore, again, and therefore, Rav Sheshas was totally permitted to walk through this path. So why did he say to his defendants, let's run through? Gemara says, Ba'adam chashash shayim. Ultimately, again, because Rav Sheshas answers Adam Chashav, I'm always concerned about. He didn't want people to see him underneath that tree. Because, of course, remember, people are not after that people are knowledgeable about all of these circumstances. So he was concerned that people see him through that tree, they don't understand context. And it means from that halacha l'maisa, you're allowed to go ahead and walk underneath a tree like this in general. And therefore, he said, in order to avoid any type of suspicion like this, halacha l'maisa to go ahead and run through the tree very quickly. So therefore, again, so therefore, what we see from here, just the takeaways, is number one, the idea that if the tree is planted for the sake of avodah zarah, of course, it's going to be aser. Walking underneath the canopy ultimately conveys tumah. It is a tumah d'Rabbanan. If it extends into Rosh Hashanah, you're allowed to walk through it, assuming that what? There's not another path. But if there is another pathway through, ultimately, again, take that other pathway. Halacha l'maisa adam chashav. Even if there is another pathway, still has to be conscious about what his actions look like. And I will say that last story is also sometimes in life, like we have to take compromised pathways. Like there are times in life where I have to do things that are far from ideal. Right? Once you have all in life, get it done as quickly as possible. In other words, don't linger in the less than ideal circumstances in life. Sometimes we don't have a choice, but do what has to get done and move yourself forward to the next stage. Rosai, wow, what a run! Shkoya, this is great job. So stop over for today. Shkoya, everyone. So although we're not going to do that coding there, but we'll just go with that coding Mishnah. Let's begin. So Hanachnu ma'okin asahar. She never again. Let's begin. So we speak still in the topic of avodah zarah, specifically again at what should prevent your avodah zarah. Hanachnu ma'okin asahar. So if you have nothing, just how to worship a mountain, that's how close or the hills. In Torah, in Masha Alei and Asli. So it says we're going to learn. So inanimate objects that actually will define the spiritual. But for our purposes, for example, the mountains, those mountains or the hills can be made into avodah zarah. So that which is on the mountain or that which can be moved level Zara, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot shiver on that, as the Pasuk says. Osamo Kesef is Zohar Alei. The Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Literally means you shall not go ahead and covet. It means you shall not go ahead and worship the Kesef and Zohar, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So we see over here that it's only that which is upon, only that which is upon the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is probably that, which will become a holy Zohar. So Yosef Edom says, Elohim al Haharim. So say Yosef goes to the same pasuk as the different ways. The pasuk says, Dave Kabul is called the Moses Shah Abu Shalabran and Shah Yosef Osam, as Elohim al Haharim. Go ahead and destroy your gods on the mountains. So the Gemara Yosef dashes Elohim al Haharim, Haharim Elohim. That only their gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves cannot become gods. Elohim allowed to boast. You're not allowed to worship their gods which are on the hills. Boast Elohim. But the hills themselves cannot become gods. So what's the at first glance, it appears that Yosef really saying the same exact thing as this Harakah. Right? There is no difference between the two. Right? So they're both saying the same thing, which is that the mountains, the hills cannot become a holy Torah. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills, but the mountains, the hills themselves cannot. You just see the darshan in some different places. The Harakah says, "Sakmo kesef zahab aleihem." Ultimately, the Tanakh says, do not covet the gold and silver that is on them, which indicates to us that it's not the mountain or village which become us, but rather only that which is upon them. And Rabbi Yosef says, Elohim Eloharim, and again, naturally, Eloharim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same, that it's only that which is on the mountain which becomes Asar Al-Zara, not just the mountain itself. I asked the Gemara, asked the Mishnah about Kasha, and the Kema Ashira Asura, so I went about Ashira. What about Ashera? Is supposed to be existential difficulty for us, right? What about the Ashera? Ashera, remember, is something that
played the MP code. It was a fun performance. He knocked him out.
It is hard.
Could you keep that same energy if the MP goes 0-3? That's next, too.
Using what we just learned before,
Total record roll 3 in the UFC.
why would I show that?
So I say all this for Volkanovski, he's the only one kind of champion these two. Nobody else is. The UFC shows up. Go to Mozart's. Look at his resume. Now, what's the problem with this? Was that 19-0? He's undefeated. Yes. What's the problem with all that? Do you see one finish? So do you think the UFC wants Mozart to wrestle Volkanovski, which I think he'd have his hands on? Well, let's say he did. Let's say he beat him by decision clearly. You want that as your champion? In this Paramount era? It's not happening. So what they're going to do is his resumes. If it's between Murphy and Evil, it's Mozart's strength of schedule is so much higher. So clearly you give him, but the problem is he's so fucking boring. He only wins by decision. You can't have it in this new Paramount age. That's just what it is. This is the fucking business how they created. It's not happening. So it sounds like they're going to do Mozart versus Murphy. The winner of that becomes undeniable for the division. Probably do it in England, yeah. But still, we'll say Mozart wins that fight, which I think he would against Murphy. He's 20-0. You do something there. But it still doesn't do much. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. So what would I do if I got the reins to make matchups in the UFC? And I'm Volkanovski. Remember, Volkanovski has one, maybe two left. One, maybe two. What would I do? I would ask
Marvin said he will cut to 145. Because Sorokin is the best lightweight in the world, not named Ilya Topuria. And for whatever reason, like discipline or whatever, I guess that's what they're saying, they're disciplining. Because if you're Marvin, his stock's never been higher. They gotta figure out what they're gonna do at lightweight. It's kind of a shit show. Because you have Gaethje there, you got Ilya with his divorce issues. We don't know how that's gonna come to fruition. Connor's gonna get thrown in there. I would assume something like that. You can do Gaethje Conor at 70, which I think gonna happen. Patty's out of the picture, right? Patty would probably fight Hooker, or they could do Conor, they could do Gaethje, Ilya. Either way, all this stuff I'm telling you doesn't involve Marvin fighting for the title. He's ranked number 1. So no one get more fucked over whether it's 45 or 55 than Marvin. And he's also the biggest name. And he also has better wins than everybody. So if I'm Marvin, I tell the UFC, cool. 55 is a nightmare because you also figure out, clearly I'm not going to fight for a title this year. I'll cut to 45 if you give me a title shot, but I would assume they say yes. Because not only does it help the UFC out, but also add some dollar value to that 145 amateur rap. Because Evolve isn't that guy, Murphy's not that guy. Alex needs a big fight. He's fought Lehuso, he's fought Makachev, he's fought Ilya. Why not do Marvin? Alex, come on. We're doing numbers. Also, it keeps Marvin active, and now you let 55 clear that kind of shit show up with intern bell, BMF shit going on. If Connor jumps in, Connor's down here, it's kind of a shit show. It's all murky. By murky meaning, Marvin's not going to touch anytime soon. So let that clear out. Marvin goes to 45. And let's say he were to beat Volkanovski. Well, now Marvin's a 45 champ. And then you have him fight at 55 for the championship. Now we're kicking with gas. Now we're kicking with that, man. You got another star in your hands. It just makes all the sense. And like discipline Marvin. So let's say Marvin doesn't get 45. What do you do with Marvin? And want to sing, then that's what you do. So does Armin, if you're Armin, I'm being serious, if you're Armin, you're his management, you're his family, you're like, yeah, they said you gotta fight at least one more, like you're not gonna get a title shot. You cool with BSD? Yeah. So if you're Armin, just stick around and keep beating these guys until what? Until maybe something happens, you lose, then you're really fucked. No, man. You tell the UFC, all right, I can have 55, you guys are doing your thing, it's a little murky. Let me go to 45, you got a super fight between me and Volkanovski. I'll get that belt, and then that's only going to build my profile even bigger, and then you let me come back to 55. Why not? What else are you going to do with him? Discipline is making him cut to 45. Discipline him is making him cut to 45 fighting Volkanovski. That ain't about in the fucking bar. But it's a win-win for the UFC. Otherwise, he's just going to keep taking out potential contenders at 55. Hate to tell you, ain't nobody beating him except for Ilya Topuria. Even that's a tough fucking fight for Ilya. So you're not disciplining the guy. He's getting paid. He's just going to keep out taking contenders. The next guy is done. So you just have this, basically, I hate this term, gatekeeper at 55, destroying the division, which instead of disciplining Marvin, having destroying these guys that can eventually fight for titles, he's just taking them out. Taking them out. They're not going to beat him. It's not happening. So remove that from the equation. Have him fight at 45. Have him fight Volkanovski. It's a big fight for Volk. If he loses, he retires. If he wins, he just builds him even fucking bigger. For Armin, if he loses, cool, man. 45 sucked. I'm really 55. Or give me fucking main one scene to me anyway. I'll beat him, and I'm right back in there. I still have one that, a hot second at 55. It's a win-win for everybody. Except for most of us, which that is what it is. It's the business. We're trying to do numbies, not trying to please everyone. That's the business. That's what I would do. Just remember, back in the day, it was fighters usually would cut down to make the lighter weight class, but these days they move up, right? Because that's your fighter. Yeah, that would be going back to the old school days of him coming. Yeah. And by the way, there is this thing, website, Empire Sports Media just reported that Evo versus Murphy will be the headliner for March. But Arkansas ruins. Well, it's pretty confirmed rumor, though. I've heard that too, yeah. Because neither one of those guys are stars. They'll take each other out. But either way, and Alex said he wants to fight 3 times a year, which I think is too much at his age. Like, you slow down. Let's be active. Arm is down. Guarantee if the UFC called him and said, hey, we got a title shot for you fight, he goes at 45, they didn't say that's fine. So Murphy and Evil will figure their shit out. Winner of that will be the winner of Armin and Volkanovski. If Armin can make 45, he can compete. But he'll probably have. That's a great fight. It just is what it is. The UFC doesn't want Evil as the champion. I'll tell you who Evil loves not beating, especially when you make 45, is Armin. That's not happening. So if you want to make sure Ozark doesn't become your champ, you got a guy who's going to make sure he doesn't become your champ. It's a win-win across the board for everybody. Any other brain busters? The rest of the card was cool. I told you guys it's going to be better than last week's. Now, obviously, the main event wasn't that fight didn't make a whole lot of sense, but the rest of the card was good. Dan Hooker breaks my heart. I love Dan Hooker. He's in his Donald Cerrone phase in his career, where he can lose, but you're always going to watch him fight. He's a top 10 guy, top 12 guy. He's still dangerous. Like, he's never going to be champ. It's just never happening. But he's great to watch. He's fun to watch. He was doing so well against BSD. So well, man. And then that grappling exchange, especially But you gotta remember, PSD is a black belt judo. He's very good, especially when he has a wizard. So that's where Hooker lost the fight. That's the fight. He's doing so well. Made one mistake. PSD flipped him, just transitions right to mount, and then the ground and pound was fucking filthy. But Hooker, you want to say Hooker got dominated. He belongs in there with those guys. He played in the camera. He's got good defense. I got this takedown defense because it's very rare. The last time I saw us drop some rounds, twisted submission where instead of just wizarding and they're hard down like Jose Aldo or something like that, or Leader 6, their defense is all that. So for Hooker, You're gonna shoot him? Cool. You're gonna get my hips, you're gonna get my legs, but I'm gonna fuck up your ass. I'm gonna threaten a submission every single time. I loved it. I loved it. I love that for it. You can see why Cameron struggled. Cameron's damn good. That's why he can't. Yeah, last time we saw it with, if you remember, Trevor Brown or Josh Barnett or Gonzalo shit. They get so deep in there and you give it to him because he has the cage and just wail away with elbows. Where most guys at Wizard trying to hand fight, pushing down the head, getting the hips back, circle away. These guys use offense. I love it. I wish more guys had it. PSD, you know, he's supposed to be the man, right? And then the boy fight happened, and then he's been on the fucking run since then. I don't think I'll ever be champ. I think, you know, the way he lunges in with his chin up, you know, to try and get those takedowns, I think it's to be problematic for him eventually, especially on the high level. Yeah, he's doing constant pressure, non-stop force. It's really a problem right now. That's rookie. Lots of floor. Lots of floor. For him, 4 in a row, man. After 2 fight, losing streak. This is what was frustrating about the Hoofy and physique fight. Clearly, what makes Hoofy special is his striking. He reminds me so much of Conor McGregor. The wide shoulders, the stance, the long range straight punch, so dangerous on the feet. Ground game, terrible. And Physique was like, nope, I'm gonna make this a striking match. I don't know if he had to take down 10. They might cut him with 1, but what do you do? Physique, you got one Bubba. You're just gonna strike with Hoofy. That's the only way you can know. His biggest weakness is the ground game. Not with PSD, his ground game is trash. Yeah, there's a ceiling. Especially in that division. There's a ceiling. We'll never be champ. We'll never be champ. Unless these guys in this arm and all the boys are like, no, we're just going to keep on the feet because we have egos. We can use our strength. It'll be tough for him to get a belt. Very tough. If you don't have grappling at 55, you're civil. For Physique, again, look great. Especially that first round. Dude, Diego Lopez needs to go to Physique's camp and learn how to cut off the fucking cage. It's so simple, dude. Fucking learn it, man. Otherwise, you're never gonna be shit. Physique did such a good job of that, but didn't incorporate takedowns. So now you're in a striking match with a guy who's way over. That's way better accuracy, and that's what happened. He was doing well, though. He was doing well. Texera and Tai Tuivasa. Hey, man. Hey, man. Do we not have fucking treadmills? Do we not have streets you can run and get some goddamn cardio? Nothing grinds my gears more than when I watch a heavyweight fight and they have zero cardio. Love Tai Tuivasa. I think he's lost 6 in a row now. Here's a kicker. This is how bad the heavyweight division is. Listen to this shit. The heavyweight division is so bad now. Tai Tuivasa hasn't won a fight since 2022. He's still ranked in the top 15. He's 0 for his last 6, and he's ranked in the fucking top 12. What do we do? The heavyweight division is in shambles. This is when I watch those fights. Fuck, I wish they'd call me. God, I wish they'd call me. I'll run around for a round while you fat asses get tired, and then it's on. I don't get it. You're a professional athlete, and there's zero cardio. Nobody fucking in shape. Nobody. Like when I was at the fights on Saturday night, the Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez fight, Big Baby Miller fought. It was 2 heavyweights. Their cardio was so bad, it was basically them like leaning on each other and just kind of inside punching, doing this thing. And I looked over at Usyk and him and Triple G, you could tell they're talking shit about. You just tell they're like, dude, it was so sloppy. I'm gonna get Usyk, who's not that big of a dude. Like you see the picture with me and him, he has boots on with probably 2 inch heels. That's inspiring because he actually looks very matched up with you. It's not that bad. Yeah. No, he has big boots on. Big boots. Yeah, that's because he has we're about the same size, right? Looks like he's 6 foot. No way. We're about 2 inches on with heels. maybe 6'2", 6'2.5". But has cardio and pacing for fucking days. So he was looking at those big heavyweights and you just tell him, like, these guys, how the fuck I do these guys? You tell them you're on the ground and talk about it. It's crazy to watch heavyweights and do that. I like the card for me. Taito Vasa 0 for 6. Never fight 4 years. I don't know if they can. He's such a personality. Again, I don't know if he wants to keep doing it. Killian, that's what we need. You need these kind of things. You need this fresh blood. He's such a savage. You need these guys. Card overall, I thought was better than last week's. Also, the production value knows how much better it got. There weren't so many ads. You saw some walkouts. They were way better. They were getting better. They get a lot better. They get a lot better at it. So I mentioned that. The one thing that was happening was, I don't know if you feel or you saw it happening on my feed. I asked my friends if it happened to them, so I'm going to do it. So they're choppy, like, I guess a lot of people watching, that's good. Did it happen a lot? Like 3 or 4 times. And then the last 2 and way better. And what I like is, right, I was able to watch it live, so I have to go back and watch it. The Paramount app is so much better than ESPN app. It's so much better than ESPN app. UFC, whatever, it's 38.25, and then you click on it, and you can take the fight and watch it live. It's for the kids to watch live. I just went to it. It was fucking awesome. Yeah, they're crushing it, man. Crushing it. So much better. ESPN is a different stuff. Yeah, they got a fight night this Saturday. Easy fight for me. That dude lost by decision. There's his first UFC fight by decision. It's not going to be a walk in the park. Diego Bondi's going to be right now. Has to be good. Yeah, Morgan, she's pretty much fast. Yeah, they had their first Zuffa boxing match, right? And then they had their second last night. People are making fun of him and all this. Like, Bill is making smashes in boxing. He's just so built. They're slowly built. Not betting against anyone. This is where I agree with Matt. If you're going to talk about fighter pace, it's actually a different discussion. I don't think why I think Dana and Zuffa's good for boxing is because where boxing's headed now, it's still all over. There's like 5 or 6 guys that make all the money, and then you don't really get the fight to want to see unless she comes in and makes an enormous amount of money. So the reason why I do think Zuffa can help boxing is boxing as of late is dying. And you can only depend on Jake Paul for so long. But for the longevity of boxing, you need some sort of structure. You need some sort of business structure, marketing business plan that's going to maintain the integrity of boxing and establish order. So the younger generation who aren't falling in love with boxing unless they're not watching Steven say they do it for a while. These young kids, right? So you need something to establish some sort of regular fight nights, boxing nights, and that's what kids like. You guys are, yeah, he's going to get on the page and stuff. Let's talk about the page. So right now, a lot of the issue is because Turkey Al-Sheikh's coming in, he's paying guys an enormous amount of money. These guys think that's their value, but nobody's making money. Except for the top 4 or 5 boxers, they're making more money than God. But the promotions, the people that own these promotions and these events aren't making it, they're not getting their money back. So Dana's going to come and kind of sell that down, where they're still going to make
good money, they're not making $100 million a fight. Like, that's insane. Nobody's making, you can't run a business like that. It doesn't make sense. So today's companies actually can establish order and regularity and create a business model so boxing grows. You have it on Netflix, you have it on Paramount. So right now, in America, we don't have it on DAZN. So that's why I think it's a good thing, man. I really do. I hope the boxing one gets upset at that. Clearly, Daniels have figured something out with MMA. They're the only ones left. They're the only ones turning a profit. Everybody else, listen to me very carefully. Everybody else who's ever ran an MMA organization has never made a profit. Listen to me right now. In the history of mixed martial arts, no organization has ever made a profit. The UFC makes billions of dollars. Yeah, because they don't pay the fighters. Whatever the fuck it is. They're the only combat sports organization in the history of combat sports to make money. Getting involved in boxing is a good thing. If you don't have a fight rate, that's a different discussion. I'm talking about the longevity, grow the sport, and actually make stars and get people to tune in and care about the boxers. There's nobody better. No, you're a bootlicker. Okay, sure. But history will show there's only one guy that's ever figured it out. In the history of combat sports. Ever. And that guy's focused on boxing now. How do you think he's gonna go? You don't think he's gonna be back Sunday night fights and shit like that? Right now, for the younger generation, they're looking up to Jake Paul. Here's the problem. Again, I'm Jake, a friend of mine. Here's the problem with that. Jake Paul hasn't boxed long enough to be the face of boxing for the younger generation. So if the younger generation only cares about when Jake Paul fights, which who knows how many he has left, they're gonna watch it, and the younger generation's gonna mimic that style. What's his style? Bad footwork, bad cardio. It's not his fault. He's just been boxed that long. This one shit. Shit. Now, what do I do? It's kind of interesting. I've actually put that my
There you are, Mr. Aquarius. How you living, girl?
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Any updates?
They've been doing a little bit better. They gave him his medicine. He's doing a little better. She said they tried to work with him a little bit. He got tired. So it's progress is being made. So they're going to try to work with him a little bit more. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm still looking at pictures. I'm looking. Yeah, I miss him.
Oh, he'll be home.
Actually been going. She went today. She's going tomorrow. I would go maybe Saturday. Yeah. I don't know where I'm going. I gotta go to the doctor first. I don't know where I'm going. Yeah. Yeah, Mama said go, So then he doesn't kisses for me.
There you go.
Yeah. Where's your new friend at? He's not in here?
Oh, Mr. Chris, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where you don't know how long people are gonna be. Man, now he's still streaming.
Right.
You know how it is.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, whenever you're ready, I'm ready.
All right, you got an invite, man.
I got an invite. Yeah, I got it.
Yes, you do.
That's good. How was your day?
It was nice. I'm like shifting my hours into the morning, so I did everything I needed in the morning. Then I slept and just been relaxing since Duke came in. We talked a little bit, and I got perhaps a busy. Thank you, ma'am. Perhaps a busy night, so we'll see how it goes. And then I'll get tired in the morning, and we'll get it.
Okay.
Get this one. There you go. How was work?
It was good. It was good. And just, I didn't know I had my phone. When I got out, I knew I had my phone. I didn't. So when I got there, I must have dropped it in the car. My book gets out and going back to in the building to look, and I didn't have it. It was in the car. I was like, oh my God. I had dropped it on the floor. So I said, where was it? So I gave her a little extra money because she's my friend. Yeah. We're going to be in all day. I'm like, I know I got my phone. I know I ain't crazy. So it was a crazy day, but I had a good day.
Excellent. I can't stand when I can't find my phone.
Yeah. I know I had it. But it just must have dropped when I got in that car. She had all that stuff in her car. I'm like, I got to move this stuff. I can't even get my feet in here. I should have did that for you. I was coming in the back seat. Like, there.
This is a tough split, Mr. Curtis. You can get it though.
Yeah, right. But that too. Yeah.
So this is an incredible you sewed. Somebody take this contract right.
It's Friday today. I got to sit down with my physical. They want to get my nails done after. So yeah. I have a busy Friday.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
And it's Super Bowl Sunday. You doing anything for Super Bowl?
No, I don't think so.
Do you remember who's?
New England Patriots and the Seahawks, right?
That's right. Good memory.
Thank you. We have one of our people in the community on the last one. They doing something. Some kind of watch party, but I don't know.
Well, Mr. Ferris at a big score.
That's how I do.
113.
You went out. Yay! Good job.
Thank you, ma'am.
All
right, Miss Aquarius.
You gonna be up today?
Yes, ma'am.
You gonna be up tonight too? Waiting on my Zoom?
Yeah, and I'm gonna be promoting myself and doing some other stuff.
That's
So
good.
it was good.
Okay.
Strike.
Yay! Thank you.
That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need these 3.
Get him.
Almost.
silence part, what is question to my public level says something absolutely.
Get it. Oh, Kirk, right.
That's called a patient diagnosis.
Oh, for sure. No doubt.
Thank you. Yeah. Come on, Rabbi.
What you think that's up to your discussion. But of course you have to
I need these.
Yeah, maybe that's there.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Get it. Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius. Get that one in the corner.
Let's try to get this.
I know you're going to get it. You got a big old lead. Miss Aquarius has a big old lead. All right. We need one of the best shots in the history of the game right here. And I got it. Oh, no, I didn't. Oh, that was close. That was close. We were going for it. Get it, girl. It's a tough split. Same split I just did. Do it better.
I'm gonna do out there like you. There we go. Yay.
All right, this is a very important throw for my career. Come on. Oh, and I just destroyed it. This is like impossible. I'll get one. That's fine. What a difficult one. Get it, girl. All right, you can get these two. All right.
You got it.
We need one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game, Mr. Players.
You got this.
Oh, no. I don't think it's possible. It is not possible. You got the win, Mr. Players. No. You win, I win.
Okay, you win.
I win, you win. Mr. Aquarius. Mr. Aquarius, you're 5 away. You are 5 away.
Yes.
That was excellent. Good job, Mr. Aquarius.
Thank you.
Thank you, man. You win, I win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yay. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty, you.
Okay. Back on my iPad.
I love when you're here.
Sweet
Sweet dreams to you as well.
Guys.
God willing.
All right.
The same manager fuck you, you get paid. You fucking look like an old person. Put up percent a week. Move it to the fucking the same manager. If you don't like smacking, if you like pushing the bitch smacking in the fucking fire. The fuck these people microhouses in the fucking desert. You play out to the province like a doctor. Like a doctor, you live your fucking life. You're right. Tuesday, I'm gonna put a tomato soup on the nice gas. They'll wait for the Martian to come. Let's all friends home. You up whenever you get out, you take your fucking chances like a man. I'm gonna live like I fucking old $20 to a book maker downstairs and pass. Get the fuck out of my face. Right, yeah, I'm chilly's not. Shit, you feel like you're in wood right there. Until somebody farts. And you had full fucking speak face ahead you like I paid $10,000 so I can smell your ass, so get the fuck out of here. Because everything is made with school space. If somebody blows a fucking fart, you can walk into the bathroom like some little shit that fucking bothers you. You can feel your mother looking like you're dirty. It's not a candle. Something. You know, I don't want to see. You don't want to live in nothing. Fuck that shit. Especially my baby.
So I know them are open at the heart. Specifically again, and what could be better at the results. I know them are open at the heart. So if you have nothing, just how to worship a mountain. That's how close. Or the hills. Those are going to learn. So inanimate objects that will actually require school books. But for our purposes right now, open the mountains, wood larches, and usually down to explore the hills. Can be able to travel together. on the hill can be named Babel Zara, but the mountain or the hill itself cannot. As the Pasuk says, V'sachol kesef v'zahav alei. The Pasuk says, you shall not go ahead. Literally, you shall not go ahead and covet. You shall not go ahead and worship kesef and zahav, the gold and the silver which is upon them. So you see over here that it's only that which is upon, that which is upon the mountain or the hill, not the mountain or the hill itself, which is properly land. It can become a local day. Yosef says, Elohim al Kaharim. So we'll say, Yosef quotes the same question in a different phrase. The Pasuk says, David had done his column with Moshe Sha'afi Shamagana Sha'afi Yoshim Osam, as Elohim al Kaharim. Go ahead and destroy your gods on the mountains. So the American of Yosef dashes Elohim al Kaharim, Elohim Elohim. That it's only their gods on the mountains, but the mountains themselves should not become the gods. Elohim ala Gevos, you're not allowed to worship their gods which are on the hills. Elohim, Elohim, but the hills themselves cannot become the gods. So at first glance, it appears that Yosef is showing the same exact thing as the Parakam. Right? There is no difference between the two. Right? So they're both saying the same thing, which is that the mountain, the hills cannot become a Torah. That which is on the mountains, that which is on the hills can, but the mountains and hills themselves cannot. You just need to keep dashing it from different places. The Tanakama says, Losachno Kesef Zahav Aleihem. Ultimately, the Tanakama says, do not covet the gold and silver that is on them, which indicates to us that it is not the mountain or the hills that become us, but rather only that which is upon them. And as Yosef says, Elohim Alaharim, and again, that's Elohim Elohim. But ultimately, the bottom line is the same. That's only that which is on the mountain which becomes Asada Vodara, not the mountain itself. I asked the Mishkatan Kasha, and the name Ma'ashera Asura. So it says, I went Ma'ashera. What about Ashera? It poses an existential difficulty for us. Right? What about the Ashera? So the Ashera, remember again, is something that by definition is part of the mixture of the landscape. By definition is part of the earth. Yet again, we see it is Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, using what we just learned before, either Alehem or Elohim, 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 why would I show them the answer? Well, so here we go. Because the book says, literally translated, it has Tisas Yad Adam, literally that yesterday we would say, it has managed fingerprints on it. The idea is that this item has man's involvement. Rashi said, what is man's involvement? Sha'adam not all. A person planted. So also because a person planted it, this is considered to be something created by man. Because it's something created by man, therefore by definition, it is subject only to the intention of Allah. Anything that is naturally formed in this world, by definition, cannot be turned on to the essence and object of Allah. Therefore, here I work with mountain, I use that logic, and I say that, they say certain things that just get it. It's more shocking.
some of the people saying that word just to say it. They get like three or four, and they just throw it in, just to throw it in and get action. That's like, it's like, oh, this is the place where I can say this, and I can use that in place of words. And so we've been talking like once it became a word, they're like, oh, like, it's a bigger slur thing.
So I think that's all. As Elohim al-Farid
It's
Hazard.
easy to not say
The gods on the throne now. The Allah
it's just so obvious
the
that
Sasa for Israel. Every listen, Israel
so you know most of the people. Because I saw a girl get lost. So I'm not gonna start you with that. So I'm not saying I'm just telling you what I think I see. Maybe I'm taking this something.
then
Like there was a girl on the
what?
and she was kind of bothered.
What do you like?
Maybe
It's
what
just
I was
that just as we could have just said, to say what is up. on the mountain itself, kind of the on the mountain, and then the 10% level develop, whereas the second place and the 10% for this level develop. Kanakama suburb, the Kanakama hole, C40 highs, Hazel high, Kanakama hole, that is covering up the mountain, is not right to the mountain, and therefore, therefore, it's not that you're saying this summer, C40 high, covering the mountain, covering the mountain, but not as much as the mountain itself, and therefore,
tons of stars to watch and mimic like Shakur Stevenson? Would you rather have them look up to a kid like that who can box fucking ass off, who has talent for days, who's a legit boxer, Olympic pedigree, who's been boxing since he was like fucking 6? These are the stories, these are the stars of the generation who look up to. That's what you need. You know how much bigger these guys, even Kurt, Canelo and Rivers, like in Usyk, some of these other guys, if you had the UFC's marketing machine behind some of these guys, you know how much bigger stars they would be? They'd be massive, massive. That's why I think it's good. Yeah, but the monopoly, shut it. It's a different discussion. I'm just talking as far as what's good for boxing. Because that's a damn thing involved. Okay, what's the plan? Go. Love to hear it. What's the plan? You're going to rely on Dragalshi paying up the wazoo to the fights you want to see until then what? And then where's that? And that can be right because in America, then what? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? You rely on Jake Paul to give us these one-offs once a year on Netflix for views? You think that's going to keep the interest of the boxing hardcores? That's why it's good. That's all I'm saying. For the health and the growth of boxing, there couldn't be a better guy for W. That's it. So when Max Herman says I've been waiting all my life for Zuffa boxing, he's saying because it actually establishes order and structure to boxing. We have all these promoters, people fight you want to see for a variety of reasons. When we do, it's too late. There's no consistency. And this guy fights maybe once a year. This guy maybe takes 2 years off. No, all that shit stops. When you get a king to run this shit, when you get somebody who looks at it like a business and you get consistency. Those fighters, maybe you're not making $15 million a fight, but you're fighting 3 times a year. And it's on CBS, it's on Paramount, it's on Netflix. So maybe you're not getting just that one huge payday and then going away, go to retire, do not retire. It's a shit show. That's all I'm saying. That's what he's meant for boxing. He's the only one I've figured out. Sure, there's a lot of reasons why people don't like it. I get all. I'm just saying, as far as a business model, this is exactly what boxing needs to continue to grow. That's all I'm saying. What else you got, Jeff? You were talking about Baby Miller. This is probably the biggest thing that's happened in combat sports over the week. So this is where I guess it really is a 2K. I'll show you 2K. Here's the thing. If you go to his Instagram, yeah. Still his Instagram. You know his Instagram? Yeah, there it is. Hold up. No, not even that. This motherfucker before, this is what I love. Did he post it? It's right. There's a post. If you go down, it's him at the barber going, getting a fresh cut. Keep going down. Like way earlier. He's on before. It's one of those. But he posted, he's at the barber getting a fresh cut. Fresh cut my ass. Also, if just shave your head. It's easy to say. I mean, he has a good head. That's what I'm saying. Like, black dudes look awesome with blonde hair. You look awesome. But my thing is, you're going into a boxing match without toupee. Hey, of course it's going to fly off. Maybe he's trying to inspire him. He probably has Hector on. That's why you fucking hold the thing down. But of course it's going to fly. I mean, this dude, I told you in the crowd, like, because the fight was not that exciting. And just, like, so tired. And they're just clinching and trying to knock each other out of his decision. Lead it's starting to pop up. Yeah, of course that thing flies. He rips it off and throws it right there. Look at that. He dealt with it great. Yeah, that's the best way he can possibly handle it. I didn't know what the hell was going on. I thought there was a fight in the crowd. Because the crowd's going nuts. She looks sweet with the ball. Yeah. It's got tired up. It's wear it if it's wrong. Yeah. Maybe. Don't do that. Don't wear it too big. I'll show you that it's just flies. Yeah. Yeah, but don't do that. But of course it was going to come. You gotta check this out real quick. Big Baby Miller put it on his own Instagram. This guy breaks down why this is a huge accomplishment.
Human accomplishment in sports history. Tonight at MSG, this man Gerald Miller was attempting to win a heavyweight fight. Now, win any fight, you gotta be totally locked in, right? Because it's hard to win. Well, right here, Miller gets hit so hard, his earpiece comes off of his head. By the way, if you like elite sports content like this, make sure you follow. And because of this, at this moment, Miller went from being the heavy favorite all the way down to a 21% chance to win. Now, to be honest, most mere mortals will be so humiliated by such a thing. They just throw in the towel and call it a day. Really, under the circumstances, you couldn't blame him for doing that. But guess what? That is not at all what this man's about. Because Pro ain't gonna quit that easy. And what does this man do? He removes his hairpiece completely from his head. Like a concrete hero, he tosses it into the crowd. That is literally
probably one of the most deadly things I've ever seen in sports. And if you don't believe me, here's the fan holding his toupee. Oh, wait, I'm not done, because it gets even better. Because with no shame whatsoever, not only does this man continue the fight without his hair, he then would do the impossible. He would end up coming back to win as well. So this man gets humiliated in front of the entire world at the Mecca, and instead of crying about it, he decides to fight and comes back to win. If this doesn't teach you about overcoming adversity, nothing will. This might be the single greatest thing I've ever seen in sports.
The fight wasn't great, but at least he won it. I agree. I mean, because that would, dude, if you actually were to pay during the fight, that's all you're gonna think about. I know, maybe, but he has the personality for it. Oh, he definitely has personality for it. Yeah, that's the biggest thing with AI is just figuring out how to drive over convertible. And he posted it. Yeah, that's bad. Yeah, like I said, I thought a fight broke down. I'm like, why is this fight's not great? We're going freaking the fuck out. Oh, this is kind of, this is MMA related. I found this very interesting. So, you know, the Jeffrey Epstein file that released, like, was it 3 million or something like that? So, Joe Rogan, John Jones, and Fatigues are all listening. The weird thing with the Rogan one, though, is I guess Epstein really thought he was funny and liked him, so he wanted to meet Rogan. And Rogan's like, nah, I don't want to meet him. Yeah, we'll see. Fuck yeah. Yeah, I remember that, like, usually I do, like, email or something, bro. Yeah, because one of his assistants, his hands on that, reached out to Rogan, and Rogan's like, no. And that was like, that was also like a decade after he was already convicted of, prostitution stuff and alignment. Yeah. And then John Jones posted this Epstein wanted to watch John Jones versus Farrell on demand, and then his assistant's like, told me about the laptop, you're ready to watch it when you get to the island or something like that. So that's why John is, so it's not direct at all. It's so stupid. Like, anybody associated at all where there was like, oh, he emailed Joe Rogan the files and get the fuck out. Yeah, Rogan. If anything, they should have Rogan didn't want to response. That's good. I saw you did the Joe Rogan show. Can you introduce me? I think he's funny. Man. Like, get the fuck out of here. And that's for that one physicist that Rogan had on. It's like, here's my favorite. I'll reach out to Rogan a few days later. He followed up. Sorry about Rogan so far. He seemed more timid than I would have thought. He's not timid. I think his exact word was fuck off. Oh, wait, don't fuck with you dudes. Confirms John Jones fan. John's like, come on, man. Yeah. Alrighty. That's why even with like the flight log stuff and all that, like the guy fucking, who knows how many people emailed, but if your name's in it, yeah, like, hold on, can't do wrong things aside. I'll tell me the real story. I'll tell me the real story. Might be a long time ago. Yeah, it's not really connected. It's just he wants to get his feelings hurt if he did get connected to Joe. Yeah. I don't know how you feel about this, but Volkanovski's coach, even though Volkanovski won the fight, he said that this is coach saying this, that he almost pulled out weeks prior because of the shoulder injury, like came out, and still, yeah. That shows you Diego Lopez may never beat him. Rounds, dude. And he broke both of his feet, but nothing requires surgery for Diego. Alrighty, let's go to so Brian Ortega is out of UFC 326. One man fall at some hard times, missing weight, yeah. But that's his posted about this on his Instagram. So nothing crazy, it's just he's time to heal some injuries. Yeah, it's not good. I mean, you seem to know him very well from when he was younger, especially this is like he's not just like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, sort of. I would talk to him on second, but it's getting tough. It's getting tough. He also have his rope down. Yeah, I don't get right now. That's the other thing, Yeah, it's getting dicey for him. Alright, and also Sean Connolly with coaches lays out. He enjoys the again. Yeah. That sucks. It does suck, and he posted about it as well. Dude, all these injuries, I've had another surgery a few times before it covers resolved. Not easy example. UFC belt still has to come in. Can we stand? I don't think it does, Mo. I don't think it does. That's a bummer. I'm a fan of him. This is terrible. I think you have to have these injuries. Gary fight, even though he won it, there's some holes in his game, some kicks in his armor, so I wish him the best. Because that's not even my story, man. He's a prospect. Who knows? You weren't around when this stuff that happened with, I was at the Waynes, I didn't go. Okay, I don't want to go to the Waynes. Yeah, apparently Timonini's dad got, stomped. Pretty bad. It's bad. He's an older fella too, right? Yeah. You're talking that shit, though. Just a real stomping. Yeah. This was kind of pretty. This is funny. So Dan Hooker's the last name in Italy because his name's Hooker, so they put him as Dan Prostitute. Yeah, but when it's translated into Italian, it's prostitute. And this guy tried to do the Daniel Cormier when he played it. God, they kept him away to it because the freaking weight was just so traumatic. 122 and a quarter, the official weight for Aaron Hill. It's weird, man. He said 122. Did he do the DC? Oh, no, they took it away. He knows he's fucking. They're talking, and it looks like he's gonna have to weigh it again. Wow, boy. What do you think he did? Or is he see DC moving from DC's screwed up. Looks like they're 145 now. It's at 130 right now. 130? Yeah, way too big. Oh, you see what it's all way too big. Yeah, it was his elbow on that thing. Yeah, so lightens you. Yeah, you gotta do it to a certain, just a tad bit. 122. He's fucked. Yeah, they called off the fight, honestly. Shoot. Use that face. Second little break here, we'll jump right back into the show. Listen, when I started this podcast, it seemed like I had to figure it all out on my own. This is back in the day, about 15 years ago. Script, setup, filming schedule, logos, the studio. It was super overwhelming, and every day seemed to introduce a new decision that needed an answer. And when you're starting off with something new, it seems like your to-do list keeps growing every freaking day with new tasks. You know, over in your life, fighting life to that simplify everything. Stress is such a game changer for millions of businesses. That tool is Shopify. Cha-ching. Shopify is the e-commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world, and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household names like Drive Fast on Gas. All sorts of businesses are on Shopify. Alright, we got you guys. Start your business today with the industry's best business partner, Shopify, and start hearing cha-ching. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, S-H-A-P, all lowercase. Go to shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. We back, breaking news. UFC Fight Night, main card in London. Usar versus Roman Murphy is your main event. Makes sense. One's got to go. They can figure it out. This just makes more sense. Why Armin should fight Rukunowski, especially if he wants new fights this year, which I think he should do too. If he wants 3, this just pushes more of the narrative for Armin to cut down, maybe. Luke Riley, as well. Michael Venom Page, Sam Patterson. Not what I wanted for Venom Page. Somebody get knocked out. That's a fun one. Sam Patterson's a CTV, so I get it, but they're doing it. Roman versus Christian Roman is a fun one. It's good. It's good. It's a fight night.
Destroying them all those, especially this volleyball, and it took me a lot of time. So
It's not important here, but those are stuck there.
So first one, after the line, knock down all those other as you go through it. Then
For Michael Venom Page, that one kind of out of left field. I mean, Patterson's a prospect. I mean, he has 4 wins in a row, finishes 2. It doesn't do much for Michael Venom Page. Keeps him active. I'm surprised they give him a big name, though. He deserves big names. It's a big come up, big opportunity for Sam Patterson. Now it's not going. All right. The big key takeaway is Osar versus Murphy. I hope Murphy wins. I think most people do. That'll be a lot of
Right?
Is that it, Chester? Just a couple quick ones. So, everyone pretty much knew this was going to happen. This was going to happen. Plus got a million new subscribers that day, but when they first got their first UFC represent. But it was it, and like just to catch you. Here's how this past weekend's card did. And this one's a bummer too. Karen Bryant, I guess she didn't go into detail, but we all kind of know what happened here. So every match, they just didn't really Dino once said that everything stays the same and whatnot. Never met a new girl that just came in. It seems like she's really some Carrie Adams thing. Yeah, it's the nature of the entertainment business. She's really good. She's a staple of the boxing, so she's good. I get it. I love Karen. Yeah. They just better not put with Megan on TV, but I doubt it too. Oh, here's Kayla Harrison's surgery scar. She's gonna be on a hot second. That's a real legit surgery. Last one. I don't know what event this is on. This could be when the cameraman pointed at him when they're announcing his because they showed it when they're announcing this one. Yeah, that's it, yeah. Yeah, because Kippi's like, why would you announce this on your show? Me, dumbass. That's what I was doing. He's like, oh, it's there. He's just like frustrated. Yeah, he can't see Kip, man. That's a weird headline. But yeah, that's it. That's it. We got a fight night. Hey, kids, we got some good news. If you like the shop show, we're actually going to try adding a show at the end of the week because a lot of news happens, a lot of stuff happens. So we might add a show on Thursdays or Fridays. That's a plan. There's so much MMA stuff going on. By the time I wait until the following Monday, all the news is out. So if you enjoy the show, we're probably going to add another once a week at the end of the week. It'll probably be a combo of all the newest MMA news along with some fan questions. I'll post the fan questions on my Instagram. So we have a combo of that and fan questions. So fire away. Stay tuned for that on my Instagram. Yeah, that's the plan, man. With all this MMA news, boxing news, we got to add a show, baby. So that's probably the plan. All right, kids. So if you guys tune in, look for one this week, man. That's it. Thank you guys for watching. Be nice to each other. I'm out, man.
So then there's going to be another one of the worst podcast. How would you make it better? Really? Come on. Yes, even like when they do normal people, like, hey, like Devon does. Instead of talking about Dustin Gaethje for the 1,000th time. It's the fighter and the kid. This is the worst. The worst. This is the worst.
Welcome back from New York York City. Those are your stomping grounds. Yeah, but I saw you when you were in some rare area. Influence. Yeah, I had influence. You were arm in arm with my favorite boxer of all time, Bernard Hopkins. I know, I thought of you. I was like, what were you doing? I thought, what would Brian give to sit ringside Bernard Hopkins and just giving Tiafoe Shakur Stevenson? Yes, and just giving every fighter just a welcome. That guy's a genius. He's a genius. He's as sharp as a tack, dude. Like, because we never got hurt, you know, in his boxing. He did. He got knocked out. Well, when he's 50. Yeah, when he's 50. He got hurt. No, when he's 50. Yeah, I was smart. Yeah, but still. Besides the point, he's very sharp. Where we're at was in the corner, I guess. So all the fighters were coming in. We're 2 feet away. So Bernard was giving them coaching between rounds. He was spot on. So he don't know him because he's a legend. Of course. So he's talking to fighters about it. Yeah. And they were walking in the corner saying something. It's Bernard. Who do you choose? Like, who do you choose to talk to? Just whoever's coming that corner. He's helping them out. Damn, helping them out. The Shakur Stevenson and Teofimo Lopez, he's like, the speed. He's like, that's like 45 seconds of fight. He goes, no, this one's the speed. Teofimo's never going to be able to do it. It's not going to get easy. That's fast. Right away, he's like, the speed. He goes, I thought it'd be closer. It's not. This is over. I go, you think you're fishing? He goes, you could. He goes, you see what he's doing right now? I'm like, yeah, he's setting things up. He goes, he's downloaded, like he's just throwing out there, seeing what's going to land. And he's going to use it for later. Because this one's over. Like, that was going to leave now. That's crazy. And you don't realize how good Shakur Stevenson is until you see him in person. My God. Oh my God. Because we watched, there was 2 world championship fights on there before, and they're good. And then Shakur walks out. And I was like, oh my God, he's so good. Just his speed, this distance, man, his jab. Oh my God, and he's cool as a cucumber in there. He's smiling. How old is he now? Probably in his 20s still. Yeah, he's young, man. Young. He was so good. Was that just 35? Was that way? I think he went up to 140. Just dismantled. Like it was he's 28. Teofimo Lopez is one hell of a fighter. You talk about a kid who's been fighting. He's such a special athlete. It's a whole different business. Crazy. I wasn't even supposed to be at the fight either. I was playing because they gave me basically a day's notice to go to the Ring Magazine Awards in New York. They flew me and Joanna and Lex out. Give me a day notice to do like roasting and give some opinions on boxing. And then I was like, yeah, I just got to fly out Saturday morning because my kiddo has this baseball thing, just practice, which I don't miss. And then I get show up Saturday morning. And then I do my thing, which I'll tell you about, where I like roast them and they're all sitting there in front of me like, who's sick? I mean, Eddie Hearn, Canelo, right there. Terrence Crawford. Canelo was like, did you talk to Terrence Crawford? Oh, yeah, I worked with Terrence. Yeah, Terrence is awesome. Yeah, he's awesome. Look at Usyk, that's my man right there. Dude, he's the greatest. Okay, you can make the best. Oh, no. Right. The best. I mean, you're talking about, you want to talk about one of the GOATs. Diabetes hair. His hair was astonishing. But also, so we're about the same height. He had about 2-inch heel on his boot. Okay. And then the next night, so that's even more impressive. I looked at Joy and I go, well, let me tell you something. He's the most skilled heavyweight of all time. He's a cruiserweight, never lost. He's a cruiserweight. He's never lost a boxing. And I said, you've seen Tyson Fury.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let us begin that page with all of our responses for this morning to the same our annual commentary response. Listen to the itself is dedicating all the responses this year as a plus for the source and strong. Our total responses for the month of Av are volunteers told us keeping it when he's racing in honor of their parents, Israel racing, Gina racing at the Lord's Flight in memory of Henry Rose's wife, our learning sponsors, Abby and Joe Hurt, is appreciation share the entire love for the Irene of all of those sacrifices and nice one to follow orders and I've got learning sponsors for today. So the arts like the late there's an art from all of the national family and the family from all of those That's not fully so promoters paying that money. Because let's say Terrence Crawford, whatever, so say we got a lot to do today. That is Mondays.
So those promoters are
We are picking up the next session on mental days 41, and we left off the end of something most of you did. That which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 15 remember again, in yesterday's class we made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call slumming versus finding broken pieces of what we call apple. What's the difference between those two terms? Slumming are images, maybe they were worship, maybe they weren't. Zoro was the I love for myself, even though it's fine, why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an action decommission them or not? That's our side. Now, an action, and we're going to discuss this more today's class, an action does have the ability to decommission a whole but it has now again. Then we have my focus of what I focus, do you need active decommissioning or can even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back to that that's that overarching method here. The one says you have to use active decommissioning. There's what says even passive decommissioning. Not to mean would be if the item falls over by itself and break. So the ultimate either according to the was idolatrous equals. So let's say, but again, so that's why you find pieces of and I want Darth to awesome. If you find pieces of an image, it's going to be nothing. Why is it reserved? Because it's a spec state. What's the spec state? Well, suffix number 1 is maybe, which is never worked. That's number 1. And number 2, ultimately, I guess even if it was working, maybe it was so the idea of jumping back to Zoro, Zoro.
An hour before the show,
it does not work because you say in something missing the ultimately again the suffix that means doesn't go ahead and move out to the fact that it was now the question that made something missing the fact is that true that a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality of facing uncertainty. What about time? Very direct sense. Cover scenes, you have to go into their palace. Let's say cover dive. And again, just translated, special celebration to a member of our peers from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was Ian Meltzer, another member of our peer in Toronto. We have seven not just in the States members, but around the world. So Ian messaged me via mail. I translated the cover a few days ago as so the truth is, it's not really a fair comparison. Rashi, remember again, 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates cover as a person who is careful with the laws of human power to the point that even the Torah, even if it's still the Torah, even again, even what we'll call non-sanctified food, he is not physically in a state of ritual purity, and he's also careful with Shumas and Isis. That's the definition of a cover. So it's interesting for the internet to say, why do you call a cover? Cover means friend. What's the chapter done? So perhaps we use this. Who's a cover? Cover is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra power. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what is the man? What Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you leave Kodesh in a state of Tara. You don't have to eat in a state of Tara. That's obviously your unsanctified food in the state of ritual purity. There is someone who thirsts for Tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsty for purity, such a person who wants to live purity in areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is threatened by That's a friend. That metaphorically says somebody who wants to in their life so bad that he's willing to take on scriptures in areas of ritual purity. That's good power. That it doesn't have to. And that's a friend of the ritual. Perhaps even to a certain degree higher level than the top of because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. Somebody puts upon such additional stringency because he wants terror. That's the terror. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribbon Shalom. So the Gemara says, Chaver Shemis, yet the girl was so Chaver dies, interesting case, Chaver dies, and after that he discovered he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? The issue is you don't know whether or not they've been tied. So the Gemara says, even if Mamishi just harvested them that day, or him the first person to come is a chazon. Ultimately, again, that they are properly tied. The Gemara says, "I 1 second. The Zadai TV something got rid of. Something lost rid of. But let's say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a Zadai. What's the Zadai? The certainty was they were tethered. That's for sure. Right? That was untied produce. Why is that a Zadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have the Zadai that it was untied. Suffix, maybe the cover did tie it, maybe it didn't tie it. And what do you see here? The Kafasi Suffix will mostly need it. And what do you see here? That ultimately, again, a suffix, the possibility that ties it, goes ahead and overrides the Zadai that it certainly was tethered. So you see suffix mostly need it. So you see the Gemara says no. Awesome, Zadai, that's not true. That's not something in Zadai. That's a Zadai and Zadai. The Zadai asked you. You know, says it said that it was Tebel, Zadai was Tebel, certainly it was Tebel, and also Zadai that what? That he tied it. Yes, you did it in the Chazar. In the Chazar, Zota al-Chaver she'in a-motzi davar she'in a-mutokah mitachas she'in. So again, interestingly here, it's fascinating. With the Chaver Mosai again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand, what does that mean to get to that level? When the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. Our chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes in his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in Zadai, there's only Zadai and Zadai. Incredible. Levi says, what about story is? Levi says, suffix to suffix. Interestingly enough, really, it's a suffix and a suffix. How so? What does that mean? The other Kilaboshia. Possible that the Father conducted himself like the Moshe. That's the only way. The Ma'adi Adam Asri Asal, the Machnis of the Moshe Shalom, today the Hunter Palace from Yamaisa. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is technically speaking a nice loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be what's called the Yasmiyah. Right? It has to come into the home. It has to come out through a normative entrance. Speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically, it's nicer exempt. Technically, it's nicer exempt. Now, again, there are other teachers on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no something notion to do about that. Why? Because it's actually possible, even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix, if the cover ties it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Chumas and Messes. Why? Because it's possible that literally again you used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so you might say 1 second, there ain't something nothing to divide. So remember, the word is questioning this principle. The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was any subject mostly midday saga. Like that ultimately again a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So what really is that true? So you are but and you learn Amr Yehuda, Mike said the shit also shall mask top of Mondays. Not at Mike said the shit also shall mask after Abdulino, very interesting case where there was once a story of a maid servant. Again, this is Jewish woman. A Jewish woman who worked for a matzah. What's a matzah? She says over here, Gabra Alama B'Yisrael. A very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzah. She was in the city of Rimon. Something like that. She had feeling maple about. She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a navel. But interesting, the halacha is, this is also evolved a little bit. They would put a navel in a pit, in other words, in a nondescript grave. In general, the halacha is you have to bury a navel, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but with dafka, do not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do that. If to bury it in the grave, but we do not bury it in a marked grave for a variety of reasons. Also, just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. We brought coin to hit it. A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Later in Zachar in the Kiva, so he was going to have to pass it for her. They're going to say when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be tumas leiva. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of tumas leiva depends on what? Boy or girl. So the Kohen peers over the pit in order to see was the navel, I guess it was developed enough to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the Kohen essentially do? Tumas ohel. Tumas ohel. Remember again, Tumas ohel could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the ohel. So here the Kohen went ahead and leaned over the pit to see, is it a boy or a girl? And what happened? You got myself, this episode came for the Chachamim, and they retired him. Why would they retire the Kohen? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Give me 1 second. The Vada Hetila Natal, Suffolk Garu, Suffolk Lo Garu, the Kasi Suffolk Mosi Divine. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Vadai. What's the Vadai? The Shikha, the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the bed. Suffolk, maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Suffolk trumps the Vadai. Right, the suffix changes the reality even in the face of the Vadai, to the point that again they pass in the Kohen is not Tameh. The Kohen is not Tameh. So you see from here that suffix can go ahead and trump a Vadai. To which the Gemara says, no. Lo tima hitila labar, nepa labar ela ema, hitila kimin nepa labar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the shifta throwing something that looked like a nefa. In other words, it's not a vadai that she miscarried and placed the navel in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a navel being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. The Gemara said, 1 second, but that's not what it says. But the Gemara said that he peered over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl. To which the Gemara says, Hachi needs to say, Leida. The Gemara says, Leida, in Ruachevila, in Metalevila. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see she miscarried. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or both say, just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, Lavdavka, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over the part, see, was it an AFL or not? And did someone an AFL? And if it was an AFL, then did someone an AFL and Tila laid the Imzaka in the Kefal to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case Vadai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately, again, that maybe the animal took it away. The other possibility is, the other possibility is no. Once you have a place where you know that there's a whole ton of basilisk, that these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the place. Okay? So you want to say a snake, so raise the kasha. So again, so just we'll pause over here for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of ein safek motzi midei badai ultimately again holds that in halacha we accept this principle ein safek motzi midei badai, that if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a safek and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I was again just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why. How do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece. Can I use it? Can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's asrbana. Why? Because I have a vadai that this was avodah zarah. Safek, maybe the akum actively decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the safek that maybe the akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. And I both say, just to point out how powerful this is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in safek motzi midei vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is this. Over the years, over the millennia, we have faced so many staples. So many staples. Like, will we survive? It's just an existential threat. You know, all of us will say it was so interesting. That those of us who was up with the on Shabbos about Pasha Weiss, he said so many beautiful things. One thing I felt was very shocking was spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, giving an existential threat to Qatar Israel. So to me that was shocking, because for me in my mind I said to myself, there is never an existential threat while Israel. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously Russia says his American strategy, it takes on a totally different thing. Over the years, over the centuries, there's been many circus, right? There's been many moments of existential suffering. All we do to make it through this, all we go to weather this storm just less than a century ago, will put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. In Safek, Motzi Midei Vadai. What's the Vadai? Kodesh Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzchi. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. That's the Vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty is Safek Motzi Midei. Safek. What about Safek is the Babylonians? The Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the Safek is. There are so many statements that have presented themselves. That another Safek, Ondim Armenians of Talos, another Safek always arises. And rest assured, in Safek Motzi Midei Vadai, no Safek can undermine the Vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately again the source of our optimism, that's the source of our strength, and that's what fuels our reality. Incredible. Incredible halakhically as well as practically. It's not more than that. It's saying, so I says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this mahoutas you have to look on your topics. So here's what I know. And again, I'm going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can do traditional level design, right? In other words, an action could be Mezbato is Apple design. You shine what it is, how does it do it? So the other one says, it must be what we call active digital, and the focus says, even passive digital. So what's going back to our level 8 stage, all this is from the back of our let's go from the show, listen to this. And also, let's do this in the mission of the one as well. You know, sorry. I'm sorry, thank you. It's must have had this like thank you. Must have had this like how it was. So that's the mission. What did the mission say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately again, it's awesome. It's awesome. So the Gemara says, mistakes if you also go ahead and nab out. Why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. So I was Amai, why is that? Hashvarim miracles. So let's say that's what the pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a cash up on the truck. So you have to ask on the truckers. The truckers are pointing to you, this should be totally with us. Right? Because when we take truckers, once we find broken pieces, whether the aqua actively broke it or the idol broke on its own, an aqua doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, what's always make Shlakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? If you say, no, there's much more, they're not immediate, they're not the owner of the season. So as I said, again, as I said yesterday, what's the case? The piece of the hand and the foot is the piece ultimately was on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like a but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Asig, known as the Kasha, from the back of the Kamshara, the Shakamero, and this was a small disorder, and the Vito Havin, keeping the back of his own Avodizara, and ultimately again the Avodizara of his friend, meaning any athlete can ultimately again reduce and thereby decommission any form of idolatry, whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, any of that bonus becomes all big covered. It was actually quite fascinating. We'll see logic behind this. The Novi Kohavim, actually, and Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. Isn't that fascinating? Right, so every Kohavim can negate and decommission any form of idolatry. And Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm Rabbi. So I say, so am I. Sandy Rabbi comes from Shalom Elah. Why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? Now, clearly, again, according to instruction, you, according to that should work. On Rabbi, what's the case over here? The case over here is where these cells tend to be original covenant. So it's interesting enough that the Gemara suggestion is banking is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Banking where the entire item is intact doesn't decommission. Mercy, 1 second. Keep on stop. My hobby, much none. Pasta, application of pasta, but essentially we learned that again, if you dent an idolatry, even though again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately again, you have all these dollars bottle, and you need the pasta of this problem. About pasta, you still have no bottle. Ultimately, you're right. If an apple goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if he's so against the idolatry, that does not negate it. And there's a Rav, on a Rav says, we all know, he trusts me, so now about that, which is a very important Gemara. So this is like this. In reality, even when you sell against the Avodah, it goes in again. In other words, it will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you sell against it, it's okay. So what's this? Logic has I'll say that it's not. Listen to this. First, Ella, Syria. There's a jail. What's the jail? Man, the Rav Hadin of Atala. No, so here's the issue. In reality, Yisrael has the power of negation, right? Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he bends it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What do we get concerned about? This to this. What is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. So what does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, right, getting ready, let's say, to smash it, but to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, right, that's what after Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah Zarah b'yad Yisrael. The Avodah Zarah b'yad Yisrael eina b'tela li'olam. So we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And we'll say we are going to see exactly why this is. This is a Gemara in 10 blocks from now on moon days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Any Yisrael technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah, yeah, how can he decommission it? He could break it, he can bench it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By thinking on Avodah Zarah, it's considered to be hefker, and we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is going to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the youth. Avodah Zarah of the youth ultimately cannot be, you can't be mabaka, you can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, if we want to try to avoid the Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going to have saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Therefore, you must say, after you say, we have one of the people behind the drop from Mitatios. So let's say, by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, we'll come back to it. Shehigia one in a market, listen to this. Let's have an apple who drops stones from Marcus, right? What's Marcus? Marcus is an Avodah Zarah, that's the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation.
That's a terrible, that's
so
just
apple
not discipline.
takes stones from Marcus, and what does he do? The people behind dropping Mitatios Mutalos. And what does he do? He goes out and he takes the stones and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers. Right? And he uses them to make the street so far long. We tell us the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, how much of an stuff is actively decommissioning them through using them for mundane use. The associating of other miracles, people are dropping the cartels, but again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and throws it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not decommissioned. You can't use that door. You can't get hung up because it's Avodah Zarah. I might be merciful. Why is that? So why do we say it's so again? It's the real answer. It's Turkish. Why should this be any worse, ultimately, again, than Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? And it comes to a Turkish Avodah Zarah that broke on its own, ultimately is decommissioned. First, you know, it says, no, Hachanan is the Rava. The word is just as Rava said before. Rava said essentially, usually a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern in the process of decommissioning. The Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once that Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we see we never actually use the other. Basically, the noise, the catch up, all the publish the sheep, Avodah Zarah, this is the list. This side. Every publish the sheep, Avodah Zarah. What's the watch this? You have an Avodah Zarah, and you see the Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so Rashi points out that, for example, an Asherah tree. Right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? And he says, if ultimately the Akim is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bad habit, whatever it is. With Sarfo, ultimately again, if he's doing it for himself, then he will keep then both the shavings and the tree itself become much. Why? Because the act option of taking shavings off the avodah tree for the oxen's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the avodah zarah. Okay. You know, however, it's if he's taking shavings off the tree, I think he's pruning the tree. Right? And that's for the branches of the tree itself. So it's he has to the Yahamutai. Ultimately, again, when the shavings and the tree ultimately again, sorry, he has to the tree is still also the sheep will Yahamutai, but ultimately again, the shavings will be mutter. He's close to sheep but if he still takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, Bailey Sarkov, see the sheep will whether we start doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, we have the Zara, the tree itself, and the shavings, the main worker. So it's going to be up to us. It's a nice. How do you have all this problems to establish in the house? Why should this be any different? Right? So it's not putting to you, it should be no different than an avodah zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, the open breaks up in two separate decommissioned. It's not what we're going to see, it should be decommissioned as well. So it's to do us how can that mean? So they'll say, once again, we keep on bringing up Rava. What does Rava say? So once again, Rava is our opinion. Essentially, you don't want to decommissioning of avodah zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice, because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? In halacha you end up acquiring it, and therefore again, it can never be, there's no filter. Ace, you'll see, but you'll see short takes the jar of the rock, or what's actually our next mission. Our next mission that we're going to see in the outside. So Rabbi Yossi says, or two descriptions there, show me the Zohar of the rock. If you find the bone Zohar, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. Oh, not killing yam. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. Or else we're going to see this is talking about if you find that bone Zohar made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. Gemara says, Amuro, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It can become fertilizer. So Gemara says, really, you can't change any part of avodah zarah for your own use. So I said, but I'm not going to once again, the other aspect of Turkish. I'm not. The heavy cavalry becomes pushed out on the level. But once again, why? Because 22 points, even if avodah zarah breaks on its own, ultimately it is decommissioned. In this case, by grinding it up to also be a decommissioning, so who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not avodah zarah fertilizer. So it's the most possible to the level. Ultimately, that if a Jew is involved in you may lift the first acquire it, and it's acquired by the Jew, you might be decommissioned. This way, WOC Ben Yisir Omer must express the battle. The Rosh Hashanah was an interesting case of it. Let's see, we found the image of a dragon. We usually run that in there. So we're going to see a dragon is one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon, but the head is cut off. The head is cut off, and therefore suffix always will come. Suffix is not functional. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right, or didn't happen? It's mutter. You want to, on the other hand, Vada Yisrael Chatcho, Aser. But if Yisrael was the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. What says on night? How do you have all those come to the Shtabim area? I understand why should it be any different in terms of substance? So that should be any different than a case ultimately again of a avodah zarah that grows on its own. Once again, you are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rava. So most essentially, you begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved with avodah zarah, even with the decommissioning of avodah zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Different Chazal will come here to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jews doesn't work out of concern that he may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Rabbi Yossi Omer, after Yulakos be Masai Shamir, Livnei Shanavia, no Sheretz Bahen. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha makes in the following case. We're going to see this also, all these strengths I see later on. Halacha is in general both sides. That about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath an Asherah tree. So during the summer, The problem is that the Ashera tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial, obviously, to the vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore, you can't plant in the summertime, during the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore, the Gemara wants us to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath an Ashera tree during the rainy season. Rabbi Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? If they shanavia no sheres alei, because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. I don't say why should forming leaves be a problem? After all, once again, forming leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's buckled. So if a leaf falls off on the tree, it should also be buckled. Sure, you become a fertilizer, which was a shiny hot sun. No, in the case of a fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaf may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with that whole identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must well say other days, 10 days or days 42b. You must say, Shipuya. What about the case of shavings? That was like the Ashera tree shavings. We can have all that stuff having kindness, but once again, the primary part of the Avodah, i.e., the tree is still in existence. We can tell you in that case, almost like you said, with Sarkar, he has to Shipuya Mutare. He said that even in the case, ultimately, again, where you're feeding the tree to the benefits of the tree remains us. But ultimately, again, the savings are the birth, the two honors, the Fishain, Avodas, Batavan, the Hila, Serach, Gidela. Ultimately, also for the simple reason because an Avodah Zarah, you can't negate an Avodah, or an Avodah Zarah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So now again on both sides. Machlokes Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. And Avodah Zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the Avodah Zarah bottle or Rabbi Yochanan? No, because negation of idolatry is active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. Up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asked the question, Rabbi Yochanan, here we go. Try to show you like this. Right now you go on more. It's an interesting case here. If you have a tree, now the tree promotes Hagdish. Right? The tree wants to listen to flesh. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? You really should not get benefit from the nest, but if you did so to have not committed to the evil. That was I saw again. Now she says, well, second now she said, that's what Rabbanon. So you can't get benefits with Rabbanon, right? But obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if we do get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not to be fine. Let's analyze. What about if the nest is on the top of an Ashera tree? The same case. I have an Ashera tree. On the top of the Ashera tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what can I do? Yaki's the tunnel. So what can you do? Knock down the nest. Ultimately, again, with a piece of wood, and then you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what's this? I'm sorry. Let's show So now, again, what can I do? I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. So if you have all those other trees existing up, what can I do? Just take the piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back to the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's look at what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest from the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree. Right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the trees, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, he goes to Shofar number 18. The assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. The Katani, Yat is Vakana, and yet the nest is mutter. So here's one says, this supports my assertion that broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says no. Papa asks, what's the case? He goes to IC8 in the Alma, the Kinsa behind. Not necessarily. That's not necessarily how birds make nests. Birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here, the bird made itself comfortable in that trailer tree, but it did not gather the materials. Or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, gathering the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. Taken on a tiny Gabi Hektish. So again, what's the lie for that? The lie for that was it the Hektish case? What happened in the Hektish case? In the Hektish case, what do you want to say about the bird or about the bird's nest? No nanning or about the tree. No net about the nest. Sorry, no nanning or no more. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did not. Let's analyze this. On the Bishlam of the IC8s in the Alma, say we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the Hektish tree. Then I need to kind of get the Hektish low end of the low. So then it makes sense. No nanny in the Drabanon. So again, as I said, we really don't want you to get benefits from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a Hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's with Drabanon, and also the Lomoa in the Doraisa. But there's no Mila. Why is there no Mila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the Hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to Mila. But again, let's say Halacha L'Maisa, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means again, if this nest is made from twigs from the Hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest is Hektish. And the Hektish ultimately again, and you're not allowed to benefit from it, and it's moving on the Doraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting it seems to be clear that halacha is doing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the Hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the Hektish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, leave the area. How come the Gulin Habar so what's the meaning of it? It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I say in the Hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual Hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the Hektish tree, then why is that nest not Asr Midoraisa? What's going on over here? Which the Gemara says, which is this? What's the case over here? This is a fascinating figure which we'll get to. When you're mashing something, right, so obviously the item as it is Hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be Hektish?
We gotta see how the pictures.
I'm not just a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the Hektish designation or not? That is a matter. That is called Jimmy So the words we're talking about over here is the bird. So again, I was not just the tree. And then again, 3 months later, when these branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So it had made the nest out of those new growths. And therefore, again, so now is the nest hectic. It depends. That's an forecasting margin because some are aiming to the beginning. And the author of this price and also of this Mishnah holds the Allah Kamaisa, the hectic designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hectic, and therefore, again, the nest is example. Rabbi Abba, Rabbi Yochanan, my yacht is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan also mean that. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That filter. It doesn't mean the nest, it doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is us. The nest is us in both cases because it's made of a shela or because it's made of a hefty. Either way, it's us. So what can you get benefit from? The chicks. But when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest. The nest itself. However, Yaakov Yireh by Taklifa, a sabbath that broken, which can become retarded. We can apply that to both cases, both to the Ashera case as well as the Hector case. From both of the cases, ultimately, you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for some of the case where the nest is being made from the Hector tree or the nest is being made from the Ashera tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going to make the opinions that whatever grows from the tree is going to be hectish or avodah zarah. So what the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be what that will be what the basin kind of listen to the issue that says for the chicks it's going to be what but for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. I will say now, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is actually right before the Mishnah in Rashi. For Beitzim Kanvakan usher, for three things that we learned, the Gaza Bar and Rabbanan Ka'al even usher. So this is actually quite fascinating. Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree. Therefore, A equals B and B equals C. And then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they're going to be asras. So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over there. But you were suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest is made from the Ashera tree or from the Hector tree. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Bible says take a stick, knock down the nest to get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter. But the eggs may be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself, seeking a benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Beitzim Kanvakan from Rashi that broken from the imam debates and double. This is very interesting. Chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So it makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa may call nest. Therefore, what that turns out that over here with the sticks of the nest on top of the Asher tree, the egg tree, you actually can't scale the tree regardless. Right? By the other what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So even you can't get benefit from the nest because they consider that the nest itself is made from the Asher tree or from the Hector tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Halacha l'maisa, that is going to be mutter, right? Right? So, right? So from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree. It's like, we'll stop over here for today. But again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So the actually was like, yeah, we'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll pick up. We'll finish off with the halacha l'maisa milk like this. Like, what are we doing that machlokes? What are we passing right? And then the Yetz Hashem will continue Yetz Hashem. Adventures in avodah zarah. Right, Kevin has a great day.
And Epstein emailed that guest and was like, yo, man, I'd love to be on Rogan. Can you connect me? He's like, I haven't heard from him. I was like, fuck off. This is years ago, dude.
Yeah, he just thought Rogan was funny. And
A few days later, this is 2017, after Jeffrey Epstein asked Lawrence Krauss to connect him between Rogan, Krauss relates the bad news that Rogan isn't at all interested in meeting with him. Yeah, that Rogan told you the story?
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank our annual summer solar conference. It's dedicating all the streaming thresholds this year as it's close to the solar fellows and our fellow sponsors for the month of Av are following the report of speaking at Wendy raising the honor of their parents Israel raising the Raising Roses White in memory of Stanley Roses White and Tony Ruffalo. Our week of learning sponsors Abby and Joe Hirsch with appreciation. We share the entire Tefillah for the Chayalim, and all of those sacrifices for Klal Yisrael. And Maish and Deborah Wergersheim are the learning sponsors for today. Creation of the yard site of Aryeh Leib Ben America from Torah. All of the nations of the families in the Hema, all of those who refer sevens that are close to fully Israel. The Prophet mentioned that our constitution Shalom and Bekara will allow our holy soldiers to be successful. Let's say with that, let us begin by showing a lot to do today. Today's gap is Membeis. Today's gap is Membeis. We're picking up the next lesson on Membeis days 41 and we left off the E, something more to me. Which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, about 16 points up on the bottom. Remember again, yesterday's doctor made a fascinating distinction between finding broken pieces of what we call shlomim versus finding broken pieces of what we call avodah zarah. What's the difference in those two terms? Shlomim are images. Images, maybe they were worshipped, maybe they weren't worshipped. Avodah zarah was definitively worshipped. So halacha l'maisa, the Gemara says that if you find pieces of avodah zarah, essentially you still have to, you can't get hanaf from them. Why not? Because again, there's a suffix. What's the suffix? Did an akum decommission them or not? That's our shayla. Now, an akum, and we're going to discuss this more in today's talk, an akum does have the ability to decommission avodah zarah, but it has, now again, then we have machlokas of Yochanan and Shalkish. Do you need active decommissioning or can it even be passive decommissioning? But again, we'll get back into that in just a little bit. That's our overarching machlokas over here. But Yochanan says it has to be active decommissioning. Reish Lakish says even passive decommissioning. Nafkamin would be if the idol falls over by itself and breaks. Right? Rabbi Yochanan, still an idol. According to Reish Lakish, it has lost its idolatrous import. So we'll say, but again, that's why if you find pieces of an avodah zarah, it's also. If you find pieces of shlomim of an image, it's going to be mutter. Why is it mutter? Because there's a spek steka. What's the spek steka? Suffix number one is maybe it was never worshipped. That's number one. And number two, ultimately, again, even if it was worshipped, maybe it was decommissioned. So the idea, jumping back to avodah zarah for just a second, the reason why ultimately, again, by avodah zarah, it does not work is because halacha l'maisa we say ein safek motzei midei vadai. Ultimately, again, the suffix that maybe it was decommissioned doesn't go ahead and take it out from the fact that it was avodah zarah. So now there are questions that principle. Then something most immediately. Is that true? That a suffix, a possibility, cannot go ahead and change the reality when facing a certainty? What about following Vatanya? Very interesting. We actually saw this. Chaver Shanis, Yidiyach Megurim Eleakeras. So say Chaver died. And again, we translated. I have to give a special shalom aleichem to a member of our shir from South Africa by the name of Ian Meltzer, who I was just introduced to through Mel Ram, another member of our shir in Toronto. Baruch Hashem, we have a beautiful chaver, not just in this case membership, but Baruch Hashem around the world. So Ian messaged me via Mel. I translated chaver a few days ago as a tam chacham. So the truth is, it's not really a fair definition. Rashi, if you remember again 2 days ago, goes ahead and translates chaver as a person who is careful with the laws of Tum and Tara to the point that he even eats his chulin b'tara. So even again, what we'll call non-sanctified food, he is not going to eat in a state of ritual purity. and he's also careful with Trumas and Maestros. No, that's the definition of a chaver. So it's interesting. So Rabbi asked, he said, why? So why do you call a chaver? Right, chaver means a friend. Means a friend. What's the pshat of that? So perhaps the yisod is like this. Who's a chaver? Chaver is someone who is just looking and searching out for extra tara in this world. He's looking for extra purity. That's what he's looking for. At the end of the day, what does Hashem demand? What Hashem says, I want you to make sure that you eat kodesh in a state of tara. You don't have to eat in a state of tara. You're not obligated to eat your unsanctified food in a state of ritual purity. Chaver is someone who thirsts for tara so much that he seeks out those standards even in areas where ultimately he's not obligated. Such a person who is thirsting for purity, such a person who wants to bring purity into areas of his life where even he's not obligated to do so, such a person is a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. That's a friend. That Baruch Hu says, someone who wants me in their life so badly that he's willing to take on strictures in areas of ritual purity, that he doesn't have to. That's a chaver. That's a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. Perhaps even to a certain degree, a higher level than a Talmud Chacham, because the acquisition of knowledge is enjoyable. It's inherently enjoyable. It's beautiful. We all love learning. We all love exploring new ideas. But someone who Mamish puts upon himself additional stringencies because he wants tara, after tara. He wants purity. That's a friend of the Ribono Shel Olam. So the Gemara says, Chaver shenis v'yediach megur v'le'eteros. So Chaver dies. Interesting case. Chaver dies, and after he dies, they discover that he has a basket of fruit. What's the issue? What's the issue is we don't know whether or not they've been tithed. So the Gemara says, even if Mamish just harvested them that day, there's a chazaka, ultimately again, that they are properly tithed. The Gemara says, I hold a second. I will say, let's analyze this case. Here's a case of a vadai. What's the vadai? The certainty. The certainty was they were tevel. That's for sure, right? Tevel's untied produce. I'll say, why is that a vadai? Because everything starts out as untied produce. So you have a vadai that it was untied. Safek, maybe the chaver did tie it, maybe he didn't tie it. And what do you see from here? The ka'asi safek u'mo'asi midei vadai. And what do you see from here? That ultimately, again, a safek, possibility that tied this goes ahead and overrides the vadai that it certainly was tevel. So you see safek mo'asi midei vadai, to which the Gemara says no. Hasam vadai with vadai. Disgusting. No, it's not true. That's not a safek and vadai. That's a vadai case. What's the case? The vadai asridu. The Gemara says it said that it was tevel. Vadai was tevel. Certainly that it was tevel. And also vadai, that's what? That he tied it. The Gemara says to the Rechanina Chozah. Rechanina Chozah. Chazaka al chaver she'eno motzi davar she'eno mitoka mitachas yado. Jose, that's the chazaka. So again, interestingly enough, it's fascinating. With the chaver Jose again, can you imagine moving yourself to the level where there's no suffix that you've done the right thing? You have to understand this, right? What does that mean to get to that level where the halacha looks at me and the halacha says, this guy certainly did the right thing. A chaver does not leave untied produce in his possession. From the moment it comes into his possession, it's tied. And therefore, there's no suffix in vadai. There's only vadai and vadai. Incredible. Levi, so another possibility is, Gemara says, suffix the suffix group. Interestingly enough, maybe it's a suffix and a suffix house. So what does that mean? Afshar the avad kidraboshia. It's possible that the chaver conducted himself like Raboshia. What's the other Raboshia? The Amar ma'arim adam al tvu also u'machnisa b'motz shalom k'dei shetei behemta ochelet uktroset. I suppose that is an interesting case. There is, technically speaking, a meiser loophole, a tithing loophole. What's the tithing loophole? Without getting into all technicalities now, in order for produce to be subject to tithing obligations, there has to be bias, right? It has to come into the home. Through a normative entrance. Technically speaking, if you were to bring your produce in, let's say through the window and not through the door, technically it's meiser exempt. Now again, there are limitations on that also. So the Gemara says over here, there's really no suffix no vadai. Why? because it's possible. Even if you want to go with the fact that maybe it's a suffix if the chaver tithed it or not, it's also a suffix if what? If the produce was ever subject to Trumas and Maestros. Why? Because it's possible that literally, again, you used this legal loophole of bringing it in through the window, and therefore it was never subject. Okay, so the Gemara says, one second, there ain't something nothing divided. So remember, the Gemara is questioning this principle, right? The Gemara put out there like a law, a principle. The principle was, ein safek motzei nidei vadai. Right, that ultimately, again, a possibility cannot change the reality of a certainty. So Gemara says, really, is that true? So Gemara says, but I we learned, Rabbi Yehuda, Ma'aseh b'shev chasal shel matzik top of Mendes, Ma'aseh b'shev chasal shel matzik achra berimon. Very interesting case where there was once a story of a maidservant. Now let's say now again we're going to this is a Jewish woman, a Jewish woman who worked for a matzik. What's a matzik? Rashi says over here, Gavra Aloma b'Yisrael, a very powerful guy. Very powerful guy. She worked for a matzik in the city of Rimon. Okay, what happened? She had a miscarriage. And I will say, interestingly enough, it was common that when a woman had a miscarriage, you have to bury a nefel. But interesting, the halacha is, this has also evolved a little bit. They would put a nefel in a pit, in other words, in a nondescript grave. In general, we'll say the halacha is, you have to bury a nefel, you have to bury a miscarried baby, but we do not bury it in a marked grave. We do not do that. We have to bury it in the ground, but we do not bury it in a marked grave for a variety of reasons. Also, just from a mental health perspective, it is unhealthy. The Chazal said it is unhealthy for parents to develop an ongoing attachment to a life that never was. Obviously, again, there's trauma, there's loss, there's grief, but Chazal wanted it to be contained, did not want it to be an ongoing life loss. So what happened? So she miscarried, and she put the miscarriage in a pit. What coin hits it? A coin came along, and obviously saw what had happened, and peered over the pit. Now, why did the coin peer over the pit? Leida im Zachar in the kiva. So he was going to have to pass it for her. Remember, you're going to say when a woman gives birth, and even after a miscarriage, depending on when the miscarriage occurred, there could be tumas leida. There could be ritual impurity associated with birth. Now, the duration of tumas leida depends on what? Boy or girl. So the coin peers over the pit in order to see, was the nefal, I guess it was developed enough, to see whether or not it was a boy or a girl. What's the problem here? The problem is, by peering over the pit, what did the coin essentially do? Tumas ohel. Tumas ohel. Remember again, tumas ohel could be contracted in two ways. You could be under a roof together with a mace, or you could be the roof over the mace. So technically speaking, if there's a corpse, let's say again, I'm standing next to a corpse underneath the sky, but I lean over the corpse, I am the ohel. So here the coin went ahead and leaned over the pit to see, is it a boy or a girl? And what happened? This episode came for the Chachamim, and they retired him. Why would they retire the coin? Because ultimately, again, this was a place where there were weasels and animals there, and the reality is they probably took the miscarriage. They probably took it and dragged it away somewhere. Suffolk Garu, Suffolk Lo Garu, the Kasi Suffolk Mosimi de Vadai. So look at this case over here. Here's the case of Vadai. What's the Vadai? The shipka, the woman had a miscarriage and she placed the baby in the pit. What's the Suffolk? Maybe the animal took it, maybe the animal didn't take it. And yet, what do we see from here? The Gemara says, and yet we see that the Suffolk trumps the Vadai. Right? The Suffolk changes the reality even in the face of the Vadai, to the point that again they pass in the coin is not tame. So you see from here that Suffolk can go ahead and trump a Vadai. To which the Gemara says, no. Lo tima hitila labar, nefal labar, ela ema, hitila kimin nefal labar. The Gemara says, no. What happened over here is that the Kohen sees the shifcha throwing something that looked like a nefal. In other words, it's not a vadai that she miscarried and placed the nefal in the bar. Rather, again, he saw what appeared to be a nefal being placed in the bar by this woman. So it's a suffix to begin with. The Gemara said, 1 second, but that's not what it says. But the Gemara said that he peered over in order to see if it was a boy or a girl, to which the Gemara says, Hachi Kamazur needs to say, Leida, the Gemara says, Leida, Imruachepila, Immethalepila. So first of all, he was looking into the pit to see what did she miscarry. Did she miscarry again? Did she miscarry a baby? Or again, about say, Ruachepila just means maybe she just expelled something else from her body. In other words, Lav Dafka, that she expelled a miscarriage. Maybe it was just something else. It was some other discharge. See, he was first of all looking over the part, see, was it an AFL or not? Then did someone an AFL, and if it was an AFL, then did someone an AFL Atila, laid the Zachar in the Keva to see if it was a boy or girl. So in fact, this wasn't the case of Vadai and Suffolk. Rather, again, this was a case of Suffolk and Suffolk. So again, Suffolk, whether or not she miscarried a baby, right? Was it a miscarriage or not? And then again, compound that with the Suffolk, ultimately, again, that maybe the animal took it away. You might say the other possibility is, the other possibility is no. Once you have a place, we know that there's a hold on a bargalis, that there's these animals there, they definitely dragged away whatever was expelled into the pit. Okay? So we'll say, so where is the kasha? So again, so just we'll pause over here for just a second. So just understand, the Gemara essentially seems to say that principle of ein safek motzi midei badai ultimately again holds. That in halacha we accept this principle. Ein safek motzi midei badai. That if you have what we'll call two pieces of information in front of you, one is a safek and one is a vadai. The vadai piece of information determines the reality, and the safek piece of information does not undermine that reality. That's why I will say again, just kind of reorienting ourselves a little bit. That's why, how do we get into this? I find a piece of broken avodah zarah, right? So I find a piece of, let's say, an idol or an image that I know was definitely worshipped as idolatry. So I find a piece, can I use it? So the answer is no. Why not? It's asr no. Why? Because I have a vadai that this was avodah zarah. Safek, maybe the akum actively decommissioned it, and therefore again I can't use it. Why? Because the safek that maybe the akum decommissioned it doesn't change the reality of the vadai that this was definitely avodah zarah. And I will say, just to point out how powerful this yisod is on a hashkafic level as well. Because in safek motzi midei vadai, if you want to go ahead and summarize the entirety of Jewish history and destiny into one phrase, this is it. Over the years, right, over the millennia, we have faced so many sfekos. Right? Will we survive? Is this an existential threat? You know, is all of this, you know, say it was so interesting. It was so interesting that those of us who was up at the beer on Shabbos, after Usher Weiss, he said so many beautiful things. But one of the things I felt that was like very shocking was he spoke about in the aftermath of October 7th, feeling an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. So to me that was shocking, because for me, in my mind, I said to myself, there was never an existential threat to Klal Yisrael. It was scary, it was overwhelming, but obviously, Rosh Hashanah says it, and he's an Eretz Yisrael Jew. It takes on a totally different thing. And over the centuries, there's been many sfekos, right? We faced many moments of existential suffering. Are we going to make it through this? Are we going to weather this storm? Just less than a century ago, they put us in ovens and in gas chambers. There was a suffering. So what holds us over? What holds us over is this principle. Ein safek motzi midei vadai. What's the vadai? Kadosh Baruch Hu says, Am Yisrael is an Am HaNetzchi. Am Yisrael, the Jewish people, we are an eternal nation. That's the vadai. And therefore, what holds us over even in times of difficulty? In safek motzi midei vadai. Safek. Whether that safek is the Babylonians, the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, the Nazis, Hamas, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who the safek is. There are so many sfekos that have presented themselves. Shabachol dar badar, another safek Another suffix always arises. Rest assured, a suffix motzi midei vadai. No suffix could undermine the vadai, the certainty of the eternality of Klal Yisrael. That's ultimately, again, the source of our optimism. That's the source of our strength, and that's what creates our reality. Incredible. Incredible both halachically as well as hashkafically. Now the Gemara goes back. Esvei, so it says, remember again, embedded in all of this is this machlokas you have to Yochanan and Reish Lakish. So here's what I know. And again, we're going to talk about this more in just a few moments. You can decommission an avodah zara, right? In other words, an akum can be mevatel his avodah zara. The shaila is, how does he do it? Rabbi Yochanan says it must be what we call active bittul, and Reish Lakish says even passive bittul works. So that was now going back to that a little bit. Listen to this. And we're going to see this in the Mishnah later on as well. Sorry? Did I skip? Oh, sorry, thank you. Thank you. So I'll say back to the Mishnah. What did the Mishnah say? If you find the image of a hand, the image of a foot, ultimately, again, it's usher. It's usher. So the Gemara says, why? Because at the end of the day, that was a common image that people worship. The Gemara says, Amai. Why is that? Hashvarim minhu. So we'll say that's broken pieces. So in other words, once again, this is a kasha on Reish Lakish. This is going to be open and asking on Reish Lakish. Reish Lakish, according to you, this should be totally mutter, right? Because according to Reish Lakish, once you find broken pieces, whether the akum actively broke it or whether the idol broke on its own, an akum doesn't worship an idol like that anymore. Again, what's always Reish Lakish's logic? Idol. If you can't save yourself from being broken, then chances are what? You're not much help to me. You're not much help to me. And therefore, again, so what's going on? So remember again, is what we said yesterday. What's the case? The case of the hand and the foot is the case ultimately where it's on a pedestal. When it's on a pedestal, then that is quite possible that is actually a almost like not self-sufficient is the wrong word, but its own type of idolatry. Okay, Gemara is not the kasha. Only from the Vata Avodas Chum Shalom B'Shal Chameiro. It's very interesting. We'll see more of this later. And Rabbi Yochanan can be mevatel his own avodah zara, and ultimately again the avodah zara of his friend. Meaning, any akum can ultimately again negate and thereby decommission any form of idolatry. Whether it's his idolatry that he worships or someone else's idolatry. However, the Yisrael, ain't no Vata Avodas Chum Shalom B'Shal. So we'll say it's actually quite fascinating. We'll see the logic behind this. And Rabbi Yochanan, actually, Yisrael does not have the ability to negate any form of idolatry. So isn't that fascinating? Right? So Rabbi Yochanan can negate and decommission any form of idolatry, and Yisrael has no power of negation over idolatry. Fascinating. I'm not dying. So we're going to say, so I'm not. Tell me that most comes from Shalom and Allah. So why is that? What about a case of idolatry that just breaks on its own? That's really, again, according to Reish Lakish, according to that should work. Rabbi Shepasa, what's the case over here? The case over here is where he's bended the open kohabim. So it's interesting what the Gemara is suggesting is bending is not a form of decommission. Why not? Decommission requires breakage. Bending where the entire item is still intact doesn't decommission. That's one second. Keep us up. My hobby, Martinan, Hasta, Hakushin, or Hasta, Bakla. But that's not truly learning. Again, if you dent in idolatry, even though, again, all of the idolatrous material is still present, ultimately, again, the avodah zara is bottle. I didn't read the Pascal of Kohanim. Avachasli Yisrael, Bakla. Ultimately, again, that's true. You're right. If an akum goes ahead and dents the idolatry, that negates it. But if you so dents the idolatry, that does not negate it. You must have Rabbi says, the owner, he plus the son of Rabbi, but it's very important to know. Rabbi says like this, in reality, even when you so dents the avodah zara, it goes in the other words, I will say, denting really is an active form of negation, which makes sense, right? Anything you do to deface the idol should be a proper form of idolatrous negation. So really, even if you still against it, it's okay. So what's this? Why did Chazal say that it's not? So listen to this. Ella, Zera. There's a Zera. What's the Zera? Dono Magdala Bahadunavakala. So it's a issue. In reality, a Yisrael has the power of negation, right? A Yisrael does have the power to go ahead and negate idolatry. How does he negate idolatry? If he breaks it, if he dents it, it all should work. So why did Chazal say it doesn't work? What are we concerned about? Listen to this. What is Yisrael going to do? He wants to negate the Avodah Zarah. What does he do? He has Avodah Zarah. He lifts it up, like getting ready, let's say, to smash it or to dent it afterwards. What's the problem? Once he lifts it up, right, that's an act of Hagbar. What does Hagbar do? Hagbar acquires. Once he acquires it, it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew. Once it becomes the Avodah Zarah of a Jew, the Avodah Zarah of Biyad Yisrael, the Avodah Zarah of Biyad Yisrael, so we'll say this is absolutely wild. It's absolutely wild. And let's say we are going to see exactly why this is in Gemara in 10 blocks from now on Yom days. But again, right now we'll just go with the principle. The principle is any Avodah Zarah that is owned by a Jew cannot be negated. So watch what's happening over here. Can we Yisrael, technically speaking, decommission Avodah Zarah? Yeah. How can we decommission it? We can break it. He can dent it, but Chazal said the decommissioning of a Jew does not work. Why? What are we concerned about? That in the process of decommissioning, the Yisrael is going to pick it up. By picking it up, Avodah Zarah is considered to be hefker. And we'll get into all of this in a couple of days. Avodah Zarah is to be hefker. He lifts it up, he acquires it. Once he acquires it, right? Once he goes ahead and he acquires it, it becomes Avodah Zarah of the Yid. Avodah Zarah of the Yid ultimately cannot be, you can't be mavakor, you can't be decommissioned. Therefore, again, ultimately, we are stuck in this situation. So essentially, we want to try to avoid his Jewish handling of Avodah Zarah. How did Chazal ensure that? By simply going ahead and saying, you can't do anything to it. Even if you try to decommission it, ultimately, again, it is not going to work. Incredible. Therefore, you must say, after you say, we have one of the Makolis, the people of our hand dropped him, so let's say, just by the way, this whole idea over here of okay, we'll come back to it. Let's talk. Akum, Shahidi Avan and Marcus, let's say an Akum who brought stones from Marcus, right? What's Marcus? Marcus is an Avodah Zarah that essentially the Avodah Zarah was a stone formation. So Akum takes stones from Marcus, and what does he do? He picked up a hand, dropped him, the cartels in Paris. And what does he do? He goes ahead and he takes the stones, and he builds them into roads. In other words, he decommissions the stones by using them for mundane use. He uses them as pavers, like the pavers, and he uses them to make the street. So what's halacha? We tell us the stones are mutter. Why are the stones mutter? Because again, halacha l'meisa is actually decommissioning them through using them for a mundane use. You can't say they have the people and the cartels as us. But again, if a Jew takes stones from Marcos and builds it into the road, ultimately, again, it's not a decommission. You can't use that road. You can't get Hanal because it's Avodah Zarah. I'm not even much of a why you can't. So why don't we say it? So again, so you're going to ask me a question. The question is, why should this be any worse ultimately again when Avodah Zarah that was on its own? And it comes to it, so Avodah Zarah that was on its own ultimately is decommissioned. To which the Gemara says, no, Hakanami to the Rava. So it's just as Rava said before. Rava said essentially, Midrabanan, a Jew can't decommission Avodah Zarah. Why not? Because once again, we have this concern. We have this concern that in the process of decommissioning, the Jew's going to lift it up. If he lifts it up, he acquires it. Then it's Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew. And once you have Avodah Zarah owned by a Jew, that can never be decommissioned. Incredible. And again, we'll see if never actually means never. He said, you know, he's a cash on. So listen to this. Listen. What's here? Watch this. You have an Avodah Zarah, and you shave it, you have Avodah Zarah. So we'll say, so actually points out there, for example, an Asherah tree. An Asherah tree, right? And what do? I go and I take shavings off of the Asherah tree. So what's the status of the shavings? So the Gemara says, if ultimately the Akum is doing it for himself, right? He's taking shavings off the Avodah because he wants to, I don't know, make a bonfire, whatever it is. With Sarcho, ultimately again, if he's doing it for himself, then he would Shipuyeha Mutarim. Then both the shavings and the tree itself become mutter. Why? Because the action of taking shavings off the Avodah Zarah tree for the Akum's own personal use is what? Is itself a decommissioning of the Avodah Zarah. Okay, however, with Sarkar, if he's taking shavings off the tree, let's say he's pruning the tree, right? And that's for the benefit of the tree itself. So it's Sarkar, he has to the Shikuyaha Mutayim. Ultimately, again, then the shavings and the tree, ultimately, again, then the tree is still Aser, the Shikuyaha Mutar, but ultimately, again, the shavings will be Aser. He starts the Shifava Kohavim, but if he still takes shavings, right, takes pieces off of the Asherah tree, Beimut Sarho, he the Shikuyaha Asir. Whether the Yisrael is doing this again for his benefit or for the tree's benefit, ultimately, again, the Avodah Zarah, the tree itself, and the shavings remain mutter. So once again, I'm going to answer the Amai, why should this be any different? Right? It's coming to you. It should be no different than an Avodah Zarah that breaks on its own. And when it breaks on its own, you said it's decommissioned. The social of your instance should be decommissioned as well. To which the US Health and Nabi should be Rabbah. So once again, we keep on bringing up Rabbah. What does Rabbah say? So once again, Rabbah's of the opinion. Essentially, we don't want to do decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. Why? It's too much of a roll of the dice. Because if you do it in the wrong way, then what ends up happening? Then halacha l'maisa, you end up acquiring it, and therefore again it can never be. There's no bittul. Ace Rabbi Yossi Omer Shofet B'Zorah L'Ruach and Machzor. So what's the next Mishnah that we're going to see in Yos Hashem. So Rabbi Yossi says, or say, or two Mishnah, so if you find the Avodah Zarah, you can grind it up and scatter it to the wind. All not till the yam. Or you can go ahead and throw it into the sea. And also we're going to see this is talking about if you find an Avodah Zarah made of metal. So what do? Grind it up, scatter it, right? Scatter it to the wind or throw it into the sea. The Gemara says, Amulo, you can't do it. Because if you scatter it into the wind, then what can happen? It becomes fertilizer. So this one says, it's still, well, you got to your tumble. You're not getting the plus says, meaning, you can't retain any part of Avodah Zarah for your own use. And that's the B'amai. And once again, a different aspect of Shakish B'amai. The Havi Kabbal becomes Mishkara Me'eleha, but once again, why? It's like 22 should be fine. 22 is focused. Even if Avodah Zarah breaks on its own, ultimately again it's decommissioned. So in this case, a grinding it up can also be a decommissioning. So who cares even if it does act as fertilizer? It's not Avodah Zarah fertilizer, which they must have. And honey, Kidirabah. Once again, I both say we keep all roads keep leading back to Rabbah. Ultimately, again, it's concerned that if it's used involved in decommissioning, you may lift it up first, acquire it, and once it's acquired by a Jew, it cannot be decommissioned. Say, Rabbi Yossi ben Yisir Omer, Motzah Suras Dako, was an interesting case over here. Let's see, find the image of a dragon. This is our next picture. Now, we're going to see a dragon as one of those images that was always considered to be idolatrous. So watch this. You go ahead and you find the image of a dragon. The head is cut off. That is cut off. So therefore, Safek Obikocham Fatho, Safek Yisrael Fatho, Mutter. So if I'm not sure, did a Jew decapitate the dragon, right, or did an Akum? It's mutter. It's mutter. You want to go on the other hand, Vada Yisrael Fatho, Aser. But if Yisrael was the one who cut off the head, it's Aser. The Gemara says, Amai. Why should this be any different? In other words, the second case. Why should it be any different than a case ultimately again of a Avodah Zarah that broke on its own? Once again, we are concerned ultimately again about the concern of Rabbah. So most like, essentially, you begin to see the theme over here. We don't want Jews involved in Avodah Zarah at all, even with the decommissioning of Avodah Zarah. We just want Jews to stay away from idolatry. Therefore, Chazal look to the point that even the decommissioning of the Jew doesn't work. Out of concern, they may pick it up, acquire it, and create even greater problems going forward. Rabbi Yossi Omer, אף לא ירקות בימות הראשונים, מפני שהנביא אינו שרץ בהם. So it's an interesting case over here. So this halacha is the following case. We're going to see this also all these understands on the CV later on. Halacha in general looks like that about what is the halacha concerning planting vegetables underneath a shade tree. Under a shade tree. So during the summer, the problem is that the shade tree provides shade, and shade is beneficial obviously to the vegetables, to the produce. Right? So therefore you can't plant in the summertime, however, in the winter, the rainy season, ultimately the shade is actually detrimental. So therefore the Mishnah wants to suggest that there's no problem planting vegetation underneath a shade tree during the rainy season. But the Yossi says not true. You can't even plant vegetables underneath the tree during the rainy season. Why not? It makes Shanavia Mosheres Alei. Because what can happen? The leaves of the tree fall off, and the leaves themselves act as fertilizer for the growing vegetation. So Moshe says, I don't know why falling leaves be a problem. After all, once again, Rishlokish, falling leaves should be no different than what? Fallen idols. And according to Rishlokish, if an idol falls and breaks on its own, it's bottled. So too, if a leaf falls off of the tree, it should also be bottled. Surely, if I'm a fertilizer, which was a shiny Hassam, the Ikra Avodas go up in Kayanis. No, in the case of the fallen leaf, it's different. Why is it different? Because the primary part of the idolatry remains intact. The leaves may fall off, but the tree is fully intact. That kind of endows the fallen leaf with a Vodazara identity, even after it's no longer on the tree. You must go say other days, then days 42c. The Gemara says, what about the case of shavings? That one right there, shade tree shavings. We grab all that stuff up in Pyramid, so once again, the primary part of the tree is still in existence. In that case, about Saudi said, with Sarkal, he has Surah the Shikriya Mutari. He said that even in a case, ultimately, again, where you're feeding the tree for the benefit of the tree remains awesome. But ultimately, again, the shavings are mutter. Ultimately, also for the simple reason you carved an avodah you can't negate an avodah cannot be negated when it is functioning in its normal, natural way. So since it is normal for leaves to fall off trees, that act cannot create a sense of negation or reality of negation, which makes sense. The Gemara says, so up until now, all of these questions have been from Rabbi Yochanan to Reish Lakish. So we're going to both sides. Rabbi Yochanan Reish Lakish focuses on one simple case. An avodah zarah falls over by itself and breaks. Is the avodah zarah bottle or not? Rabbi Yochanan, no, because negation of idolatry requires active negation. Reish Lakish, yes, because even de facto negation, right, or passive negation ultimately works. So up until now, this entire Amid has been Rabbi Yochanan questioning Reish Lakish. Now we switch gears. So Reish Lakish asked the kasha on Rabbi Yochanan. Here we go. What's the interesting case here? If you have a tree, now the tree belongs to Akish, right? The tree belongs to the base of the bush. Now what happens? There's a nest on top of the tree. Some birds made a nest on top of the tree. What's the halacha? Lo nanin v'lo ma'alin. You really should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did so, you have not committed me'ilah. Now what I saw again. Rashi says over here, second line from the top, lo nanin, that's midrabanan. So you can't get benefit, midrabanan, v'lo ma'alin. Right, but obviously, again, the nest itself is not considered to be part of the tree, and therefore, if you did get benefit from the nest, ultimately, again, it's not me'ilah. Fine. So let's analyze. But Barosh Shal, what about if the nest is on the top of an Asherah tree? It's the same case. I have an Asherah tree. On the top of the Asherah tree is a bird's nest. I want to get benefit from the bird's nest. So what could I do? Yatiz Bakana. So what can you do? Knock down the nest, ultimately again with a piece of wood, and therefore you can go ahead and get benefit from the nest like that. So what says the Gemara says Yatiz Bakana. I'm sorry. Yatiz Bakana. חסר עדייתך, כגון שנשבור ממנו עצים מכין סבא. Now I'll say, here's what's interesting. Okay, so this is very interesting. So now, again, what can't I do? I can't, in both cases, I can't climb the tree in order to get to the nest, right? Because climbing the tree is usage of the tree. But with the Avodah tree, interesting enough, what can I do? Just take a piece of wood, knock down the nest, and get back from the nest. Now, Gemara says, let's say, what is the bird building the nest from? Now, the assumption over here is the nest on the Asherah tree is being built from wood or from twigs from the Asherah tree, right? And yet, what does the Gemara say? You get benefit from the nest. You can't scale the tree, but you can get benefit from the nest. But that nest is made from broken pieces of the Asherah tree. What do you see from here? That once Avodah Zarah breaks, right, even on its own, even though it has not been actively broken, it's decommissioned. So the Gemara says, the assumption over here is that the bird is building its nest from twigs, broken pieces of the Asherah tree. And yet the nest is mutter. So again, Shlomo says, this supports my assertion. They're broken Avodah Zarah, even if not intentionally broken, ultimately it decommissions the Avodah Zarah. The Gemara says, no. What's the case? You go into IC8 in the Alma, the kin sabai, not necessarily. That's not how birds make nests. In other words, birds make nests. Birds make nests in trees all the time, but they often bring materials from other locations. So the case over here is the bird made itself comfortable in the Asherah tree, but it did not gather the materials or the nest from the Asherah tree. Rather, it gathered the materials ultimately again from elsewhere. So again, what's the raya for that? The raya for that is look at the hektish case. What happened in the hektish case? In the hektish case, what did the Gemara say about the birds or about the bird's nest? Lo nanin or about the tree? Lo net about the nest. Sorry. Lo nanin v'lo mo'arin. So again, you should not get benefit from the nest. But if you did, you did not commit to Milah. So let's analyze this. If we're talking about a case where the bird built the nest ultimately again from materials in the belt, right outside of the hektish tree, then so then it makes sense. So again, Chazal said, we really don't want you to get benefit from that nest, right? Why not? Because it's attached to a hektish tree, and we can see how accidentally you may come to scale the tree. But it's midrabanan, and also the lamoral and midaraisa. But there's no mehila. Why is there no mehila? Because since the materials for the nest came not from the hektish tree, but from the outside, the nest itself is not subject to mehila. But again, I must say, the bird is building the nest from the tree itself. That means, again, if this nest is made from twigs from the hektish tree, then what's the status of the nest? The status of the nest? It's hektish. If it's hektish, ultimately, again, then you're not allowed to benefit from it, midaraisa, and it's mi'ila midaraisa, which the Gemara says. So therefore, the Gemara is suggesting, it seems to be clear that halacha l'maisa we're dealing with both cases in the Asherah tree and in the hektish tree, where the bird is making a nest from other materials, not from the Asherah tree and not from the hektish tree. To which the Gemara says, not necessarily. The Gemara says, midi area, so we'll say maybe not. It's actually quite possible that in both of these cases, ultimately, or I should say in the hektish case, that the bird is making its nest from the actual hektish tree itself. But if the bird is making its nest from the hektish tree, then why is that nest not asur midorais? Right? What's going on over here? To which the Gemara says, listen to this. So what's the case over here? So I'll say, this is a fascinating sugya which we'll get to. When you're makdish something, right? So obviously the item as it is hektish. What about if that item grows things afterwards? Are those subsequent growths considered to be hektish as well? So what's a great example of this? A tree. I'm makdish a tree, on Tuesday. And then 3 months later, there's Baruch Hashem, there's new branches, there's new growths. Are those new branches and growths subject to the hektish designation or not. That is a machlokas. That is called gidulin haboin la'achar mikan, growth which occurs after the designation. So the Gemara, they were talking about over here is the bird. So again, I was makdish the tree, and then again 3 months later, when new branches grew, the bird took twigs from the new growths. So and made the nest out of those new growths, and therefore again, so now is the nest hagdish? It depends. That's a machlokas. The Gemara says because savar ein me'iva b'gidulin, and the author of this price or the author of this Mishnah holds that Allah Chalamaysa, the fish designation only devolves upon the tree that's in existence at the time of the designation. But anything that grows afterwards is not subject to hagdish, and therefore again the nest is mutter. Incredible. Rabbi Avo, Rabbi Yochanan, my yacht is ultimately, what does it mean? Rabbi Yochanan said maybe not. What does it mean when it says you can knock the nest down and get benefit from the nest? That frochim. It doesn't mean the nest. It doesn't mean the nest itself. It could very well be that the nest is asra. The nest is asra in both cases because it's made of a shera or because it's made of a hektish tree. Either way, it's asra. So what's mutter? What can you get benefit from? The chicks. Because when we say knock down the nest, what it means is get benefit from the contents of the nest, but not the nest itself. And you can apply that to both cases, both to the Asherah case as well as to the hektish case. So in both of the cases, ultimately, perhaps you can't get benefit from the nest itself, especially for setting this up as a case where the nest is being made from the hektish tree, or the nest is being made from the Asherah tree. And again, even assuming that the materials weren't present at the time of the designation, maybe we're going with the opinions that whatever grows from the tree is going to be hektish or avodah zarah. So what's the case? Why am I knocking down the nest? Not for the nest material, but rather what? For the chicks or for the eggs inside of the nest, and that will be mutter. That will be mutter. The beitzin can be kind of stress. Let's listen to this. The Shir says for the chicks, it's going to be mutter. But for the eggs, ultimately, again, it's going to be usher. Now, why are the eggs usher? So this is actually quite fascinating. If you look at Rashi, this is Rashi right before the Mishnah. In Rashi, the beitzin kan bekan usher, shetzrichin ilan, the gazer behind rabban ka'al ilan aslan. So what's actually quite fascinating? Eggs are usher. Why are eggs usher? Because eggs need the nest. The nest needs the tree, and therefore A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C, which means that halacha l'maisa, the eggs are considered to be ultimately reliant on the tree. So because of that, they are going to be asra. So isn't this fascinating? So it's quite fascinating. There's a lot of variables going on over here. But the Gemara is suggesting maybe in all of these cases the nest is asr. Why is the nest asr? Because we're talking about a case where the nest was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. So the nest is going to be asr. The nest is going to be asr. So what does it mean when the Brisa says take a stick, knock down the nest, and get benefit from the nest? It means the chicks in the nest. The chicks are mutter, but the eggs be problematic. Why? Because ultimately, again, since the eggs need the nest and the nest needs the tree, therefore the eggs are considered to be dependent on the tree, and therefore the eggs are considered to be an appendage of the tree itself. So you can get benefit ultimately again from the chicks, but ultimately not the eggs. The Gemara says the beitzin kam from Rashi that frochen shetzrichan leiman debates and double. This is very interesting. The chicks that are so young that they are reliant on their mother have the status of eggs, right? So which makes sense because the chicks that require their mother are dependent on the nest. The nest is reliant on the tree, and therefore halacha l'maisa so many problematic. So therefore, it turns out that over here with this case of the nest on top of the Asherah tree, the hektish tree, you obviously can't scale the tree regardless, right? By what can you do? You can knock down the nest. But why are you knocking down the nest? So really you can't get benefit from the nest because there's a concern that the nest itself was made from the Asherah tree or from the hektish tree. What can you get benefit from? Independent chicks. Independent chicks, right? Allah said that is going to be mutter, right? Right? So you get benefit from the independent young birds, right? Or ultimately, but what you can't get benefit from is the eggs or from the reliant young, because those are considered to be dependent on the tree itself. But we'll stop over here for today. But again, let me just say the halacha l'maisa. So actually, Yeah, all right, we'll do tomorrow, tomorrow we'll finish off with the Alok Meister Yochanan Shlakish. Like, what are we doing that Machlokes? What are we passing like? And then in Eretz Hashem, we'll continue Eretz Hashem, adventures in Avodah Zarah. Shkayach, everyone. All right, Chevron, have a great day. The cover like salt talking shocking dummy. Okay, Mars says it's kosher. Just Mars is cheap up. But that's not Mars. That's the same thing. You see that any time the other people publish the forms of the facto active intention was not the cause. The intention was for something else. But the laws of control have to be ratified. So when we are which was I ratified not the law. Still back to the one that come and have it. Kamash Malon, Yishmure, Monakamata. Everyone's got their thing. Everyone needs support. Right now. That's called what? It's called that's called condition. So, Kamash Malon is not called so Kamash Malon is called drying out water loss. Because it's not called condition, ultimately, then you still I'm going to do the yeah, what's like now, just I want this. Are exceptional. First of all, it's going to push the work to the right? And that helps out. So what's this? So this is very, very, very important. These are very important because people don't know that sometimes what's happening inside my kitchen is lavish compromise. And I was that it turns out to be a snap. Those things that happen in passion. And you know, so we're going to get some television actually occurring somewhat often. I'm going to do them as well. Let's just do this. And yet we start Basra on Nabi Rahman. What's the experience? And you put meat on coals. First, you put meat on coals. The bottom of the hotball, and what happens when the watch turns it over. So I put the steak on the grill. And my nephew friend comes along and turns it over. So what's happening? So look at even though the non-food participation process is working. Why? Because then there are these but you know how much they have a partial. So if you want to say, well, they want to put it anyway, then choose that. Then that's happiness. Then that is happiness. Right? And a lab, you know, how much all of a partial. Then there must be what you will say. The mistake was to be over than what it would be cooked. And it's only because you have to feel about the meal when you have it cooked. When that's the case, I like with her. You should be able to go up here. What's that? It's begun to do something. Without his action, I would not have cooked. And why did that item be created? So let's say it would have taken 2 hours. Now they need to take 1 hour. Versus the what? You actually got fast back. Cooking process, nevertheless, the heat is still there. So now you get all what I do. The reason for shooting this is that I'm going to put the package sitting the cooking process is the equivalent of cooking yourself and then the street chapter. Kamash Mola Kamash Mola will say that you can check out the cooking process. process with the out in, that's not the job. Oh, hold on, we're not finished. I know, hold on. So again, what you see that was is that we're taking it step by step. So step number one is the act of an applicant saying that the process is not visual. Okay, what we're doing is now we're working from the specific things to work with. Hold on, last time, most of the Michael Beckton saying one second, but we learned that once we get to the Michael Beckton site, what's a new venue? Michael Beckton site, what do we want? Right? Well, hopefully you never have the identity site. He was not a friendly people, but trying to run into. Right? He was around. So remember again, you learned these Michael Shabbos. So Michael Beckton said, what's that? He gets into the spot. My focus on Facebook. Michael Beckton said, one or for one third of the those two are not necessarily the same. So okay, everything that aside, once we get to the rest of the Michael Beckton site, which is considered to be the most basic flesh edibility. Once you get to the threshold of edibility, like the ultimately again, then it's considered the Allah and Kishkor. So here, the once you get to the threshold of Michael Beckton site, we don't come Michael Beckton site, you need to go to once it doesn't, it hasn't reached the level of Michael Beckton site, then what? Then the next one is subject to the laws of the Shirako, which we must go right. But us some, we go the whole state is so soft, the shakwe open no problem. The whole state is tiny. Those are the students. That is pretty much like this how we should go ahead and put it in the Michael Beckton site. And then what? And then put it in the basket. Right? We'll say, then at that point, we like now, we have to plug in clarifiers. Here we go. Maria saw Basa Gabina public. Once we do get the Michael Beckton site, so by definition, it's not subject to so that's qualification number two. Qualification number two. Maria saw Basa Gabina public, but she took what we on the polls. We'll go over to probably the 100 votes, and then now you can then go ahead and turn it over. Now you can then go ahead and watch it. Actually, double Islam in success as only about the end of it. Was a what we do here. I usually put my state on the joint. And then I go out. Was it first or to the shul or to the museum? Well, who else is there? Who else is there? I'm not for sure to the while I'm gone, so the Gentile goes ahead and watches over my food. So whatever he's doing, he's cutting it, he's cooking it, he's seasoning it, and the Quran says, not a problem. Not a problem. So Shofet says you should do that. A woman can put up a pot of food on top of the stove. The Bahamon is called an Esmokan, and her Gentile member, obviously, that's what it is. So, and she's the Gentile woman, come and what? Stir the food. Right? She's going over the pot, stir the food. I should cover it in some air, or this and that. The woman comes back from the back house or from the shul, the indoor process, and she really not this way. So what does this sound like over here? What it sounds like over here it sounds like as long as it wants. Initiating the process, even if the Gentile steps in afterwards, and scared it and finishes it up, that's fine. As long as it's starting the process. It's not the message very interesting. What about the footnotes? What a little Shimia over to Harabahama some map. Oh, also, what about this piece? What happens if the Gentile put in the stomach though? That was a sign, not just anything of and that's eating a site that makes it simple, that's not a problem. Right? So let's say you're not using whatever you want. Let's say now you started the process. Now you and you put it on my grill. And what happens? I'm the one now who comes in afterwards and I flip it and I season it. Initiated the process, I step in and finish it up. So the rest of the following. So Maru, Amar of Nachman says, also listen to this. The Nachman says as follows. He says, Kabakova. Kabakova. So what's the Kabakova? Gamru Yad Ovid no Public Mutter. Also listen to this. Kabakova. If you finish an Ovid or Public finish off the process, so what's number again? Piece number one. Piece number one is the cell starting and the actual finish. If you must suggest what you do, that piece is okay. With the orbital cup finished, then Gamru Yadi Solo Posting. So what's the exact finish you have it? See, you kind of makes the assumption that what is the more pressure kind of involved with so first, it's considered to have a dominant role in the food preparation. So the first thing is astonished. It's actually the second thing, which is the first case is the redemption. The first case is where the seller issues the actors for the shop. So the word is going to say, if the actor finishing up is okay, then now actors come become a what? Yisrael, acting starting and the start finishing up is similar. They was like amazing. By the way, what do you begin to see? What do you begin to see about? Any about you begin to see that Shem is going to be the definition of any, right? That just any I come by the I can every day, I dab a little dash. I put on a dash of salt. Right? I put in a dash of salt. So what's that? Is that it? So obviously what we're doing is I need to pay involved just try to just finish the scope of that analysis. So far we've got whether I start the Aku finishes, that's fine, or Aku starts the I finish, that's fine as well. Let's go back. This is very exciting to us. Very exciting. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, here we go. Let's see. Here's our technique. Whether the non-Jew put the on the fire and the Jew turns it over, or the Jew or the Jew put it on and the other put it over. Mutter, the Eno Oscar will say, where's the fish for Akun? Eno Oscar actually takes Russell who come up the Yad over the was the only trying to finish the Akun, which was what? But there was no Jewish involvement in the process. Then the Akun does everything from beginning to end, then ultimately one that's the Akun. I will say, I just want to point out something very interesting, which is up until now, we've seen that involvement doesn't require what? Actual involvement with the food. One thing we haven't spoken about is what? What happens if we talk now about the what? Like the fire, like the eight. So that's going to be our next discussion. So wait, so far we see this very exciting. So as long as the Jews involved somehow in the active cooking process, the email and or as long as there's some level of involvement in the notice of the shop. Here we go. I'm going to Hilchas. Now, Lofa is, I think that the Shabbat of the Kohanim Ba'afa Yisrael was a watch this. If you have read, now the Shabbat of the Kohanim says, is this kind of, was that if there is bread, that I, the Jew, went ahead and ate the bread, but what? The actual fire up the stove. Or, he not Shabbat Yisrael Ba'afa of the Kohanim, or I, the Jew, fired up the stove. And the only Kohanim ate the bread. Enough sugar only becoming, the upper only becoming. Or if the non-Jew fired the stove, the non-Jew made the bread. The us said you saw the shutter from three, and the two came along in one day. It's like stoke the coals a little bit, right? Stoke the logs of wood, shot the gun. Wow. Wow, so what's this? Now what do you see here? You not begin to see any involvement. Even I have to be involved in the process somehow, but even if I'm not directly involved in preparation, but instead I'm involved in some type of manipulation of the ingredients, which is necessary for cooking. Suddenly, again, I was like, that becomes an issue of the smell, that becomes Jewish cooking, and no longer an issue of the smell. Whether I'm involved ultimately in the cooking process, so therefore, again, the first, so going back to our contemporary housekeeper situation. So let's say somebody does have someone not who does some. So again, I don't have to spend any watching or something, but on my side, you have to turn on the thing. You have to turn on the thing. And again, once I turn on the thing, and again, the interesting part is that one thing is what's easy to do. Again, I'm not to turn on the thing separately from the yeah. Chamou o homem do lado, o que ele fosse ligar para o lado, é você a this fish is not like essentially becomes that so you pick up some buffalo, so any kind of so since the idea is that the nice distribution was not cool. But yet this it wasn't pure so again so it's pure ultimately there, but not cooked. So it's the what status of said but that about the special. So this year says that this the document say that these subs also got a list today. Why is it so our conference sorry, our conference sessions in the your also your session was why would our conference say that it looks as the first one destroyed my direction back time was shouting, how will you about the old from today about the overcome from the wall? This is how you overcome from the action. Why does that be done? Because it's inside the shell. So my conference says, because it is a lack of dissect, about I think something of the common rationale. Therefore, again, the most egg is not subject to incredible how about right? So incredible macros. So we'll say, so again, that Maria is just said, water, the opponent says, also, things that similar to egg, that conference says, water, and the opponent says, it's also. The also have to be common, and that Maria, the effort is said, whether you look the salty fish or the roasted egg, this is by half a shuttle, this is by half a both steps water, with a geophonal also. And a geophonal says that it's as you give her all, if you know the is using the give her all one time makes the health of the result, the head of that amulate. Said, they such media back. Once thou love their things such so other than influence the peers this is about half a shadows, but the Yokoman also said the peers this is about half a shadows, but it makes it and broken by active and the Yokoman said that also that he's about some half of a stein and was a situation of one. So against one, two say that it's winter, one says that it's also therefore what he said that the roasted egg by after school. So I'm a little about skin. Those substitute don't listen to what the teacher just said. The egg is not water. But I'm not lying. Oh, this is how I was it. Said I love us. I said love how the was it. What means that the egg roasted by is active. Ultimately again, it's for people of the house of the so not like the fact that that's just ask some type of vinegar and other words, it was like poisoning such. There was things to point out, it's not like we show that the members of the house of the so it's very often roughly considered where at the time structure people ultimately is our that our see both rights, intentions between that one, and not just the police itself, but the members of the household of the police. So literally, again, it's not like the fact that perhaps there was a whole it's just yes, but apparently again, there are some people that don't like to be told no, it's a general issue. And there was a different if they want to do a question, then that's I'm not on it, that's it, so that's the thing, so I cannot on it. Caprice versus now I'm going to start speaking about some specific types of foods. Caprice, I will say caprice are the shells that are must, particularly, this is the people getting the septic drugs. Spend a lot of time regarding slop, right? Slop and stuff. So all of these things that so the first septic that is the capitos, what are capitos is the dash. Parsi, so these are these, they're called cultural plants, raw. So the husks of potato berries, capullos of wheat. The hamakia was a similar makia is hachame, water, hot water, cloyos, right? So it was cloyos are roasted kernels of grain. Actually says over there, cloyos, nami shinoishkani. So not so we turn Shalahan, if you get any descendants from that child, one to return, there was a on pizza Sura, what about a roast? Sura was a roasted on Gobiasa, Shenek, was a what about oil of Gentiles, so that part of the Pizza, Anasi, Vino, Vino about the Shadow of Gentile was a original master, but that Pizza and Pizza reversed that Pizza and said that it was text in the verse. Tanya. So, Yahamakia, Hashalya, Shiasa. So, Makia is the same thing as Hashalya, which is the same as Shiasa. Okay. So, nice Shiasa. Amraba Rakana, Amrabi Okana. Listen to this. How are Baruch doing nothing? I hope they're in see, verse of the Yochanan said it's amazing. For 40 years since this episode, Rabbi Rakana on the day of our hot cheese, which made nothing on the and Rabbi Rakana said, no, it's 60 years. He said, in 60 years since this episode that happened, it was like they're going to explain what Makia is by coming in episode that happened. So what happened? Rabbi Rakana said, Rabbi Yochanan said it's been 40 years. Rabbi Rakana said it's been 60 years. But it's finally will be. They're not Mad Shani and Mad Shani wasn't completely counted again from his own life. So the Gemara says that's fathers. The Gemara says his own reckoning of the years. Big number of years that he found in this episode. The Gemara says that's father. What happened? So the Gemara Naisi Israel in Karmasa. So what happens? So the brought Rashi says in here. No. Sorry. Nice what happened. Nice is the Karmasa. So they brought a seed. There was a Israel seed. Karmasa in this case is press. Israel and flax seeds. The Israel Bishamot, so spinning seeds. The Torah will hold the Hadi Hadam. Soak all of these together in one water. The Shabbat then, Hadi Hadam, the goal is to mix all of these seeds together and to let them go together. Well, my seed has to kind of be brought in a barrel, brought in barrels, and they went ahead and they filled it with water. The Torah will hold Gary Ishta, they put the plate inside the barrel. And what happened? The island of the big bun. And these people then were having this religion that was really episode that I did. What is the bathhouse? I did not move the love the Bahakudina. I was hanging that out of the bathhouse. So we'll say what happened? Shoots had already grown. Right? Shoots, the saplings have already passed out the wrong word. Shoots had already grown from this plant. Bahakudina, if you look at the bathhouse and you put it, you look at the top of the head until the toes. I'm going to ask you, what did I think about? Kneeling. Listen, that Ash said they were not kneeling. This is just a false thought. Otherwise, this actually happened. Listen, it's impossible to plant it. Then I went into the bathhouse and by the time I got out of the box, the shoots were already gone. Impossible. But under the opinion of the single, this happened, but it happened in Swiss Navy. Kanabara, and post-spun shall only go. Shahok Muhammad Yorin was cannibal. So what's this spun? Actually says the solas shall tomorrow. Sha'asume shake up a coconut. So this is the left of the roots. The left of the roots. And ultimately again our roots is food. So they would go ahead and boil it up in water. The status of food. What's the status of? What's the status of the roots? So the says it was being boiled in a large vat. Then it's us. The small vat is what it wasn't something, but it's a large vat. It's a small vat. Therefore, again, there are no what's the definition of small rat? Small rat. And again, I mentioned before, Jacob had a concern. Was it any part opening is so small that you can't get super bird? Was it super bird type of bird? Super bird can't get anything. Yoba at was it the baby bird that come back super bird hole? small bag, any transaction, any part that's so small that the head of the support drawer would not fit. Looks like the head is small, but it's really small. So any part that's so small that you open it, put it there, and the head can see that there's a small part. You open it, don't have to assume that it's substitute. And therefore, what? Therefore, the other wheels. Therefore, you don't have to assume that there's any absorption. I don't think so. After surgery, don't have after surgery kind of thing. One second, but you're a large part of a small part of the calcium. How can I go with us in the camp? Also, how can I go with us in the camp? This is my book. So, what is the status? What is the status of the absorption? Boiled oil. It's boiled oil of an Iranian, of a Gentile, of an African. Ultimately, again, is going to us. Why is that? Remind me of this. Initials was like, remember again, this definition said oil was originally created by what? It was subsequently created by the king of that ministry, not us. Now, it's just to say that this boiled oil of the Iranian is obviously, and that's obvious. So my name is definition. Initially, we were concerned that what? That they were to explain why one thing, that's not going to happen. Why? Because, sorry, because also that ultimately will move oil. Initially, should be open for others, but it's because of the apple. Then I'm talking about you time. Also, this oil could actually be consumed raw, which by definition is that doesn't initially really open for others. If you want to say you can maybe for that content open for other things, and if it's a prohibited obstruction, don't say capacity, ultimately, there was this, you also have a you also have a negative impact, and therefore you're supposed to finally realize, honey, I really shut brothers and sisters, these bookings of the Gentile, what's their status? My holy book by the Father Shari, so what's a sweet things, it's that they're permitted. So why is that? Rashi says over here, because it's wrong. So it's simply wrong, you don't quote them on a definition of them. The real notes by the Pandavadi see, if they're bitter, it's certainly not so I understand, because they can be wrong, they only do what is this happen? Why look up to see that? So what happens if they're bitter or bitter things? Sweet, not bitter, so what's the status? My father, you ready also? Why do you ask me this, Shiloh? Ultimately, already told us that it's also. Who is already? Maneuver. Was the video was a record of it, was already saying that this kind of food item is going to be also. Shusisa. We'll say, what about Shusisa? So what is Shusisa? Look at that. After the Asr, you cannot shop trials. Shayyan Shayyan Kevin. We shall also become a Hadashin. So Shusisa is this type of food item which is made from flour. Either it's made from flour of parched kernels and grain that are dried out in honey, or it's made from lentil flour. It was like the idea is because it's so sweet, they add vinegar to blunt some of the sweetness. Now that's what's the status of this shisisa? That's study. And where is Shlomo Levi Asi? It was a last set of Father Shlomo Levi said that it was. He said, I'm going to show you. This is the body and practice that he's going to be right? Because this type of shisisa, normally vinegar was not added. It helps the fellow who the envelope to us. Ultimately, again, it's made legumes, right? About legumes, where vinegar is added, everyone includes vinegar. What's another thing? Vinegar is odd because it comes from water. You will say, where do you have? Where do you have my focus? And we'll say, okay, stop on here for today. We pick up the Hashem. Don't just see something. Look for the finishes up to the bottom. Right? Put it on the side. The cover like you saw the broadway color. Shot your dummy. Okay, it's kosher. This was cheap up. But that's not because that's the same as you see that any time the only So Hamasha also it's called drying out. Drying out one of our people. Because it's not official, both of them can slowly go ahead and put that. I'm gonna be the yeah, it's what's like now, just so you know, a lot of are exceptional. First of all, again, a person who works on the commercial side, hard to understand. But you know, one of those things. Also, it's some more people the person who has everything else, right? And that help helps out with some of the cooking. Also, so one has to be very careful about what the Chinese say. You know, the private rights. So it's you like the private rights. You know, that's private rights. What is it? But the private rights. Right, correct. So since we have like electronic commission on the stove, so the customers they don't have that. So we'll say, so this is just a very, very, very important. These are very important numbers to see because people don't recognize sometimes what's happening inside my kitchen is lavish problematic. I also should know that one thing is that if it turns out that you have kitchen after the kitchen, for that first time kitchen after the kitchen, those people have to be questioned. Like, it's no different if again they had something down here, they're cooking utensils as well. So we're going to get into something which we actually occur somewhat often. I'm going to read on this as well. Those experience. And yet stuff Buster on Nami Gahal. What's the experience? A chief put meat on coals. Put meat on coals. The bottom of the Habakbal, and what happens was that now she comes along and watches. Turns it over. So I put the steak on the grill, and my manager's friend comes along and turns it over. So I thought, I said, look, even though the manager participated in the process, it's butcher. Why? Too much hate on these. Even but you know how fuck they have a bus, you know. So if you want to say, well, the manager, you know, they want to would have cooked anyway, then shoot that. Then that's obvious. Then that is obvious. Right? Oh, man, you know, I'm a call of a bus. That it must be what I say. If the steak wasn't turned over, then what it would have cooked. And it's only because other people are in turn over that now they cook. But if that's the case, my butcher, you should have only go hungry. Listen, without you did something, without his action, I think without a cook, then why should that item be cooked? At the end of the day, that's the shalacha, which we must go to called Iroha Kamabasha Taisha. The Hashka Kabasha Makabar Kadashaka. What's the case? This is where the item would have cooked without his intervention as well. But let's say it would have taken 2 hours to cook. Now that he knows the food is going to take 1 hour. Well, it says, you know what? You expedite, fast track the cooking process. Nevertheless, the food is still going to be allowed to go. What would I say? You really you should make no sense. So I'm going to put an active saying the cooking process is the equivalent of cooking itself. And then you should know, sir, Kamash Mola Baba is that. Kamash Mola will say that you check out this cooking process. As long as the cooking process in the cooking is out here, it's not the show. Oh, hold on. We're not finished. Hold on. So again, what we're going to see level says that we're taking it step by step. So step number 1 is the act of an opportunity saying the cooking process is not crucial. Okay, what we're doing is now we're working from specific meaning to the word program. Kosher, you might go back to saying that you usually have people love it. One second, but we learned that once you get to my effective size, once you recognize my effective size, you recognize the love, right? Well, hopefully you should never recognize effective size. It's not a blessing to take what kind of things to run into, right? He was a love, he wasn't easy. So remember again, we learned this by the Shabbos. So my effective size was like, we get 1/3 cup. So my focus on this, my effective size, 1/3 or we can have for 1/3 of its time. Those two things are not necessarily the same. So okay, but leaving that aside, what we learned once a food gets to the threshold of microbench site, which is considered to be the most basic threshold edibility. Good. Once it gets to the threshold of edibility, right, then ultimately again, then it's considered galakashiko. So we learned if it doesn't, if it hasn't reached level of mindful insight, then what? Then the Mexican going to be subject to the laws of the Shalako, to which the Marxists go right. But because of going to state Susa, the Shakle open Bohol, the old state of Tahiti, was a this. That keeps people saying as follows. If the Jew were to go ahead and put the microwave site, and then what? And then take it off, and then put it in a basket, right? We'll say, then at that point, right, his active comes to the head. If the outcome was then to take over half that, we'll say, that's what we call it. And that's considered a bad active cook. Now, we have to further clarify this. Tying on the Muslims to this place. Here we go. These will come to on the temporary allies. Maria Isa Basa Gabinapon. If the true basis, so what's in front of that? This is another very important qualification. Once you get to the mind of the son, so by definition is not subject to mission occupancy. We'll say that's qualification number two. Qualification number three. Taylor Maria Isa Basa Gabinapon. A true good on the holes. Only and a non-Jew can then go ahead and turn it over. Or it means a non-Jew can then go ahead and watch it and involve it. Double Israel base on Knesses, only based on that issue. The inner portions. What's the reason for this? What do you say here? I, the Jew, put my state on the throne. And then I go out. So let's take the first example. Or to the shul, or to the base right? Well, what else is there? Right? Who else is there to this? I got to the shul to the base while I'm gone, so the Gentile goes ahead and watches over my food. So whatever he's doing, he's turning it, he's looking it, he's seasoning it, and the Quran says, not a problem. Not a problem. A woman can put up a pot of food on top of the stove. Gentile, we're Gentile, for example, on the Testament days, and she, the Gentile woman, the Gentile leader can now come in and what? Stir the food. Right? She go and open the pot, stir the food. I should double against America, or against America. So the woman comes back from the bathhouse or from the shul, the inner possessions, and she not so what does this sound like what we're doing? What this sounds like what we're doing is what this next modification. It sounds like this, as long as you choose to what? Initiate the process, even if the Gentile steps in afterwards and takes care of it and finishes it up, that's fine. As long as you started the process. It's not the message very interesting. What about the flip piece? We put a little oh, what about this piece? What happens if you shoot the Gentile, put the meat on the grill? That was a leaving aside, not that's leaving aside that's just a rule, that's not a problem. Right? So it's a good enough something for everyone. Let's say that now you started the process, now you took my steak and you put it on my grill. And what happens? I'm the one now who comes in afterwards and I blend it and I season it. Initiated the cooking process. I stepped in and finished it up. The following. So now, Amar of Nachman Yitzhak. So let's listen to this. Nachman Yitzhak says as follows. He says, Kabbalah. He makes a Kabbalah. So what's the Kabbalah? Gam Rukiyad Ovid Kabbalah Mutter. So let's listen to this. It's actually the Kabbalah. If you finish an only Kabbalah finishing off the process, so remember again, piece number one, so started, and the actually finished. If the first suggestion is that piece is okay, when the obico cup finished, then Gamru Biadi Solo Koshke. So it's a text makes you have a piece. You want to make the assumption that what is the more pressure of the involved in the brain? So where is the signal? It's the food is considered to have a dominant role in the food preparation. So the first thing is as follows. It's actually the second piece, which is the first piece, which is the bigger finish. The first piece is when you start on the machine and the aqua finished up. So the word is going to say that the aqua finishing up is okay, and our aqua kama become what? Yisrael, the aqua starting and the finishing up is similar. It looks like amazing. By the way, what do you begin to see? What do you begin to see involved? Any involvement in those things. You begin to see that a shed is going to be the definition of any. Right? That is, does any I come by the aqua and everything, I dab a little. a dash of salt. Like I put in a dash of salt. So what's it? Is that it? So obviously what we're beginning to see is I need just Judaic involvement to try to just what is the scope of that involvement. So far we've got whether I start the Akum finishes, that's fine, or Akum starts and I finish, that's fine as well. Let's go back. This is very exciting about it. Very exciting. So listen to this. So the Gemara says, here we go. Let's see, here it's articulated. Whether the non-Jew put the meat on the fire and the Jew turned it over, or or the Jew put it on and the Ovi turned it over. Mutter, the Eino Ostra will say, when is it Mishra Akum? Eino Ostra actually takes Russell, Gomo, Yad, and Mutter. Was the only kind of Mishra Akum is when what? When there is no Jewish involvement in the process. If the Akum does everything from beginning to end, then ultimately what that is Mishra Akum. I will say, I just want to point out something very interesting, which is up until now, it seems that the involvement does require what? Actual involvement with the food. One thing we haven't spoken about is what? What happens if we start now about what? Lights the fire, lights the cake. So that's going to be our next discussion. So so far we see this very exciting. So as long as the Jews involved somehow in the active cooking process, beginning and or as long as there's some level of being involved in the produce of the shop. Here we go. I'll wrap it up. Lofa. Now Lofa is I the shakal of the book of the wasn't watch this. If you have bread, now the shakal of the Rashi says is the seed of it. He was saying if there is bread, then the Jew went ahead and made the bread, but what? The uncle fired up the stove. Or Inam sugar the stove of the oven, or I fired up the stove. And the oven made the bread. Inam sugar of the oven, the upper oven. Or if the non-Jew fired up the stove, the non-Jew made the bread. But us said we saw the cutter but free, and the Jew came along and went was like stoke the coals a little bit, right? Stoke the logs of wood, shot it up. Wow. So now what do you see here? The non-Jew begin to see anything. Even I have to be involved in the cooking process somehow, but even if I'm not directly involved in preparation, but instead I'm involved in some type of manipulation of the food source, which is necessary for cooking. Suddenly, again, also that becomes a dish of Israel, that becomes Jewish cooking, and no longer a dish of Israel. Whether I'm involved ultimately again in the cooking process, so therefore again, the person, so going back to our contemporary, housekeeping situation. So like if somebody does have someone non-Jewish who does some. So again, I don't have to stand there watching the cooking, but the nice side, you have to turn on the flame. You have to turn on the flame. And again, once I turn on the flame, and again, the interesting part is that one thing that we want to do. Again, I'm not turn on the flame separately, but let me see what happens. I don't know if it's ready to go on the whole thing, but let's again, that one manipulation of the flame is enough to cover all of those Gentile activities. So incredible. Back Malia, what's it going to go? What do I say? Back to salty fish. Back to salty fish. Rashi says over here, Back Malia, Shamoko Ovigo Mother, who will be constantly Yacha below Misha. And what's the other is this fish is salted by the Ovigo Mother. And essentially it becomes, you eat it without fish. So you pick up some buffalo, one person buffalo. So the ideal is that the nice distribution is that it's not cooked, but yet it's sold. So what's it? So again, so it's cured ultimately again, but not cooked. So once the status ultimately again of this dish, said about that, we have this dish. So this dish says that it is cooked. The Yochanan also, Yochanan says that these sons, also look at a roast red. Why is it roasted egg? I mean, she's so just a moment. Barkanta says it's cooked. Now, Yochanan says something. Why would Barkanta say that it roasts egg? It's the first of the short line in Rashi. Barkanta Shari. Oriel Kiba Dagmaria is just said mutter, the Yochanan says usher, pizza, sweet roasted egg, by Papa said it's mutter, the Yochanan says it's usher. The usher of the Hammer, Echad Dagmaria, the Echad of the so those who come on the he said, whether the salted fish or the roasted egg, this is by Papa Shalom, this is by Papa both said mutter, that a Yochanan usher, and a Yochanan says that it's usher. If well, the English group, if you have one time into the house of the English group, the saw is the head of that Amulek, said, Gates of City of Night. What's thou left with Gates of City? So Amulek, so was a this is the fear spot. This is the Akata Sharu, but Yokoman also says the fear spot. So this is the Akata says that a Gates of City and roasted by happiness. And a Yokoman says that it's also the international have to come up and shine. I will say this is simple situation of what? Two against one, two say that it's mutter. One says that it's also. Therefore, what he said that the roasted egg by happiness. So I'm a little loud today. So that's big with there as well. What does he say? Rosa Situate, don't listen to what the king just said. The egg is not mutter. Hush, Amra, by your help, Mr. Kamasi, graduate. Said, I'm not going to sit there. I can buy it. I'm not going to do it. One thing that egg roasted by happiness, ultimately, again, is going to be awesome. So what's the people of the house of Israel? Not like the fact that that is the case. Some type of vinegar and lard. In other words, it was like the poison that there was a thing to point out. It's not a thing to know that the members of the house of the so we're very often lucky to say that at times lucky but ultimately is our that our see many times intentions between that money and not just himself, but the members of the household of the himself. So literally again, they do not like the fact that God said that was like, I hope just but apparently again there are some people that don't like to be told no. It's a general issue. And they'll say therefore they want to do the question and that's it. Turn that on. That's it. So that's it. So it's like that on. Hakafisi. Because it's now going to start speaking of some specific types of things. Hakafisi. I will say Hakafisi are shells in the husk for paper bags. This is the period of the second office. We spent a lot of time regarding slop, right? Slop paper. And slop. So all of we spoke about. So the husks of paper bags, not capitos. Or capitos is a paper bag. Parsi. So these are leaves. And how close it has one. These are items that you can raw. These are items you can raw. So the husks of the paper berries, capitos are leaves. Bahamaya was in the school of Makios. Achabim, water, hot water. Clayos, right? So ultimately was a clayos on roasted kernels of bread. Actually says over here, clayos, nami, shlomushkani. They're not usually all kinds of raw. So we can't show ahead. If you get any designs to check out, what we can't, I will say they are all over. Pizza, sula. What about a roasted egg? A sula, we'll say roasted egg will be also shemek. We'll say, what about the oil of the Gentiles? So that's what you're going to do. But you got, unless you just, Nimnu Allah Nikimu. Was a shemek of the Gentile with the If that you guys reverse that, you said that it was text in Marshall. Tanya. So, Yahamakya, Hashalya, Shiasa. So, Makya is the same thing as Hashalya, which is the same thing as Shiasa. Fantastic. So, my Shiasa, Amrab Arakana, Amrab Yochanan, listen to this. How are Barish thinking nothing? I look them in the future. This is the Gemara says, but Yochanan says it's been 40 years since this episode. Rabbi Rakana, they are my heart, she's with nothing. And Rabbi Rakana said, no, it's 60 years. He said, 60 years since this episode that happened. So it was like, they're going to explain what Makriya is by counting an episode that occurred in the future. So this is what happened. Rabbi Rakana said, and the Yochanan says it's been 40 years. Rabbi Rakana says it's been 60 years. But it's probably they're not 60 years. Magi Shana, the Magi Shana, was it counted see this the kind of stuff. So what happens? So they brought now she says it here. No, I'm sorry. Nicely is what happens. Nicely is the kind of stuff. So we brought a seed. There was a Israel a seed. Purpose in this case is press. In Israel and flax seeds. In Israel, this shabbat itself is faith seeds. The Torah will be Bahadi Hadabi is soak all of this together in one water. The shabbat then, Adi Hadabi, and the goal is to mix all of these together and let them go together. The Maisi has kind of one in barrel, one blue barrels, one in Mayor, and they went ahead and they filled it with water. The Torah Bahu, Gary Ishta, they put the plate inside the barrel. And what happened? The island in the day one. And people then, what have they do? They went into the back. They didn't have children. Went into the back house. I did not move the lab, but people have to do that. I was hanging that out of the back house. So they say, what happened? Shoots had already grown. Right? Shoots, something, the saplings have already, that's not the wrong word. Shoots had already grown from this plant. Walking it out, the people that are in the back house, they put it, they put it from the top of their head until their toes. I'm going to ask you, when you listen, when Ashley said they were this is just a call path. In other words, this actually never happened. Let's say, it's impossible to planted it, then it went into the gas house, and by the time they got out once, the shoots were already grown. Impossible. But under the opinion, obviously, though this happened, but it happened supposed to be a few years ago. Then I put up, on close smart, so only go high. So, hopefully, comment, you already go, but us, you're kind of it. So, what's this smart? Actually says, so less shall flourish. Sha'asime shake on the wilderness. Also, this is the left of the roots. The left of the roots. But ultimately, again, the roots to be deep. So they would go ahead and boil it up in water. The status of what's the status of? What's the status of the roots? So the process was they would boil in a large vat. That is us. The small vat is what it wasn't the something, but a large vat of plastic. It's a small bag. Therefore, what's the definition of small bag? Small bag. Again, I told you this word large, roughly kind of itself. This is any so small that you can't get a sequence bird. What's a sequence bird? It's a type of bird. Sequence bird can't get it. I do what's it, the baby, the different bird that coming out of the bird hole. Ella kosher and grocery sequence bird, and there was a definition of a small bag. Any kind of pot that is so small that the head of the sequence bird would not be. It's like the head is small, but the head is small. So any pot it's so small that you open it, couldn't get it at the head of the sequence bird. It's a small pot. Therefore, don't have to assume that you can substitute it. Therefore, what? Therefore, the other things. Therefore, don't have to assume that absorption. I got time though. After surgery, kind of what's the number of birds? The large part of the small part is bigger than Kasha. Hard to imagine the rest of the time. Also, hard to imagine the rest of the time. What's it? I'm looking so good. What is the status of what is the status of the absorption? Oil. Spoiled oil of an Arabic, of a Gentile, of an apple, ultimately again is going to us. I'm not saying, but why is it? Remind me, English was like, remember again, we just got to said oil was originally with but what? But it was subsequent, related by the changing of that now, our church is saying that this boiled oil of the Arabic atrocities. And there's actually, so my name is issue. English should be that's what that's going to be. Why is it? That's not going to happen. Why? Because sorry, because we'll say that whole thing is really important. You should show up with other things. Then I'll talk about you. We'll say this oil can actually be wrong. It's by definition that doesn't mean you should asked, Ani al-Din Shari, brothers of peace, Aramani, these communities of the Gentiles, what's their status? My corridor to Bayraha, the Badr Shari, so what's your so why is that? Rashi says in here, because of the law. So the law, people therefore like that the really don't by the Father Badiasi. If they're there, it's certainly us who are on the side. But they can't be the law, they only can be and therefore the people are going to viral from the sea time. So what happens if they fill up the road things? Not smooth, not Twitter. So what's the status? I'm gonna look. Like viral, you ready us. Why do you ask me to shut it up? Ultimately, already told us that it's us. Who is already? Manu. Was a radio on the record that has already said that this kind of thing I understand. Shisisa. We'll say, what about Shisisa? So what is Shisisa? So what is that? After the Asr, we cannot shop trials. Shiriyat Shiriyat. We shall also become a Hadasha. Or we should keep Nelson, Guy Nelson, so Shisisa is this type of food item which is made from flour. Either it's made from flour of bunch of kernels of grain or dry out of the oven, or it's made from lentil flour. I will say the idea is because it's so sweet, they add vinegar to blunt some of the sweetness. Because that's the over, what's the status of this Shisisa? Rav Shari, Avod Shmuel Maybe Asi. So Rav said it was prohibited. Father Shmuel Maybe said it was prohibited. Sorry, Shari. This is made out of people about everybody right? Because this type of shisha, normally vinegar is not added. The talc, the talc, for the envelope does. Ultimately, again, it's very good with legumes, legumes, where vinegar is added. Everyone is using it. Most of everything vinegar is used. Why? Because it comes from water. You will say, where do you have? Where do you have the focus? And what's the outlook? It's not going to be today. We'll get that again, Hashem. Just don't just see some. Look for the finishes up to bottom. Right? Put it on the side. I will say good morning. Good morning. It is the Schos Baruch Hashem to be able to continue today. Today's daf is Lamed Vav 36. We are picking up on the bottom of Lamed Hey on the base at the two dots, Mahapas, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. Again, Mishnah yesterday introduced us to a list of items which Chazal, the rabbis, prohibited for Achilah for consumption, but not for Anna. Amongst them, the bread baked by a Gentile. Right now, it says Aram Kana the Oglan, Pas lo hutsha based. Pas was not bread cooked by baked by an Akum, was not subsequently permitted by another basin. So the Gemara says the fact that Rav Kahana said feels the need to say this indicates to us as well the command of Shari, that there's clearly someone else who feels that in fact pas bread was permitted by a subsequent basin. Who is that? In Dichi Asra Dimi Amar, Pam Achas Dasra. Again, indeed, there is someone who holds that bread of an Akum was permitted. Who is that? The Gemara says, listen to this. One time, Yatsa Rebbe the son, Rebbe went down to the field. The Hevi Ovid Kachavim of his passporting, Ma'at Esau. So Rebbe one time was in the field, and a particular akum brought before him passporting. So passporting is a bread made in a particular type of oven that measured a saw, a large, nice, zaftig loaf of bread. Rebbe said, Kamenoy Pasazu, what a nice loaf of bread. Why would the rabbis feel the need to go ahead and prohibit such a nice loaf of bread? So the Gemara says, what do you mean, why did the rabbis prohibit it? We know this. Mishum Chasnos, bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal, interesting enough, the Mishnah down explicitly indicate to us the reason, but the Gemara now explains the reason why the rabbis prohibited bread baked by an akum was because of chasnos. The concern is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friendship, there's certain closeness that's engendered. So Chazal were concerned that if a Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, it could create relationships, and ultimately those relationships could chas v'shalom lead to intermarriage. To which the Gemara says, Rather, the Gemara answers no. The Gemara says, I understand why there could be an issue ultimately, again, of intermarriage when it's more personal. So, for example, if the Akum bakes a loaf of bread in his house and I eat it, or in the city where there's proximity, but out in the field represents, in other words, I'm coming in contact with the Akum, and this is an episodic interaction. This is not an ongoing relationship. So what Rebbe was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where the interaction again is only episodic and not going to lead to intermarriage? Now the Gemara says, so people thought when they heard the statement of Rebbe, they thought that Rebbe was in fact permitting bread baked by a Gentile, what we call pas aku. The Gemara said, that's not true. That's not what's happening over here. Rebbe lo hit pas. In fact, that was not the case. Rebbe was not permitting it. Rebbe was simply questioning and kind of going through the intellectual process. But Rebbe was not actually coming to permit bread baked by a Gentile. Rabbi Yosef became Rabbi Shmuel by Rudomar. So Rabbi Yosef and some says Rabbi Shmuel by says, no. The story, as you just recounted it, is not how it happened. The story happened in a different way. One time, Rabbi went to a particular location. He saw that the Jewish students, right, that the Talmidim Chachamim were having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't an ample supply of bread. Omer Rebbe, Ein Kan Palter. So he said, why is there no bread? Is there not a baker here? People thought that Rebbe was even asking, isn't there at least a Gentile baker? And therefore, again, what Rebbe was essentially saying is that bread baked by a Gentile baker will ultimately be permitted. The Gemara says, but in fact, Rebbe was saying, no. Rebbe was asking, isn't there a Jewish baker who is here? Rebbe says like this. Even according to the opinion that says that pas aku of a baker, now we'll say, the Gemara doesn't explicitly say this, let's analyze this. The whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and prohibited pas aku, the bread of a Gentile, is because it could lead ultimately again to intermarriage. You break bread with someone, that creates relationships, closeness relationships could result in intermarriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of Klal Yisrael. Sefer Chazal said you can't eat the bread baked by a Gentile. What's interesting is, of course, this really only applies in a situation where someone is personally baking the bread. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread, I can't eat that. A palter is a baker. So you have a Gentile baker who owns a bakery. Someone comes to purchase that bread with pashtos, that's not what Chazal we're talking about. There's no concern of intermarriage there because there's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial in nature. So now the Gemara says, even going to the opinion that says that therefore you can purchase, obviously, bread that has kosher ingredients, kosher bread from a Gentile baker, that's only if there's no Jewish baker available. But where there is a Jewish baker, no, you cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. And Rabbi Yochanan says, even according to the opinion that says that you can eat bread baked by a Gentile baker, that's only out in the field. Again, the field represents this idea of an episodic interaction. About the year, but not in this city. No, why? Mishum chasnas. Ultimately, again, and because of intermarriage. So interesting. See, even for those who permitted the consumption of bread baked by a Gentile baker, or someone who did this for his parnasah, there's a machlokas. Does that apply in the city, or perhaps only outside of the city? Goes right there. Ivu ate the bread of a Gentile baker, Rashi says over here, Menachis means Moshe. He was eating the bread of a Gentile, Abe Mitzri, out in the field by the borders of the field. Now, Ivo clearly felt that halacha l'maisa, because it was out in the field, therefore the gezerah did not apply. Don't talk to Ivo. Don't talk to him anymore. Why? Because he's eating the bread of a non-Jew. So you see over here, Nachman Yitzchak felt that Ivo was acting inappropriately, and therefore commanded the other people not to go ahead and engage with Ivo. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this is the end of the sugya of Pass. Let's just spend just a moment on this because it's actually quite interesting. So we know. So what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this gezerah? So clearly, what Chazal wanted us to do was to ideally eat bread that is baked by another Jew. So we call this in halacha pas Yisrael. So what do we do contemporarily? So for example, you go ahead, you go to the supermarket, at a regular supermarket, and you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkacha on it. Proper hashkacha. So what is that? So remember again, more often than not, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. That is bread baked by a non-Jewish baker, in other words, a commercial enterprise, and use kosher certification to ensure that the ingredients are kosher. So halacha l'maisa, we assume that the prohibition of Chazal when they said you can't eat pas apple, that was bread baked by an individual idolater, an individual Gentile. Because the concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, I break bread with an individual Gentile that engenders a relationship, that relationship could lead to intermarriage. But essentially, the halacha says Chazal will never go there on commercially produced bread, right? A baker, what we call a palter, a baker, he's not baking it for me. He's baking it for whoever the customer is. When I buy a loaf of bread, he's not like, oh, what a sweet tooth, he brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore, it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore would not lead to intermarriage. And therefore, halacha l'maisa. So that's why today, you definitely have those who are makbid on pas Yisrael, only to eat bread baked by a Jew, which means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had Jewish intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it pas Yisrael is a deeper discussion. Now, the pashas, when you go to the supermarket and you buy just like a major brand, a loaf of bread that has a hashkacha on it, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. Bread of a Gentile baker. Kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halacha l'maisa, there is no concern of intermarriage because it is commercially produced. Incredible. Next, shemesh shalai. Last line on Hebrews. Last line 35b. Furthermore, again, Chazal legislated that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemen, Rav Amar Daniel Gazal. So what I say, interestingly enough, is my focus over exactly when this gezerah against Shemen was made. So Rav says, Daniel, Daniel, went ahead and legislated this prohibition. Shmuel says, what's the Kabbal Lamed Vav, 36a, Zil Fasim shall kill him Tmei Osartan. So the first thing Shmuel saying is like this. It's because often a Gentile will go ahead and keep his oil in a kli, which sounds like tummy, which means ritually impure. Therefore, the ritually impure absorptions seep into the oil itself, and therefore into the oil unclean. Which one is one side? If that's the case, then how can you buy oil from a Jew either? Maybe the Jew also kept his oil in ritually impure. In other words, we don't assume that people are marked on the laws of ritual purity and impurity. Allah is the fasan shall kill him as soon. Rather, not tane, but rather treif. We're concerned that the Gentiles stored his oil in treif utensils, non-kosher utensils, and because the oil sits there, it absorbs the non-kosher absorption. Therefore, you can't use the oil of an object. So fundamental focus Rav and Shmuel. So Rav says the gezerah on shemen of oil of an akum comes from the Navi Daniel. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile potentially could store the oil in one of his non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher absorptions. I'm going to Shmuel Rav. So Shmuel said Rav, Bishlam alididi da'amina zlifasan shalkelim asurin sartan. So Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, okay, so according to me, he says that if this is an issue, the oil of an akum, shemen akum, is an issue of absorption. That makes sense. Hainu, the asra yiskak bar Shmuel bar Marta Amar, darish Rabbi Smalai bin Etzili, Rabbi Smalai, darshan follow. Shemen, Rabbi Hudo based Dino Nilva Allah Betiru. So Rabbi Smalai said that Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din, Rabbi Huda convened the Beis Din, his own Beis Din, and they permitted oil. They said as long as the oil of the Gentile is ingredient-wise kosher, there's no need to prohibit it. Kasavar, no sin talefka motor. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions that get absorbed into the oil, the absorptions are not beneficial, they're detrimental. This is called no sin talefka. Literally, again, it infuses taste, but the taste itself is compromised and stunted. So again, this could mean a number of different things. This could either mean that they only use utensils that were not used in the last 24 hours, therefore the absorptions are dormant, or it could just mean that in general, in oil, any absorptions that come from a non-kosher utensil will only be detrimental. In any event, Rabbi Yehuda and his days he felt that halacha l'maisa, there's no need to be concerned about the oil of an apple. So that makes sense. That makes sense according to me. Shmuel says, Elul Ridah, but according to you, Rav, the Amrat Daniel Gaza that the prophet Daniel was the one who made this enactment against the oil of an apple. So the Gemara says, how could this be? Gaza of Daniel. Sorry, Daniel Gaza, but also Yehuda Nasim Levatoi. Could it be that Daniel Gzera, the Nabi Name Yehuda and his days in annulled the Gzera? But now we learned in based in Yachol about the days of Chavera, El Imkin of Gadlan and the Chachuminion. Let's see, we have a rule. Rabbinic legislation to be repealed. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din are not greater than Daniel. So how would Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din have the right to repeal legislation that Daniel made? Amralei, so he responded back, Smalai Dudaka Amrit, you're going ahead and you're bringing a right from Rabbi Smalai. Rabbi Smalai the Ludin, so he wants a shiny Ludai in the Zalzal. So this is actually pretty incredible. Ultimately, don't bring a raya from the people from Ludai. Why? Because in general, they were not careful with rabbinic law. Wow. Amar lei, ashlach lei. So ultimately, again, he said to Rav, can I tell Rabbi Smalai that you said that? Very profound. So Rav says, Rav was embarrassed, and essentially, no. Which I want to say is a very profound southern life. Never say something about someone that you would not want them to hear from your own mouth. So Rav said this discussion is about Rabbi Smalai. Shmuel says, no, can I tell him you said that? To which Rav becomes embarrassed. Amar Rav, imhem lo darshu, ana lo darshinon. So Rav says like this, just because Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din did not darshan the pasuk properly, doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the pasuk? So said, this is the proof to Rav that Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an apple. Opposite, the pasuk says, "Vayasem Daniel alibo asher lo yisrael bepas bag hamelech v'yayin mishta." So it was a tremendous pasuk. The pasuk says in Daniel that Daniel promised, right? He took it upon himself not to go ahead and eat the bread of the king. The king is Nebuchadnezzar, and not to drink his two drinks. So the Gemara says, the first wide line, 36a. This pasuk is talking about two different drinks. One is wine and one is oil. So you see from here again, this Rav says is that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the use of oil from an apple. Rav Savar, Alibo Sam, Ulufol Yisrael. Rav says Daniel accepted this upon himself, and he also legislated this for all of Klal Yisrael. Shmuel says Alibo Sam, Ulufol Yisrael Lo. Shmuel says no, I agree. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say fundamental machlokes. So I said, one second. Vishem and Daniel Gazer, is that true? That Daniel was the one who made the gzera against oil of an apple? Bamar Bali Avini Nosa Mishmei Dirav. Bali Avini Nosa said the name of God. Piton Ushmanon Yenon Ubinosayan Kulon Mishmona Sardavarhain. So literally again, the bread of an apple, Shemen, the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, and the daughters of an apple, all of these are part of the 18 gzeros. So again, Rashi points out this Gemara Masech Shabbos, 18 gezeros that the Shammai was able to pass over the objections over Beis Hillel. So we see that it's Chazal, that it's later rabbis who legislated of oil, not Daniel. Maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And what happens? And ultimately, again, it was the students of Hillel and Shammai who then subsequently legislated the same legislation of Daniel. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. Then later on, the students of Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated it, and people accepted it. If that's the case, ultimately, again, then what is Rav saying? In other words, why would Rav say that Daniel legislated the prohibition on oil if at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated it, no one listened? What's the point of that statement there? Daniel Gazer Allah Be'ir, Va'asuinu Be'Gazer Allah Be'Lasam, right? Which is rather Daniel legislated that the oil of an akum should be prohibited in the city. And ultimately, Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated that it should be prohibited even in the field.
So again, this harkens back to the previous schema that Daniel legislated. Apparently, so oil shemen is also an issue of intermarriage. Where is there an issue of intermarriage? In the city, where people have more ongoing contact. But in the field, there's no problem. And then later on, Shammai and Hill came along and expanded the rabbinic prohibition and said it applies even in the field. So Marcel Rabbi Huda Anasi, Heichi Matzah the Mishra Takant Tamid Yeshav B'Dehelo. So 1 second. Then remember again, what did the Gemara say before? The Gemara said that Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din subsequently repealed the prohibition on oil. But how could Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din repeal legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really, it's the Talmid of Shammai and Hillel. After Abbat Tanamud learned, Ein Beis Din Yachol Levatel Derei Beis Din Chavera Ela Im King Gadol and Mechachom Minyan. Now, one day, we just said this before, one Beis Din cannot repeal the rulings of a subsequent Beis Din, of a previous Beis Din, unless, of course, that subsequent Beis Din is larger in number and wisdom. So Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din are certainly not created in the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. So how could he repeal it? Furthermore, Ha'amara Rabba Bar Chana Rabbi Yochanan Bakol Yochol Levato Beis Din Direi Beis Din Chavero Chutz Mishmor Asadam. In general, by the way, even when it comes to the repealing of rabbinic law, you're right. So if a particular Beis Din makes a ruling, a subsequent Beis Din that is larger in size and number could repeal the previous rabbinic legislation with the exception of the 18 enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? The Gemara says, Sha'afilu Yava Ilyo Beis Dino in Shomer. Because even if Ilyo and his Beis Din, Ilyo Hanavi and his Beis Din were to come, Ilyo and his Beis Din were to come, they can't repeal the 18 enactments. Why not? The Gemara says, because again, those 18 enactments, which we'll discuss some of them, were so profoundly accepted and so ingrained within the halakhic practice of Klal Yisrael, therefore no one has the ability to repeal them. Shemen lo pashet Yisrael b'chol Yisrael. But ultimately, again, oil, apparently, again, it's interesting. Apparently, the prohibition on oil just never took, which is just really interesting. It just never took. So whether it was that it was legislated first by Daniel, people didn't accept it, and then subsequently legislated by Shammai and Hillel, and then it sounds like even then it wasn't really accepted. So because it wasn't really accepted, therefore Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din had the ability to formally repeal it. So Rabbi Shor Abba Rabbi Yochanan, this is incredible. Yoshvu Rabbi Sinu Baktu Al Shemen Shalom Pashat Yisrael B'Rav Yisrael. The rabbis checked, and they did like an investigation. They saw that the majority of Klal Yisrael was not observing this prohibition on oil of an akum. The Samchur of Rabbi Shimon of Yochel, Divrei Rabbi Elazar Bar Tzadok. And therefore, the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon of Rabbi Elazar Bar Tzadok. They say, "Omrim, Ein Gozim Zer at Tzibor, Ela Imkin Rov Tzibor Yecholim Lachol." I'll say this is incredible. Rabbis only have the ability to legislate rabbinic law if it is clear that the majority of the population has the ability to abide by it. If the majority of the population is going to live in non-compliance, Chazal do not have the right to legislate, which is fascinating. So therefore, the Gemara says, it turns out that although the rabbis had good intentions with prohibiting oil of an akum, it never took. Now, the Gemara doesn't tell us why it never took. Right? At the end of the day, maybe it was just too difficult to get oil from, or whatever the situation was, but it never took root, it never took hold. Because it never took hold, therefore, by definition, just the Xera never vested. Therefore, again, it was able to be repealed formally, subsequently by Rabbi Yudan and his Beis Din. Which I will say, by the way, it's such a beautiful yisod. The ways of the Torah are pleasant. In general, again, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too difficult, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too overwhelming, chances are I'm doing it too well. Because the ways of the Torah are pleasant, the Shpach are pleasant. And therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, the rabbis have a right to legislate, but if the system sees that people just can't do it or aren't doing it, then by definition, the law falls on it. What's the pasuk? And I will say that this is a major yisod, right? This is a major concept. The rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are not listening to it. The law essentially kind of falls off. Now, it sounds like it still needs some type of formal repeal process. That was Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din, but essentially the law falls off. The Gemara says, where do you know that from? Micro, what's the pasuk that's supposed to say? Nam is Bab on the base 36b. Moreover, quotes the pasuk from Malachi Me'ira atem ne'elim, atem ne'elim, excuse me, but osi atem kovim hagoy kulo. So literally again, Me'ira is a curse. Rashi says, atem mekabin aleichem gizera ba'ar b'kvala. You cloud this way, you accept it upon yourself, the responsibilities of the Torah. Literally again, with the penalty of a curse. V'nesa alechem, v'achakach osi atem kovim, gozim shatem nanim shumin arudim. So the Navi seems saying, cloud this way, you accept it upon yourself, prohibitions, but yet then you yourself transgress those very prohibitions. Gemara says, listen to this. Now it's interesting, the way the pasuk phrases it is Hagoy Kulo. And who's doing this? The nation as a whole. So the Navi is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things and then violating the very things they accepted upon themselves. But it first says you accepted it as Goy Kulo, the entire nation. I'ika Goy Kulo in Hilolo. Fascinating. Gemara says, if Goy Kulo, the entire nation of Klal Yisrael, accepted their prohibition, then Inachinami was binding. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael never accepted it, then obviously it is not binding. Because obviously it only applies to rabbinic law. Biblical law is Baruch word that's not a shame. When it comes to rabbinic law, it's very interesting. You see that there is a halacha where some significance, the majority of the segment of Klal Yisrael did not accept it, just never kind of seeped into everyday practice. And ultimately, it is not binding. So what's interesting about that is it appears that Shemen fell into that category. Again, the rabbis legislating said you cannot get oil from an apple for the reasons that we said before. The general population just never observed this halacha, and therefore, again, it never vested ultimately, again, as part of the body of rabbinic law. Incredible. The Most Lamed Vavam base 36 feet, 3 lines of Kufa. Amr Ba'ali Amr Venus. What's according to the rest we saw before? No, some Mishmei Rav. Kitan Ushmanan Yeno Benopsayan, Kula Mishmana Asadon. Those who said this before, right? So remember again, the bread of an akum, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, the daughters of an akum, all of these are part of the 18 enactments that were made by the students of Shammai. Says the Gemara, what's that? You know, saying Mike, when you say the legislation against the daughters of an akum, the right non-Jewish women, what is that? Amar Rav Nachman Yitzchak, Gazra Abeno Sehen, Nidos Me Arisos. Chazal legislated that an akum, a non-Jewish woman, non-Jewish girl, has the status of a nida already from the cradle. That was an obvious woman doesn't become a nida when she actually experiences menstruation. The rabbis legislated that a non-Jewish woman has the status of a nida from the time that she's in the cradle. Why did they do this? By definition, this creates a distance between Jews and non-Jews. Since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately again transmit to from the time that she's a baby, by definition, it creates barriers. The goal of those barriers ultimately to prevent intermarriage. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ugniva Mishmei Rav Omar, Kula Mishuma Bodas Kochavim Gazru. All of these things, all of these legislation, ultimately were to prevent us, ultimately again, from engaging in idolatry. The rabbis legislated that you can't eat the bread of an akum lest you come to consume their oil. I don't understand. What is that? Why ultimately again? What it sounds like we're more worried about their oil than their bread. Why is oil more worrisome than bread? No, the rabbis legislated you can't eat the bread or the oil of a Gentile lest you come to consume his wine. And wine we're concerned ultimately again because of the daughters, in other words, lead to intermarriage. And we're worried about if you marry their daughters, something else will happen. And then something will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement in just a little bit. So I'll say, I just want to point out how fascinating this is, right? Because up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that that the wine of an akum was an issue of avodah zarah. Now the Gemara really says like this: all of these zeros that they're not exclusive, but essentially the thrust of these zeros was intermarriage. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of an akum lest you come to drink his wine. And we're concerned that if you come to drink his wine, you're going to marry his daughter into marriage. Because again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine creates a sense of closeness, and that closeness has to result in intermarriage. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Now the Gemara seems to indicate, and then again, you have the scriptic statement: you can't marry the daughter of a Gentile, Yishum Davar Acher, because of something else, and then also Davar Acher will lead to Davar Acher. Something else leads to something else. We'll get to that, but I'm going to say 1 second. You know, saying that I see, not allowed to marry Jewish woman, non-Jewish woman, Midaris. That's not a rabbinic enactment. Midaris, you can't marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we see that? It's said, Lotischatin them. Plus it says you cannot marry them. Pretty explicit talking about the Gentile nations. Which the Gemara says, Da'araisa zayin umos. Interesting. Mid-Da'araisa, the prohibition of intermarriage also only applies to the 7 nations which were indigenous to Canaan. But ultimately, again, not everyone else. The rabbis came along and said the prohibition of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, the Ramos here's the problem. Rashbir Shemayachai says, not true. Not true. The Pasuk says, you're not allowed to marry a non-Jewish woman. Why? Ultimately, again, because she will cause your son to veer away from you. Marry a non-Jewish woman. So the Pasha, she's going to raise the child in her way. He's going to cause the child to become Shparl. So you see, for Rashbi says, there's a biblical prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish woman, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. Ishus, derechastos. That'd be right. Midaraisa, there's a biblical prohibition to formally marry a Gentile woman. The rabbis went ahead and prohibited even a casual encounter. So midaraisa, marriage with a non-Jew is prohibited. Midrabanan, even act of immorality, even a casual encounter, ultimately is going to be prohibited as well. Incredible. Gemara says, 1 second. It's not true. That's not true. Znus immorality was already outlawed by the basis of shame. So that means Sheva mitzvos b'neinach. We're going back early. We're reading from the Chsiv. Yomer Yehuda. Remember again, this is after the whole episode of Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar is pregnant. They don't know who the father is. Yehudas had no idea. They think that it was him. So the Maaseh says, she effectively committed adultery because she was waiting really for evil like the last son of Yehuda. And therefore she has to be burnt. She has to be executed. So you see from already earlier that they were careful about snus. To which there was Ella, the rice of the Bas Yisrael, the Mashka Basri. This is very interesting. Midarai, so the prohibition is in Ovi Kohavim, a Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man. Because the concern over there is that a woman's going to follow her husband, she's going to follow after him. But again, so there would not be a problem technically with a Jewish man marrying a non-Jewish woman. However, Chazal came along and said, no, not only is it prohibited for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it's prohibited for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman as well. So the verse is 1 second. That's not true. It is a halacha of Moshe Sinai, a Sinaitic law, that a Jewish man is not allowed to have relations or marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we know this? Or was it just read about this 2 weeks ago? It says, excuse me, if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, a zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. So again, that's the story of Pinchas, right? Zimri, Jewish man, ultimately again has relations with Chazvi, a Midianite princess, and Pinchas killed them. So you see, the Oraisa, a Jewish man is not allowed to go and have relations with a non-Jewish man. Allah, it's not Olay, but I see the Farhesia, okay, my sister Shahaya. Midda Oraisa is very interesting. Midda Oraisa, the prohibition ultimately again is the Farhesia. If a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman in a public fashion, now, public fashion doesn't literally have to mean engage in relations in front of everyone, but it means that the matter is very well known. That is the issue of the Oraisa. And exactly like the story of Zimri and Chazbi, you've heard of Parshas Pinchas, right? Where again, we're Parshas Pinchas, but where again, that was an act of immorality that was known and literally seen by all. However, the rabbis came along and said, even privately, a Jewish man is not permitted to have relations with a non-Jewish man. Umar says, 1 second. It's not true. It's not true. There is earlier legislation on it. So again, a Jewish man having relations with a non-Jewish woman, even privately, is already outlawed by the basin of the Hashmonai, Hanukkah story. Incredible. If you also have the basin of Hashmonai goes through the basin of Hashmonai, they decreed Yisrael Habalah Eskochavim, Chayiv Mishum Nashgo. If Yisrael, if a Jew has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he is chayiv because of Nashgo. What's Nashgo? Nashgo is an acronym for Nida, Shifra, Shifra, Rashi points out over here, Goya, and also here again, Ashes, she's married. So again, the Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, violates all these prohibitions. Look at Rashi. Rashi says here in Nashgal, Gazra Lein Yishum Nida Dirabanan. So if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, it's as if he had relations with a Nida, right? Yafagav, Daweles, Kochavim in Damam Tamina Torah, Shirikivim, Chum Gazra Le Mishum Shifcha. Right? So in other words, it's as if he had relations with a Nida. It's as if he had relations with a Shifcha. And ultimately, again, Mishum, Avedas Kochavim, to come Mischati Baderach Mishus, or Mishum Eseshis. So if a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, he violates 4 prohibitions. Nida, Shifcha, relations with a servant, Goya with an Akum, and Ashes Ish, the married woman, if she's married. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Kiasa, of course, the first white line, Kiasa, Rabin Aram Shum Nashgaz. Rabin disagreed a little bit, and he said not Nashgal, but rather Nashgaz. First, you have the same Nida, Shifcha, Goya, but instead of Ish yields Zona, prohibition of having relations with the heart. Either way, what do we see here? That there's a prohibition of a Jewish man to have relations with a non-Jewish woman, even if it's in private. And that's a pre-existing prohibition already, back to the times ultimately again of the Beis Din of Chashmonaim. He goes with Beis Din Dino Shel Chashmonaim, Bia, Aval Yichud Lo, Va'aseimhu Gazra Fila Yichud. You're right. The Beis Din of the Chashmonaim, they said relations with a non-Jewish woman is prohibited because of these 4 things, or you violate these 4 things. But Yichud, seclusion was permitted. And then the Talmidim of Beishan Beisila, when they legislated, they said even Yichud, even seclusion with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. Someone says, 1 second. Yichud Nami Beis Dino Shel David Gazra. It's not true. David HaMelech and his Beis Din were the ones who legislated the prohibition on Yichud, on seclusion with any woman who is prohibited to you. The Amar Yehuda, Ba'osa Shah Gazra Ala Yichud. In that moment, what's that moment? Rashi HaKadosh points out that he says, Ba'osa Shah, Maisa, Amnon, Tamar. Amnon and Tamar were the 2 children of David. Now they shared a father, Amnon and Tamar, but they had 2 different mothers. It's a much longer story, but essentially Amnon violated his sister. He lusted for her, he violated her. He pretended he was ill, he asked Tamar to help come in and take care of him, and he took advantage of her. So after that occurred, David and his Beis Din legislated that you can't be alone with any woman who you're not allowed to marry. That's what's called the Israel. You only is Arab to you, you're not allowed to be alone with her. So the point over here is you see that Yichud was already legislated much earlier than Shammai and Hill was already legislated by David HaMelech. Amri Hassam Yichud Bas Yisrael. David HaMelech and his Beis Din legislated regarding Yichud with another Jewish woman. But ultimately, again, Yichud with a non-Jewish woman, they did not legislate. And then Shammai and Hillel came along. So Shammai and Hillel came along, and ultimately, again, they were going there on Yichud, even with a non-Jewish woman. Incredible. So we'll say, so again, whereas ending off over here is that what the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel specifically legislated was even Yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. So we'll say, one second. Yichud Bas Yisrael D'Oraisi. First of all, one second. It wasn't David and his Beis Din who legislated against Yichud. Yichud is an Isra D'Oraisi. How do we know this? The Omar Rabbi Yochanan B'Shem Yosada Remez the Yichud Torah Minayin. From where do we find the scriptural allusion to the prohibition of seclusion with any woman who is an Arab like you? She'emar Yesischa Achicha Penina. I want to say interesting. Possibly over here is talking about the son. Literally translated, if your brother, the son of your mother, will entice you to do Avodah Zarah. Someone says, I don't understand. The Chi ben Amesis ben Avinomesis, it's only your maternal brother who could go ahead and entice you to do Avodah Zarah, but your paternal brother can't. Ella ben Nisiached in Imo, ve'in Achar Nisiached in Koalayo Shebetov. So it's very interesting. Who's going to be the brother ultimately again who is going to entice you to have Zara? One who's able to be with you at all times. Who's the brother who's able to be with you at all times? Your brother from your mother. Because your brother from your father, right, your paternal brother, can't be alone with your mother because that's an ervat. So therefore the Torah says if the brother, the son of your mother, who's allowed to be alone with you and your mother, therefore he'll be with you all the time. If he entices you to do avodah zarah, don't listen to him. Someone says, what do you see from here? A son is allowed to be alone with his mother. But every other person, there's a biblical prohibition of yichud for being alone with a woman who is an ervo. It's prohibited to you. So what do you see from here? That the Isra Yichud is the Oraisa. So David Amelech in his base and getting created is the Oraisa. Restream says, no. Yichud, I'm sorry. Yichud the Oraisa, the Ishes Ish. Very interesting. Mid the Oraisa, the only Isra Yichud that occurs is with a married woman. The Gemara says, Va'asa David Gazra Filu Yichud the Puna. David Amelech came along ultimately again. David Amelech came along. And he created a gzera even on a single woman. Right? So interesting enough. So again, so just follow the concept of here. So Mida Araisa, the Isra Yichud, a man cannot be secluded with a woman who's married to someone else. An Isha is a married woman. David comes along and he says, you can't have Yichud even with a woman who is a Pnuya, who is single. And the Gemara says, and what happened? Ba'asu Tamid Be'Shan Be'Silo, Gozra Akiva Ayichud Da'obedesko. And ultimately, again, then the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel came along and said, even yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited as well. So multi-layer prohibition. So I'll say, so the Gemara, this is where the Gemara kind of lands in this entire conversation. So where the Gemara lands is that there is an Isra Yichud Mid'oraisa. What's the Isra Yichud Mid'oraisa? A Jewish man cannot be alone with a married Jewish woman. That's the Doraisa. David Amelech comes along and says that halacha l'maisa, you can't even have yichud together with a single Jewish woman. And then Shammai and Hillel, as part of the 18 Gezerah, said you can't even be alone ultimately with a Gentile woman. So 3 different layers of yichud. First Doraisa, then David Amelech, and then the meeting of Shammai and Hillel. So we'll stop over here for today. The Gemara is going to pick up as the conversation then kind of spills on from Zayin and Aleph. The conversation is supposed to say now that's the first part of the place, right? So just to close this out. So remember again, the Gemara here structured this as saying rabbis prohibited oil and bread lest you come to wine of an akum. Wine of an akum is prohibited lest you come to their daughters, right? And daughters are prohibited because of davar acher, something else, and something else is prohibited because of something else. So we've explained up everything pretty much up until daughters. The last remaining piece is we prohibited daughters because of something else because of something else. But the same Mishum Davar Acher, Mishum Davar Acher. Plus we'll come to that Meretz Hashem tomorrow's daf. Meretz Hashem close out the Brisa. Shabbat everyone. Have a wonderful day. I will say good morning. It is the Schos Baruch Hashem to be able to continue today. Today's daf is Lamed Vav 36. We are picking up on the bottom of Lamed Hey on the base at the 2 dots, Pas, which is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, Mishnah yesterday introduced us to a list of items which Chazal, the rabbis, prohibited for achiva, for consumption, but not for anal. Amongst them, the bread baked by a Gentile. Right? Says Aram Kana B'Yochanan, Pas lo hutsha b'bezdin. Pas was not bread cooked by an akum, baked by an akum, was not subsequently permitted by another bezdin. So the Gemara says the fact that Rav Kahana still feels the need to say this indicates that Mechlal the command Shari. That there's clearly someone else who feels that in fact Pas bread was permitted by a subsequent bezdin. Who is that? In Vichi Asra B'Dimi Amar. Again, indeed, there is someone who holds that bread of an akum was permitted. Who is that? The Gemara says, listen to this. One time, Yatsa Rebbe Lasad, Rebbe went down to the field. Behavi Ovid Kachavnavana, this past morning, Ma'afasal. So Rebbe one time was in the field, and a particular akum brought before him pasporni. So pasporni is a bread made in a particular type of oven that measured a saw, a large, nice, zaftig loaf of bread. Rebbe said, Kamanoi Pasazu, what a nice loaf of bread. Ma'ra'u chachamim li'osra. Why would the rabbis feel the need to go ahead and prohibit such a nice loaf of bread? So the Gemara says, Ma'ra'u chacham, what do you mean, why did the rabbis prohibit it? We know this. Mishum chasnos, bread is one of those things. The reason why Chazal, interesting enough, Mishnah did not explicitly indicate to us. The reason, but the Gemara now explains, the reason why the rabbis prohibited bread baked by an akum was because of chasnos. It can lead to intermarriage. The concern is that when you break bread with someone, there's certain friction and certain closeness that's engendered. Chazal were concerned that if a Jew were to eat the bread of a non-Jew, it could create relationships, and ultimately those relationships could chas v'shalom lead to intermarriage. To which the Gemara says, "Alamaru chachamim la'osra basada." The Gemara answers no. The Gemara says, "I understand why there could be an issue ultimately again of intermarriage when it's more personal. For example, if the akum bakes up a loaf of bread in his house and I eat it, or in the city where there's proximity, but out in the field represents, in other words, I'm coming in contact with the akum, and this is an episodic interaction. This is not an ongoing relationship. So what Rebbe was wondering was, why would the bread of a Gentile be prohibited in the field, where the interaction again is only episodic, and not going to lead to intermarriage? Now the Gemara says, so people thought when they heard this statement of Rebbe, they thought that Rebbe was in fact permitting bread baked by a Gentile, what we call pas akum. The Gemara said, that's not true. That's not what's happening over here. Rebbe lo hitar sapas. In fact, that was not the case. Rebbe was not permitting it. Rebbe was simply questioning and kind of going through the intellectual process. But Rebbe was not actually coming to permit bread baked by a Gentile. Rabbi Yosef became Rabbi Shmuel bar Yehuda Amar, so Rabbi Yosef and some says Rabbi Shmuel bar Yehuda says, no. The story, as you just recounted it, is not how it happened. The story happened in a different way. One time, Rabbi went to a particular location. And saw that the Jewish students, right, the Talmidim Chachamim, were having difficulty finding bread. There wasn't an ample supply of bread. Rebbe, Aim Kan Palter, so why is there no bread? Is there not a baker here? People thought that Rebbe was even asking, isn't there at least a Gentile baker? Therefore, again, what Rebbe was essentially saying is that bread baked by a Gentile baker will ultimately be permitted. The Gemara says, in fact, Rebbe was saying, no. Rebbe was asking, isn't there a Jewish baker who is here? Even according to the opinion that says that pas akum of a baker, now I will say, the Gemara doesn't explicitly say this, let's analyze this. The whole reason why the rabbis went ahead and prohibited pas akum, bread of a Gentile, is because it can lead ultimately again to intermarriage. You break bread with someone, that creates relationships, closeness relationships can result in intermarriage, which is the undoing of the very familial and national fabric of Klal Yisrael. Sefer Chazal said you can't eat the bread baked by a Gentile. What's interesting is, of course, this really only applies in a situation where someone is personally baking the bread. So, for example, my Gentile neighbor bakes bread, I can't eat that. A palter is a baker. So you have a Gentile baker who owns a bakery. Someone comes in to purchase that bread. The pashtos, that's not what Chazal were talking about. There's no concern of intermarriage there because there's no closeness that's engendered by the consumption of that bread. It's commercial in nature. So now the Gemara says, even going to the opinion that says that therefore you can purchase, obviously, bread that has kosher ingredients, kosher bread from a Gentile baker, that's only if there's no Jewish baker available. But where there is a Jewish baker, you cannot purchase the bread of a Gentile baker. Rabbi Yochanan says, even according to the opinion that says that you can eat bread baked by a Gentile baker, that's only out in the field. Again, the field represents this idea of an episodic interaction. About the year, but not in this. No, why? Ultimately, again, because of intermarriage. So interesting, even for those who permitted the consumption of bread baked by a Gentile baker, or someone who did this for his parnasa, his machlokas does apply in the city or perhaps only outside of the city. I ate bread of the Gentile baker. of a Gentile. Rashi says over here, Menachas means notion. He was eating the bread of a Gentile. Out in the fields, birds of the field. Now, Ivo clearly felt that halacha l'maisa, because it was out in the field, therefore the gzeva did not apply. Don't talk to Ivo. Don't talk to her. Why? Because he's eating the bread of a non-Jew. So you see over here, Nachman felt that Ivo was acting inappropriately, and therefore commanded the other people not to go ahead and engage. So we'll say, interestingly enough, this is the end of your pass. Well, it's just a moment on this because it's quite interesting. So we know. So what do we do with this? Like, what is the nature of this gzir? So clearly, what Chazal wanted us to do was to ideally eat bread that is baked by another Jew. So we call this in halacha pas Yisrael. So what do we do contemporarily? So for example, you go ahead and you go to the supermarket. At regular supermarket, and you buy a loaf of bread, whatever the brand is, with a hashkacha on it. Proper hashkacha. So what is that? So remember again, more often than not, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. That is bread baked by a non-Jewish baker, in other words, a commercial enterprise, and is kosher certification to ensure that the ingredients are kosher. So the halacha l'maisa, we assume that the prohibition of Chazal, when they said you can't eat pas apple, that was bread baked by an individual idolater, an individual Gentile. Because the concern is if I break bread with my neighbor, I break bread with an individual Gentile that engenders a relationship, that relationship shall lead to intermarriage. But essentially the halacha says Chazal will never go there on commercially produced bread. Right? A baker, what we call a palter, a baker, he's not baking it for me. He's baking it for whoever the customer is. And when I buy the loaf of bread, he's not like, oh, what a sweet Jew, he brought a loaf of bread. It's a customer. A customer is a customer. And therefore, it does not create that sense of relationship, and therefore, we're not leading to marriage. And therefore, I'm also nicer. So that's why today, we definitely have those who are makbid on pas Yisrael, only to eat bread baked by a Jew, which means not only is it ingredient-wise kosher, but the baking process itself had Jewish intervention. What level of Jewish intervention you need in order to make it pas Yisrael is a deeper discussion for now. Now, the pashas, when you go into the supermarket and you buy just like a major loaf of bread that has a hashkacha on it, that's not pas Yisrael. That's what's called pas palter. Bread of a Gentile baker. Kosher certification says that all of the ingredients are kosher, and halach l'maisa, so there is no concern of intermarriage because it is commercially produced. Incredible. Next, shemesh shalai. Last line on Hebes. Last line 35b. Furthermore, again, Chazal legislated that you can't ingest the oil of a Gentile. Shemen Rav Amar Daniel Gazal. So we'll say, so interestingly enough, this my focus over exactly when this Gezerah against Shemen was made. So Rav says, Prophet Daniel, went ahead and legislated this prohibition. Shmuel says, what's the Kabbal Lamed Vav, 36a, Zlifasim shall kilim tmei osarton. So the first comes Shmuel saying is like this. It's because often a Gentile will go ahead and keep his oil in a kli, which sounds like tummy, which means ritually impure. Therefore, the ritually impure absorptions seek oil itself, and therefore render the oil unfit. If that's the case, how can you buy oil from a Jew either? Maybe the Jew also kept his oil in ritually impure. In other words, you don't assume that people are makbid on the laws of ritual purity and impurity. Allah is lifasan shall kill him a sut. No, rather, not tame, but rather treif. We're concerned that the Gentiles store his oil in treif utensils, non-kosher utensils, and because the oil sits there, it absorbs the non-kosher absorptions. Therefore, you can't use the oil of an apple. So fundamentally, my focus, Rav and Shmuel. So Rav says the gzera on shemen of oil of an apple comes from the Navi Daniel. Shmuel says it's a practical issue because the Gentile potentially could store the oil in one of his non-kosher utensils. The oil will absorb the non-kosher absorptions. I'm going to Shmuel Rav. So Shmuel said to Rav, Bishlam alididi the amina zlifasan shal kelim asurin or sarton. So Shmuel says like this. Shmuel says, okay, so according to me, he says that if this is an issue, the oil of an apple, shemen apple, is an issue of absorption. That makes sense. Hainu, Yechi Asra Yiskak Bar Shmuel Bar Marta Amar, Darish Rabbi Smaloi ben Esidin, Rabbi Smaloi, Darshan the following. Shemen, Rabbi Yehuda Beis Dino Nimno Allah Betiru. So Rabbi Shmuel said that Rabbi Huda and his Beis Din, Rabbi Huda convened the Beis Din, his own Beis Din, and they permitted oil. They permitted oil. They said as long as the oil of a Gentile is ingredient-wise kosher, there's no need to prohibit it. Now, Savar, no sin tam water. Why? Because the logic was that even if there are absorptions, get absorbed into the oil, the absorptions are not beneficial, they're detrimental. This is called no sin tam literally, again, it infuses taste, but the taste itself is compromised and stunted. So again, this can mean a number of different things. This can either mean that they only use utensils that were not used in the last 24 hours, and therefore the absorptions are dormant, or it could just mean that in general, in oil, any absorptions that come from a non-kosher utensil will only be detrimental. In any event, Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din felt that halacha l'maisa, there's no need to be concerned about the oil of an apple. So if that makes sense, according to me, Shmuel says, or according to you, Rav, the Amrat Daniel Gaza Alav, that the prophet Daniel was the one who made this enactment against the oil of an apple. So the Gemara says, how could this be? Gaza Alav Daniel. Sorry, Daniel Gaza Ba'asa Yehuda Nasim Avatale. Could it be that Daniel made a gzera, the Nabi made a gzera, Yehuda and his Beis Din annulled the gzera? But we learned in Beis Din Yachol Avat the Rebbeinu Chavera El Imkin Gadol and Mechachol Minyan. Let's say we have a rule. Rabbinic legislation to be repealed. But in order to repeal rabbinic legislation, you need a rabbinic body of greater number and wisdom than the one who originally enacted the legislation. So Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din are not greater than Daniel. So how would Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din have So ultimately, again, he said to Rav, can I tell Rabbi Spali that you said that? So the Gemara says, Rav was embarrassed, and essentially, no. Which I was saying, sort of never say something about someone that you would not want them to hear from your own mouth. So Rav said this disparaging about Rabbi Spali. Shmuel said, no, can I tell him you said that? So Rav becomes embarrassed. Amar Rav, in him lo darshu, ana lo darshina. So Rav says like this. Just because Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din did not darshan pasuk properly, doesn't mean that we shouldn't darshan it. What's the pasuk? So this is the proof to Rav that Daniel was the one who legislated against the oil of an apple. The pasuk says, "Yasem Daniel alibo asher lo yisgoel bepas bag hamelech u'biyayin mishtah." So it was a tremendous pasuk. The pasuk says in Daniel that Daniel promised, right? He took it upon himself not to go ahead and eat the bread of the king. The king is Nebuchadnezzar, and not to drink his two drinks. So the Gemara says, the first wide line, 36a. It's talking about two different drinks. One is wine and one is oil. So you see from here again, this Rab says is denying that Daniel himself was the one who legislated against the use of oil from an Rav Savar, Rav Savar, Ulechol Yisrael Holo. Rav says Daniel accepted this upon himself, and he also legislated this for all Klal Yisrael. Shmuel says Alibo Sam Ulechol Yisrael Lo. Shmuel says no, I agree. Daniel accepted this upon himself, but Daniel did not legislate this for all of Klal Yisrael. So we'll say fundamental mathematics. So when I said 1 second. Vishem and Daniel Gazar, is that true? That Daniel was the one who made the gzera against oil of an apple. Bamar Bali Avini Nosa Mishmei Derav. The Bali Avini Nosa said the name of Rav. Piton Ushmanon Yenon Ubnosein Kulon Mishmona Sardavarhain. So literally again, the bread of an apple, Shemen, the oil of an apple, the wine of an apple, and the daughters of an apple. All of these are part of the 18 zeros. So again, Rashi points out this Gemara Masech Shabbos, 18 gezeras that the Shammai was able to pass over the objections over Beis Hillel. So we see that it's Chazal, that it's later rabbis who legislated this halacha of oil, not Daniel. Maybe Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. And what happens? And ultimately, again, it was the students of Hillel and Shammai who then subsequently legislated the same legislation of Daniel. Daniel legislated it, but no one accepted it. Then later on, the students of Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated, and people accepted it. If that's the case, ultimately, again, then what is Rav saying? In other words, why would Rav say that Daniel legislated the prohibition on oil if at the end of the day, after Daniel legislated it, no one listened? What's the point of that statement then? Ella Daniel Gazer Allah Be'ir, Va'asinu Begazer Allah Be'ir, right? Interesting. Rather, Daniel legislated that the oil of an akum should be prohibited in the city, and ultimately Hillel and Shammai came along and legislated that it should be prohibited even in the field. So again, this harkens back to the previous schema that Daniel legislated. Apparently, so oil shemen is also an issue of intermarriage. Where is there an issue of intermarriage? In the city, where people have more ongoing contact. But in the field, there's no problem. And then later on, Shammai and Hillel came along and expanded the rabbinic prohibition and said it applies even in the field. So Mar said, Yehuda Nasi, one second. Then remember, what did I say before? Mar said that Yehuda and his Beis Din subsequently repealed the prohibition on oil. But how can Yehuda and his Beis Din repeal legislation made by Shammai and Hillel? Really, it's the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. After Abba Tanam, we learned, Ein Beis Din Yochel Abadol, Derei Beis Din Chader, Ela Ein Ken Gadol Adem Chacham Minyan. That one day, we just said this before, one Beis Din cannot repeal the rulings of a subsequent Beis Din, of a previous Beis Din, unless, of course, that subsequent Beis Din is larger in number and wisdom. So Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din are certainly not greater than the Talmidim of Shammai and Hillel. So how could he repeal it? Furthermore, Ha'amar Rabba Bar Bar Rabbi Yochanan V'Kol Yochol Levato Beis Din Direi Beis Din Chadero Chutz Mishmor Hasadam. In general, by the way, even when it comes to the repealing of rabbinic law, you're right. So if a particular Beis Din makes a ruling, the subsequent Beis Din that is larger in size and number could repeal the previous rabbinic legislation, with the exception of the 18 enactments that were done by the students of Shammai and Hillel. Why? The Gemara says, "Sha'afilu Yava Eliyahu Beis Dino Ein Shomer." Because even if Eliyahu and his Beis Din, and his Beis Din were to come, Eliyahu and his Beis Din were to come, they can't repeal the 18 enactments. Why not? The Gemara says, because again, those 18 enactments, which we'll discuss some of them, were so profoundly accepted and so ingrained within the halachic practice of Klal Yisrael, therefore no one has the ability to repeal them. Shemen lo pashet Yisrael b'chol Yisrael. But ultimately, oil, apparently, again, it's interesting. Apparently, the prohibition on oil just never took. Which is really interesting. It just never took. So whether it was legislated first by Daniel, people didn't accept it, and then subsequently legislated by Shammai and Hillel, and then it sounds like even then it wasn't really accepted. So because it wasn't really accepted, therefore Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din had the ability to formally repeal it. So Rabbi Shlomo Abba Rabbi Yochanan goes is incredible. Yoshvu Rabbi Sinu Baktu Al Shemen Shalom Pasha Yisrael B'Rov Yisrael. The rabbis checked, and they saw, they did like an investigation, they saw that the majority of Klal Yisrael was not observing this prohibition on oil. And therefore the rabbis based themselves on the words of Rabbi Shimon Gamliel, Omrim, Ein Gozin Zera Tzibor, Imkin Rov Tzibor Yecholim Lam. This is incredible. The rabbis only have the ability to legislate rabbinic law if it is clear that the majority of the population have the ability to abide by it. The majority of the population is going to live in non-compliance. Chazal do not have the right to legislate. Therefore, the Gemara says that although the rabbis had good with prohibiting oil of an it never took. Now, the Gemara doesn't tell us why it never took, right? At the end, but it never took root, it never hold. Therefore, by definition, just Xera never, therefore again, appealed formally subsequently by Rabbi Yehuda and his Beis Din. By the way, it's such a beautiful yisod. With the Torah are pleasant. In general, again, if something in Yiddishkeit becomes too difficult, or something in Yiddishkeit becomes too overwhelming, chances are I'm doing it wrong. because the ways of the Torah are pleasant, the Shema are pleasant. And therefore, again, even in rabbinic law, the rabbis have a right to legislate. But if the system sees that people just can't do it or aren't doing it, then by definition, the law falls over. What's the pasuk? And I will say that this is a major yisod, right? This is a major concept. The rabbis legislate law, and the majority of people are not listening to it. The law essentially kind of falls off. Now, it sounds like it still needs some type of formal repeal process. That was Rabbi Yehuda was based in, but essentially the law falls off. The Gemara says, where do you know that from? My pro, what's the pasuk that supports it? I will say, I'm on the base 36b. Moreover, it quotes the pasuk from Malachi. So literally again, a me'ira is a curse. Rashi says, you cloud this way, you accept it upon yourself. The responsibilities of the Torah. Literally again, with the penalty of a curse. The so the Rabbi is saying that probably why you accept it upon yourself, prohibitions, but yet then you yourself transgress those very prohibitions. Gemara says, listen to this. Now it's interesting, the way the pasuk phrases it is Hagoy Kulo. And who's doing this? The nation as a whole. So the Navi is rebuking Klal Yisrael for accepting upon themselves certain things and then violating the very things they accepted upon themselves. But our first says, you accepted it as Goy Kulo, the entire nation. I'ika Goy Kulo in Ilolo. Fascinating. Gemara says, if Goy Kulo, the entire nation of Klal Yisrael, accepted their prohibition, then enough inami is binding. But if the majority of Klal Yisrael never accepted it, then obviously it is not binding. Obviously, it only applies to rabbinic law. Biblical law is Baruch Hu's word, that's not a shame. When it comes to rabbinic law, it's very interesting. You see that there is a halacha where some significance, the majority of the segment of Klal Yisrael did not accept it, just never kind of seeped into everyday practice. And ultimately, it is not binding. So what's interesting about Osai is it appears that Shemen fell into that category. But although again the rabbis legislated that you cannot get oil from an apple for the reasons that we said before, the general population just never observed this halakha, and therefore again it never vested ultimately again as part of the body of the incredible. Osai Lamed Vavam base 36 feet for you guys in Gufa. Amr Ba'ali Amr Vinus. What's according to the rest we saw before? No some Yishmei Drat. Pitan Ushmanan Yeno Benos, and Kulu Mishmana Asador. Those are before, right? So remember again, the bread of an akum, the oil of an akum, the wine of an akum, the daughters of an akum, all of these are parts of the 18 enactments that were made by the students of Shammai. Says the Gemara, what's that? Benosei Mike, when you say frustration against the daughters of an akum, the right non-Jewish women, what is that? Amar Rab Nachman Yitzchak, Kozra Abenoseihan, Nidos me'arisos. Chazal legislated that an akum, a non-Jewish woman, non-Jewish girl, has the status of a nida already from the cradle. That was an obvious woman doesn't become a nida unless she actually experiences menstruation. The rabbis legislated that a non-Jewish woman has the status of a nida from the time that she's in the cradle. Why did they do this? By definition, this creates a distance between Jews and non-Jews. Since the non-Jewish woman will ultimately, again, transmit Tumah from the time that she's a baby, by definition, it creates barriers. The goal of those barriers, ultimately, is to prevent intermarriage. Incredible. So the Gemara says, Ugniva mishpei derav Omar, Kula mishum avodas kochavim gazruba. All of these things, all of these legislation, ultimately were to prevent us, ultimately, again, from engaging in idolatry. The rabbis legislated that you can't eat the bread of an akum lest you come to consume their oil. I don't understand. My the shemen mipas. What does that mean? In other words, why ultimately again? It sounds like we're more worried about their oil than their bread. Why is oil more worrisome than bread? Ella al pita ushmanon mishum yena. Rather no, the rabbis legislated you can't eat the bread or the oil of a Gentile, lest you come to consume his wine. And wine, we're concerned ultimately again because of their daughters, in other words, lead to intermarriage. And we're worried about if you marry their daughters, something else will happen. And then something else will lead to something else. So we're going to define that cryptic statement in just a little bit. So I'll say, I just want to point out how fascinating this is, right? Because Up until now, we've always been focused on the idea that yayin, that the wine of an akum was an issue of avodah zarah. Now the Gemara says like this: all of these gzeros that they're not exclusive, but essentially the thrust of these gzeros was intermarriage. So you can't eat the bread or the oil of an akum lest you come to drink his wine. And we're presuming that if you come to drink his wine, you're going to marry his daughter into marriage. Because again, wine, bread, oil, ultimately wine create a sense of closeness, and that closeness has to result in intermarriage. So Gemara says, okay, let's analyze this. Now the Gemara seems to indicate, and then again, you have the scriptic statement, and you can't marry the daughter of a Gentile, mishum davar acher, because of something else, and then also davar acher will lead to davar acher. Something else leads to something else. We'll get to that person in 1 second. But I'm saying, Daraisi, not allowed to marry a Jewish woman, non-Jewish woman, midaris. That's not a rabbinic enactment. Midaris, you can't marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we say it? Well, fischatin ba. The pasuk says you cannot marry them. Pretty explicit talking about the Gentile nations. The Gemara says Daraisa zayin lumos. Ashara degov. It's interesting. The prohibition of intermarriage also only applies to the 7 nations which were indigenous. But ultimately, again, not everyone. Rabbis came along and said the prohibition of intermarriage applies to all non-Jews. Fascinating. So the Gemara says, the Ravos call Asios my Rashpir. Shemayachai says not true. The pasuk says you're not allowed to marry a non-Jewish woman. Why? Ultimately, again, because your son to be away from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Marrying a non-Jewish woman. Rashbi said prohibition on marrying any non-Jewish woman, even if she's not one of the 7 nations. Midoraisa, there's a biblical prohibition to only marry a Gentile. But also, in Gaza, the rabbis went ahead and prohibited even a casual encounter. So Midoraisa, marriage with a non-Jew is prohibited. Midrabanan, even act of immorality encounter, ultimately is going to be prohibited as well. Incredible. 1 second. Znus that's not true. Znus immorality was being outlawed by the thing of shame. Because that means Sheva mitzvos b'neinach. Going back early, we know from the Chsiv, Yomer Yehuda, Chotzir v'tisai. Remember again, this is after the whole episode of Yehuda and Tamar. Tamar said, I don't know who the problem is. Yehuda's no idea the thing that is him. So it's the Mashkabas. Midar, the prohibition is in order to have a Jewish woman can't marry a non-Jewish man. Because the concern over there is that a woman's going to follow her husband, she's going to follow after him. But again, Midar, so there would not be a problem technically with the Jewish man marrying a non-Jewish woman. However, the Hasidim, those that Midar those who said, no, not only is it illegal for a Jewish woman to marry a non-Jewish man, but it's something for a Jewish man to marry a non-Jewish woman. Israel has brought Alaveris bonus episode. True. It is a halacha motion in the Semitic law that a Jewish man is not allowed to have relations or marry a non-Jewish woman. Where do we get this from? We just read about this 2 weeks ago. The Gemara says, Mamar, Boil Arams, Hanoi, holding her. If a Jewish man has relations with a non-Jewish woman, Zealot is allowed to kill the Jewish man. Holding her. So again, that's also our thing. Zimri, ultimately, again, relations with Chazdi and the Czech, so that's what has killed them. So you see, the Araisa, Jewish man is not allowed to go in relations with a non-Jewish woman. Hello, so Olay, the Raisa of Hesya, the Raisa Shafar. Midoraisa, the prohibition ultimately again is Midoraisa. A Jewish man has relations with an non-Jewish woman in public fashion. Public fashion doesn't really have to be in religion relations because of everything. But it means that the matter is very well known. That is the Isra Da'arais. And exactly like the story of Zimri and Cosby heard of right where again was but where again that was an act of morality that was known and literally seen by all. However, the Asa'in who goes after the Tzidkah, Rabbi Shimon said even privately, a Jewish man is not permitted to have relations with a non-Jewish. It's sinner. Non-based social right, but it's not true. It's not true. There's earlier legislation. Jewish men having relations with non-Jewish men privately is already outlawed by the basis of the Hashmonah. If you answer the over basis of Hashmonah goes through, the basis of Hashmonah may decrease. We saw how Ba'ala was spoken. Chayyim, you should not go. So, I solution to that is because of nash go. What's that? Because it's asking for a need. Shift.
Once I start selling that,
Shift on. Nash out over here. Go yeah. And also yeah. The Jewish man has the and ultimately in the show, I've heard this Jewish man has transitioned in various operations. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, the Asif was his first line, because the Aram Shum Gas. Rabin disagreed with it, and he said, Nash Mishkov, but rather Nash Gas. First, you got to say, Nida, Shifra, but instead of Shish, he also sold Mishkov, having no heart. Either way, what are we seeing there? That's a prohibition of the Jewish man, revelation, non-Jewish woman, and violence. And that's a pre-existing prohibition already, back to the times ultimately again of the Bezin Chashmonai. Because with Bezin Dino Shel Chashmonai, Bia, Yichud Lo, Va'asi'inu, Gazra Lo Yichud. You're right. Bezin Chashmonai, they said relations with non-Jewish women is prohibited because these four things. We buy these four things. But Yichud, seclusion was permitted. And then the Talmidim of Beishan Beisila, when they legislated, they said even Yichud, even a seclusion with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited. Which is one side. Yichud Nami Dino Shal David. David any woman who is prohibited. The Amr is God, but also Shah goes with Allah. That moment, what's that moment? Not sure how this plays out. It's also Shah. My son, unknown to Tamar. Unknown Tamar, but they have too much money. It's a long story, but essentially, they violated his sister. It's very violent. You don't know. Yes, so much money. So after that occurred, legislated, and you can't be alone with any woman who you're not allowed. That's what's called the Islam. It's when there's an Arab to you, you're not allowed to be alone. So point over here is you see that he can Shammai Hill is very legislated by David Hamelech. Amri and Oslo, you put about himself. David Hamelech was a Jewish woman. You put the Avodah Hashem low. But ultimately, again, you put the non-Jewish women, they did not legislate. And then Shammai Hill came along. Shammai Hill came along, and ultimately, again, they were going out, and we even with the non-Jewish.
No, I haven't seen it.
So again, so the church saying off over here is that what they coming of Shammai Hill specifically registered was even Yichud with the non-Jewish women. Yichud got so it wasn't David and his nation, but it was Yichud. Yichud is your Da'arais. How do we know this? The Omar of Yochel, from where do we find the prohibition of seclusion woman who isn't
I can see. I don't know
שנאמר,
exactly.
יסיסך עקיך עיניך.
He's like,
It was a different about
it's
the
that.
literally if
I'm
your
not
brother
speaking
is
to
of
I'm
your
just trying to
mother,
avoid a header. Okay,
hence
so
you should
literally,
do about
just
the understand.
oh,
The feet and enemies is then
so
is
just
only your maternal brother who can go ahead and entice you to the Zara, but your paternal brother can't. Hello, then Misafir and Emo, then Achar Misafir and Koala. So it's very interesting. Who's going to be the brother of something again who is going to entice you to the Zara? One who's able to do it all the time. Who's your brother able to do it all the time? It's your brother from your mother. Because your brother from your father, like your paternal brother, can't be alone with your mother. It's their brother. So if it turns out the brother, the son of your mother, who's allowed to be alone with you and your mother, therefore you with you all the time, he entices you to do it. Those are don't see. What do you see here? Then when you sat in Israel, a son is allowed to be alone with his mother, and then after that, every other person is a biblical prohibition of being alone with a woman who is in error, prohibited to you. So what do you see from there? The big decision for the Oraisa. So that one in this case is getting clear. It's the Oraisa. Which verse is no. Yichod, I'm sorry. Yichod the Oraisa. The age is Nida Oraisa. The only issue you forget is first is with a married woman. But us the David Joseph in the Yichod. Brother Melech came along ultimately again. Brother Melech came along. And he created a zero even on a single. I said, interesting else again. So just follow the concept of this. Nida Oraisa, the issue is what a man cannot be secluded with a woman who's married to someone. So she's a married woman. Dharma comes on, he says, you can't have even with a woman who is a female, who is single. The Gemara says, what happens? But us in Kamide, they shine they smell, those are people and you think that they're best. And also, again, then Kamide of Shammai Hill came on and said, even Yichud with a non-Jewish woman is going to be prohibited as well. So multi-layer population. So also, so the Gemara, this seems to be the Gemara lands of this entire conversation. So the Gemara lands is that there is an issue with the Oraisa. What's the issue with the Oraisa? A Jewish man cannot be alone with a married Jewish woman. That's the Oraisa. Now, when Allah comes along and says, Oraisa, you can't even have Yichud together with a single Jewish woman. And then Shammai and Hillel, as part of the Zeno said, you can't even be alone ultimately with each other. So three different layers of Yichud. First the Raisa, then the Rama, and then the region of Shammai. So we'll say, we'll stop over here for today. The Gemara is going to pick up as the conversation then goes on from 9 and 11. The conversation is now, that's the first part of the class, right? So just towards the sound. So remember again, the Gemara is instructing us as saying, rabbis prohibited oil and bread lest you come to wine of an apple. And wine of an apple is prohibited lest you come to the daughters. Right? And daughters are prohibited because of the apple or something else. And something else is prohibited because of something else. So you explain up everything pretty much up to daughters. The last remaining thing is because of something else because of something else. Tomorrow's path, goes out to Raisa. Everyone.
I got a schedule. Coming up, I got a schedule, dog. I gotta watch. And so a lot on that schedule takes up live and talks about other people. It's not a schedule. You don't have the privilege to be
good morning, with three. Sorry, I can't be there physically.
I can do this though.
To learn virtually, spiritually together. Thank our annual commentary sponsor, Today is Rabbi Naftali Tilson's father's yahrzeit. Yona Ben Avraham, the survivor of our hearts, deeply loved Toda and Moshe. And Naftali writes, strength, balance, and worship continue to near me.
He's not sick, obviously, but he's sweating
Should be able to make such dedication without us. Absolutely. And yes, Hashem and family. How we go as well as for the month of Tammuz. I don't know, For the miracles of Hashem, both the revealed and the hidden. The miracle of Yonatan Shai, 14 years old, in the source of the Around of Hashem, dedicated all the human justice this month to the Mitzvah Shlomo ben Yehuda Aryeh. We also verify Hamzah, all of those from Samari, the families in the Tamar, all of those who leave before Shabbat, they will call the foundation, the Manchester, bring home all of our holy hostages, and allow our precious soldiers to be successful in the of Master. I want to say today's dot is Lamed 35. We are picking up the Mitzvah on Lamed Dalet, really beautiful. Incredible Gemara ahead of us. We're picking up at the two dots on the bottom of 34 G Lamed Dalet on days. It is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 right up on the bottom. Gemara says, I'm ready to go. Shor and Shmuel. Where's Achtabodi? Amra. And the Christ prepares to show himself in the Judah. Reuben goes over to Rachel. Remember, again, it was from that regard. In order to effect the king, a man has to give a woman an item of value. What does Reuben give Rachel? He gives her the excrement of a shark and a skull. Kind of a shark and a skull. Okay? So Rashi points out over here, shark and a skull, asr dan lo. See, he gives her the excrement of the shark and a skull. So ultimately, again, now what it is, she's with the death. Now, lav dafter she should marry a bear. But okay, leaving aside the lack of romantic overtones, the gesture of Kedushin, but when nice again, Gemara says, Rav says, it works. On the other hand, the parish Edway Avodas go publican meetings. If a man, even if the Kaddish woman with the excrement of the calf of Avodah Zarah, she's not precious. It's interesting, so apparently not all excrement created is if it's from shark, it's going to already about it. Shark is called because a shark that has killed the person, and therefore the shark itself is executed, and therefore the shark itself is Asuban. Calf of Avodah Zarah, we know what that is. So again, if he's the excrement of the shark in his skull, it works. Excrement of the shark of Avodah Zarah doesn't. He's always in the Zarah, so why? Gemara says it can either be based on a start, or it can either spouse is logical, or based it on a person. Ibais in the source, so what's called? God, the area of us will make living beneath time. This is very interesting. By an animal of Avodah Zarah, the truth is remembering when the excrement is inside the animal. So ultimately, again, the excrement makes the animal feel a little bit more bored. By the way, perish usually refers to, let's say, excrement that's still left, like in the intestines and things like that, or after that it's been actively excreted. But it can be in the inside of the animal also. So by the Eitel of Avodah Zarah, the fat of the animal, right, the more zaf of the animal, the more coverage that is to the Avodah Zarah. So therefore, again, the coverage, the excrement, is actually value added in Avodah Zarah. But again, by showing this, the animal is the excrement, because the animal is large or small, makes absolutely no difference. Ibais in that's the slow. That's the slow. Ibais in that's the other. So sits up all you fuck the it says Avodah Zarah that you can't hold on to anything. So anything associated with Avodah Zarah, by definition, is going to be awesome. Therefore, even the excrement is going to be awesome. Sakon Yisakel Hashar, below the Asaras Bizarre. Those by trying to skull, you have stone the shard, it's going to die, and you can't eat the meat. What do you see from there? The soda ulcer, a perishable prohibition, and fat is only devolves upon the flesh, doesn't devolve upon the excrement. We'll say so incredible. So, point of view is that halakha l'maisa, no one seems to be arguing on this. A man to be Makadish a woman with the excrement of the short on the skull, because essentially that excrement is not dying. And again, it does have value, it's fertilizer, it has value. So, therefore, a man to be Makadish a woman with it. On the other hand, the excrement of the calf of Avodah Zarah, that is also valuable. So again, either based on a pasuk or based on a small. The truth is, both of these can be gleaned or outside. So going back to the interesting conversations about Jesus, in the Korah, become a hadalei, while kebas ola amura midei. There was a discussion today about why is it that cheese also goes to it. One of the answers that Gemara gave, and the traditional gave, was because they curdle it in the stomach of an Adela. Gemara says, the Gemara answers, or the Mishnah Shkar, kibash over the moon and kibash the moon. We have to learn that Allah will let us again. Stomach of an old seems to have a big homeland. Then the stomach of this stomach and hometown that won't have to again. You guys say, yeah, somewhere they can kibash the moon. So Rashi says, top of one well. The Suli Hana Ashar Shai. This is very interesting. So the Gemara says, now what you can infer from this is that Halacha Lamaisa, so remember, when you heard of what are you putting in the remnant, it's the remnants in between stomach. So what you see from here is that in general, even the items that is prohibited by Abu Dhar, that which is considered to be excreted, and that would include also like the remnant in the stomach of the animal, ultimately again is murder behind it. I mean, the Nation Ma'amid also the Kibas all of others, and then again, afterwards it says that ultimately again because they curdle the cheese in the stomach, the Kibas become a hundred in pain, Lama lo asra ba'ana. And ultimately then they shut back, and that's the case, that they're curdling the cheese in the stomach of the apple, those are the animals, and ultimately the cheese shouldn't only be asr ba'ana, but excuse me, asr ba'ana, it should also be asr ba'ana. The asr on both counts. So what do you see from there? You see from there when it comes to idolatry, really every single part of the animal ultimately again is considered to be asr ba'ana. Even the Lashon by the Kirshon is something that's accepted. In the grand scheme of the evidence, which we need to see is that when it comes to Abu Zara, because of the stringency, because of the strictness of the prohibition, everything becomes prohibited by law by an Abu Zara, including the enemy in the stomach, including ultimately again the excrement, whether it was excreted or whether it's still, let's say, inside of the body at the time the animal was slaughtered. Everything that's part of that animal becomes asr ba'ana. Again, going back to our original question, as opposed to sharpness, when by sharpness, but Allah thinks if the shark kills someone, you have to stone the shark. And the Torah says the meat is also. The meat that's also, but ultimately, again, anything else that's considered to be pure shark, insignificant for the animal, Allah says not to die. It's not possible. It's not us, and therefore again coming full circle. That's why man can bring his Hadish a woman with other short themselves, because that is not asr ba'ana, therefore it has a value. But cannot be Hadish a woman the excrement of an Abu Zara. Because in that case, the Abu Zara status dissolves upon all parts of the incredible. I mercifully the you should the lesser that you should get. 1 second. I don't understand. In general, even if let's say collect the cheese piece. Right, so now we're saying that the cheese of an apple is going to be usher because they curdled it in the stomach of an Abu Zara. Why can't you just, even if that's true, let's say we're using the remedy, we're using it inside, the Abu Zara animal stomach. It's no longer present in final looks. It's because it's no longer present. What I'm saying is it should be bottled. It should really be bottled. It should be ultimately nullified in a greater mixture. It's no longer visible. It's no longer in existence. And ultimately, it should be bottled. Because the Hamurias that I want to do, is again, when it comes to Murias is deficient. And according to the Rabbanan, ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanan, the law Asru Ba'ana, ultimately, again, the rabbis do not Asru Ba'ana, might and what's the reason? Love Yishum, the lesson of the Surah, ultimately, again, because the Surah itself is not expansive. I mean, how can you even come up with Kasha, but the Nine series you're right. It could very well be that in general, that letting the enzymes in the stomach coagulate, ultimately, again, should be one quick example. The issue here was that this is in the it's called a Davar HaMayim. Davar HaMayim is something essential that is responsible for the creation of something else. You can't make cheese without the lemon, right? You need that enzyme in order to cause the cheese to coagulate. So therefore, halacha l'maisa, even though you may not be able to see it, right? Or even though you may not be able to notice its presence, but halacha l'maisa, you know that there's no cheese without it, and therefore halacha l'maisa is not bottled. So this happens to have far-reaching consequences and implications in other areas of halacha as well, which is interesting to know. So therefore, again, the Gemara is kind of leaving off over here. Again, we're going to get more into cheeses. We're not finished with it yet. here the Gemara highlighting the idea. First of all, again, we have an interesting halacha when it comes to kiddushin. You can do the kaddish woman with the excrement on a shah and a skull because it's not prohibited by law, but you can't be kaddish woman with the excrement of an apple design, either based on svara or based on a puzzle. Interestingly enough, if you probably cheese, kosher cheese, so to speak, if you in the stomach of an apple design, and most maybe I believe in the puzzle, it's not why? It's just a mind. It's not it's something that creates something else, something that has that heightened level of importance by definition is not muscle. It's just that you think about it, it's a really beautiful thought, right? That's something that is responsible for the establishment of something else, even if that original ingredient is no longer visible. It's never possible. I think in the world of working, we think about this. Often we speak about when we think about spiritual success in the realm of what you do for ourselves. But it is important for us to remember that at the end of the day, as important as what we do for ourselves is the growth that we enable in others. Gary has an alcohol, sense of that, you are something to be like the stars in the sky, right? Like the sand on the shore. Of course, it doesn't seem like it never happened, right? Obviously, we've never been as numerous in stars. We've never been like the sand on the shore. What does it mean? It's a simple idea. I don't think it was the first time I heard it. How do we introduce humanity to the Ribono Shel Olam? So while it's true that different segments of humanity kind of went in different directions, but Lamesa Adnavinu is responsible for Ruchnius in Israel. I'm reading the Bible monotheism. And again, every major faith traces itself back to Abraham, to Abraham, the patriarch. So I'm going to be talking to Adam more than even what you're going to accomplish as an individual is the growth that you're going to enable in humanity in all of the world. And this is so incredibly important because sometimes the greatest things that we accomplish in this world are not the things we accomplish for ourselves, but it's the inspiration we give to others and it's the enabling of growth in others. And sometimes people never even know what we did. They never even know our role. We're minded, never talking. They help to establish something else by definition. Even if it's not seen or no one knows about it, it's there. And it never fully disappears. It always wants to go. Incredible. Let's go back. This feels never happens. Let's just remember again, after there was this whole discussion that we're going to be Shmuel, so ultimately we're going to be Shmuel's conversation to a different path. Yes. So Rabbi Shmuel has Rabbi Yoshua, right? I'm sorry. Rabbi Shmuel has Rabbi Yoshua. Why is it that there is this cheese from its womb? And then Rabbi Yoshua ultimately went ahead and switched the topic. And he started quoting the passage from Shira. So the Gemara says, "My children go down on the ground." First of all, again, before the Gemara gets into why Rabbi Yoshua felt the need to switch the conversation, ultimately the Gemara examines the asking for your fear, for your logic is better than yours. So this is Klal Yisrael speaking to Hashem. And what Klal Yisrael? Take a tire off. Ribono Shel Olam, Aredim Alai Divrei Dodacha, Yoser Miyim Shofim. Klal Yisrael says to Klal Yisrael, the words of your beloved ones, or the beloved ones, Rashi points out here, Divrei Dodacha, Divrei Sofim. The words of Chazal. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of Torah itself. You hear what this is saying? Some of us, emotional love is the Rabbanan even more than the Rabbis. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of the Torah itself. My Gemara says, I'm sorry, right? The Gemara says as follows. So interestingly enough, so what's the shot? Right? What exactly we love to do that on the so very tasty. Remember again, your life does, like, you know, hand it to us back in the park. We didn't do anything. We also give it to us, hand it to us. But the last thing comes to the Rabbanon, he works. That's Chazal going through the system. That's Chazal following through the studios. That's Chazal trying to understand what's going to come up in this part of what's going to come up in the people. So the Rabbanon is the result of Torah. Torah is not here. Torah is part of the Klal Yisrael says, what's nearest and dearest to us is the stuff we have. You know, so often we like we think we like to get things handed to us. We think that we prefer to have things handed to us on a silver platter. It's not true. The things that you get handed to us are very nice, very easy, very beautiful. But the things you have to work for, the things you have to put up, the things you have to schwitz for, at the end of the day, those are the things that are real and meaningful. So there are some nice and high crowd this Shabbos. So why this one? Why did you choose this one? Found in relation to God. Usually because he's focusing on the beginning. What's the beginning of the passage? The Gemara says, Yishakini Bereshikos Kiss. It says, kiss me with the kisses of your mouth. Amar Yishma Achi. So really, the Yeshua is kind of giving you a little bit of Yel's review. He says, what does it mean? Ashok Sifasefa Sifasefa Zubuzu. Press your lips together. This is a nice way of saying, be quiet. Remember, Rabbi Yishma was handling Rabbi Yeshua. Why is it that Hazal prohibited the cheese of an apple? Which in Yeshua responds, you check in the sheet of you. Close your lips. Close your lips. Don't stop talking. And don't try to ask questions. Don't ask questions. Mike, what is it going to say? Why not? We're having this conversation. This was a new zera. This was a new rabbinic prohibition. When it comes to rabbinic prohibition, we don't go ahead and ask questions. Now we'll see why that is. We'll see why that is in just a moment. So therefore, again, apparently it was brand new. That's how legislated. You can't eat the cheese of an apple. But he's supposed to ask me, why? Because it's shot. He's actually when she goes, Pio, like, literally close your lips. And then what's just what the unit was, if you actually get it separated or expounded on the end. It's beautiful. Nice thing. So first of all, again, what's going on over here? So you must understand the Gemara says because of Nikor. Now we'll see exactly the labeling Yishum Nikor. Ultimately, again, so say the Gemara. Right. So the Gemara says, so say, why don't you go ahead and ultimately give the reason for the Torah? So the Gemara suggests to see what Nikor is in this moment. So the Gemara says, why not go ahead and see this because we're concerned about a small amount of something Nikor being mixed in. So the Gemara says, what do you say? This is incredible. So the Gemara says,
shout out to Mark, he commented on the last episode. Oh, yeah, great guy. He sent me some pictures from his
legislator, it would not reveal the reason for the call. What they talk with them. It happens that a pair of teachers went to listen. This is what we're going to do. Why? Because I said, this is. I
like that both options are wrong
as well. Like children need not be witness to the logic of every single parental decision. Children need not be a partner in the creation of every single parental policy. Parents have a prerogative to say, this is what is going to happen. This is not what's going to happen. Why? Because I said so. Because when a child gets older and their comprehension expands, we can bring them into potentially possibly when they get older. Sometimes the parents just have to say, this is what is required. Because the moment you start getting into reason is the moment that everybody is a big fight. So Chazal, this is present. Chazal is policy. And whenever these people move off, 12 months after the law was first established, we don't talk about the reason. We want to go ahead and just kind of legislate it, have it become part of just general behavior problem itself, and afterwards you can discuss this. After 12 months, when everybody again is kind of like this behavioral habituation, then we can talk about the reason. But for the first 12 months, do it. So that's the sort of take over and over again in years, which is so much of what it means to be a good Jew. Is to be a
I've never met him before.
I understand
but
it. I
this
don't
guy I've
understand
met.
it. I agree with it. I
That sounds
don't
like a
agree with
kid.
it. I appreciate
Yeah,
it. Don't
both
appreciate it.
sound like they're
It's not
plausible
enough.
answers. I'm
We
going,
don't
hey,
know what's best for
okay,
us.
I'm
That's
gonna
how
go.
know what's best for
My
us.
wish was my dad.
And our job
And I remember for it. He's hands down the nicest
to be
comedian
able
I've
to
ever
say,
met in my life.
I'm here, I'm ready, I accept, I'm going to be perfect with a lot of mistakes, but I'm fully for it. Mercy Megadi Paradimya. Elements are giving me a gesture to hear this on the Ata. Yav shut the study. So let's see, Mercy says as follows. Now remember again, the Nikar, let's say we're seeing the Nikar doesn't mean like a hole. So let's actually reference to a snake. So apparently, what Chazal were originally concerned about when it came to cheese was that there was a snake venom. So if that's the case, the Gemara says, Yav shut the study. If the cheese dries, then it should be permitted. Why don't I mean Yav ish mutar? Why? So we'll say because ultimately, again, if your snake venom apparently doesn't wouldn't allow cheese to dry. Cheese dries, then by definition there's no venom. There's no venom in the middle. The Gemara says, Yav shut the study. Most of the middle, like the snake venom is venom for Egypt. Chazal legislated about cheese because they were afraid that perhaps the Aku wasn't careful with snake venom. There's an easy way to tell if the cheese has snake venom or not. If it has no liquid, right? If it dried out, then it has no venom. If it's aged, it has no venom.
All right, so this is another BGL sighting.
There's another issue. The issue is that ultimately, again, it is impossible for there to be cheese without some milk residue. Now, what is that?
Playing security
Rashi, Asher,
as a FedEx camera.
Benguma Tokina, Nishan Nakama, the Khalaf, the Over Kohan, Amy Soro, Aser, Drama Ari, the Khalaf Kame.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very normal picture in comparison to my picture.
Like using
So
those
silly
cheese,
thumbnail
maybe
face.
mixed in some
And it's supposed to be
milk
silly.
there. And therefore, again, cheese always depends on the time you are, always has some milk residue with it. Maybe that milk residue is ultimately, again, from the cheese or from the milk of a non-kosher animal.
I honestly, I probably
Okay,
never
now answer is to be, because Rashi points out over here, well, we'll leave Rashi for later, but once again, again, first opinion, Ula, what's the reason ultimately, again, for the issue of cheese and apple? Snake venom. But the Kalina, no, that's not it, because the reason we just mentioned, rather it's the issue that maybe the apple mixed in some non-kosher milk, and some of the milk residue ultimately again will be non-kosher milk. And by the way, it happens to be, the Gemara understands that whatever the reason, non-kosher milk will not fly to the cheese. Therefore, again, it's not to be a concern that the non-kosher milk is going to get into the cheese. But in the cheese residue itself, the milk residue in the cheese is going to be non-kosher. Shmuel says, also Ba'ar Kevas Nevelis. Interesting. Shmuel says, what's the issue? The issue is that you take an actual piece of the stomach and use it to beforehand, we're talking about using an enzyme in the stomach. So one can make the argument that maybe the enzyme is like a pure stuff. It's like a nothing, it's like excrement. But once you're actually using a piece of the stomach itself, that's not pure stuff. That's not pure stuff. That's mamish nevela. So therefore, again, Shmuel's concern is actual nevela in the cheese. So Gemara says, the Gemara says, 1 second. But Kiva itself. So here, what's interesting, by the way, you can see is the inference from this is that according to Shmuel, only the stomach itself is problematic. But apparently, if they were to use enzyme in the stomach, rather than the stomach, that would be fine. But the Shmuel says that. Kiva says, Kiva says, right? Literally again, the stomach, right? But the animal use trouble is also not involved. Also, the only collaborating, I understand. The animal sacrifice, the animal that Akam uses for the double bizarre is also the bagel. So why do you have to say either an animal of the bizarre or in a bagel? Right? They're both in the bagels. From Rishmuel Chabot, you're right, you're saying one thing. Kivas, Shlitas, Avodo, Ovisko, Kavim, and the Bagla Asi, ultimately Shmuel says that the Shlita of an animal for Avodo Zarah, ultimately again is on the Bagla. And therefore, again, the stomach material, the enzyme ultimately again is going to be awesome. Now, look, the line saying, you see Shmuel saying over here that the enzyme is awesome. Beforehand, yet right above the sound of Shmuel saying the enzyme is mortal. So what's going on? There are no kasha, what's that other days, 35 no kasha, on Kodin Chazara, Hami Asa Chazara. This is before Shmuel retracted his opinion. This is after he retracted his opinion. Rashi says that the kind of also Mishnah B'Shvit Asulim B'Kevas Ovim B'Chavim B'Vela B'Asula Nishnis Kodem Shechazav Rabbi Yishmael Rashi Amar Rabbi Yishmael B'Shei Shema'anidim also B'Kevas B'Vela B'Sabar Latzir. Essentially, again, these two statements were made as two different ones. One was before the retraction, one was after the retraction. The Mishnah was as but ultimately, again, the Mishnah Halacha L'Maisa went ahead and remained. So what's explained in the original ruling, that Halacha L'Maisa again is based on how they're only using one enzyme. But I think the enzyme would have been, it would be pure shot. Later on, with the Gemara says that it's also ultimately the fact that they're actually using not simply the enzyme, but that the Halacha L'Maisa are actually going ahead and using the actual stomach itself, which Halacha L'Maisa will be also. Rashi says that after some information I need also Bakar. Abasiba Asma Sharia after Hazak Hazur and Yeshua, which is the Shivata showing that Mishnah. So again, originally, that Halacha L'Maisa again, that Yeshua thought that Halacha L'Maisa, the enzyme was answered. Then afterwards, when he heard Rabbi Shmuel's statement back in the Mishnah, he retracted that position and said the issue is not that they use the enzyme, but rather the issue is that they use an actual piece of the stomach itself. Incredible. I will say, Mom and him and base, and I will say, we'll see the Halacha L'Maisa. I know I owe you a lot of Halacha L'Maisa, but I promise we'll get to it. Second line down from the top, Mom and him and base 35. Ramalki Mishneh B'Rav Ada by Av Omer. There's all different interpretations as to why cheese of an apple is problematic. So Malkia says because they coat the cheese with pig lard, with pig fat. Okay? The Gemara says, so if this time makes manida also performance, they use vinegar. They use vinegar to make the cheese. And vinegar comes from wine. Wine would be up on the yainasa. Also the sap of interestingly enough, they use the sap of arma fruit in order to the sap of arma in order to go ahead and make the cheese. So this is kima. These are all the kind of decided to love it. I'm not made this up. One uses so what's it? I'll remember again the first of fruit in his first 3 years. First 3 years, that's right. You trying to take first 3 years of fruit. It's hard. Cannot.
Welcome back to Raccoon Greetings. As always, you're the Patreon.
So the Gemara says that they go ahead and you use the fat of olive as a collagen. Ultimately, also because the fat has the same status as the fruit. First, the Gemara says that it's going to show this actual already about the pictures of Era Modi. Speaking of Yeshua, he only argues on what's called Yusha, which means the sap that comes out of the tree. Yeshua says that the sap that comes out of the tree does not have the status of fruit. But everyone agrees that the sap that comes out of fruit, of course, does have the status of fruit, has the status of oil. It was not Yeshua, Shemaki the Irish, if you go ahead and use the sap or the sap of the tree first, you can also see again the cheese will be much like the sap of the sap of the leaves does not have the status of the fruit. However, the sap of Hagin also makes the use the actual sap of the fruit only again that it's very true. So why? Because that is the status of the fruit. Okay? You must just follow.
That happens. I got what it means is that
remember the Pista says that a lot of the reason why cheese is not common is also because they use vinegar. Therefore, vinegar comes from the which the sap of arba. Both according to Rasista and Rasnathin, cheese of an apple should not only be ushered for consumption, but should also be ushered because vinegar of an apple is ushered by sap of arba, it is Asrbana. Yet again, they only say that it's Asrbana. So it's not an idea. You know what? Question. Okay, so what's that? I want to point out how fascinating this is. It says to see all of these different things, right? So we have Kila, the Kanina, Shmuel, the Malakia, the Krista, and the Nurse. Different opinions as to why Chazal went ahead and registered that you're not allowed to go ahead and eat the cheese. Again, Well, I said, what's going on? We'll do off together.
I'm willing
No,
to
it's
see
not
if
to
it's
make
right.
reference
I
to my
don't care. I think it's funny or if it's wrong. So I jokingly said, but also seriously, I said, I don't even know the difference between those two entities.
So that's not something. Literally against the scent of your oil is beautiful. This is beautiful. No matter how much company,
And you
what
laughed.
can come
But,
up
I
and eat together.
mean, and now that I think about it, an electrical cable, that just probably means that's what you plug in for power. And the mic cable is what you plug in the mic. So I did know. I just it's the cunning laziness, right? My wife, she calls it weaponized incompetence, where I don't even try to understand what's going on and go, oh, I didn't know that.
The end of the day, what makes it come fucking great? It's not the knowledge that he amasses for himself. But rather than
Actually, wait, no, I do the difference. The electric cable, let's start the show. Talk about it. And she gets mad at me
something
because,
that's
like, I'm not
established
really,
something
like,
else never thought.
trying to figure it out because I'd rather just be the tweeting.
Oh man, I wanted to wait till later. I want to wait till later to get into this.
Yeah, but how are you doing?
I'll do it great. Thank you, Chris. Weaponizing competence, huh? Wow. It's just like we live in a city called Los Angeles. I would prefer everyone's own fucking Spanish, but weaponizing competence, dude.
So
You know
what
what
is
I
he
mean?
like? He's
It
like
makes me feel like shit.
bottle of stopper.
Why? Because I
What
don't know what the fuck
happens with the
that
perfume
means.
bottles? Like everyone knows what very nice perfume. But what benefit is there? Zero. Because no one
You
can
do is
smell.
like weaponize my feelings.
Incredible.
It's when you put
Whiskey
there's
was
a
low.
wide
Hello. Foreign from the priest and
But
pussy
no,
on the sky.
weaponizing competence
Not
is
only
just
that,
what competence
when you
means
share
you're
your
right?
photo with others,
Weaponizing
things
means you're
that
using it as a
initially you
weapon.
don't
It's not like
understand
kind
will
of
come to understand.
as a way of
This
like
can be
not
both
doing
just
things
on
and
a basic
using
level,
as a
on a basic level.
like I don't know how to do it.
Something you
Yeah.
understand it
I was
better.
doing a bit
So
where I
you
was
can
actually
understand myself if I teach it not to be something. Also, it's not the Schneider.
and
Bob
that, but
says,
all that saying,
if I see that you're giving
all
up
that
your
being said,
listening to
though,
other
is that
people,
I
then by
still have
definition,
to
I'm going to help you
start
on
another
that.
podcast. I just told people to start listening to the podcast.
I'll almost
I see all
I
the time, and they're like,
holiday,
stuff like this. And I said, check it out on their big
read
screen.
it
They were
instead
saying,
of alumos rather
and
as
this is the first thing I've seen people
alumnos.
upset and pissed off.
So
Well,
that
that's
is
an accurate
hidden.
depiction of your normal
That's not
life.
true.
Well,
Like,
oh,
it's just like we just saw the other day. He's the same
Shamalas
man
becomes your
on
best
the
friend.
show as he is in real life. That's great. That's what people like.
Kind of person.
They'll call you to
He was self-esteem.
You should start yelling at them more.
Share your
Like,
photos.
it's just like
Share
on
your
the show.
abilities. You share vocals with others.
You know, I don't even have to pretend. I'm just a stupid person.
I was peeing at an In-N-Out bathroom.
It's a good back
Okay,
of
like,
that
this
is
is where
terrible.
this is coming
You
from.
know what? I'm always
Granted, this is going to be like a
perhaps,
mental because it goes back to the time, but like,
it doesn't feel
I
like
have
the
like
world
a
is
delay of emotion sometimes. Where
all
like,
too
how
often
I
life
feel about
is
something, I won't know it until
to the
tomorrow.
last
Like,
one
wait a minute, I
comes,
didn't
then
do
the
that.
show.
You know,
Okay.
kind of thing. I don't know why, maybe my parents would be yelling. You guys would beat me in the
Really like
shower.
firing
And
on someone.
stuff like this, right?
First of all, to see someone
So,
ultimately again, just
what's it called?
speaking of
I was
movies,
peeing in
sharing
an
your
In-N-Out
experience,
bathroom,
Malak
and I was like, dude, I got so
Hamas,
pissed about a conversation I
you
had.
want to make the
yesterday.
Malak Hamas your
Oh shit,
friend?
okay, yeah.
I don't know.
Because
You want to
my
back apart.
wife,
Whether you want to make the Malak
doing this
Hamas
whole
your
thing
friend,
about fucking like minorities and shit like that, and then they're
what
creating
you
their
have,
own
the spiritual
ecosystem
treasures that you possess.
to like define what our experiences are,
Remember, old,
so that they
mas
feel
German,
like, but still
Alamos,
have like my power.
holiday,
Anyways,
Alamos,
I was peeing at it and I'm thinking about this. Okay,
Hello,
yeah.
hello.
And I was, but you were thinking about that from a conversation that I can't really talk about. You can't talk about. What's an example of not that conversation, like privilege, shit like this? But is that why you I prefer, I guess I was like,
holiday,
okay, this lady was what, and she used the phrase, what, microaggressions?
six of the
So
questions,
you're
the
being
person
honest
takes the
with
stopper off of the spiritual perfume, allows the sense to go ahead and give to others and do so. It's such a personal thing. Hold on, how about you always being the great?
Sorry, go
But
ahead.
my own privilege, this thing becomes so much better when I know that I'm a giver to others. This will become so much better when I know that I'm
Microaggressions
enabling
suck ass. I have always hated that too.
this will
I'm
become
not sure
so
if it's
much
white people that
better
do that.
But
when I
then
know
I
that I'm
watched
not
Jeff die
living
today,
for
dude.
me.
And he's talking about like suck it up and this and that. And that's me when it comes to terms like microaggressions.
It
Like
was
suck
like
it
other
up.
people.
And I start feeling like Jeff died, dude. I feel like shit because that white
I mean,
people
not
do
under
this.
officer, but it
It's
is not
confusing.
I'm not
Like, you know,
sure
fuck
what
white people is what I'm
how
saying.
much of what I think of when you saw it,
It's
looking at
confusing.
it,
No, it's not
and you saw
confusing. It's
what
like,
you watched.
dog,
You know,
everything
what's
sucks.
concerned
Everyone
about
sucks.
something
Nothing's
seeing
real anymore.
non-culture.
All we're doing
So
is
because
talking
of
to
that,
each
you
other and
can't
putting
do it,
people down.
but it's not us that لا أسبح
Okay,
الشمس
I'm
والقمر
doing great.
يتكاد
I'm
يوسف
doing
الرأي
great. I
في
mean, it is a
فاينانشال
troubling time, right?
يمكن
It's
يوسف
definitely
كل
like
فاينانشال
I saw
لا
somebody
يبقى
over the
يستوي
weekend,
لا
and they asked me how I was
they
doing,
permitted the
and
use
my
of
standard thing is like, great, even though it could be, I could be on the edge, like I could literally be, about to jump or whatever. Pretty good. But maybe I said it convincingly, because she leaned in and she was like, it's not really that great right now, so you should probably we're all kind of struggling. And she was kidding, but I was like, oh, there's some truth to this, right? I'm saying great, because federal agents are mass shooting people in the street, there's all sorts of crazy shit. Wherever you see that, like, it's bad. It is a trying time in economy. So I can see why everyone's stressed out. But it's also
ultimately means to cut off the smoking match or
Diet Cokes, watching Brendan John, dude, everything's
yeah,
fine.
right.
Shots along, they all hate each other.
You
It's so stupid. Yeah. Like, why can't I say something? Why can't I, like, express myself? The conversation I got in yesterday was not about something I did, but something somebody else did. And I was in the room.
Sears drawing,
I wasn't even there when it happened, but they were still having this argument about this thing that happened. And that's from my point of view. And I was just in the corner like a cop watching them fucking each other. And I'm just like, oh yeah, we'll do like a green bus. All right, it's kind of like if you're not even part of it, you didn't see it, why do I have to now have like a strong opinion on it? And I was holding back so hard because every time they would go to me, it'd be like,
that
because
drawing
this
was
this that, and like, you know, you're fixing this kind of stuff, right? Now he has a lot of this and then like, I'm like, bro, this is not how I know what this is. Yeah. The microaggression, you know what's funny to me about that is the microaggression thing. So on the one side, please correct me if I'm wrong, because as a white guy, you're
So ultimately, again, you got colloquial so
you go,
we see that it's mutter, but the girl name also
white people made this microaggression thing, and you're in your mind, not saying you're part of the
when
maybe
it
did.
comes to the
And it's annoying, right? Because it's like, like you said,
you can't buy from
they can
Gentile
use
why
now,
because
they're
it
making these
easily
terms up
mixed in
to
other
define your
non-kosher species,
race of people,
and you may
right?
not be able to.
But at the same time,
Hold on,
so you get mad. But then
similar again about
you watch Jeff die, and you hate Jeff
go
die
ahead
because he's a
and
total
just
idiot,
from
and he's starting to say things that aren't what you're saying, but they're kind of like that because he's like microaggression. Look at what you set it up, and then you start feeling like, you know, and I can see how that would
therefore
be.
you
It's like
can't
in
teach
ancient
this
medieval
so
times
say
we're going
obviously
through that
we're
photo.
going to go ahead and actually point out the also
They
the
just both
the
together
use of
together
this
and just
section
start killing them
it's
all.
also because of the way there may be non-kosher
It's like I
residue
can't go
on
anywhere. I feel like
obviously
that I
we're
feel
going
trapped
to
at
explain
times.
each of these
And it's not
categories
because I'm
in
Mexican.
the Gemara.
I just feel
Umbrella,
trapped. Like I can't
shall
fucking
put
express myself freely
or
like
shall
in any way.
You
Aside
also
from
can't
race, it's
use
just I say fuck all white people because that's hilarious to say. I'll just say that for no reason.
all of these items are able to
But no, I'm just the white person.
all
Yesterday,
these items
I
are
was
again.
like, Doc, I fucking
You
hate
cannot
I didn't
eat
say
it,
it out loud
and
yet,
the
but
Isra
in my mind, I'm like, dude, I cannot stand your son ass. Like when you come
but
in
there
and
is
very
no
loud to me,
Israel
you
you
know?
can get
Do you feel like you
I
can't
asked
say
you
stuff
to follow
because of that?
the mind
Well,
well,
I'd
let's go
rather
to
not,
start.
because I don't
So
want
the
to have
milk
an
of an
argument.
andrew.
I
Can
don't
you do
want
milk
to.
of an andrew? What do
I
you have
want
to
this
do?
tirade about something
Finish
else.
with you say tar fear
I was telling somebody this the other day, I just
Also,
bought
if you're
sometimes.
concerned that the andrew is going to put in
So
their
like,
mouth milk,
if I go to the state
non-kosher
and
milk,
if
it's different than
if
kosher
I'm
milk.
bombing, I'm
It's
gonna go
different
through.
colorations. So therefore, again, there's no familiar with that.
I'll
You
say
show
like,
Yehuda,
talk to the
make it.
audience.
So it's and if you're afraid, and he's going to take, he's going to have kosher milk, but he's going to mix it with
So like, I
traditional
do that shit in
non-kosher
real
milk.
life
So we'll be able
too.
to see it.
Where
Very
it's like,
simple.
if
First
it's
one
going
out of
down
both
now,
sides.
like, let's go
Make
all the way
cheese
down. I'm
from
saying
it.
that for
Double
people,
mar,
you know
full
what
of
I mean? I'm saying like the worst things of all time to them. And then I gotta live with that
kosher
moment.
milk could
When
coagulate
they're
into
around my
cheese.
work,
Non-kosher milk
that's kind of
can
funny that
coagulate
you'd
into
be in a
cheese.
conversation
Which
with
means
somebody
that's
that
a
you're
great
like
idea.
getting angry
You
with
could
them,
have one
but
vino.
you don't want to
If
say
you want
anything
to
because you know
cheese,
that
then
if
that's a
you
great
disagree
way
with
to
them at
test
all,
out if there's any
you're
nice
gonna turn it up to like the last,
you
like the
know,
top
what
notch,
is
and
so
never
there?
be able to speak
It's
to
a
them
bunch
again.
of the
Or you'd rather just be
so
like,
there's a map buying
hey
it for
man,
cheese.
yeah, sure,
So when
sounds
I buy
right,
it
but
from
then
us,
I
everyone's
rise
favorite
because
dish.
vice
Pizza.
versa. That
Come
would be
from
like,
actually point
yeah,
out
fuck
over here
you,
is
and
my
well,
fault
that,
also
not so
known
much
as
that
pizza.
creative
So again,
gifts. I
because
don't
of the
remember
fact
somebody
that
that
you
done
Chicago with
that
the
might not know this
non-kosher
real.
milk.
But I'm just saying, like,
Therefore,
That's my sort of vernacular. Let's have a laugh about this very intense real thing you're making. It's not to be when it's not that. You know what I mean? Do you think if you're able to say that, you would be
the Mishka Munich Saudi Diego. So just take a little bit of the milk and curdle it. You don't want to curdle the whole thing, take a little bit of it, curdle it. If it curdles it, it's kosher. If it doesn't curdle it, it's not kosher. Here's where it's not. That's not a good food. Or it's not a good test. Even if it's cover, none of you can see the tiny, let the make up a lot of noise. Here's the difference. Anytime you make cheese, or you have a rare cheese, it's very common that you always have some leftover milk. Not all of the milk, even in a business. Or again, even the cheese test doesn't work because just because you have some leftover milk that you curdle does not allow you that it's kosher milk or non-kosher milk. Even kosher milk, there's some leftover milk that doesn't curdle. Therefore, the cheese test will not work to ascertain whether or not it's non-kosher milk. So the possibility is, if you take the kabbalah with vino, you could try being furthermore, again, even if you are purchasing ultimately, again, for cheese, and even if halacha nice again, you do go ahead and make cheese. Once again, how does that help you? Because halacha nice, once you establish that there is some milk that is always left over in the cheese itself, that could just eat it. Look, it can be kosher milk that just didn't coagulate, it can be non-kosher milk that can coagulate. Therefore, bottom line is that the cheese test can't work. Therefore, what's halacha nice? Source number one, or halacha number one. Mishnah says you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase milk from the akum. Why? We are concerned ultimately again that the akum mixed in non-kosher. Now again, interesting enough, I'm not concerned to selling you just pure non-kosher milk because that would be distinguishable just by its appearance. What I am concerned about is that you mix in non-kosher milk with kosher milk, and there's no real way to get out of this. You can't go ahead and use the milk of an apple. It's asr. You can't eat it, but ultimately again, that's asr. So let's stop over for today. We'll pick up the message from the past tomorrow.
That's not the same thing. Right. Yeah. It's good that you realize that. Yeah. I mean, self-knowledge has done me nothing ever. Well, okay, I don't know. Like, is it? I don't want to be an analyst. I want to play the game, Daddy. That's trying to learn.
Ritually, spiritually together, you might think all about practice and think our annual commentary is possible. It's talking about about yourself. Today is the Napoleon father's yoga and Avalon ways. The survivor part of teaching the love, yoga, and the
I desperately talking about strength. I don't know how time we were talking, like the last few things. I was desperately trying to think of a way to bring it that I am. I was like, how does this? There's a behind the camera or behind my brain. The whole time I was like, how do I make him a bird into this? How can I get back to him? Well, originally I saw that birds and then my phone came around and said, well,
for the miracles of Hashem, both the revealed and the miracle of Jonathan Shai, 14 years ago, in the source, the level of the this month,
strangest body transformation. Most likely because of the
beautiful, incredible
most spots on YouTube. People are still doing the bend where it's like Jelly Roll's music for whatever. That's how he first spot does. That's where Jelly Roll is in my house for guys that fall asleep in their truck. I just saw somebody the other day saying Jelly Roll is like one of the most I hadn't seen that one. That's another good one. And if you have any in the comments, please, let's keep it going.
So Rashi points out over here, Sharman is called Asr. See, so the excrement, just so that the other Sharman is called. Ultimately, again, now what is significant? Now, love that position.
30% of the show.
Leaving
He's like,
aside
glad
the
you
lack
want to say
of
what he wants to say
romantic
about it.
criticism,
I immediately picked up on that. I'm glad you
but
pointed
when
it out.
nice again,
But
the
yeah, it's their
says
thing.
it works.
These
On the other
guys
hand,
all think
the
they're being persecuted and held back. Probably because
man
they
who
watch
is
too much
becoming
rock
this
music.
woman with
And
this
I know they're not going to let you tell the truth, and then the truth is like,
she's not.
you gotta love your neighbor, man.
She's
It's like someone's gonna tell you not to love your neighbor. I know they don't want me to talk about this, so they can get up in the water and trap. I mean, if I said that,
Half of what is on, we know what that is. So again, if you excrement the shot in the skull, it works. Excrement of the shot of what is on doesn't. You might see the sunrise,
subtext is like, that's so, you know, it's funny, but to me, like, I'm not totally putting the subject wrong, but the subtext of like looks funny ass if you said that.
You might see the sunrise, what's the line? God, they hit level of the whole nation, they need to
You know, like, or like minorities, like, like, respectfully pick up after yourself. And then it's like, one who's not picking up after themselves. We know what you're saying, but the reason why people don't want you to say it because A, it's not true, and B, it's a blanket statement about an entire race of people.
So by the takeout of a whole Zara, the fat of the animal, right, the more vast of the animal, the more coverage that is to the above the Zara. So therefore, again, a person, so therefore the coverage, the excrement is actually value added in the above the Zara. Like I'm trying to go on there, but again, by stuffing this, the animal the excrement, it doesn't make a difference, the animal's larger or smaller, it's absolutely no you might say, that's the slow. That's the slow. You might say, it says Bible Zara, but you can't hold on to anything.
Oh my God! That looks like that video of the guy that goes,
therefore, even the excrement is going to be awesome.
You know, the white guy, he's like,
awesome.
with his eyes. You ever seen that gif? Oh, yes. Doesn't that look exactly like that? Behind the tattoo.
The solo apparently,
First of all, Jesus, I hear you now. Let's go,
doesn't involve the excrement. So one of the years that I love the nights, I know it's just arguing on this. Man, she's going to try to do it.
First of all, Jesus, I hear you now. Let's go.
And again, that's not value, it's for the work, that's value. So therefore, man, on the other hand, the excrement of the cat on all the Zara, that is also value. So again, either based on Pasuk or based on
Jesus comes back, right?
the truth is both of these
Take me to my supporters and Kelly Roll, Joe Rogan.
So going back to the interesting conversation that
Peter Thiel.
and
Jesus is like, what are we doing here? Why do you have a cross on your face? It's like the whole
about why is it that
yeah, what's his name? Bill Hicks. It's like Jesus comes back and everybody's got crucifixes. He's like, that's such a great bit. But yeah, I mean, he would look at the other whole thing. Your name is what? Jelly roll? What is jelly? You wouldn't know what it is. I think it's funny to that.
This time, after all, again, remember again. Yes, somewhere makes the canvas the big one. So that she says, sorry, top of the well, these three have not a show or shite. It's very interesting. So you might say, which is the third one is that a lot of the race shot, so you remember, way further than way further. Here is that in general, even if I
I'm with you on that too. Jesus did everything for me. He's so stupid. That's hilarious. He's so stupid that he doesn't even realize, even though the CIA guys always telling him, he still thinks it's Jesus. That's funny.
And then again, afterwards it says that ultimately, again, because they
go up there, and I also think it'd be funny. The CIA guy or whoever his name is, telling him what to do, and general just
ultimately, then they shut back, and that's the case, that they're currently
cheese no, he's like, no, you're supposed to say this.
And ultimately, the cheese shouldn't only be us or also
he
the
does it
us
wrong, but it's actually so perfect. So he went to Green Bay, so the CIA guy's just like, I guess I will. This is working
really
perfectly.
every single
So,
part of the animal
you know what they say?
ultimately again is
Right,
considered
90%,
Russian
leave the rest to
Even
God.
the Russian by the way is pure shot. Pure shot is something that's set. It's usually
They're gonna kick me out, man. I'm saying really controversial things. Like, I love
in the
Jesus.
grand scheme of the animal.
Okay. He said
When it comes
that
to
another thing about
because
him
of
is
the
that
stringent
he does the bit where
prohibition,
you're right. He
everything
says
becomes
all this
prohibited
shit
by
about
law.
you're supposed to
Dying
do
have
this, I
all
love Jesus, I love God. But the second it's something that is
including
controversial,
ultimately again the
I don't know about
whether
that.
it's excluded or whether it's let's say inside of the body of the
I can't really comment on that.
everything
Yeah,
that's
Trump's a
part of
great
that
guy. I
animal
love
becomes
him and all that,
also
but
by law.
yeah,
Again,
I mean,
but
it's
that's
up
our
to the government.
post
Yeah,
shot
shit,
this
well,
stuff.
looks like
But if I
Jesus.
just
All
look
these
at the short
elements, all
person,
this,
you have to show the short, and
what would
understand
Jesus say
the
about
meat
that?
is us.
Jelly roll.
The meat that's us,
You're not
but
even the person
ultimately
that.
again,
I
anything
was
else
thinking
is
Jelly Roll doesn't
pure
look like
shot.
somebody that should. There
Insignificant
should be
for
like
the
a
animal.
level
I love the way
cannon
it's
have
not
like
much
should
of
be stuck at
that.
6'6". Yeah,
That's
that's
us.
good. Maybe
That's us.
6'6".
And therefore, again, in full circle,
But not like
that's
he's
why
not ready for
a man
like
can
you're
dream
ready
that
for
having
that.
a woman
He
with
looks
the
at the 17
extreme
year old
mother short because that is not us or thine. Therefore, it has value. But it cannot be the punishment with the estimate of
The Bible, he's like, I
and
know
that whole desire. Because in that case, the other status is
Jesus,
also
Jesus,
kind of four parts.
how come I gotta hate
Incredible.
it without?
I am the mercy of the Hajjale. The Hajjale is some of the less than one second. I don't understand. In general, let's say, let's go back to the let's go back to the cheese. It's never seen that the cheese of an alchemist may be ushered into the kernel in the stomach of an Abodazar. Why can't you just say, let's say we're using the random, we're using the enzyme of the Abodazar on the stomach. It's no longer present because all the present my saying is it should be bottled. Should be bottled. It should be ultimately nullified in the greater mitzvah. It's no longer visible. It's no longer in existence. And ultimately, it should be bottled. Because the Hamurias that I want to do, I see what I know. Again, when it comes to Muri, Muri is the vision. And it comes to that one, ultimately, again, according to the Rabbanan, the law asks you ultimately, again, rabbis do not ask you to my animal what's the reason? Love Mishum, the lesson in the Surah Be'in. Ultimately, again, because the Surah itself is not exempt. I mean, how can people be because I love that in general,
Like, that's not about you, Doc. That's what Jesus said. I like this general animated Gerardo because it's like in the beginning of the episode here, like you're very heated, and now you're like, Jesus doesn't even give a fuck about you. Like, Jesus doesn't care. Jesus doesn't even fucking he burns in hell. That's what Jesus does. He sees that and he like a flame lights out of nowhere. No offense to this woman, but I think it's funny to be like if it wasn't for Jesus, like,
so therefore, halakha l'maisa, halakha l'maisa, even though you may not be able to see it, right? Or even though you may not be able to notice its presence, but halakha l'maisa, we know that there's no cheese without it, and therefore halakha l'maisa, it's not possible. So this happens to have far-reaching consequences in other areas of halakha, which is interesting to know. So therefore, again, the Gemara is speaking of here, again, we're going to get more into cheese. We're not finished with it yet. Here's the Gemara. First of all, again, we have the interesting halakha when it comes to conditions. You can credit someone with the experience of trying to spell, because it's not going to get by all. But you can't even credit someone with the experience of an Abodazar, either based on Svara or based on the Chassid. Interestingly enough, it's subtly cheese, kosher cheese, so to speak, with some of an Abodazar, almost in the the reason it's bottled, it's not why, because it's a minor, it's something that's something else, something that has that heightened
Dude. Dude. How was the Amish orgy? Yeah, baby.
Yeah, baby.
For the establishment of something else, even
Yes.
Yes.
No longer.
Are you ready to stream up more friends?
Never bought.
Yeah, baby. I'm down.
Often we speak about or we think about spiritual
I think it can be
realm
any
of for ourselves. But it is important for us to remember that at the end of the day,
Are you ready to lose?
what we do for ourselves is the growth that we enable.
Okay. So you're gonna have to just be patient with me for like 5 minutes. So talk to me about how we're aiding World War III or whatever.
right? Like the sand on the shore.
So
Of course, everyone has the same question.
I need like 5 minutes, but so tell me, how are we aiding in World War III?
So what does it mean? So it's a simple idea.
Are we aiming?
Yeah.
Go ahead into World War III.
Yeah.
So while it's true that different segments of humanity kind of went in different directions, but Lamensa Admavi is responsible for Ruchnius in this world. Admavi was the father of monotheism. And again, every major faith traces itself back to Admavi.
The information that's being given.
So Admavi was welcome to Avram. More than even what you're going to accomplish as an individual,
You know, taking control of the media and trying to like
humanity in all of the world.
Yeah,
This is so incredibly important because sometimes the greatest thing
politicians and
are not the things we accomplish for ourselves, but it's the inspiration we give to others, and it's the enabling of growth in others. And sometimes people never even know what we did. They never even know our role. What's the halacha? A minute is never helpful. If you help to establish something else,
how was going downtown?
It can't be seen, or no one knows about it. It's there, and it never fully.
All right, was there Amish orgy there?
Let's go back to it. So let's remember again. After there was this.
When's the next orgy?
So ultimately, again, Rabbi Shmuel switched the conversation to a different topic.
Not be Sunday.
Are you gonna go?
So Rabbi Shmuel has Rabbi Yoshua, right? So I'm sorry, Rabbi Shmuel.
I mean, aren't there other orgies?
Why is it that there is an Isser from an Akum?
Okay, so why don't you go to those?
Ultimately went ahead and switched.
They're not good.
They're not as good?
So the Gemara says, before the Gemara gets into why Rabbi Yoshua felt the need to switch the conversation, ultimately the Gemara examines
You're
for
poor?
your love is better than wine.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'll send you an invite. Maybe you might do better.
And what did Klal Yisrael say?
Yeah, one of these days.
This is beautiful. The words of your beloved ones, it actually points out here, Divrei Dodecha, Divrei Sofer. The words of Chazal. The words of Chazal are even more precious to us than the words of Torah itself. You hear what this is saying? We love.
All right, dude. I'm about to send you an invite.
The words of the Torah itself. Nice. Gemara says.
Are you excited?
Says, I'm sorry, right? Good. So Gemara says follows. So we'll say,
yeah, baby.
What's the pshat? Right? What exactly does that mean? Klal Yisrael says we love the Jeremiah.
If you were
at a very basic level,
I'd give you $10 million. For sure. Look, he didn't do anything that bad. He's in jail right now for like the Mann Act and prostitution, and that's not that big of a deal. In fact, I feel prostitution should be legalized, so I don't even feel what he did was necessarily like an illegal act. Maybe according to the law, but not according to my moral code. I feel that you should be able to participate in prostitution if you need to. Of course, dude. Yeah, of course. I mean, yeah, and they consent and they do it of right mind. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot included in that. Dude, what the fuck was that shot?
What's the beginning of the pasuk?
Oh, I hate this whole dude.
Kiss me with the kisses of your mouth. Amrle Yishmael Achi. So really, Rabbi Yeshua was kind of giving Rabbi Yishmael a little bit of veiled rebuke. He says, what does it mean? Press your lips together, which is a nice way of saying, be quiet. Remember, Rabbi Yishmael was asking Rabbi Yeshua, why is it that
Chazal? That was a pretty good shot.
To which Rabbi Yeshua responds, "Is Yishakim in the Shikos Piyu? Close your lips. Close your lips. Don't stop talking."
That was not a good shot, dude.
Don't try to ask questions right now. Don't ask questions.
Dude, do you watch the Super Bowl?
Why not? Why? Because interesting enough, when they were having this conversation,
Do people in Australia watch the Super Bowl?
this was a new rabbinic prohibition. And when it comes to rabbinic prohibition,
I
we
told you
don't
it's
go
on
ahead
daytime.
and ask questions. Now we'll see
It's
why
on
that
during
is. We'll see why
daytime.
that is in just a moment. So therefore, again, apparently,
When's the Super Bowl?
it's brand new.
Sunday?
You can't eat the cheese of an apple. But
It's
you
Sunday?
ask me why?
Yes, sir.
Because of Shah. Yishakim and Yishakos, right? Literally close
Bad
your lips. And
Bunny?
according to the meaning of the pasuk, you actually get extrapolated or expounded on the end.
No, that's
beautiful. So Gemara says, Mike Zera. So first of all, again, what's going on over here? So the Gemara says,
You don't like Bad Bunny?
Ultimately, again, the Gemara says,
I thought Bad Bunny was your favorite.
Now we'll see exactly. Again, we'll see exactly. The
Why would Bad Bunny go?
ultimately, again,
Because you
so
love
say-
shitty music.
so say the Gemara- Right. So the Gemara says, so say, why don't you go ahead and ultimately give the reason for the exam? So the Gemara
Oh,
says,
Zoo.
we'll see what Nico is in just a moment.
So you're about to
Why
take.
not just go ahead
Yeah, that's true.
and see
Dude, you're about to take a big time lead on me.
something incredibly mixed thing. So
I need one of the best shots in the history. I need one of the best shots in the history of the game. And I not get it. Perhaps. I mean, you like. I mean, I don't know. You like Kanye West. You like Puff Daddy. You like.
That's the way they did it. They wouldn't reveal it for 12 months.
Those are two big ones. If you like those, Hard and Spin, you have a lot in common already.
What's the problem with giving reasons?
All right, Zoo. What are your thoughts on this show? Zoo. You know you're guaranteed to win.
Solid enough, it doesn't make sense. This is incredible. It's almost like Chazal understood what every parent. Every parent has that moment when, of course,
Are you serious?
Something, and of course, you're gonna have to reason with them, talk with them. But it happens that a parent reaches the point and says, "Listen, this is what we're gonna do. Why? Because I said so." And the truth is,
No, you have not. Not to my knowledge. Unless.
that's important. Children
Oh, like 1,000
need not
times.
be privy to the logic of every
You might have one of the
single
best shots you've ever seen right here.
Children need not be a partner
Oh,
in the
but it did
creation
not
of every
happen.
single parental policy. Parents have a prerogative to say, this is what is going
What
to
was that high
happen.
pitched
This is
scream?
not what's going to happen. Why? Because I said so. Now, because as a child gets older, their comprehension
There's like a
expands.
high pitched
You
scream.
begin to
So
attention.
you need one of the best shots of your career here.
So
You
that
did
the
not
parent
get
just
it.
has to say, this is what it is. Why? Because the moment you start getting into reasons is the moment.
But you.
So Chazal, this is just Chazal tells us.
Okay. But did you know you fucked me?
After the law was first established, we don't talk about the reason. We want to
Yeah,
go
that's
ahead
a great
and
show.
just kind of legislate
Like
it,
a perfect
have it
shot.
become part of just general behavior of Klal Yisrael, and afterwards we can discuss things. After 12 months, when everybody again is kind of like this behavioral habituation,
It is because it stopped me from having a good shot and having to lay up. That's not good.
is to be a good soldier. I understand that.
Are you happy? Are you proud of that
I
shot?
agree with it. I don't agree with it. I appreciate it. I don't appreciate it. It's not a democracy. The Rebbe Shalom knows what's best for us. Chazal knows what's best for us, and our job is to really
Oh my God,
exercise
no,
that
something's
obedience muscle.
Zoo, F off, man.
I'm here. I'm ready. I accept. I'm not perfect. I make a lot of mistakes, but I'm fully bought in.
You can get
So
it.
the guy they bought a Grimya. Elements are giving me a gesture with yours on the other. So let's see. Gemara says as follows.
It wouldn't have mattered, though.
The Nikar.
Dude, that was an incredible game.
The Nikar means that. Nikar means like a whole.
No, we wouldn't have. You would have gotten a point. I would have gotten a point.
So
You would have won 43.
what Chazal were originally concerned about when it came to peace.
No, we're not going again. We're playing something different.
But if that's the case,
We're going to play Montala. Then we're going to play 8-ball. Trick shot.
So we'll say, because ultimately, again, if there's snake venom apparently wouldn't allow cheese to dry out. So if the cheese dries, then by definition, there's no venom there. If there's no venom, then it should be permitted. The Gemara says, Yashan Mutra, assuming again, aged cheese should also be permitted. Why? Because snake venom would prevent it from aging. So if that's the case, the Chazal legislated about cheese.
Do you think that was a good move?
That perhaps the apple wasn't careful with snake venom. There's an easy way to tell if the cheese has snake venom or not. If it has no liquid, right? If it dried out, then it has no venom. If it aged, it has no venom. No, you're right. There's another issue. The issue is that ultimately, again, it is impossible for there to be cheese without some milk residue inside.
Oh no, Zoo.
If you take a look at Rashi,
What was that?
There's a different concern. Perhaps if the Akum is using cheese, tried using milk to make cheese, maybe he mixed in some non-kosher milk there. And therefore, again, cheese.
Zoo, who's the most famous Australian author?
Always some milk residue with it. Maybe that milk residue is ultimately, again, from the cheese or from the milk of a non-kosher animal. Okay, now happens to be, because Rashi points out over here, we'll leave Rashi for later, but once again, so again, first
Zoo, do you remember that time I asked you a question?
Again, for the issue of cheese of an akum, snake venom. But Bichanina, no, that's not it, because the reason you just mentioned, rather it's the akum milk, and some of the milk residue will be non-kosher.
You're up, Zoo.
And by the way, it happens to be.
Who the fuck is Tim Whitten?
Whatever the reason, non-kosher milk would not kosher. Therefore, again, it's not really going to get baked into the cheese, but it's in the cheese residue itself. The milk residue in the cheese is going to be non-kosher. Shmuel says, also interesting. So Shmuel says, what's the issue?
I don't know.
Take the actual piece of the stomach and use it to curdle the cheese. So this is what's interesting. Beforehand, we were talking about.
Oh, so you're gonna tie.
So one can make the argument that maybe the enzyme is like a pure shot. It's like a nothing. It's like excrement. But once you're actually using a piece of the stomach itself, that's not pure shot. That's not
yes, sir. All right, now it's night. It's 8-ball, baby. 8-ball trick shot.
One second.
Are you ready for 8-ball trick shot?
What's interesting, by the way, you can see is the inference of this, according to Shmuel,
no.
Only the stomach itself is problematic. But apparently, if they were to
in the other games, it does, but not that one for some reason.
But did Shmuel say that?
That's what I asked.
Literally, again, the stomach, right, of an animal used for Avodah Zarah is also.
They're all British, but they're not like Australian.
I don't understand. The animal sacrifice uses for also the Vela. So why do you have to say either an animal or the Vela? Right? They're both in the Velas.
Isn't that interesting?
We don't have actually saying one thing. Ultimately, Shmuel says that the shechita of an animal for Avodah Zarah ultimately again is
Harry Potter.
Is in the Vela, and therefore again the stomach.
Harry Potter is going to be
yeah, it would be.
Beforehand, yet right above it sounds like Shmuel saying that's mutter. So what's going on here?
Yeah, it is. Good job, Zoo.
This is before Shmuel retracted his opinion. This is after he retracted his opinion. Now she says
that was really good, Zoo. That's not good. Did you hit in a long color ball, bro?
So essentially, again, these two statements one was before the retraction, one was after the retraction. Mishnah,
no.
Mishnah but ultimately, again, the Mishnah went ahead and remained in its place.
And it's actually not a good idea to do that because then you have fewer and fewer balls on which to do a trick shot.
That opinion, the enzyme would have been.
No, I'm not gay.
Later on, when the Gemara says that it's usher, ultimately is referring to the fact that they're actually using not simply the enzyme, but rather
what the fuck are you gaming?
Using the actual piece of the stomach itself, which halacha will be usher. Rashi says
why do you just tell blatant lies like that? It's not Australian slang, it's English.
Thought that halacha the enzyme was usher. Then afterwards, when he heard Rabbi Shmuel's statement back in the Mishnah,
penalty.
He retracted his position and said the enzyme, but
yeah,
dog. That they use an actual piece of the stomach itself. Incredible. We'll say, Mom and him and base. They will say, we'll see the halacha nice. No, I owe you a lot of halacha nice. I promise we'll get to it. Second line down from the top, Mom and him and base 35. Ramalkim Mishmei Rav Adam Rav Omer. The base Shemachlikin Pareh B'Shuman Chazon. So we'll say these are all different interpretations as to why cheese of an akum is problematic. So Ramalkim says,
dude, that would have been amazing.
They coat the cheese with pig lard, with pig fat. Okay. So the Gemara says, so if this time also the chometz, they use vinegar. They use vinegar.
Look at this shot, dude.
Vinegar comes from wine. Wine it will be up on yayin nasa. Interestingly enough, they use the sap of arla fruit, in order, or I should say the sap of arla, in order to go ahead and make the cheese. So the Gemara says, Kiman, who's the things that
yeah, baby.
If one uses so much other memory in the first 3 years,
well, first I'd make it so I don't have so many penalties. Dude, I'm minus. I pocketed the 8 ball.
Go ahead and you create cheese.
I don't know.
Sap has the same status as the fruit. First, the Gemara says, no. Even sure agree with this.
How would I fix the foster system? Maybe in the future we can have robots that raise children and they do a really good job of it.
He only argues on what's called kitfa debusa, which is sap that comes out of the fruit.
What if they loved the child like way more than a human would? And they take care of it, and they'd be really kind to it.
Of course, it does have the status of fruit, has the status of arba.
Are you against that? I mean, it's better than nothing.
If you go ahead and you use the sap of the tree itself for cheese, then ultimately, again, the cheese will be much because the sap of the tree, or the sap of the leaves, does not have the status of the fruit. However, the sap of the hagin, ultimately from the actual sap of the fruit, ultimately again that is going to be usher. Why? Because that is the status of armor. Okay, so Gemara says as follows.
Dude, I heard a funny joke. It's relevant. It's kind of sad though. Do you want to hear it?
They use vinegar. Therefore, vinegar comes from yayin. Yayin of an akum, wine of an akum is yayin.
It's really difficult being a 12-year-old boy nowadays because you're competing with CEOs and moguls over the same age girls. Isn't that funny? I mean, it's sad, but it's fucking true. What's that, big dog?
Fascinating this is just to see all of these different things, right?
That's a good joke.
As the white Chazal went ahead and legislated that you're not allowed to go ahead and eat the cheese of an apple.
Dude, you could use that joke.
So we'll hopefully bring it all together. Darsha Machmei Rav Chisda. Might see what's the meaning of the pasuk.
Are you going to use that joke?
I'm going to go here again from Shir Shir.
Dog, that's a good one.
Again, the scent of your oils is beautiful.
But yeah, the abstention saga took place when I was 12 years. Well, he got a breakfast.
All right, well, it still works for your joke.
The flask is open.
But yeah, he was into the girls last night and all that.
The flask is closed in Reichel. Ultimately,
Zoo, what are your thoughts on samurai weaving?
So let's say how beautiful this is. In other words, at the end of the day, what makes it from Klachim great?
You've never seen anything that bitches in. No one knows what that is.
Something that establishes something the greatness of a it's not simply or does not lie in his own personal achievements. It doesn't solely lie in his personal achievements, but it lies in his beautiful aroma, his beautiful scent, his beautiful aroma to engender and enable.
You don't say. Make it, baby.
So beautiful growth. Not only that, but a Tam Chacham shares of his own. So what is
Dude, that's nothing. That's so much.
They're trying to take it anyway, but
Not only that,
I know.
share
That's
your
half
common
of California.
things that initially you don't
they're
understand.
trying to take it
You'll come
anyway
to
from the
understand. I will say this can be
At the
both
time, now they're trying
just on a
to
basic
they're
level,
trying to take
on a basic level.
All right,
Teach
still
something
like
you understand.
basically half of
See,
California
things I didn't
or
understand
half of
myself,
Canada.
I teach it now, I begin to understand a little bit better. Also, Siyat Nishmaya, because Baruch says,
That's
once you see that you're giving up your ruchnius to other people,
You think he
then by
wants to suck your
definition,
dick?
you amass even more. Shnei
Yeah,
Alamos Aibu.
All right.
Kari Day,
What did you
Shut
do?
up,
read it instead.
Yeah, you should. You should say, "Get your ass in here, dog." If you learn about you.
So that which is hidden will become beloved.
It's a
to you.
connection.
Not only that, Ella, Shema
All right.
Lachama
Well,
is
we
love.
have Riser in
Malach
here,
Hamas becomes your
and I
best
do
friend.
fine with
Shema said, "This is
Riser.
really incredible. You become a kind of person who gives selflessly.
Can you look at that?
You share your Torah. You share
Oh,
your
that's a
ability.
good
You
question.
share goals with others. Even
I don't.
Malach
I don't
Hamas,
always ask where
Malach
people are
Hamas
from.
matter,
So
you know, so what's the
I don't know.
that? So keep that one being. That in
Yeah, I
general,
bet.
the Malach Hamas comes to take a life. So perhaps, unfortunately, he doesn't feel that.
No way.
What the fuck?
That would have been amazing.
I forgot to walk my life with my
So the Malach Hamas comes to claim the neshama, okay. But when the Malach Hamas sees someone who's really like firing on all cylinders,
Look at this shot, Zoot. Penalty 30. Bank shot, kiss shot. So I pocketed 2 balls. So I don't understand why I still get to go.
Right, but if you want to make the Malach Hamas your friend, at the end of the day, be the kind of person who takes what he has, the spiritual treasures that you possess, and make sure to share it with others.
You failed to do a trick shot. Dude, you have so many opportunities. You have so many opportunities, Zoot.
If you take your Torah and you share your take your
To do a trick shot?
with others,
Well, just to hit a ball in. And it's your turn. And everybody's waiting on you.
This world and the next world.
Zoot, what's my favorite radio show?
Read it as worlds.
I love you.
Takes of his roughness, the person who takes the stopper off of his beautiful
Zoot, why didn't you go?
spiritual perfume. It allows the scent to go ahead and others. A person like that.
Oh, okay.
How I know it's going to be great? But my own has that. This will become
The
so
game
much
out me into
better
great.
when I know that I'm a giver to others. This will become so
Okay,
much better
well,
when
just-
I know that I'm a neighbor.
This must be a trick shot, huh?
This will become
No way
so
that's a
much
trick shot.
better when I know that I'm not just living for me, but still
This is
living for the
trick
shot. No.
movement, collective, living for the other. Incredible mission.
That is not a trick shot, son.
Following our items.
Failed.
But it is not
No.
no. So what are these items?
This is a risky shot. Actually, I should probably. Look at this shot. Oh, penalty that fucked me.
So because of that, you can't eat it.
You're gonna win now.
Furthermore,
Yeah, I'm not gonna try to trick shot.
Just don't score.
Rabbi and his beis din, they permitted the use of oil. Okay, obviously we have to fill in the blanks over there what this is talking about. So the
How do you do a trick shot?
cooked
You have to like bounce it off of the wall or something.
You can't eat that cooked item. Ukvashim, pickled items or preserved items. Shedar Allah says the sofa yain b'chol. So if there are pickled
Right,
items,
that was a good trick.
let's take a moment to
Zoot,
introduce wine.
When I
and
want your
vinegar.
opinion, I'll give it to
Use
you.
that if that comes from an akum again because of the concern of wine or vinegar. So we'll say
And this is a trick shot?
It's a miss. It would have been.
Taurus, we've seen this before, is this small.
Zoot, you should use that joke.
Trufa ultimately means it's cut up into small pieces, mashed or.
It's very funny.
Yeah, all right, diced. So the rice small piece. The problem is if you get this from an akum.
So you would say something. You would say something like,
Is it a trick shot?
"No." With all that's been going on in the news, makes a lot more sense to me why girls, when I was 12 years old, weren't interested in me. Because they had CEOs and moguls going after them. How was I supposed to compete? That's a funny fucking joke.
The presence of this killed this fish.
It's been on Instagram about 20,000 times.
I know it has, but nevertheless. it's something you could use and put in your own terms.
Is a small variety of fish called sultanas. Now, when the fish is young, so ultimately, again,
this would be maybe the greatest shot in the history of the game. Are you ready for this, Zoot?
When it comes to the chilik, this small fish, you can't buy from a Gentile. Why? Because it easily mixed in other non-kosher species, and you may not be able to discern.
You're doing the same thing.
So filters we see is a type of grain. You can't go ahead and eat this from an akum either. Why not? So Rashi says, interestingly enough, this is a different issue. This is because
that's a miss.
This item they often use their knives. And because the knife on an akum could have schmutz on it, therefore you can't eat.
I think we can
So
get it.
obviously, we're going to go ahead. Rashi points out over here, but also it's also because of literally there may be non-kosher residue. Obviously, we're going to explain each of these categories in the Gemara. Or shalkundis. You also can't use.
Definitely not trying to do that. That's a miss, dog.
All of these items are able to
No.
All these items will say again.
Oh, dude, that was amazing. Dude, that was a fucking amazing shot.
There is no Israel, you can get benefit from these items.
Yeah, because the game recognizes necessity.
What do you have to be concerned about?
Isn't that funny?
Apparently, non-kosher milk looks different than kosher milk. There's different colorations. So therefore, again, there's nothing to get away with that.
Dude, you have an invitation, son.
And if you're afraid of the taste, you have kosher milk.
Oh, okay. Well, how about you go fuck yourself?
We'll be able to see it. Very simple. First of all, that I will say, make cheese from it.
I'm sure you have. I bet you have
Kosher milk could coagulate into cheese.
over 1,000 times in your life.
That's a great idea. Either carbonic vino, if you want to make cheese, then that's a great way to test out if any non-kosher milk is involved. You know what's the case here? The carbonic is the chemical. Case of I'm not buying.
Are you proud of yourself?
Everyone's favorite dish. Kusach. Actually points out over here is a maifal, also known as kusach. So again, because of that, there's no way for me to tell that there's non-kosher milk mixed in there. And therefore, you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase. You're not allowed to get milk from an akum out of concern.
What else was I supposed to do?
Non-kosher milk. So just take a little bit of the milk. In other words, you don't want to color the whole thing. Take a little bit of it.
Oh, so what the fuck, man? Did you rig this game?
First verse says, no, tell you right, it's not a good proof, or it's not a good test. Even the Bitar, Nami Ika Nisubi Velokaimi, Leka Lamekam Allah the
Dude, F you, man.
It was very common that you always have some leftover milk residue. Not all of the milk curdles, even in the case of totally kosher. So therefore, again, even the cheese test doesn't work because you have some leftover milk.
Dude, what's up with your amazing rolls?
Kosher milk or non-kosher milk? Because even kosher milk, there's some leftover milk that doesn't curdle. Therefore, the cheese test will not work to ascertain whether or not there's non-kosher milk mixed in. The other possibility is,
not good, man.
Ultimately, again, for cheese. And even if halacha l'maisa, again, you do go ahead and make the cheese. Once again, how does that help you? Because halacha l'maisa, once you've established that there is some milk that is always left over in the cheese itself, that could just either look, it can be kosher milk that can coagulate, or it can be non-kosher milk that can't coagulate. So therefore, the bottom line is that the cheese test can't work. So therefore, let's say halacha l'maisa, source number one, or say halacha number one, Mishnah says you're not allowed to go ahead and purchase milk from an akum. Why? We are concerned ultimately then that the akum mixed in non-kosher milk. Now again,
that's not good.
I'm not concerned he's selling me just pure non-kosher milk because that would be distinguishable just by its appearance. What I am concerned about is that he mixed in a non-kosher milk with the kosher milk.
Oh, what the fuck?
There's no way the Gemara says
yeah, baby.
You can't go ahead and use the milk of an akum. It's asr ba'achila. You can't eat it. But ultimately,
for vacation, not like to do anything with anybody to hurt them.
Like, it's that one.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like if they were just like, "Hey, dude, it's a free vacation, and I got an island. You want to come hang out?" Yeah, dog. Dude, of course, I would turn him in.
Shai Weinberg 14 years ago, speedy arrival of Mashiach in Daniel and Bathsheba Pama buried himself for dedicating Sherman Joshua's this month in memory of Bathsheba's father, Shlomo, Ben Yehuda Aryeh, on the occasion of his second marriage of Talmud Torah. All of the Nisham Stalin are leaving the family.
What up, she, her, sexy?
All of our hostages and will be soldiers should be successful to follow the Nasi. Today's family is Lami Batam 34, and we are picking up the Nurse Hashem on Lami on the base 2, 4, 6, 7, all of today. Rashi points out three earthenware vessels that are so these vessels black or white, ultimately show the argument. In other words, one could ultimately even after an why we shoot the mitzvah? Because it's made out of this alum. It has this mineral alum, alum dirt, alum soil, and therefore again, it has a lot to do with extraction. This tool can fully pull us. Then every color ultimately will be us. We are practicing.
I banned them.
And cannot be properly. Large Merema. Kunya, so Merema said Kunya, which again are these lead-coated earthenware vessels. They look whether it's black, white, or green. Shari, ultimately, again, it is permitted. Now, what's the shot? One second. Nice number is the Pesach. But 1 second, why should the halacha be any different than chametz? What's the halacha about chametz? The boy named Merimar is Merimar is the following shayla. Honey, money, the kunya.
You try to win?
Can we use a clay kunya? We'll say when we finish this sugya, when we finish up this piece of Gemara, I'm going to tell you just a tremendous halacha l'maisa application actually of this halacha. So what is the status with using the clay kunya on?
Not good at all, son.
So certainly when it comes to a green clay kunya, which is made again of alum, that is heavily absorbed, therefore cannot be functional and therefore cannot be used for Pesach. What's the shayla? We're asking rather about a white or a black one. So the Gemara says, Mike, what's the halacha? So the Gemara says, he's the kitchen for the
Yes, sir.
And because it absorbs, therefore, for halacha l'maisa, you can't go ahead and touch it. So kiti by the house. Where's the machlok? Yes, the sheet is smooth. See if you have a clay kunya, hopefully again that is smooth, no cracks. What is the halacha when it comes to again? So
You better make a move, baby.
This is very interesting. He responded, I saw that when that utensil is clay kunya, it sweats on the outside. In other words, that when you have something going on the inside,
yeah, big dog.
On the outside, which indicates again that there is movement.
What do you want me to do?
Inside the key to outside the key, and therefore that indicates.
Calm down, big man.
And because there are absorptions that cannot be used on these. Rashi says a very maziyah naming of the utensil is
that was big, Zeus. That was big. That was giant. I need 4.
Once the utensil is sweating, that indicates to us, in a technical term which understand, that there's condensation on the outside of it. That's indicative that what is inside the kli is passing through the outside into the outside. And once that happens, that shows me that the earthenware utensil is absorbing. And the Torah itself tells me that once earth is
You're done, son.
absorbed, they cannot be kasher. Now, what's fascinating about that statement is so much of yesterday's daf was about smaller amounts of absorptions.
You're absolutely done. You're done.
But again, we're going to have to at some point bring together all of these disparate pieces of information. The bottom line, what I'm saying is, once the utensil sweats, that's indicative that there is absorption. And once there's absorption by a kli cheres, you can never go ahead and extract the absorption from the vessel. That is a din in the Torah. By the way, where is that din from? See, interestingly enough, the halacha is Torah tells us.
Do you recognize it's over for you?
An earthly utensil that absorbs ultimately from
You have a straight, but it doesn't help. Oh, no, you don't.
You have to break it. Why can't you?
Dude, you're losing at your own game.
You can't extract the absorptions. And when it comes to carbonic absorptions, if those are trapped inside of the utensil, it cannot be used for any mundane use. Just as a side, it's interesting, that if a person ever has the supposed to go to the holy city of Shiloh, one of my favorite places in Israel. So one of the most fascinating things is almost everywhere you go in Shiloh, by the Makom HaMishkan, even in the mountains that surround, you can find pottery shards to this day. Why there's so many pottery shards in Shiloh? Because in the times of the Mishnah,
It's over
people
for
would
you.
offer their carbons.
Oh, no, you have 30. Just play the 30, dog.
What would you do with
Fucked
your
up.
utensil after you consumed your carbon? Well, you weren't going to take it home because you couldn't cash it. So because you couldn't cash it, what are you going to do with it? Therefore, all you would smash it and leave it in place. It's incredible. That's like this very day. You find pottery shards in Shiloh. Incredible. So the Gemara says, now here's the
It's over.
So therefore the Gemara says, when it comes to
I've now become better at this game than you are.
So if you have
We're playing again.
Since when we see that the is used,
Baby,
sweats on the outside.
you used to spank me in this game. And now I dominate.
In an earthenware utensil, you can't extract absorptions. Therefore, if it absorbs chametz, you can't use it on Pesach. Good. It has to understand. Why is it yayin nesach? That's how we started. The Darshal Marimar, Kulu Mani de Kunyashari. Marimar just said before, I said just a few lines ago, Marimar said that all types of earthenware utensils covered with lead, what we call clay kunya, even if it was used for yayin nesach, the Jews allowed to use it afterwards. So what's the difference between yayin nesach and chametz?
Get that too.
Big difference. Chametz is daraisa. Chametz is daraisa.
Are you proud of that?
Now, yayin nesach isn't rabbanon, right? Yayin nesach is daraisa. But the concern that what an apple used it for was yayin nesach, that's a rabbanon. So therefore, again, make when it comes to daraisa or more chamer, and therefore kunya cannot be kashrut. When it comes to about a concern about yayin nesach, we're not as concerned. And therefore, you can kasher it or you can utilize it after the akum goes ahead and I think, one second, called the talking about when I came down. Whenever the rabbis legislated the law, so they always went ahead and legislated it to correspond ultimately to the law. In other words, the rabbinic law is always modeled after biblical law. So the Gemara says. So therefore, so to say that yain nesach is rabbanon chametz d'oraisa, hence the difference in how we treat the clay kunya in both of those circumstances. The Gemara doesn't like that answer because really a drabanon should be modeled after the d'oraisa. So if a clay kunya is not going to work to kasher it by chametz,
Dude, are you going to get it too?
After the use of yain nesach either. Which the Gemara says, I'll give you simple examples. That tashmisho b'chamin is that tashmisho b'tzon. So this is very interesting. The assumption is that the utensil was used for chametz over the course of the year, used for hot chametz also. So remember again, where there's heat, there's a greater level of absorption. When there's a concern about yayin nesach, it's cold. It's cold.
Okay, big dog.
So therefore, again, perhaps the distinction is like this. When it comes to yayin nesach, that at most we're dealing with is a cold absorption. And because this is not a typical earthenware utensil, but rather it's an earthenware utensil covered with lead, right? So that blunts the absorptive ability.
You have a straight.
Right? That's why you could be made by yayin nesach. And as long as the kunya doesn't have any cracks, Marimar said, even if it was used by an akum, you could use it afterwards. Chametz, which was used throughout the year, presumably.
Yeah, baby.
You can't use it. You can't use it because why? Since there's a higher level of absorption.
I got two. quintuple fives, quintuple
So mostly that's how the
matches.
Gemara seems to end all the things. So Klei Kunya, ultimately again.
There are all kinds of rules about it, though.
It's going to be fine for use after Yaines. So if I purchase a Klei Kunya from an apple,
That was weird. We were just playing the game, and then all of a sudden I had like 300 points. We're like, how did that happen? Nice full house.
Is very different than the way the Gemara is presented. Obviously, the concept.
Give me a 4.
The actual application is going to be.
Give me a 4.
Again, but by chametz, Klei Kunya, apparently the Gemara says you can't kasher. Earthenware utensil, a Klei Kunya, even if it's coated with lead, since it's used with heat, the absorption is going to be a little bit more intense. I'll just mention the jet test kind of in passing. This halach of Klei Kunya. So here, the Gemara is using a dafka to refer to a earthenware utensil covered with lead. The truth is, it doesn't just have to be lead. Interestingly enough, it can be an earthenware utensil covered with anything.
You're okay, baby.
The idea of a Klei Kunya is, even though earthenware is highly absorptive, right? So, but when there's a coating on it, that coating may blunt the absorption properties of earthenware. That's what's driving this whole thing. So if an earthenware utensil that is covered with lead, it blunts a little bit of the absorption, and therefore, again, at least by Yayin Nesech, the Gemara didn't seem to be so concerned about it. Chametz, they're very concerned about it. There's an interesting application of this. About
what are you going to do, Zoo?
What is the halacha ultimately, again, concerning, let's say, glazed china? So glazed china is...
Zoo, what are you going to do, son?
Is earthenware. The glaze is glass. So there's a whole discussion what exactly defines the identity of the kli. Is that kli? Is it
Give me a
defined
6.
by its exterior coating, or is it defined by the primary kli? Now, why does this make a difference? Not as much for kashering, but it raises a very interesting question, which is earthenware does not have to be tovel before use. Glass does have to be tovel before use.
That's not good. That's not good.
China before using it. All right.
Good move.
You know, again, it's been my focus in halacha as to whether or not to require but just an interesting, different application of Klei Kunya. In general, by the way,
what are you going to do?
When it comes to extra kelim, you should just know when you have these type of situations where you have, let's say, a base kli, a base utensil, and a coating on top of that, halachically,
you're going to get some water?
Generally define the identity of the kli by the coating. Both for potentially for tefillah purposes.
F you, Zoo.
Again, a lot more involved than the way the Gemara is presenting it over here, which is always fascinating to see.
Are you proud of that move?
That although the application changes a little bit,
give it to me.
But the shama of it is also.
Dude, I got 4 5s, and I can't do anything with them.
Also, which is that sometimes you have to make sure that you create the right coating around your kli. Because the right coating around your kli can really help a lot. We spoke yesterday about the Adam is a kli. So is like, what's the protective coating you
We'll see.
You don't put, imagine for a moment, Adam is compared to a kli cheres, which makes sense. Cheres is made from the earth, and man is an earthenware vessel.
You have played your 5.
What you see from here is that just the earthenware vessel, what happens? It absorbs everything. Man, we absorb.
But you haven't played your juice. That's great. That was a good move.
Everything I experience, it all seeps into my neshama. And there's a danger.
Give me a 6.
If I'm seeing the wrong things, if I'm hearing the wrong things, if I'm experiencing the wrong things, it's all just getting put into my kli. That's why you have to be like a Klei Kunya. You have to put some type of protective barrier around your kli cheres. What's the protective barrier? It's Torah, it's Tefillah, it's Chesed.
What is this
That's what creates the protective barrier around my personalistic kli. Without it, I absorb everything. And what happens if you absorb everything, mamish? You become treif, right? And unfortunately, sometimes it becomes virtually impossible to extract all those absorptions. Put the protective layer around your kli. Incredible.
I did not.
So, boy, the shows, or even the sound of the shows. So that's the following shows. Interesting. Let's say Rashi defines it this way.
I'm fucked anyway.
Let's say I'm going ahead and
I'm fucked anyway.
Okay, so let's say it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I just didn't. Not because I'm fasting. So I got busy. And I say, it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I should might as well just accept today as a fast day. And I'll fast for the remainder.
Do it and take the lead.
Can you do that?
He took the lead, folks.
Midday, the rest of the day. I haven't eaten up.
Give me a 3.
And I transform the rest of the day into a fast day. So there has to be.
I took the lead back, Zoot. You need 4 of a kind.
Are they usher or mutter?
It's over for you, Zoot. You lost again. And I won.
Then Aaron was inaugurated into the group. So Moshe served for the first 7 days effectively as the
You think I might
on those 7 days.
Maybe.
Why is like just
All right, it's Karen time, Zoot.
why does he even want to have to tell us
Okay, well, how about you go have your fucking water, dog?
I mentioned this many times on our journey to Shanti, where it says, Lama Lashon Chalomar any of them. Teach your tongue to say, I don't know. What do you have to teach my tongue?
Everybody's waiting on Zoot to drink their water.
It's uncomfortable for me to say I don't know. I like to think that I know everything, but I don't know everything. No one knows everything. So verse, you have to teach
Everybody's waiting for Zoot to drink their water. Yeah. Everybody's waiting for Zoot to drink their water.
Without Rabbi Akiva at the end of Makkos, when the
Zoot.
story is full, Rabbi Akiva is the one who steadies us. Rabbi Akiva holds our hand. Rabbi Akiva locks us in an embrace.
Zoot.
Rabbi Akiva dries our tears. Rabbi Akiva tells us that it's going to be okay. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all of the answers.
Zoot.
Rabbi Akiva doesn't know everything. Even Rabbi Akiva sometimes says, I don't know. And if Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all the answers, then it's okay for us to not have all the answers as well. Also, show the midrasha. So Rabbi Akiva, what's the guidance of Rabbi Akiva? When he doesn't have all the answers, he tries to find them. So he goes into the day's medrash and asks, I'm reading. And again, they told him the answer to all the questions. So ultimately, the first of the halacha is you can transform the day midday into a fast day. And what that means is you'll daven from mincha the rest of the day. You'll daven the tefillas of a fast day. What it also means is once you decide that it's going to be a fast day, you can't back out of it. So in other words, your decision is binding. And halacha l'maaseh you'll daven the tefillas ultimately again of a midday. Of a fast day.
Zoot.
Next, the
How you living? How you living, pimp? That's what I like to hear. All right. Are you ready for your invitation? All right, we'll go to bed, big dog.
By the way, after 12 months, the absorptions essentially are voided. Rashi says over the that's after 12 months with no koshering, with no kosherization, no kashering process. So if you want to use earthenware vessels before 12 months, okay, there needs to be a kashering process, depending on how it was used. After 12 months, anything absorbed in the earthenware vessels ultimately again is bottled. It's bottled, it's negated, it's void.
I met Jeffrey in 2011. So over a period of 3 years, I had a number of dinners with him. The focus was always he knew a lot of very rich people, and he was saying he could get them to get money to go money. In retrospect, that was a dead end, and I've said many times, but I'll say again, I was foolish to spend time with him. I've met many people who regret never knowing him.
Ultimately, again, essentially becomes incredible. Next,
Jeffrey wrote an email to himself. That email was never sent. The email was so I don't know what his thinking was there. Was he trying to impact me in some way, but it just reminds me, every minute I spent with him, I regret and I apologize that I did that.
The book was some of the things that he has and why we had ultimately again had a head. There was a concern many people would suspect Moshe of smuggling money, gold, silver.
It's actually true that I was only at dinners. I never went to the island. I never met any women. So the more that comes out, the more clear it'll be. Although the time was a mistake, it had nothing to do with that kind of behavior. It's a frustration to you.
All the gold, the silver, the copper, the precious fabrics, everything was already built. In other words, everything was already constructed. So what would Moshe be smuggling out exactly? So the Rashi leads with Tosis. She'im Bo Imra. Tosis actually has a number of different interpretations. If you look at Tosis She'im Bo Imra, the second line in, he says very interesting. He says, "Ulefichach lo hayabo imra lefi shebazeh hayanikra yoser chadash. Devaina shlo nishtamish bo hayot ulefichach asom b'shun b'shar chalukim." See, interestingly enough, this was like Moshe Rabbeinu's form of big day where there's a hem. It looks like maybe it was used by someone else before, like it was altered or tailored for Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, without any hem, indicates to us that this was a brand new beged only used for Moshe Rabbeinu. He quotes over here. Okay, so Tosas gives a number of different interpretations, but the idea over here is that what did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white cloak, as opposed to Aaron, who was Kohen Gadol, who has beautiful, fancy, elegant, big day tuna. Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again wore a simple white cloak. And what's the pshat? Like the one he says, why didn't Moshe Rabbeinu wear? Moshe Rabbeinu was effectively functioning as the Kohen Gadol. If you're going to have the part, why not dress the part? Why not effectively be the Kohen Gadol? Why not go ahead and wear the clothing? So once I think the Torah is teaching us a very important lesson, which is, clothing very much represent identity. I think the Torah was trying to teach us a tremendous lesson. It was never Moshe Rabbeinu's job to be an Aaron. It was never Aaron's job to be a Moshe. Everyone has their own clothing, and everyone has their own identity, and everyone has their own set of responsibilities. Yeah. And I'm not supposed to try to wear your clothing, and you're not supposed to try to wear my clothing. We go through life so often trying to be like other people. Right? When you see someone who we hold like to be successful, and then however you define success, whatever area of life, and I try to replicate, be like that person. Now, in certain respects, that's good. Like we all have to have role models. People want to be like. But it's also important to understand that whereas there are qualities or traits in others that I should try to emulate, I should never try to be someone else. My job is to be me. My job is to wear my clothing. My job is to maximize my identity, not to become someone else. And then for Moshe Rabbeinu, as much as he was functioning as the Kohen Gadol during those 7 days of inauguration, he wore his own outfit. And by the way, it was made for him. And after he wore it, no one else wore it after him. Aaron has his own outfit. And the Levium have their outfits. And the Israelim have their outfits. And every Jew has his own outfit, has his own imra, has his own cholent, has his own robe, has his own tunic. And I'm not supposed to wear yours, and you're not supposed to wear mine. We spend so much time trying to be like other people, when in fact, all that HaKadosh Baruch Hu really wants of us is to wear our own clothing, to be the best version of ourselves. The Gemara goes right there. So remember again, the Mishnah said, are ultimately again grape skins. Like the grape seeds, the grape pulp. So the Gemara says, first white line. So if you have the grape seeds or the grape pulp of an apple, if it's moist, it's also. Because then there's still like some residue of the yain of the wine there. But if it's dry, it's mutter. What's the definition of moist versus dry? Moist is first 12 months after it's been squeezed, and dry after 12 months. It's you're saying asurin, asura filu ba'adol. You're saying mutar nafilu ba'adol. Now it comes on when we say that the grape seeds and the grape skins are asur means ba'achilo and ba'ano. You can't eat it, you can't get benefit. Mutar means ultimately again hano and even achilo. Rav Zid Hi, Dordaya de Hamad Aramoy. Buster Tracer, Yarfisha, Sashari, so Dordaya Shmar, dregs. Dregs. These dregs of Arani and Roy after 12 months from water. Again, the concept is that 12 months they become dry. Razor, honey, Wolfie, Buster Tracer, Yarfisha, Sashari. This harkens back to what we learned 2 lines ago. These jugs, earthenware jugs, after 12 months are going to be more in about one there and start with after 12 months. Even absorptions in personal utensils ultimately become a void. Amra Habiba, honey, down by 34 beats. Amra Habiba, honey on the base, honey after the honey. Now what's after that? This is Hamas, made or ask oil from After, which is Hamas is like a small sticks that are made out of thick leather. So like that's what the Arabs use. Also, Trace the Iraqi Shasa after 12 months. So once again, if we keep things 12 months, because even items that are absorbed after 12 months are considered to be null and void. Umar Akhabay Rabita. What's the second line up in the top? Namadan page 34b. Umar Akhabay Rabita. Ani with Sunny Da'amari. Buster Trace the Iraqi Shasa and what's the transaction is so less shall another. So again, this is the grape dregs, right? After you press the grapes, the pulp of the leftover dregs of the grapes. These points are diamond. After 12 months, this most is going to neck with the package already, and therefore there's no real diamond. I'm not back to the honey wolf evil of me. Basar trace a yarki shasa shari. See how the US is something very interesting. These are also the Gemara calls this Rashi. No, sorry, no Rashi. I mean, Gofi Shifumi. So Gofi, we actually had that term. We had that term on the dollar, that's jugs. That's jugs. So ultimately, again, the Gofi Shifumi, Buster trace a yarki shasa. Buster trace a yarki shasa. After 12 months, ultimately, again, Gofi of drugs. Black and red after 12 months, whatever is absorbed in there, ultimately again is going to be again. There's like a lot of so yeah, it's like something like after 12 months, even that which is absorbed in earthenware, ultimately will be null. Yes, not more. Now it says more. Now what's this? Oil that is taken from fish. Moria Sumar is the Moria Sumar, I was a woman means someone who is like a known person. What is the term with Moria? Number one is something that you're absolutely right. You point at talks about Jesus and his mom. Goes to the awards show. Like, yeah, I can't believe people are asking. She says over here, everybody walk to the goes to the school. He's living a good neighborhood with the roads are paved and they're safe and no breathing on the left. Everybody wants to hear the cops not to hit each other in the sky because we're not paying that fee. We're them enough people monitoring where the airplanes come in. But at the end of the day, all you need really is traffic cases. Why are we asking why helicopters fly in a plane? Why are we doing that? It's wrong. Helicopters are great because they are sourcing it. That's what it is. Get him off the stage, giving away the whole plot. This was actually a
I'm just thinking, John, I'm complaining about the helicopter hitting the airplane.
So,
Long time ago, I can still remember how that music used to make me smile. I know if I had my chance, I could make those people dance and maybe be happy for a while. But February made me shiver with every paper I delivered. Bad news on the doorstep. I couldn't take one more step. I can't remember I cried when I read about his widowed bride. But something touched me deep inside the day the music died. So bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this'll be the day that I die. Be the day that I die. Did you write the book of love, and do you have faith in God above?
Walking down San Francisco,
with the Morias or with the fish before they drink the alcohol, otherwise it's not going to be free. The
book of love, and you have faith in God above. If the Bible tells us so. Now you believe in rock and roll, Johnny music, save your moral soul, and can you teach me how to dance real slow? I know that you're in love with me, 'cause I saw you dancing in the gym. You both kicked off your shoes. Man, I dig those rhythm and blues. I was alone, a teenage rockin' buck with a pink carnation and a pickup truck. But I knew I was out of luck the day the music died. And started singing bye bye. This American pie drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. 10 years we've been on our own, and moss grows flat on a rolling stone. That's how it used to be. And it's the same for the king and queen and the pope.
I agree. It's like the standard, like, okay, it's one thing to say that if you don't comment ever and you're not involved in Restream. It's totally different to say that if you comment, if you have strong opinions that you think everyone should be in a relationship with Jesus. Also, I don't know if this is what you were noticing, but it's, whether you have social media or not doesn't mean anything. You can still follow the news. You can check, you can read the newspaper or almost go out and house.
The assumption is that how
You
it's
don't have to have Twitter to
hurdle
know.
the cheese
Twitter helps, but I don't think it's like you're
majority
super
of
anything
has
if
other
social
stuff is purposely. And therefore, again, the statistical probabilities that the cheese that comes from base of Nike is hurdled in the stomach of an animal
He borrowed from James Dean and I Christ. The change from you and me. The heaven king was looking down, the jester stole his own crown. The inner room was adjourned, no verdict was returned, and I read a book on Marx. The court grew practiced in the park, and everything birds in the dark. The day the music died. We were singing Baba, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. Shelter in the sun, swelter, birds walking in far shelter. 8 miles high and looking back. I've nothing down the ground on the grass. And players tonight for a forward pass. In the first place, on the sideline in the jazz. On halftime there was sweet perfume.
Just a minority.
It took me a while to get
Sort
there.
of our homes are up. But then we still see it as about the know. Why have to say majority? Is what I'll tell you what. The honest roll, the honest roll, pick a meal. So again, while it's true, if you see that's a roll, there is still a meal, there is still some small segment of ads that are not offered up for level dessert. Now watch this. Now the honest meal. But if you're going to just say that it's just a minority of things in basic Nike that's sorted for level dessert, even the rove the majority of cats shafted for level dessert, right? And therefore, to economy, sharp behemoths, the English foot level is common. Furthermore, again, there's also all other animals. Right? So you have the majority of cats that are shafted for level dessert, and all other animals that are shafted for level dessert. And that's it. How do you eat up to eat up? That would be such a meal of the meal. It would be again probability.
It's a way to get out of it.
Such a small percentage chance.
Now the sergeant in a marching tune. We all got up to dance, but we never got the chance. Now the players tried to take the field. The marching band refused to yield. Losing all was the appeal the day the music died. We kept singing bye, Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing, this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. Oh, remember all in one place, a generation lost in space, and left to start again. Oh, come on, Jack, be nimble, Jack, be quick, Jack flash flat on a candlestick. Fire is a devil from a friend. I watched him on the stage with right hand, drenched in fits of rage. No angel born in hell could break that Satan's spell. The name flying high into the night.
Why should I listen to what you have to say? Because
He has in mind that he's going to
it's
sprinkle
I'm
the
100%
blood
on your side, but here's
right?
why I
Or he
bring up
has in
this
mind
whole
that he's
thing
going to
beginning,
offer up
because
the fat
right at the
for
end it
Avodah
says,
Zarah. It's
but
interesting.
you
In
can
this
notice that
case,
they are
the
not
sheep
feeling the
itself
answer.
is not
So
concerned for
I have a lot
Avodah
to say.
Zarah,
Kelly has a lot to
but
say
a
about this. Yeah,
future
and it's going to
right
come in the next
he
couple
has in
days
mind for
because
Avodah
he's a
Zarah.
populist.
So
Dude.
what's the status of
He's
To light the sacrificial lamp, Satan wanting with the eyes to death. The music died. We keep singing by Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to every but the levee was dry. And good old boys were drinking whiskey and rye, singing this will be the day that I die. This will be the day that I die. I'm the girl who sang the blues, and I asked her for some happy news. She just smiled and turned away. I went down to the sacred store where I heard the music years before. But then they said the music wouldn't play. And in the streets the children scream. The lovers lie in the poetry. And the road just open. The church down were broken. And the man I was Rabbi, the rabbi, and the rabbi. They threw up the last chain for the day. The music died.
If the animal was not shepherded for Avodah Zarah, the fact that he had in mind that on sprinkle the blood does not make this into a slaughtering for Avodah Zarah. I'm already certain that what's the so again. Remember, this is generally is asking you a question. He says, even if ultimately again it was shepherded for Avodah Zarah, why should that go ahead and have an issue? That's what you have is what he says that Avodah Zarah again. Lo befashina mi'avodah ve'avodah. Right? The intention we have by avodah should not go ahead and compromise anything else. So unless he was targeted to him, so the question is targeted to Shmuel Yotim, he says, Amalei, Hamina Shaita, your time will come. So what does that mean? Your time will come. She says, Yod Amazel, your mazel will get better. So there's another way of saying, your question is not a good question, but one day you'll have
completely in it for himself.
quite sure. Like one day you'll ask good questions. You also say sometimes
Yeah, they could, but
sharpness.
they may very well both be CIA assets or hybrid CIA assets.
And the reason for that sharpness is not to be
General, wish you the best. Looks like
it's
you're going
so
to sport
much,
right now.
so much.
There are some good people in the world. I know I'm just big on negative.
It's thinking
We talk about good people all the time.
and the more you see this, and sometimes the regulars get to tell me, you really should have thought before you asked that question. Like the statement is not, had you taken a little bit more time to think this out, you would have understood that what you're saying is not correct.
To some
They
extent,
thought this was
we're all
kind
going
of
to be
a
done.
biting term. One day you'll
Read
have to
comments of like when someone,
one day your mazel will
I was thinking
get
this the other
what's
day.
the case? But Omer, the Gemara Slicha,
That says like, oh, Adam preached fun.
in this case, it's like a case where the guy checking the animal said that Allah provides at the end of Shita, ultimately every animal to be consecrated as an Avodah Zarah. And therefore, Allah provides the Shita itself ultimately again is considered to be an Avodah Zarah. And therefore, because the Shita is considered to be an Avodah Zarah, therefore the animal is an Avodah Zarah. And therefore, Allah provides the sacrifice of the kernel of milk in its stomach, kernel of cheese in its stomach. It's by part of it. So it's just a full circle. Remember again, this is a very specific word. And the name says cheese based on their teeth is also about you can't eat it and you take it from the Why? What's the logic? The logic is because the majority of calves based on their teeth were slaughtered for the sake of Avodah Zarah. Therefore, it's an Avodah Zarah. And therefore, Allah when you subsequently kernels
Right.
with cheese in the
I mean,
stomach
they're giving him so
of
much
that
credit saying
Avodah Zarah
I was
offering.
thinking more of
So
like
therefore, again,
Daddy's home
cheese is
tour.
something the byproduct of Avodah Zarah, and therefore, again, when you're there, Asur Ba'achila and Asur Ba'achila. Now we start with it for today. The cheese Asur goes on tomorrow, because we're going to discuss that in general. Outside of Avodah Zarah, there's an issue of pulling cheese from apples. So again, based on that, there's a very specific issue of pulling cheese in the stomach of an animal ordered for Avodah Zarah. But in general, we see that cheese has a more general issue as well. But let you know, guys, I'm learning what I'm back today. So this is for all of you. Looking forward to tomorrow. Have a great day.
Yeah, the two bad movies. They say, I didn't get out. I didn't really get it.
Good morning. Hey, well, say it is a great source question to you. So let's get outside. I'm not very few.
Perhaps they'll listen now. Swirling clouds
Yes, the trees and the hill. Push the breeze and winter chill. How everything's now around. I understand. What you tried to say to me. When you suffered for your sanity. When you tried to set them free. When those them did know how. But they'll listen now. Are we starting night? Flaming flowers can bright your face. Swirling clouds in boundless waves.
My first thought is also different to fucking. I mean, this is a stupid thing to say, I guess. As far as socially done. But they're saying so he's a great guy, but you've never met him. That at the core is more fucking stupid.
Resting Vincent's eyes of China blue. Morning fields of tender grain. Weathered faces blind in pain. The blue beneath the artist's loving hands. Understand. What you tried to say to me. How you suffered for your sanity. How you tried to set them free. When listen, baby. Yes, they're listening now. Whether their love is true. And when all what's left inside that sorry night, you put your life as lovers often do.
It's weird because the reason why I started getting into all this stuff is because the elites. Apparently, this is my introduction to this. Maybe I should
Like bitch.
but the elites are like the secret to life type shit, you know? There's no cause or whatever. Life is the strange thing, you know, in a weird way. Okay, that I've been dealing with since hunter-gatherer days. But he's talking in that way, and I'm like, that's true. That this, months later, I'm looking at this now, and it is true. Like, this fucking Beijing teacher that I'm watching online is talking about, like, he looks more like this, you know, this is what the elites are. Not that I
And the Torah itself tells you that once a person when the utensil is absorbed,
this
it
sounds like
cannot be
music.
hashed. Now, what's fascinating about that thing is so from yesterday was about smaller amounts of absorption in utensils where actually can. But again, we're going to have to at some point bring together all of these disparate considerations. The final line of the Gemara is saying is, once the utensil sweats, that's indicative that there is absorption. And once there's absorption by a klicheres, you can never go ahead and extract the absorption in the utensil. That is a different story. By the way, where is that thing from? So interestingly enough, the halacha is, Torah tells us that if you have an earthen utensil that absorbs also from kavanos, the halacha is to break it. I like to kasher it because once it absorbs, you can't extract the absorptions. When it comes to combining absorptions, if those are trapped inside of the utensil, it cannot be used for any other. Just as an aside, it's interesting to note that if the person ever has the supposed to go to the holy city of Shiva, and my favorite place in Israel. So one of the most fascinating things is almost everywhere you go in Shiva, by the Makom HaMishkan, even in the mountains, you have to find pottery shards to this day. Why there's so many pottery shards in Shiva? Because in terms of the Mishkan, people would come, offer their carbons. Now, what would you take your carbon and your earthenware utensil? You eat your carbon. What would you do with your earthenware utensil after you consume your carbon? Well, you weren't going to take it home because you couldn't cash it. So because you couldn't cash it, what are you going to do with it? Therefore, what would you do? You would smash it and leave it in place. It's incredible. Incredible. That's like this very day, you could find pottery shards in Shiva. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, now here's the interesting. So therefore, the Gemara says, when it comes to the Pesach, you cannot cash it. So if you have an earthen utensil coated with bread, since when we see that when the utensil is used, it sweats on the outside, that indicates to us that there's absorption. Once there's absorption in an earthenware utensil, you can't extract the absorption. Therefore, if it absorbs chametz, you can't use it on Pesach. Good. You can ask the Gemara, I understand. But why is it different than the yayin nesach? That's how we started. The Darshan Marimar, Kulu Mani Bikunyami. Marina just said before, most just a few lines ago, Marina said that all types of earthenware utensils covered with lead, what we call clay cornmeal, even if it was used for yayin nesach, you could use a lot to use it afterwards. So what's the difference between yayin nesach and chametz? If you came up on the guys, yayin nesach and shrabanon, maybe you say, oh, it's a big difference. Chametz is the araisa, and yayin nesach is ultimately yayin shrabanon. Now, yayin nesach isn't shrabanon, right? Yayin nesach is the araisa. Concerned that what an apple used it for was yayin nesach, not shrabanon. So therefore, again, maybe when it comes to the araisa, and therefore, clay cornmeal cannot be kosher. When it comes to the rabbanon, I'm not concerned about yayin nesach. We're not as concerned, and therefore you can kosher it or you can utilize it after the apple goes ahead and I think one second, called the talking about one thing that is whenever the rabbis legislated the law, they always went ahead and legislated to respond to all the issues. In other words, rabbinic law is always modeled after biblical law. So the Gemara says, so therefore, so to say that yayin nesach is rabbanon chametz is d'oraisa, hence the difference of how we treat the clay clean in both of those circumstances. The Gemara doesn't like that. Because Yudia Rabbanon should be modeled after the Oraisa. So if a clay kuna is not going to work to kasher the night chametz, it shouldn't work to utilize it for yayin after the use of yayin nesach. Which the Gemara will give you a single example. That hashmisha b'chamin is that hashmisha b'tzon. This is very interesting. The assumption is that the utensil used for chametz over the course there is used for hot chametz also. So remember again, where there's heat, there's a greater level of absorption. When you're concerned about yayin nesach,
Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I've done my best to follow as many people in the space as possible. If you want a free follow back, send me a follow. I'll make sure to follow you back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. Secondly, I want to make sure that you're all aware that I am about to celebrate one entire year of doing 24/7 X Spaces. And not just normal X Spaces, but X Spaces on video. So if you ever want to check out my 24/7 video spaces in the X search, where the spaces are, you just type in Rabbi and you can find me there 24/7. This is quite an accomplishment, meaning it's an entire life of my entire year of my life online archived on the X servers, which is pretty cool. With that said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my streams, the link is available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at the link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I'm proud to say that we recently surpassed 2,800 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land and make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shipper, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
General, by the way, when it comes to extra killing, you should just know when you have these type of situations where you have, let's say, a base clean, base defense, and a clean on top of that, halachically, we generally define the identity of the clean by the coding. Both for potentially for tefillah purposes and certainly for tashing purposes as well. Again, a lot more involved in the way that you might presenting it over here, but just always fascinating to see concepts in the Gemara that although the application changes a little bit by us, but the shot of it is also tremendously powerful.
I have more than 33 separate devices.
The tremendous thing to ask on this also, which is that sometimes you have to make sure that you create the right coding around your tree, because the right coding around your tree can really help a lot. The tree Baruch Hashem, we spoke yesterday about the Adam is the tree. Shiloh is like, what's the protective coating you're putting around your tree? If you don't put, imagine for a moment, the Adam is compared to a Klicheres, which makes sense. Klicheres is made from the earth, and man is made from the earth. Man is an earthenware vessel. So what you see from here is that this, the earthenware vessel, what happens? It absorbs everything. Man, we absorb everything I see, everything I hear, everything I look at, everything I experience. It all seeps into my neshama, and there's a danger. Because if I'm seeing the wrong things, if I'm hearing the wrong things, if I'm experiencing the wrong things, it's all just getting put into my being. That's why you have to be like a three-finger. You have to put some type of protective barrier around your peripheras. What's the protective barrier? So that's no meaning. It's Torah, it's Tefillah, it's Tzedakah, it's Chesed, it's mitzvahs, it's all the beautiful dynamic spiritual activity that we engage in. That's what creates the protective barrier around my personalistically. Without it, I absorb everything. And what happens if you absorb everything? Mamish, you become trace, right? And unfortunately, sometimes it becomes virtually impossible to extract all of those absorptions. Put a protective layer around it. Incredible. More like a great story here. Rabbi Akiva Ekela Ginza. Rabbi Akiva went to a city called Ginza. So boy, they asked him probably, Shalom, Misan Mishos, or in Misan Mishos. So that's the following shot. Interesting case. Let's say, Rashi defines it this way. Let's say I'm going ahead and I didn't eat today. Okay, so let's say it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I just didn't eat. Not because I'm fasting, so I got busy. And I say, it's only 1 o'clock in the afternoon. I might as well just accept today as a fast day. And I'll fast for the remainder of the day. Can you do that? Can you transform midday, the rest of the day? I haven't eaten up until today. Can I transform the rest of the day into a fast? It comes down to shows. So they asked him if he was kasha. So how be I? He didn't know the answer. Can kind of show the kofar masuna with him? He said, "We're asking the earthenware utensils of all the kofar. Are they aser or mutter? So how be I? I mean, people didn't know. But man, Shimish Moshe Kol Shavi made one. Remember again for the first 7 days of the inauguration of the Mishkan, Aaron did not serve as the Moshe on the 8th day. Yom HaShmini, then Aaron was inaugurated into the Kohen. So Moshe served for the first 7 days effectively as the Kohen. What did he wear? It's fascinating. What did he wear on those 7 days? So how about the other day? Rabbi Akiva did not know this. So what's that? And then he went to himself. Why does that just skip to the information? Why does the Gemara have to tell us Rabbi Akiva didn't know the answer? It's a tremendous Muslim hospital. Teach us that no one has all the answers. I mentioned this many times on the Trinity Church. The Gemara says, Lama Bashon Faloma any other day. I have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. What do you have to teach my tongue? It's not natural for a person to say, I don't know. It's uncomfortable for me to say, I don't know. I like to think that I know everything, but I don't know everything. No one knows everything. So versus you have to teach your tongue to say, I don't know. It's hard. It doesn't come naturally. And I think Gemara gives us a story of Rabbi Akiva. Who did Rabbi Akiva? Rabbi Akiva said, we would not be here without Rabbi Akiva. Rabbi Akiva at the end of Makkos, who when the sky is full, Rabbi Akiva is the one who steadies us. Rabbi Akiva holds our hand. Rabbi Akiva locks us in an embrace. Rabbi Akiva dries our tears. Rabbi Akiva tells us that it's going to be okay. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all of the answers. Even Rabbi Akiva doesn't know everything. Even Rabbi Akiva sometimes says, I don't know. And if Rabbi Akiva doesn't have all the answers, then it's okay for us to not have all the answers as well. Also, Shaul being midrasha. So Rabbi Akiva, what's the callus of Rabbi Akiva? And he doesn't have all the answers. He tries to find them. So he goes into the day's medrash and asks, I'm reading. And again, they told him the answer to all the questions. Hilchasa, Misan Mashos, Bimhishla Mispal Tfilas Tainis. So ultimately, first of the halacha is you can't transform the day midday into a fast day. And what that means is you'll daven for mincha the rest of the day. You'll daven the tefillas of a fast day. What it also means is once you decide that it's going to be a fast day, you can't back out of that. So in other words, your decision is binding. And halacha l'maisa, you'll daven the tefillas ultimately again of a midday. Of a fast day. Excuse me. Next, the I'll say there's so much over here. Furthermore, the earthen utensils of an akum become mutter after 12 months. Wow. So listen, this is a fascinating nugget of information right here. This whole time we're talking about the idea that earthenware vessels ultimately absorb and you can't extract the absorptions. Now I think we're going to drop this bombshell and says, by the way, after 12 months, the absorptions essentially are voided. Rashi says over the that's after 12 months with no koshering, with no kosherization, no koshering process. So if you want to use earthenware vessels before 12 months, okay, there needs to be a koshering process, depending on how it was used. After 12 months, anything absorbed within the earthenware vessels ultimately, again, is bottled. It's bottled, it's negated, it's void. And I will say, that concept does show up in halacha l'maisa. You know, this comes up all the time. People inherit sets of china from relatives maybe who weren't necessarily observant or didn't know exactly how to run kosher home. And now I get this, heirloom china. What can I do with it? So again, there is what to do with it, especially if it hasn't been used for a very long time. Because Umar introduces us over here to this concept that after 12 months, even that which is absorbed in earthenware utensils, ultimately, again, essentially becomes bottle, becomes null and void. Incredible. Next, so that was question number 2. What did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? What did he wear during the 7 days of inauguration? The Gemara says, the chaluk lavan. Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white tunic or a white robe. It was a robe without an imra. Now, what's an imra? Rashi says over here, safa. It means without a hem. Without a hem. And Rashi says, why without a hem? Because ultimately, again, because if it had a hem, it was a concern maybe people would suspect Moshe of smuggling money or gold or silver outside of the Mishkan. So therefore, he definitely used the robe without a hem. So therefore, no one could suspect him ultimately of smuggling anything out. Now, Rashi points out over here, he says, "V'lav milsa shaykai nikra malacha b'shas ha'odem me'echel shachol." Rashi doesn't make any sense. The word doesn't make any sense. By the time it was time for the inauguration of the Mishkan, all the gold, the silver, the copper, the precious fabrics, everything was already built. In other words, everything was already constructed. So what would Moshe be smuggling out exactly? So Rashi leads it. Tosis, She'im Bo Imra. Tosis actually has a number of different interpretations. If you're looking at also She'im Bo Imra, the second line in, he says very interesting. He says, "Lefichach lo hayabo imra lefi shebazeh hayanika yoser chadash. Deva'imer shlo neshish bo hayot ulefichach asom mishun mishar chalukim." See, interestingly enough, this was like Moshe Rabbeinu's form of big day cleanup. Where there's a hem, it looks like maybe it was used by someone else before, like it was altered or tailored for Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, without any hem, indicates to us that this was a brand new beggar only used for Moshe Rabbeinu. He quotes over here. Okay, so Tosas gives a number of different interpretations, but the idea over here is that what did Moshe Rabbeinu wear? Moshe Rabbeinu wore a simple white cloak, as opposed to Aaron, who was a Kohen Gadol, who has beautiful, fancy, elegant, big day kuna. Moshe Rabbeinu ultimately again wore a simple white cloak. And what's the pshat? Like you want to yourself, why didn't Moshe Rabbeinu wear? If Moshe Rabbeinu was effectively functioning as the Kohen Gadol, if you're going to have the part, why not dress the part? Why not effectively the Kohen Gadol? Why not go ahead and wear the clothing? So once I think Coach Baruch was teaching us a very important lesson, which is, clothing very much represent identity. I think Coach Baruch was trying to teach us a tremendous lesson. It was never Moshe Rabbeinu's job to be an Aaron, and it was never Aaron's job to be a Moshe. Everyone has their own clothing, and everyone has their own identity, and everyone has their own set of responsibilities. And I'm not supposed to try to wear your clothing, and you're not supposed to try to wear my clothing. We go through life so often trying to be like other people. Right? We see someone who we hold like to be successful, and then however you're defining success, whatever area of life, and I try to replicate, be like that person. Now, in certain respects, that's good. Right? We all have to have role models. People want to be like. But it's also important to understand that whereas there are qualities or traits in others that I should try to emulate, I should never try to be someone else. My job is to be me. My job is to wear my clothing. My job is to maximize my identity, not to become someone else. And then for Moshe Rabbeinu, as much as he was functioning as the Kohen Gadol during those 7 days of inauguration, he wore his own outfit. And by the way, it was made for him. And after he wore it, no one else wore it after him. And Aaron has his own outfit. And the Leviim have their outfits. And the Israelim have their outfits. And every Yid, every Jew has his own outfit, has his own imra, has his own chaluk, has his own robe, has his own tunic. And I'm not supposed to wear yours, and you're not supposed to wear mine. We spend so much time trying to be like other people, when in fact, all that Kadosh Baruch Hu really wants of us is to wear our own clothing, to be the best version of ourselves. Gemara goes like that. So remember again, Mishnah said, Kartzan and Zagim are ultimately again grape skins. Right? The grape seeds, the grape pulp. So Gemara says, first white line. So if you have the grape seeds or the grape pulp of an apple, lachin asurin yideshem mutarim. If it's moist, it's also, like because then there's still like some residue of the yain of the wine in there. But if it's dry, it's mutar. Heinin ulachin heinin yideshem. What's the definition of moist versus dry? Or Yidam Shmuel, lochin kol yud beis chodesh yideshem after beis chodesh. Moist is first 12 months after it's been squeezed, and dry after 12 months. Itmar Amarava Barak Amarava Rabbi Yochanan Kishain Asurin Asura Filobano Kishain Mutar Mutarna Filobano. Now comes on Rabbi Yochanan. When we say that the grape seeds or the grape skins are usher, usher means bachilo and bahano. Can't eat it, can't get benefit from it. Mutar means ultimately again hano and even achilo. Amram Zvid Hai Durdayat Dechamra Da'aramoy. Basar Tresa Yahisha Sashari. So Durdar Shmar dregs. Dregs. These dregs of Aramean wine after 12 months are mutar. Again, the Pashit is after 12 months they become dried out. Amra Khediga, Rei Durava, Hani Wolfi Basar Tresa Yahisha Sashari. This harkens back to what we learned just a few lines ago. These jugs, earthenware jugs, after 12 months are going to be mutar. You know, also what's the logic there? That we saw before. After 12 months, even absorptions in earthenware utensils ultimately become void. Amra Chabiba, Hani, lam down base 34b. Amra Chabiba, Hani on the base, Hani after the Tani. Now what's after? Rashi says Hamas may or af cornel subpotis. After, so we say Hamas is like a canteen or a small system that are made out of thick leather. So, right, that's what the Arabs use. Also, Tracy Yaki Shasa Shali, after 12 months, it's mutar. Once again, we keep seeing this 12-month idea. Because even items that absorb after 12 months, the absorptions are considered to be null and void. Amrav Achabri Rabika. What's the second line up in the top? Ramadan, base 34b. Amrav Achabri Rabika, Hani, with Sunny Da'araboy. Basar Tracy Yaki Shasa Shali. I will say, what is this? Potato actually is solas shel another. So again, this is the grape dregs, right? After you press the grapes, the pulp or the leftover dregs of the grapes. So these potato daraboy, after 12 months, it's mutar. Because again, in that case, the pashtus it tries up already, and therefore there's no real yayin in that stuff. Amrabach Hani Gulfi Shechimiva Ochmi. Basar Tracer Yarki Shasa Shari. See now the Gemara says something very interesting. These are what the Gemara call this. If you look at Rashi, no Rashi. Hani Gofi Shechimi. So Gofi, we actually had that term. We had that term on Amadal. That's jugs. That's jugs. So ultimately, again, there's Gofi Shechimi V'ochmi, black and red. Basar Tracer Yarki Shasa. Also, Tracer Yaki Shasa, after 12 months, ultimately again they're mutar. So again, Gulfi are the jugs, Shchini V'ochmi, black and red. After 12 months, whatever is absorbed in there, ultimately again is going to be mutar. Again, so there's like a lot of, so the idea of something reinforcing is this idea of after the 12 months, even that which is absorbed within earthenware, ultimately will be null and void. Next, Morius. So the Gemara says Morius. Now what's Morius? So the Gemara says that Morios. Now again, Morios, just to give a definition, we'll get into it in just a moment, is fish oil that is taken from fish. So the Gemara says Morios Tanabanon, Morios Uman Mutar. The Morios of an Uman, I will say, an Uman means someone who is like a known merchant. Is going to be mutar. Now, what is the concern with Morios? So we're going to see there's two potential concerns. Number one way may be that sometimes they would mix wine into warriors. We'll discuss this. And sometimes the issue is it could be different kinds of fish that are mixed in as well. So let's analyze this. If you look at Rashi, Morios Uman, Shal Obiko Habib, Uman Mutar, Morios La Abdi, Udagim Tmeim, Misham Chamra Katsuna. It's interesting that first thing Rashi says over here, again, we're going to circle back on this later. Rashi says Morios was only made from kosher fish. Interesting. So fish oil really only came from kosher fish. So what in general is the issue when it comes to Morios? The issue is that you may mix in wine into it. And Rashi says over here, V'uman lo rami pechama kim nefarish fa. So I did enough shumni kamisha shini mekapelu chama. So Rashi says in Uman, right, a real craft. Uman literally means a craftsman, but notice someone who this is his profession is not going to mix in wine because apparently wine compromises the taste of the murias. Interesting. So therefore, the murias of an umar is mutter. But with ben Gabriel, already showing Hamid ben Gabriel. Chilik umar mutter. So to the chilik of an umar of a professional merchant is also mutter. Now, what's chilik? Rashi says of a chilik min dagim torim sultanis shmai. This was actually a type of fish, a very small fish that was also known as sultanis. In the first amount of the Kaduso, Amos Napir the Cascas as Mahasid with Dadala Akasman. Now, what's interesting about Hilik or Sultanis is when it's young, it does not have fins and scales. Those grow on the fish later on. It's a kosher fish, they grow later on. Hilik shall become Asra also in Dagin kind of an Incar Nema Asra Ship.
Look at this with the what athleticism? You just can't teach that. That is instinct.
He's
Instinct. You can't teach that.
existed just to be able to catch people that you want out of your life for a game too.
You can't just buy it from Stammer Places.
Epstein, I haven't watched any of the interviews really, so I don't know
An
what it's like. What he's like.
expert merchant.
I was surprised that his voice was like that.
Therefore, when he sells you Hilik, he's not going to mix in other fishes that will compromise the taste of Hilik or Sultanis. Therefore, if you buy from him, you can bank on the fact that in fact it's real Hilik, real Sultanis. Okay? Tanya, the year that you more that's woman better. So more that's woman. Who honorates Hamishan the same mother.
Just random stuff like Dave
So look at that. She says, this is true, but the oil that comes in the first and second time is
I want to see you later, Jeffrey. That's the thing, is like that could be a bit, just a joke about it would be like a random joke, right? Something like that with the orgies. But it sounds so strange, it sounds neat.
Right, and they were
And
putting
then they're
water and
also
salt
like,
on the dish, and that would extract
older dudes, like, are you guys
first
like,
pour and the second pour, ultimately again is liquid because we're getting out the milk. Third time already, again, it was a concern that the main mix being wrong in order to create the volume